Sword God Chapter 3119 to Chapter 3172. Within Taihao Mountain, Chenzong had disappeared from his seclusion. Instead, he was replaced by a miniature universe. It was like a giant cocoon that floated in the secret room. It fluctuated slightly and emitted layers of mysterious power. The miniature universe was the inner universe, and it was constantly shrinking and shrinking until it reached its limit. The inner universe was gradually merging with Chenzong's body and becoming one. When the fusion was complete, it would be the time for Chenzong to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. By then, in terms of cultivation level, Chenzong would be equivalent to the true saint realm. He would not be inferior at all and might even be able to surpass him. Coupled with the celestial sword realm, his strength would skyrocket. In Yuanzhang Cosmic City, the temporal temple's teleportation array was activated. Rays of light shuttled back and forth as a figure appeared. When the array quieted down, the figure stepped out. His snow-white body was very eye-catching. Snow Taoist. It's Snow Taoist. He came to our cosmic city. Our Yuanzhang Cosmic City is just an ordinary cosmic city. What is Snow Taoist doing here? Under many shocked gazes, the snow-white figure stepped out of the space-time temple and walked outside. Soon, the two true saints in Yuanzhang Cosmic City received the news and immediately met with each other. Their expressions were very serious. Snow Taoist had really come to Yuanzhang Cosmic City and did not leave immediately. What was the meaning of this? Every move of such a peerless monster would attract attention. Could it be that Snow Taoist is here for the Stargate? Could it be the Stargate's reinforcements? The two of them were horrified. If the Snow Taoist was the reinforcements of the Stargate sect, then they were done for. Even if they hid in the Universe City, it would be useless. The Snow Taoist's power was enough to break the great array of the Universe City. The human race and the Origin Race Alliance had a rule that normal people could not be involved in a battle. However, breaking through the Cosmic City's defenses and killing specific people was fine as long as it did not cause a large number of innocent casualties. Snow Taoist was indeed very strong and had a fierce reputation. However, he had to abide by these rules. Otherwise, he would be punished. Snow Taoist did not stay in Yuanzhang Cosmic City. He quickly left and flew outside. Inside the Stargate. What? The Snow Taoist is already here? The leader of the Stargate sect was shocked. How long had it been? Not even 3 years had passed. It had only been a little over 2 years, and the Snow Taoist had already arrived at Yuanzhang Universe City and left. From the looks of it, they were rushing here at full speed. Excitement, the Stargate sect master and the second elder immediately became excited. Quick, get ready to welcome the Snow Taoist. The Stargate master immediately gave the order. Sect master, I don't think that's necessary for the time being. However, the second elder said with a strange expression, the Snow Taoist is going directly to the Taihao Mountain. Given his style of doing things, it should be the same. Go directly to Mount Taihao. The Stargate sect master was startled. Move out immediately and march to Mount Taihao. The Stargate sect master made a prompt decision. The second elder immediately mobilized the experts of the Stargate sect. They boarded the Primal Chaos flying ship and quickly rushed to the Great Hao Mountain. Given Taoist Snow's strength, they weren't worried that he wouldn't be able to do anything to Taihao Mountain. The reason why they had set off immediately was naturally to take over everything in Taihao Mountain. The two true saints in Primordial Slayer Universe City looked extremely solemn. Taoist Snow's target is most likely Mount Taihao. If Mount Taihao is destroyed, only one will be left. Will be left. Reinforce Mount Taihao. But the Snow Taoist once killed 3 true saints. With a single slash. Even if we join forces with the true saints of Mount Taihao, I'm afraid we won't be his opponent. The envoys we've sent out should be arriving at Taihao Mountain soon. Send them a message immediately and have them inform Taihao Mountain about this so that they can prepare as soon as possible. This is all we can do. In Mount Taihao, Chenzong was still cultivating in seclusion. Naturally, all matters were left to the Great Elder, Sword Saint Wuxia. My Mount Taihao welcomes the arrival of the 2 envoys. Sword Saint Wuxia personally received the 2 envoys from Yuanzhang Universe City. They came with the goodwill of 2 true saints. Moreover, they were both peak Saint Realm masters, slightly stronger than Sword Saint Wuxia. We were originally very happy to be able to visit Mount Taihao. One of the fat men said with a smile, but there was a hint of worry on his face. But before we arrived at Mount Taihao, we received a piece of news. What news? Sword Saint Wuxia's heart thumped when he saw the worried look on the fat man's face. He suddenly had an ominous premonition. Great Elder, have you heard of the Snow Taoist? The other envoy asked. Sword Saint Wuxia immediately shook his head. Yuanzhan Weave, where Mount Taihao was located, was only a small weave. It was located in a remote area and did not know much about many masters. The Snow Taoist is a peerless master ranked 89th on the True Chaos ranking of the Human and Yuan clans. The True Chaos ranking? Sword Saint Wuxia exclaimed. He had heard of the True Chaos ranking before. There were only 100 places on it. The Snow Taoist was ranked 89th on the True Chaos ranking. How terrifying was that? The Snow Taoist has now arrived in Yuanzhan Weave and is heading in the direction of Mount Taihao. We don't know what the Snow Taoist's purpose is, but the Snow Taoist is infamous. If he comes to Mount Taihao, it's definitely not a good thing. Indeed, why would a peerless master ranked 89th on the True Chaos ranking come to a small force like Mount Taihao for no reason? There must be a purpose. There was no dispute between the two sides, but he still came here. What was the reason? One could not help but ponder. According to your speculation, the Snow Taoist might be reinforcements from the Stargate sect, the fat messenger said immediately. Sword Saint Wuxia's expression changed drastically. Reinforcements from the Stargate sect, a peerless master ranked on the True Chaos ranking, was Mount Taihao doomed? What the two of you mean is that Mount Taihao should evacuate as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. Thank you for the information. Sword Saint Wuxia's expression was solemn. He stood up and thanked them. You're welcome. We'll take our leave first. The two immediately proposed to leave. They had come as messengers, but no one had expected such a thing to happen. Of course, they did not dare to stay. They had to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they were involved, they would die in vain. Sword Saint Wuxia thanked them and had no intention of asking them to stay. Thinking, Sword Saint Wuxia kept thinking. A peerless master like the Snow Taoist might go to Mount Taihao. He felt a sense of oppression. What should he do? For a moment, Sword Saint Wuxia was confused. Did he really have to prepare and evacuate with the people of Mount Taihao? That was equivalent to giving up the foundation of Mount Taihao. Moreover, evacuating with the people of Mount Taihao meant that they would have to stay in the chaotic universe for a long time. It was very dangerous in the chaotic universe. Who knew how many people would die? Unfortunately, the Mountain Lord was still in seclusion. Great Elder, what's troubling you? A gentle voice immediately rang out, causing the no-kill sword art, who was deep in thought, to suddenly wake up. Mountain Lord. Sword Saint Wuxia was delighted. The Mountain Lord had come out of seclusion. He had to tell him about this matter and let him decide. True Chaos ranking. Snow Taoist. Chenzong immediately pondered. Sword Saint Wuxia waited for Chenzong's decision. Whether to evacuate or stay, Chenzong was in charge, because Chenzong was now the Mountain Lord of Mount Taihao. He was the supreme leader of Mount Taihao. Don't worry too much. Everything will proceed as usual. I'll deal with the Snow Taoist, Chenzong said with a smile after pondering for a few breaths. Okay, Sword Saint Wuxia responded immediately, his eyes shining. He was well aware of Chenzong's character. He was not a frivolous person, nor was he an arrogant person. Chenzong must have had a certain level of confidence before he said such words. Since he was so confident, Taihao Mountain should have no worries. Snow Taoist, a peerless powerhouse ranked 89th on the Chaotic Universe ranking. I'll use you to test my current strength. Chenzong's lips curled into a smile. The inner universe had fused with his body, becoming one with no distinction. His cultivation had also broken through to a higher level, which was equivalent to the true Saint realm. Mixed Yuan heart force filled every part of his body, completely fusing with his body. It was as if it was inexhaustible, and it could be easily recovered after consumption. Now, Chenzong was sure that his strength must have increased by many times, at least 10 times. However, Qinzong himself wasn't very clear about what level he had reached. Fight, only through fighting, and only through fighting with a powerful opponent, could he determine his current level of strength. Snow Daoist would undoubtedly be a very good opponent. Snow Daoist's battle record was amazing. He had killed 3 true Saint Realm powerhouses with one stroke. Such strength was indeed terrifying, but those 3 true Saint Realm powerhouses were just ordinary true saints. However, Snow Daoist could kill 3 true saints with one stroke. Such strength was indeed very shocking. However, ordinary true Saint Realm powerhouses can't block one stroke of my sword, Qinzong thought to himself. The strength of the true saint stage expert from the Star Sect was indeed not weak. He had to use his full strength and expend a lot of effort to kill him. What about now? One stroke, he didn't even need to use all his strength. One stroke was enough. With such strength, Qinzong was not afraid at all even if he were to face a peerless powerhouse on the chaotic universe ranking. Fight, while meditating and comprehending the mysteries of swordsmanship and sword principle, he also thought about his future cultivation. Because after the inner universe had merged with his body, Qinzong felt that his path forward was cut off. After all, this was his own cultivation path. It was his own creation and there was no experience to follow. He could only continue to ponder, explore, and comprehend. Time passed slowly. After the inner universe had merged with his body, Qinzong's cultivation realm had directly broken through. This made it seem as though he was standing at a higher place and could see more beautiful scenery. Naturally, it was easier for him to comprehend the mysteries of swordsmanship and sword principle. 10 times, his comprehension speed had increased by 10 times. Hence, the 4th sword principle of Godhood realm had been born. Now, the 5th sword principle had begun to be born. In the vast void, a snow-white chaotic flying ship that looked like an arrow flew at an astonishing speed. Its speed was extremely fast, completely surpassing the speed of a low-level chaotic flying ship by many times. In the snow-white chaotic flying ship, a snow-white figure stood. A pair of light red gem-like eyes stared and locked onto Taihao Mountain. Snow Daoist had come. The Snow Taoist had arrived. The arrow-like, snow-white chaos flying vessel paused, and a figure clad in snow stepped out calmly. His sleeves seemed to wave casually, and the chaos flying vessel disappeared as well. Daoist Shua's ruby-like eyes did not waver at all. He stared at the Taihao Mountain, and then a smile appeared on his face. When the smile appeared, an indescribable coldness radiated out, as if it could freeze everything in the world. Snowflakes condensed out of thin air and sprinkled down in all directions. An extremely terrifying aura also spread out and invaded Taihao Mountain. It's so cold. What's going on? Why is it suddenly so cold? The disciples who were practicing swordsmanship on Taihao Mountain suddenly felt an indescribable coldness invade them. It was as if they were going to be frozen to death. Cold, very cold, very cold. The coldness seemed to come from deep within their bones, as if it was coming from the depths of their bodies. They hurriedly circulated their powers to resist the coldness, but they could only alleviate it slightly. In an instant, a strand of extremely shocking sword intent swept through the sky and crushed that strand of cold sword intent. The Snow Taoist, who was outside Taihao Mountain, was slightly surprised that someone had blocked his aura. It was the true saint from Taihao Mountain, right? He was indeed quite powerful. Qinzong took a step forward and appeared outside the main hall of Taihao Mountain. He saw a snow-white figure with faintly red eyes. The figure continued to emanate extremely terrifying coldness, as if it had leaked out from an ancient glacier, intending to freeze everything in its surroundings. The Snow Taoist, he was a peerless cultivator ranked 89th on the Real Chaos ranking. Now, Qinzong felt slightly threatened. That coldness seemed to be everywhere, trying to invade and freeze Qinzong. If it was before I merged with the inner universe, I would not have been able to withstand the Snow Taoist. Qinzong thought to himself. Fortunately, he had broken through, and the Snow Taoist had only arrived at Taihao Mountain after he had broken through. Otherwise, things would have been troublesome. However, things were different now. After fusing with the innerverse, Lu Yin's cultivation had reached the level of a true saint. Coupled with the Godspan sword realm, his strength had increased by more than 10 times. Snow Taoist priest stared at Qinzong in surprise. His sharp intuition told him that this person was not ordinary. He was not like an ordinary true saint. However, wouldn't that be more interesting? If it was the kind of true saint realm that could kill with a casual slash, it would be really boring. At least it looked extraordinary and might be able to block a few slashes from him. It would not be in vain for him to come here personally. With that thought, the smile on Daoist Snow's face grew even clearer, and the coldness in his eyes grew even stronger. The Snow Taoist didn't seem to be moving at all. He straightened his palm and slashed horizontally like a saber. In an instant, the snow-white and clear saber light traveled thousands of meters across the sky and slashed toward Xianxia. Wherever it passed, the air was frozen. This attack immediately made Xianxia's expression change. Cold, the bone-chilling coldness instantly attacked him. The power contained in that slash was extremely terrifying. Ordinary true saints couldn't block it. However, Xianxia wasn't an ordinary true saint. He put his fingers together like a sword and slashed across the sky. There was a crackling sound, and a dazzling sword light burst forth like a thunderbolt. It collided directly with the snow-white saber light. There was an ear-piercing sound when the two collided in the air. "You have the right to make me use my saber." Seeing that Xianxia had blocked his attack, the Snow Taoist priest smiled. With a smile, a shocking saber will erupted. The saber will swept across the sky and swept in all directions. As countless snowflakes fluttered in the air, an extremely shocking sharpness filled the air and tore everything apart. Tiny cracks began to appear in the fabric of space around the Chaosverse, a sign that the fabric of the Chaosverse was being torn apart. It should be known that the space of the chaotic universe was shockingly strong. Ordinary true saints couldn't break it, but now, the Snow Taoist priest was able to leave scratches in the air and tear it apart just by using his peerless saber intent. It was terrifying. The power of these snowflakes was enough to kill countless Saint Realm masters. Even invincible Saint Realm masters would be killed by them. The difference in strength was too great. A long saber with a scabbard appeared in the Snow Taoist priest's hand. The scabbard was simple and white. There were red lines intertwining on it. The saber in his hand was snow-white. It was so white that it was crystal clear. One could even see faint red blood vessels. The snow-white hand landed on the hilt of the saber, and his 5 fingers clasped. Draw the saber, a ray of red light shot out from the scabbard. In an instant, it swept out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, the void seemed to be covered by a layer of light red. The endless snowflakes were also dyed a light red, turning into a crimson red that was as red as blood. Snowflakes, flowers of blood, the shocking slaughter saber intent also burst out in an instant. It was more than twice as terrifying as before. This was the Snow Taoist priest's true strength. This was the strength he relied on to be ranked 89th on the chaotic real ranking. This saber is called Red Snow. I hope you can take it. The Snow Taoist priest's voice sounded. There seemed to be some gentleness in his voice. It was gentleness toward the saber in his hand. There was also some coldness. It was a coldness toward all living things. The moment the red snow saber was unsheathed, it also slashed through the air. The slash was as gentle as water, but it made Xianxia's hair stand on end. He couldn't dodge it, he couldn't dodge the slash at all. The moment Xianxia's consciousness was alerted, the saber had already reached him. Draw the sword, the Heavenwell sword was instantly unsheathed. The sword bloomed with an unparalleled dazzling light that swept across the sky. The saber and the sword clashed again. A terrifying power immediately shattered the sword light. Xianxia was pushed back hundreds of meters. A chaotic divine implement. Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly. He stared at the crimson saber in the Snow Taoist priest's hand. His Heavenwell sword was only a half-chaotic divine implement, but the red snow saber was a chaotic divine implement. The power contained in the two weapons was not small. The second slash. The Snow Taoist priest's voice sounded. There seemed to be some joy in it. Xianxia not only made him draw the saber, but also blocked his first slash. Such an opponent was too rare. This slash was not as gentle as before. Instead, it was extremely violent and domineering. It was as if a snow-capped mountain had collapsed. As the blade slashed out, endless crimson snowflakes seemed to be swept up by a gust of wind. They carried with them a terrifying blade wall of slaughter that covered the heavens and the earth. They traversed the sky and swept through the universe in a mighty manner. It was as if all living things in the world would be wiped out by this blade. They would be completely wiped out. A rumbling sound reverberated in all directions. The power was so strong that the protective array of Taihao Mountain shook. Chenzong's expression was solemn, but there was also a hint of excitement. As he slashed out with his sword, an unparalleled power suddenly condensed and exploded. It was as if the shadow of a star had been pulled out from the ancient time and space. It instantly solidified and rolled out. Ancient star, after Chenzong merged with the inner universe, his cultivation had skyrocketed. His strength had become even more domineering. When he used his techniques and unique skills, the power of his attacks had also increased by many times. It was even more terrifying. The sword turned into an ancient star that crushed everything. It directly hit, collided, and caused a shocking explosion. The storm raged as if it would crush everything. Chenzong was immediately pushed back by this terrifying explosion. His strength shook endlessly. The Snow Taoist priest did not even take half a step back. Chenzong could not help but narrow his eyes. So powerful, the Snow Taoist priest's strength was indeed frightening. The true saint realm was a major realm. There was a clear difference between a true saint who had just broken through and a true saint who had broken through hundreds or thousands of years ago. That was the difference between a true saint who had just entered the true saint realm and a true saint who had been there for hundreds or thousands of years. The Snow Taoist priest was a peak true saint while Chenzong had just merged with the inner universe. Although his cultivation was much stronger than a true saint who had just entered the true saint realm, there was still a gap between him and a peak true saint like the Snow Taoist priest. In addition, the Red Snow Taoist priest's red snow saber was a chaos sacred weapon while his heavenly will sword was a half-chaos sacred weapon. There was also a gap between them. The only thing that was not the same was their unique skills. Disadvantage: Chenzong was at a disadvantage, but he still managed to block the Snow Taoist priest's attack. The Snow Priest was getting more and more excited. He wielded his blade faster and faster, more and more violently. Every single blade move was like a collapsing snow mountain, terrifyingly powerful. Endless red snowflakes transformed into a fierce storm, crazily roaring towards Chenzong. Every single snowflake was as sharp as a blade. Chenzong kept swinging his sword and performed the single-hearted sword technique to the extreme. His sword moved continuously to block the crimson snowflakes. Suddenly, the Snow Taoist priest swung his sword again. This time, it was different from usual. It was not violent at all. Instead, it was gentle to the extreme. It was silent. Only a wisp of crimson silk condensed and disappeared into the void. Chenzong's expression changed. He felt his hair stand on end. An extremely strong sense of danger exploded in him. His body trembled violently as cold currents flowed backward. He could not dodge, even his sharp senses became very blurry. A wisp of crimson silk appeared in front of him and cut his body directly. A thin layer of power covered the surface of his body trembled. It immediately blocked the cutting of the crimson silk, but it was torn apart in an instant. His tyrannical body was also torn apart by the threads. Cut, Chenzong's body was cut in half by the crimson silk. His broken body reassembled in an instant. The wound healed as if it had never been injured. The Snow Taoist priest was somewhat surprised. A true saint cultivator comprehended the essence of the great path of the universe and could condense a corresponding body of the great path. To a certain extent, they could be immortal. Of course, immortality and indestructibility were relative. Once one's strength was exhausted, one would be killed. The Snow Taoist priest's attack was a fatal one. It was extremely powerful and could exhaust the opponent's power to the greatest extent. If one attack was not enough, then another attack would be used. Cut, in an instant, strands of blood-colored blade light crisscrossed, transforming into a scarlet net that directly entangled Chenzong. It cut madly, cutting Chenzong's body into pieces as if he was being executed by 1,000 cuts. In the next moment, the crimson snow saber was sheathed. The Snow Taoist priest smiled. He knew how terrifying his ultimate technique was. If he was cut into pieces like this, only death awaited him. But in the next moment, the smile on the Snow Taoist priest's face froze. His eyes suddenly widened as he watched the cut into pieces in front of him reassemble. The indestructible universe body. When one's body was merged with the universe, as long as one's power was not exhausted, it would be difficult to kill him. He could even heal in an instant. The inner universe had fused into his body, and the mixed yuan heart force had undergone a qualitative change, spreading throughout his entire body. It could even be said that the inside of Chen Zong's body was basically composed of the mixed yuan heart force. As he continued to cultivate, his entire body would be completely energized, becoming the structure of the mixed yuan heart force. When that happened, he would be at the peak of this realm. Cultivators at the peak of the true saint realm had their bodies completely transformed into the power of the great path. Only then could they maintain the so-called immortality. But there would be a time when the power would be exhausted. Chen Zong's situation was somewhat different. His primordial heart force's recovery speed was extremely fast, as it was naturally born from his inner universe. His inner universe had fused with his body, and his primordial heart force was also coiled within his body. Therefore, although the Snow Taoist's ultimate move had cut Chen Zong's body into pieces, if it had been any other true Saint Realm cultivator, they would have been exhausted and unable to recover. But not Chen Zong. The Snow Taoist was shocked that he could not kill his opponent. The indestructible body was so powerful. Then, the Snow Taoist became more excited. The red snow blade in the scabbard kept vibrating, and endless killing intent lingered in it. He unsheathed it again and slashed out a peerless blade light that seemed to split the universe in two. It was Chen Zong again. Chen Zong did not dodge. The heavenly will sword burst out, and sword intent soared into the sky. He slashed across the sky. Then, he took a step forward and approached the Snow Taoist as if he had traveled through the void. He began to fight in close combat. Close combat was what he was best at. Although Chen Zong was not as powerful as Priest Snow in terms of cultivation and grade of heavenly will sword, Chen Zong was amazingly tenacious. Added with the fact that the single-hearted sword art was incredibly powerful, Chen Zong was able to fight equally against Priest Snow, which shocked Priest Snow even more. Chen Zong was a little excited. Because of such an intense battle, his primordial heart power was constantly condensing and constantly attacking the universe immortal body. This caused the universe immortal body to become even more refined. Especially after recovering from the wounds inflicted by the Snow Taoist, Chen Zong found that the universe immortal body was progressing even faster. This battle was tantamount to tempering oneself and improving one's self. Chen Zonghan was not afraid of death. He did not avoid the red snow saber slashes at all. He was completely willing to trade injury for injury. The Snow Taoist was shocked to find that this person's strength was increasing. Why was that, ancient star? Chen Zong's sword suddenly erupted. The incomparably tyrannical power was tyrannical to the extreme, instantly crushing down. Slash, this sword strike was like the impact of a star, suppressing and shattering everything. 3 times, the eternal stars, slash, the Snow Taoist's expression changed. He immediately used his strength to block the attack. He fell down in a violent vibration. Boundless. Phaseless kill. Chen Zong murmured. His eyes flashed. He slashed again. The moment the sword was swung out, the sword disappeared. Fast, extreme speed. It was a sword that dominated speed. This sword was a new ultimate move that Chen Zong had created in recent years. This was because the fourth sword profundity that was born in the celestial sword realm was speed. It was extreme speed. Using the sword profundity of speed together with the unbounded formless kill, the speed of the sword profundity was extremely fast. Boundless, it was as if under this sword, there was no such thing as a boundary. The end of the world seemed to be just inches away. Formless meant invisible. The Snow Priest only sensed an extreme sense of crisis. Before he could react, his body was already hit by the sword. The layer of power covering his body was directly penetrated, injuring his entire body. However, the Snow Taoist's body was the indestructible snow body. It was a true divine body formed by the great path of snow. Even though he was hit, he recovered in an instant. Even so, the Snow Taoist was still shocked. I was hurt? I was hit by his sword? In the beginning, he had the upper hand. He had hurt his opponent many times. However, as the fight went on, his opponent became stronger and stronger. He was able to hurt him. The Snow Taoist was shocked. He was not afraid at all. He was only excited. His eyes were light red. Then, they turned crimson. Red light shone from them. Streaks of red light shone. His body seemed to have turned into a blood-red sun. His aura became more and more horrifying. Burst, the Snow Taoist exploded. His blade intent surged again. On the surface of the red snow saber, a mysterious pattern spread out. Slash. Slash, slash. Slash. The Snow Taoist seemed to have gone mad. He waved his blade and slashed wildly. He did not defend himself at all. Every slash seemed to be with all his strength. Every slash left scarlet marks in the void. Xianxia was at a disadvantage. He could only keep waving his sword to defend himself. He performed the single-hearted sword technique to the extreme. Even so, he was still hit. Every slash seemed to tear Xianxia's body apart. The immemorial heart force would heal his body in an instant. Consumption, the immemorial heart force was being consumed at an alarming speed. If it were not for his fast recovery, he would not be able to keep up. He would be exhausted to death. Terrible pressure and danger came. Xianxia gritted his teeth and held on. Under this terrible pressure and danger, the indestructible body of the universe that was constantly injured improved after healing. If he continued to fight like this, he might be able to completely transform into the indestructible body of the universe. At that time, it would be more difficult to kill him. His cultivation would also become more powerful. In a short time, the Snow Taoist slashed thousands of times. Xianxia resisted half of them, but most of them hit Xianxia's body. The progress of the indestructible body of the universe was pushed to another level. When Xianxia first broke through, his indestructible body of the universe was equivalent to a beginner level. However, it was stronger than an ordinary true saint. Now, after fighting fiercely with the Snow Taoist, he had broken through to the small success level. 5 times. Divine Firmament, the extremely sharp sword, under the 5 times amplification, slashed out and cut the Snow Taoist's body in half. The small success level of the indestructible body of the universe was more powerful. In the past, he had to prepare for the 5 times amplification. Now, it was as easy as 3 times amplification. However, 5 times amplification would also consume a lot of mixed yuan heart force. It couldn't be used as a regular method. The Snow Taoist couldn't go on like this forever. After being cut in half by Xianxia's sword 5 times, he immediately turned into crimson snowflakes and retreated quickly. His light red eyes were filled with shock and doubt. Why was this person so tough, even though he had already landed many blows with his saber, each of them carrying a terrifying might? He was still unable to kill the other party. Instead, the other party was getting stronger and stronger. On the other hand, after being struck by the other party's sword a few times, he immediately felt his strength rapidly depleting. If this continued, he might be exhausted to death in the end. The Snow Taoist clearly realized this and retreated without hesitation. Xianxia didn't stop and waved his sword again. Boundless formless kill, the sword stabbed out and disappeared. The Snow Taoist couldn't dodge and was stabbed again. He was instantly pierced and his strength was consumed again. Run, the Snow Taoist turned and ran. Xianxia immediately chased after him. Boundless formless kill, the sword's power was average, but it was fast and hard to detect. The Snow Taoist couldn't dodge and was hit every time. Before fusing with the inner verse, Xianxia's sword speed had already reached the level of a true saint. He could travel 100,000 meters in one breath. Now that he had fused with the inner verse, his sword speed had doubled. He could travel 200,000 meters in one breath, which was extremely shocking. This was a speed that many true saints could not achieve. When he used boundless formless kill, his sword speed was even more terrifying. It reached 300,000 meters in a breath. Ordinary true saints could only reach 100,000 meters in a breath. Powerful true saints could reach 200,000 meters in a breath. Even more powerful true saints could reach 300,000 meters in a breath. Zong was only at the initial stage of the universe indestructible body, but he could reach 300,000 meters in a breath. It was terrifying. The Snow Taoist was hit again. He immediately took out his Chaos Flying Ship. His Chaos Flying Ship was a mid-grade Chaos Flying Ship. Its flying speed was several times faster than a low-grade Chaos Flying Ship. It could reach 1 million meters in a breath. This speed was much faster than a top true saint. In the blink of an eye, the snow-white Chaos Flying Ship disappeared in front of Zong. Zong was disappointed that he couldn't chase after it. This Snow Taoist was an excellent whetstone. Fighting with him would increase Lin Fan's strength and make him stronger. If Lin Fan continued to fight with him, Lin Fan could continue to improve. In terms of absolute power, right now, I'm still inferior to Taoist Snow. But in the end, if nothing unexpected happens, Taoist Snow will be the one to die, not me. Zong thought to himself. The universe indestructible body after merging with the inner universe was stronger than he had imagined. One of the characteristics of the universe indestructible body was that it was hard to kill. It was harder to kill than ordinary true saint indestructible body because of the mixed Yuan heart force's fast recovery speed. Now I have the ability to protect myself in the chaotic universe. Zong thought. The chaotic universe was extremely vast. There were many experts and many dangers. Without the strength of the true saint realm, no one dared to travel far in it. Ordinary true saints were the same. No one knew what dangers they would encounter. Only those top true saints dared to travel across the universe. As long as they were not unlucky, they would not encounter any life-threatening danger. I wonder if I can be listed on the real chaos roll with my current strength. Zong narrowed his eyes and thought. Snow Taoist was ranked 89 on the real chaos ranking, which was one of the lower rankings. However, his strength was still extremely frightening. Since Lin Fan could beat Snow Taoist to the point that he had to flee, his strength should be enough to be ranked on the real chaos ranking. In that case, it was time to act. With a thought, Zhongshan returned to Taihao Mountain. Now he was equivalent to a top true saint. Moreover, his universe indestructible body had reached the small success realm. It was enough for him to refine an avatar to guard Taihao Mountain. Avatar, doppelganger. Speaking of which, I can't sense Chen Xiu's presence. Is it because he is too far away or something else? Inside Taihao Mountain, two figures stood side by side, one in a silver-white sword robe and the other in a black sword robe. Apart from the color of their robes, everything else looked the same. Greetings. The black-robed man smiled and saluted the silver-robed man. From now on, I'll have to trouble you to guard Taihao Mountain. The silver-robed Zong smiled. I'll do my best. The black-robed Zong immediately responded with a smile. Incarnation. This was an incarnation that Zong had refined using various precious materials and his own mysteries. When the inner universe had merged with his body, he had completely become one. After the battle with the Snow Taoist, he had used the heavy pressure of the life and death crisis to break through to the minor completion realm. From then on, he had mastered a new ability, which was to refine incarnations. Incarnations were different from doppelgangers. Xianxia was Zong's doppelganger. It had an independent personality and even a spirit. It could cultivate and become stronger, which was why it had traveled for so many years. However, doppelgangers had to divide their own spirits. Incarnations were different. They did not need to divide their own spirits. They only needed to divide part of their consciousness. As long as the majority of their consciousness was not damaged, they could recover in a short time. It would not affect them much. This was considered a benefit, but it also had a disadvantage. The incarnation could not cultivate. It would always be as strong as it was at the beginning. It could not improve at all. This incarnation was refined by Zong with a large amount of precious materials. It had 100% of his combat strength. No, it was weaker than his own body. After all, it did not have a half-chaos divine weapon. However, if he could obtain a real chaos divine weapon, the incarnation's combat strength could be improved to a higher level. The incarnation had another disadvantage, which was that its recovery speed was slower than that of the original body. In other words, if the incarnation fought, it could not rely on the high-speed recovery of the mixed yuan heart force like Qinzong's original body. It was extremely difficult to kill it. However, Qinzong's avatar had been meticulously refined. In fact, no one below the real chaotic ranking was a match for it. Even experts on the real chaotic ranking like Daoist Snow could put up a fight against it for a period of time. If he could obtain a Chaos Divine weapon, it would not be impossible to defeat the Snow Taoist. It was more than enough to have such an incarnation overseeing Taihao Mountain. As for his original body, of course, he was going to leave Taihao Mountain and search for Yun Yanxin, his master, and the others. He was also going to look for Xianxia. The current chaotic universe was different from before. If he found Xianxia, his main body and avatar could join forces and become even stronger. Qinzong left his incarnation behind to guard Mount Taihao while his original body immediately took action. He quickly left Mount Taihao. He didn't tell anyone, as there was no need to. However, before he left Yuan Zhanweave, he still had to clean up. At the very least, he had to get rid of the Stargate sect and ensure that the Taihao Mountain could exist better. A speed of 200,000 meters per second was even faster than the Chaos Low-Tier flying boat. Therefore, Qinzong left the Chaos Low-Tier flying boat in the Taihao Mountains. An ordinary True Saint's flying speed was 100,000 meters per second, but Qinzong's speed was twice as fast. At this speed, it would not be easy to reach the headquarters of the Stargate sect. It would take some time. Let's go back. The Stargate sect master, second elder, and a group of Stargate sect Saint Realm experts were on board a low-tier flying boat. They had just left the headquarters of the Stargate sect and were preparing to go to Mount Taihao to reinforce and welcome Snow Daoist. Unexpectedly, they were already very close to Mount Taihao and would arrive in a few days. However, they didn't expect to receive an unbelievable piece of news. The news came from Snow Daoist. Snow Daoist had been defeated. Yes, chaos. Snow Daoist, a peerless master ranked 89th on the true ranking, had actually been defeated by the peerless sword saint of Mount Taihao, Qinzong. He had no choice but to flee. Just how unbelievable was this news? The Stargate sect master and second elder were dumbfounded at first. They couldn't believe it, but they quickly reacted. After looking at each other in a daze, they immediately gave the order to return. Snow Daoist wouldn't fool them like this. In other words, the news was true. Snow Daoist had really been defeated and had fled. If even someone as powerful as Snow Daoist had been defeated and had to flee, wouldn't they be courting death if they went, run? They made a prompt decision to flee as fast as they could. As for what would happen next, they could only think of other ways. At worst, they would fail the mission and withdraw from Yuan Zhanweave. In the future, there would naturally be more masters coming to conquer this weave. Of course, if they failed the mission, they would also be punished. However, they were all true Saint Realm masters, so they wouldn't lose their lives. The Primal Chaos flying ship was extremely fast, carrying the two true Saint Realm masters and a group of Saint Realm masters from Stargate sect back. At the same time, a sword light flew across the universe at an astonishing speed, twice as fast as the low-grade Primal Chaos flying ship. From time to time, the sword light would suddenly erupt, becoming extremely dazzling before disappearing in an instant, as if it had sunk into the depths of the void. When it reappeared, it was already far away. Boundless formless slaughter, this was the Sword Dao sovereign speed-killing technique, but Qinzong had suddenly decided to use it to hasten his journey. When he used this move, his body and sword would become one, and the sword would carry him through the void. It was as if he had crossed the horizon in an instant, reaching a speed of 300,000 meters per breath. It was even faster. When Qinzong unleashed the boundless formless slaughter 3 times, not only was his speed faster, but his distance was also further. Although every eruption would consume a portion of his strength, the recovery speed of Qinzong's primordial heart force was simply too fast. In just a few short breaths of time, he would be able to recover. As long as he grasped the right rhythm, his strength would be inexhaustible. Qinzong's mastery of the boundless formless slaughter became more and more refined as he continued on his journey. His attacks were even more stealthy and swift. A land surrounded by countless starlight appeared in front of him. "We're here." Qinzong couldn't help but smile. His strength was constantly consumed and recovered as he continued on his journey. His immortal universe divine art had also improved, approaching the great success stage, and his strength had also increased a bit. Without hesitation, Xianxia rushed directly to the Stargate land. Before this, the Stargate sect master and the others had just returned and were packing up to leave. As soon as they arrived, Xianxia caught up with them. There was no need to say anything. Kill. Xianxia attacked without mercy. Starlight bloom. Starlight burst. The Stargate sect master and the second elder knew that this matter couldn't be settled peacefully, so they immediately attacked with all their strength. The starlight exploded, and the rays surged, bombarding Xianxia like a raging tide in an instant. Each ray of starlight contained an extremely terrifying power, as if it could penetrate and destroy everything. Such power was truly terrifying. If it were an ordinary true saint expert, he would most likely kneel down. However, Xianxia had a faint smile on his face. He swung his sword, the sword light broke through the sky. As soon as he swung his sword, the rays of starlight were instantly shattered and turned into nothingness as if it could sweep through heaven and earth. Kill. The sword was too vast, just like the true sun. It crossed the sky, and in an instant, it emitted tens of thousands of rays of light, illuminating the void of the universe in all directions. It was as if it could shatter a part of the void. The scorching heat burned everything, and it was extremely violent. The expressions of the Stargate sect master and the second elder changed drastically. The tens of thousands of rays of starlight could not stop it at all and were all destroyed. The second elder of the Stargate sect was actually not very strong. He was relatively ordinary in the true saint realm. However, the Stargate sect master was different. He could be considered a relatively strong true saint realm expert, and he also had a chaos sacred artifact. The two of them joined forces and cultivated the same root, so they were naturally stronger. However, they were still unable to contend against Xianxia, who was at the peak of the true saint realm. The sword was too vast. It did not explode, nor did it need to explode several times. It directly blasted the two of them away. Their starlight immortal bodies were instantly shattered, and they could only consume their energy to recover. Boundless formless kill. The second elder of the Stargate sect was directly pierced by the sword and could not react in an instant. Divine firmament. Another sword attack arrived. The sword light was extremely dazzling, stealing all the brilliance in the world. Even the starlight became dim. Under three swords, the second elder's starlight immortal body was completely broken. His strength was exhausted and could no longer be recovered. The result was death. Death and destruction of the Tao. It was too fast. In less than a breath, the second elder of the Stargate sect was killed by Xianxia's three swords. The Stargate sect master was scared silly. So strong, he was actually so strong. Suddenly, he thought of Snow Taoist. Even Snow Taoist, who was ranked 89th on the Chaos Real ranking, was no match for him. It was natural for him to be so strong. Explode. The sect master of the Stargate sect immediately burst into flames. He turned into a comet that carried an incredibly shocking might and terrifying power. In an instant, he charged into the distance. Escape. He wanted to escape. It would be too stupid not to escape even though he knew that he was no match for him. However, his idea was very good. Although he burned his starlight immortal body in exchange for faster speed, it only doubled. Under the doubled speed, he could only travel 200,000 meters in a breath. A speed of 200,000 meters in a breath was still slower than the boundless formless kill. A sword pierced through the air and instantly caught up. It directly pierced through the Stargate sect master's body. He could not help but pause for a moment, and his speed decreased slightly. Xianxia also chased after him in an instant. Eternal star. The sword was like an ancient star descending. It carried an extremely domineering power that suppressed and crushed everything. The burning starlight immortal body was hit in an instant and directly shattered and exploded, unable to recover. The burning starlight immortal body was a desperate method because it could be exchanged for more power and faster speed after burning. However, the after effects were also very obvious. This kind of burning could not last long. Once it lasted for a long time, it would cause irreparable effects and even cause one to die from exhaustion. Stargate Sect Second Elder and Stargate Sect Master died one after another. Zong put away his sword because the other Stargate sect experts were no match for him at all. It was not worth it to draw his sword. After accepting the two storage artifacts and checking them a little, Zong immediately smiled. Not bad, it was quite rich, especially the Stargate sect master's wealth. As expected of a senior True Saint Realm expert. The combined wealth of the two True Saint Realm experts was more than 100,000 Chaos Divine crystals. Next, Zong directly broke into the Stargate sect's headquarters and plundered. All the Chaos Divine crystals of the Stargate sect's Saint Realm experts were taken away by Zong. With another 20 to 30,000 Chaotic Divine gems, Zong now had a total of 150,000 Chaotic Divine gems. Outside Origin Zhan Cosmic City, a beam of sword light flew across the sky at an astonishing speed. He arrived and entered. Yuan Guang's sect and Li family had been paying attention to Taihao Mountain's movements for a long time. They also knew that Snow Taoist had attacked Taihao Mountain but was repelled by Peerless Sword Saint Zong of Taihao Mountain. After reporting it, it caused a great commotion. Now, they even knew that Star Sect had been destroyed by Taihao Mountain's Peerless Sword Saint. Therefore, when Zong stepped into Origin Zhan Cosmic City, he was immediately invited. The invitees were naturally the two true saints from Yuan Guang's sect and Li family. I'm Yuan Guang's sect's true saint, Heng Chao. A silver-haired Origin true saint stood up and bowed to Zong. I'm Li family's true saint, Li Xian. The other old man with thick black hair also stood up and bowed. It was because Zong was extremely strong. He had repelled Snow Taoist and destroyed Star Sect. With such strength, it would be easy for him to deal with them. The strong were always more easily respected. Even if they were all in the True Saint realm, there were differences in strength. A powerful True Saint realm expert could easily kill a weak True Saint realm expert. For example, Zong could kill Heng Chao or Li Xian in one breath. Facing a strong person who could kill you in one breath, it was necessary to show respect. I'm Taihao Mountain Sect Master, Zong. Greetings. Zong returned the sword salute. The two were slightly surprised. It turned out that he was Taihao Mountain Sect Master. They did not know this. Heng Chao and Li Xian intended to befriend Zong, and Zong did not mind having two more allies to help Taihao Mountain find allies. The conversation between them was very pleasant. Why don't you move Taihao Mountain to Origin Zhan Cosmic City? We can take care of each other. Heng Chao immediately said. That's a good suggestion. Li Xian immediately agreed. Zong immediately thought about it and agreed. Moving Taihao Mountain to Origin Zhan Cosmic City had more advantages than disadvantages. The current Taihao Mountain was still too weak. Aside from Zong, Taihao Mountain was only a small force. There were very few saints in Taihao Mountain, far from being comparable to other forces. If they could move to Origin Zhan Cosmic City, they would have another layer of protection. In addition, Taihao Zhan Cosmic City's Origin Zhan Cosmic City and formed an alliance with Origin Zhan Cosmic City. In short, Chen of Zong's mind Zhan Cosmic City's Origin Zhan Cosmic City. If they encountered a danger that even Universe City could not withstand and was destroyed, then there was nothing they could do. Even a demigod's power could not guarantee that it would last forever. Zong immediately Zhan Cosmic Cities of Origin attention. Yes, the entire Taihao Mountain was moved to Yuanzhan Universe City. The Taihao Mountain was a mountain peak, but the primordial astral city was even bigger. It was easy to accommodate the Taihao Mountain. After all, the primordial astral city had 3 true Saint Realm experts guarding it. However, one true Saint Realm expert had been killed by the Stargate sect. Now, the primordial astral city had no choice but to shrink its territory because of the loss of a true Saint Realm expert. Shrinking the territory naturally meant that more space was available. It was jointly taken over by Origin Light Sect and Li family, and now it was gifted to Taihao Mountain. Taihao Mountain moved slowly. It did not seem fast, but it was not slow either. It was at least 10,000 meters per breath. It was not easy to reach Origin Zhan Cosmic City at this speed. It would take at least 10 years. Therefore, Origin Light Sect and Li family sent Saint Realm Masters to assist in mid-grade chaotic flying ships. They used their power to accelerate Taihao Mountain's movement. From 10,000 meters per breath to 30,000 meters per breath, a threefold increase in speed was enough to further shorten the time needed. Chenzong waited in Origin Zhang Cosmic City. While waiting, he also went to Heaven's secret tower to inquire about news. Information about Xianxia and his master, Xian Dao Emperor. They had to pay a corresponding price. They used chaotic divine crystals as the price to invite people from Heaven's secret tower to search. Human female sword cultivator Xianxia. She has the bloodline of the star-burning true phoenix. Heaven's secret tower recorded this information. It would be easier to find someone with accurate information. Otherwise, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Who knew how long it would take to find someone? Chenzong also provided the names and characteristics of his master and senior brothers and senior sisters. The deposit is 10,000 chaotic divine crystals. After you find the person, you will be refunded according to the difficulty of the search. The people from Heaven's secret tower told Chenzong. Chenzong did not have any objections. He took out 10,000 chaotic divine crystals and gave it to the other party. He also received a token as proof. After Chenzong left Heaven's secret tower, he immediately went to Treasure Tower. He bought Ancient Demon Origins and Ancient Demon Origins. The Ancient Demon Origins and Ancient Demon Origins that Chenzong bought were at the Saint Rudiment stage. They were at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage because True Saint stage origins were too expensive. There were 10 Ancient Demon Origins and 10 Ancient Demon Origins. After leaving Treasure Tower, he returned to his temporary residence and took out the Heavenly Will Sword. The Heavenly Will Sword sensed the existence of the Ancient Demon Origins and immediately trembled. It was very happy and expressed a desire to devour them. Eat to your heart's content. Chenzong immediately smiled. As the Heavenly Will Sword trembled, it immediately pierced into an Ancient Demon Origin. A burst of energy burst out and the Ancient Demon Origin rapidly shrank. In just 10 breaths, the first Ancient Demon Origin was devoured. After devouring the first Ancient Demon Origin, the Heavenly Will Sword's aura changed slightly, but it was not obvious. It continued to devour the second Ancient Demon Origin. Soon, all 10 Ancient Demon Origins were devoured. The Heavenly Will Sword's aura became stronger, but there was no qualitative change. It continued to devour. This time, it devoured Ancient Demon Origins. The 10 Ancient Demon Origins were also devoured. It was no different from devouring Ancient Demon Origins. In other words, devouring Ancient Demon Origins and Ancient Demon Origins of the same level was the same. However, 20 origins were not enough for the Heavenly Will Sword to truly transform. It needed more to restore it to the level of a chaotic saint artifact. Chenzong calmed down and communicated with the Heavenly Will Sword. He knew that it needed another 30 Ancient Demon Origins and Ancient Demon Origins. Chenzong could not help but fall silent. An Ancient Demon Origin or Ancient Demon Origin that was equivalent to a peak Saint Rudiment stage Ancient Demon Origin was worth 5,000 chaotic divine crystals. Previously, he had bought 20 Ancient Demon Origins and used up a lot of the chaotic divine crystals he had. The remaining tens of thousands could only buy a few more Ancient Demon Origins or even less than 10. However, if he wanted the Heavenly Will Sword to truly restore it to the level of a chaotic saint artifact, he needed 30 Ancient Demon Origins. Chenzong could not help but have a headache. It was not enough. It seemed that he would have to run around for chaotic divine crystals again. No, I still have a chaotic saint artifact saber. Chenzong suddenly thought of the chaotic saint artifact used by the Stargate sect master. It was now his spoils of war. The value of chaos divine artifacts was very high. Hundreds of thousands of chaos divine gems were not an exaggeration. Many true Saint Realm experts could not afford to use chaos divine artifacts. Generally, only the more experienced and powerful true Saint Realm experts could buy chaos divine artifacts over a long period of time. Some had to go through many dangers to obtain them. Chenzong's original plan was to exchange the chaotic saint artifact saber for a chaotic saint artifact saber and give it to his incarnation. This way, his incarnation's combat strength would be stronger and could better protect Taihao Mountain. However, it seemed that he could only sell the chaotic saint artifact in exchange for chaotic divine crystals to buy enough ancient demon origins to further restore the Heavenly Will Sword. At the very least, the restoration of the Heavenly Will Sword was more important. Who should he sell it to? The treasure house was an option, but Chen Zong wanted to ask the Yuanguang sect and the Li family for their opinions. The Yuanguang sect and the Li family were old forces that had existed for many years and had a deep foundation. When Heng Chao and Li Xian heard Chen Zong's words, they looked at each other and were very tempted. A chaotic saint artifact was not an ordinary treasure. "Sir, why do you want to sell the chaotic saint artifact?" Li Xian still asked. "To buy a batch of ancient demon origins. I don't have enough chaotic divine crystals." Chen Zong did not hide anything. Ancient demon origins and ancient demon origins were different from divinity. Divinity could be absorbed and refined directly to strengthen one's cultivation. However, ancient demon origins and ancient demon origins could not be used. They could only be used to refine weapons. Therefore, ancient demon origins and ancient demon origins of the same level were less valuable than divinity. However, they were not cheap either. "May I know what level of origin it is? How much do you need?" Heng Chao asked. Chen Zong also stated the level and amount of ancient demon origins he needed. "Sir, it's great that Taihao Mountain has moved to Yuanzhang Cosmic City. In that case, we'll give you the congratulatory gift first." Li Xian immediately smiled. The so-called congratulatory gift was the origin. The Origin Light sect offered 15 pieces of ancient demon origins and the Li family offered 15 pieces of ancient demon origins. This was a congratulatory gift. Chen Zong did not refuse. He accepted this favor. Leaving and returning, the heavenly will sword continued to devour. When the last piece of ancient demon origin was devoured, the heavenly will sword suddenly trembled. Strands of sword energy circulated around the sword like flowing light. The light gradually became stronger and a shocking aura spread out. It was as if the sword had awakened from a deep sleep and was becoming more and more powerful. It was an ancient aura that seemed to have come from countless years ago. The aura was vast and mighty. As soon as it appeared, it was as if an ancient world had descended. At the same time, the aura contained a peerless sharpness. It was a sharpness that could cut and pierce through everything. Chen Zong held the heavenly will sword and immediately felt an extremely pure power emanating from the heavenly will sword. The power was so pure that it constantly poured into the immortal body of the universe and washed over his body. Chen Zong could clearly feel that his immortal body of the universe was improving at an obvious speed. Improvement, continuous improvement. The transformation from a semi-chaos divine implement to a true chaos divine implement was a qualitative change. It was a leap in improvement. An even more powerful power was stimulated. It was like potential that was integrated into Chen Zong's immortal body of the universe, pushing it to improve. Chen Zong could not help but smile. This was really a pleasant surprise. He did not expect that by improving the heavenly will sword and transforming it into a chaos divine implement, he would also receive the feedback of the pure power. His cultivation would improve further, and he would be closer to mastery. When the last strand of power passed from the heavenly will sword into Chen Zong's body, the immortal body of the universe trembled slightly. It was as if the collision of stars had released a terrifying power. Another breakthrough. Mastery. Great mastery of the undying cosmic body. Chen Zong's strength rose again, becoming even more tyrannical. "Now, the Snow Taoist shouldn't be a match for me," Chen Zong said to himself. When the undying cosmic body had reached small mastery, Chen Zong had been able to fight the Snow Taoist with the Will Heavenly Sword, a semi-chaos sacred weapon. In the end, he had defeated the Snow Taoist. Now that the undying cosmic body had broken through to great mastery, his strength had increased greatly. The Will Heavenly Sword had also broken through from a semi-chaos sacred weapon to a true chaos sacred weapon. Its power had increased greatly. In this way, Chen Zong estimated that his strength had increased by at least 2 or 3 times. It was enough to suppress a powerhouse at the level of the Snow Taoist. "I wonder where my current strength ranks on the Real Chaos Leaderboard," Chen Zong secretly guessed. The Real Chaos Leaderboard was a very high-ranking list. It wasn't something that could be ranked on just because one wanted to. One had to be truly powerful. Chen Zong had learned that the few people ranked at the top of the Real Chaos Leaderboard were extremely powerful. They could even escape from the hands of a demigod. There was a huge gap between a true saint and a demigod. It couldn't be easier for a demigod to kill a true saint. It was amazing to be able to escape from a demigod. Next, he had to wait. He waited for news from the Tianji Tower and for the Taihao Mountain to migrate. While waiting, Qianzong didn't idle around. He set off for the universe-level forbidden area closest to the Yuanzhan Weave. Why was he going to the universe-level forbidden area? He wanted to earn Chaos Divine Gems. Again and again, Qianzong realized that the Chaos Divine Gems were too important. He had to bring more with him. It would be terrible if he didn't have enough when he needed it at a critical moment. Just like before, he had almost sold the Chaos Sacred Weapon long sword. As for the long blade, Qianzong had also exchanged it for a sharp long sword from the treasure tower. He was going to give it to his avatar after the Taihao Mountain moved over. With Qianzong's current strength, he was more powerful than the Snow Taoist priest. He could be ranked in the top 80 on the Real Chaos leaderboard, or even higher. Such strength was enough to run rampant in all void-level danger zones. As long as one did not seek death in the universe-level forbidden zones, one would most likely be safe. Even if one encountered any danger, one could rely on his strength to deal with it or even escape. Qianzong's goal was to earn chaotic divine crystals, so he wouldn't take any risks. Years passed. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. Weapon Ruins, this was the closest universe-level forbidden area to Yuanzhan Weave. It was born in the Universe Era before the previous Universe Era. Inside the Weapon Ruins, there were countless broken pieces of sacred weapons and even primal chaos weapons. After these sacred weapons and primal chaos weapons were broken, they constantly emitted a terrifying aura that formed the weapon of termination. One had to know that these were all real weapons. They were all weapons that had been through battles and killings. The weapon of termination filled all directions and lingered around the entire Weapon Ruins. The Weapon Ruins was vast and boundless, as if it existed in the depths of the void of the chaotic universe. After accumulating for a long time, the baleful energy finally transformed. The baleful energy had a spirit of its own and was extremely dangerous in the Weapon Ruins. A weak baleful energy had the strength of a peak saint realm expert, while a strong one had the strength of a true saint or even a peak true saint. If one continued to go deeper, the weapon of termination could even have the strength of a powerhouse on the Real Chaos leaderboard. Qianzong had encountered the weapon of termination once. The strength of the weapon of termination was not inferior to the Snow Taoist priest. Although Qianzong won that battle, he was unable to kill his opponent. It was too difficult to kill. It was not that he couldn't kill his opponent if he continued to fight, but the problem was that the other weapon of termination had approached him before the battle ended. Qianzong had no choice but to retreat. The benefit of the Weapon Ruins was the weapon of termination, or rather, the origin after killing the weapon of termination. The origin of termination, it was the purest origin of a saint artifact. It could be used to refine a new saint artifact or even a chaos saint artifact. Naturally, its value was not low. Other than that, some saint artifacts or even fragments of chaos saint artifacts were valuable. Especially the fragments of Chaos Saint artifacts. Even after a long time, it was difficult to completely erase them. They still had a certain value. After a few years, Qianzong had earned a lot of wealth. He had accumulated a total of 300,000 Chaos Divine Crystals, which could be considered a huge sum of money. If he stayed for a few more years or even 10 years, Qianzong was confident that he could earn 1,000,000 Chaos Divine Crystals. However, the Taihao Mountain had finally arrived at Origin Zhan Cosmos City. Qianzong had to return. The huge Taihao Mountain slowly flew into Origin Zhan Cosmos City. Everyone in the Cosmos City watched, but they did not panic. They had already received the news beforehand and knew what was going on. There's one more sect. That's a sect that belongs to us humans. It's a sword cultivator sect. The humans in the Cosmos City were extremely proud. This was because they all knew that the leader of the Taihao Mountain was the Peerless Sword Saint. He was a sword cultivator in the True Saint realm. It was said that he was very powerful and had once defeated the Snow Taoist, who was ranked 89th on the Chaos True ranking. This meant that the Peerless Sword Saint's strength could also be listed on the Chaos True ranking. He was one of the few top True Saint realm experts. A sword cultivator sect with a Peerless expert on the Chaos True ranking was extremely attractive. One could imagine that once the Taihao Mountain settled down in Origin Zhan Cosmos City, many people would definitely want to become a disciple of the Taihao Mountain. Congratulations, Your Excellency Peerless Sword Saint. Heng Chao and Li Xian came to congratulate him and brought gifts. As for the ancient demon origin and ancient demon origin as the congratulatory gift, it was true. Therefore, the congratulatory gift wasn't that valuable. It was equivalent to a symbol, but it wasn't bad either. It was 50,000 Chaos Divine Crystals each. It was quite a generous gift. 100,000 Chaos Divine Gems was a huge sum for the Taihao Mountain. After all, the Taihao Mountain only had 10,000 Chaos Divine Gems in total. It was very poor. The Taihao Mountain's arrival in Origin Zhan Cosmos City was a big deal, but it was not a big deal. After a simple ceremony, it was considered to have settled in Origin Zhan Cosmos City. They formed an alliance with the Origin Light sect and the Li family under the witness of other sects and itinerant cultivators in Origin Zhan Cosmos City. They would guard Origin Zhan Cosmos City together and take charge of Origin Zhan Cosmos City. Then, Qianzong refined a new avatar. The original avatar was refined with the initial mastery of the universe indestructible body. Now that his original body had broken through to the greater mastery of the universe indestructible body, he naturally had to refine it so that the avatar would also have the power of the greater mastery of the universe indestructible body. Then, he handed the Chaos Divine Longsword to the avatar to refine. From then on, the avatar would wield it. With the cultivation of the greater mastery of the universe indestructible body and a true Chaos Divine Longsword, the avatar's strength would be enough to kill and defeat a powerhouse like the Snow Taoist. With him guarding Taihao Mountain, it would be even safer. The Taihao Mountain began to recruit disciples. Now that the Taihao Mountain no longer lacked property, it naturally had to cultivate more outstanding disciples to strengthen the Taihao Mountain and better pass down its legacy. Half a year later, the Taihao Mountain had completely taken root in Origin Zhan Cosmos City. It had also gone through various selection tests and recruited hundreds of talented disciples. It was in the process of steady development. As for the Snow Taoist, he did not come again, nor did he do anything else. Qianzong also received a message from the Tianji sect. According to the information provided by Your Excellency, we have found a person who matches it. Xianxia appeared in the demon-slaying territory 30 years ago and was still in the demon-slaying territory 10 years ago, the people of the Tianji sect told Qianzong. The Demon Slayer Domain. Qianzong's eyes suddenly flashed. The Demon Slayer Domain was a domain adjacent to the Ancient Demon Domain. When the ancient demons wanted to invade the Ancient Demon Domain, they were resisted and formed the Demon Slayer Domain. It was equivalent to the front line of the war between the ancient demons and the ancient demons. Of course, the ancient demons would not only attack the Demon Slayer Domain. They could also enter the Ancient Demon Domain through other domains. However, the distance would be farther, the journey would be longer, and they would spend more time. They would also encounter various dangers in the universe, so they were often unable to move on a large scale. If they wanted to invade the Ancient Demon Domain, going through the Demon Slayer Domain was the most direct way. The ancient demons would attack from time to time, and the ancient demons would resist. The two sides were in a stalemate for many years. In the beginning, it was only to invade and resist, but now it was a stalemate. He had found information about Xianxia, but he had not found any information about his master, the One-Heart Dao Emperor, and his senior brothers and sisters. However, Qianzong had kept the token, so he could go to the Tianji sect and other universe cities to continue asking. Move, he immediately set off and rushed to the Demon Slayer Domain as fast as he could. This time, Qianzong did not have the time to slowly gather the people. Instead, he chose to activate the spacetime teleportation array alone, even if he had to pay more Chaos Divine Crystals. However, the 300,000 Chaos Divine Crystals he had saved up were more than enough. Teleport, 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 Qianzong teleported again and again. The distance between the Yuanzhan Weave and the Demon Slayer Domain was very far. Qianzong had been teleported through 4 Chaos Giant cities and 9 Universe cities. It took him a lot of time and tens of thousands of Chaos Divine Crystals before he finally arrived at the Demon Slayer Universe City. What a chaotic aura! Qianzong's expression changed as soon as he walked out of the spacetime teleportation array. The aura here was much more chaotic compared to the Universe City, Primal Chaos City, which he had been to before. The air seemed to be filled with a kind of chill and desolation, as if it was filled with smoke. However, this was the Demon Slayer domain, the front line of the ancient demon domain. It was reasonable for the aura to be like this. However, Qinzong did not care about this for the time being. His first purpose here was to find Xianxia. He quickly stepped out of the spacetime temple and headed directly to the Tianji Tower. The Tianji Tower was a great force. Its branches were all over the Chaos Giant cities and Universe cities. Some of the more powerful Void cities even had branches of the Tianji Tower. Every Tianji Tower could communicate with each other. With the token, Qinzong came to the Tianji Tower in the Demon Slayer domain and once again searched for information about Xianxia. Now, was Xianxia still in the Demon Slayer domain? This time, Qinzong did not have to wait for long. He soon received a reply from the Tianji Tower. Xianxia was still in the Demon Slayer domain and was fighting the ancient Demon Slayer domain at the front line. However, the Tianji Tower was not sure whether she was the person Qinzong was looking for. After all, the Tianji Tower was looking for people based on the information provided by Qinzong. The person they found matched the characteristics, but they could not be 100% sure that it was her. Whether it was true or not, he would know after making a trip. At the front line of the monster-slaying weave, there were battle fortresses suspended in the void. Each battle fortress was separated by a distance of 1,000,000 miles. There were a total of 99 such battle fortresses, forming an arc that protected the monster-slaying weave. Within the space of 1,000,000 miles between each battle fort, there were many prismatic crystals. Each prismatic crystal was 10 meters long, 5 meters wide, and 3 meters thick. Each prismatic crystal was tens of thousands of miles away from each other. In other words, there were 99 prismatic crystals between two battle fortresses. Each prismatic crystal was almost transparent, like a crystal. It emitted layers of halos, covering a radius of 10,000 miles. From afar, it looked like a little bit of starlight. There were at least a dozen people guarding the 1,000-meter radius of each prismatic crystal. At most, there were 20 to 30 people guarding it. At the 39th prismatic crystal of the 19th battle fortress, there were 11 figures guarding it. One of the figures was floating in the air, surrounded by a thin layer of flame. The flame seemed to be green, but it also seemed to be golden. Or it could be said that the green flame was filled with specks of golden light like stars. It was very dazzling and magnificent. A long sword was floating beside him. It seemed to be constantly spitting out green and gold flames. As the sword chi spat out, it seemed to be strengthening bit by bit, becoming more and more tyrannical. Lord Qing Huang is working too hard. Since Lord is working so hard, we have to work hard too. We have to try to comprehend the truth of the universe's great Tao as soon as possible and break through to the true Saint realm. Looking at the female sword cultivator wearing the azure gold true phoenix saint armor cultivating hard, the other 10 figures also began to cultivate. This was also one of the methods they usually used to guard the battle fortress nodes. Cultivation was very important. They could not waste time. Otherwise, they might regret their lack of strength and why they did not work harder. The ancient demons would not talk so much. They would directly kill. The days of guarding the battle fortress nodes were undoubtedly boring, but they had to do so. Otherwise, if the nodes were destroyed, the connection between the battle fortresses would be broken. The more nodes were destroyed, the greater the impact. When the number of nodes destroyed reached a certain number, the connection between the battle fortresses would completely disappear. At that time, the ancient demons would be able to break into the Demon Slayer territory and then other territories. Therefore, the nodes could not be lost. Occasionally, a few nodes would be damaged, and they would have to be repaired or even rebuilt immediately. Normally, they would need cultivators to guard them. This node was guarded by 2 true Saint Realm Masters and 10 top Saint Realm Masters. A beam of crimson fire spread out and came from the void. It was as swift as a flaming meteor. In the blink of an eye, it streaked across the sky and escaped into the 10,000 meters of light covered by the node. Finally, it stopped in front of the female sword cultivator in the green gold true phoenix armor. This was a young male cultivator wearing a crimson robe. There seemed to be a nail-sized, prismatic crimson crystal embedded between his eyebrows. There seemed to be a flame burning within it, making this male cultivator look very handsome. Qing Huang, I'm back. The male cultivator smiled at the female sword cultivator. Soon after, he clasped his hands together and opened them again. A ball of fire immediately burned. Within the ball of fire, a faint flower bud slowly appeared and bloomed. As soon as the flower bud bloomed, it immediately absorbed all the void energy around it and constantly replenished itself. It quickly solidified and finally turned into a strange-looking flower. It looked like a phoenix that was about to spread its wings and soar high. Wisps of flame aura surrounded it. There seemed to be a cry that sounded like the cry of a phoenix. "This is for you." The void heavenly phoenix flower. The male cultivator gave the flower that looked like a phoenix as if he was offering a treasure. It turned into a small crimson phoenix and flew toward the female sword cultivator. The void heavenly phoenix flower was a kind of treasure that was shockingly valuable. It was of great help to cultivators who comprehended the great Tao of fire of the universe. It was also of great help to true Saint Realm masters who had comprehended the great Tao of fire. More importantly, it was of great help to cultivators who had the flaming phoenix bloodline. Once the void heavenly phoenix flower approached and came into contact with the female sword cultivator's body, it would merge into her body and be absorbed, refined, and absorbed again to increase her cultivation base and strength. Seeing the void heavenly phoenix flower approach the female sword cultivator, the male cultivator instantly smiled. The next moment, his expression changed drastically. The void heavenly phoenix flower couldn't merge into the female sword cultivator's green gold fire. Instead, it was rejected. Why? The male cultivator immediately asked. I spent so much effort and decades to finally find this void heavenly phoenix flower. It can increase your strength and help you reach the peak of true Saint Realm. Why don't you accept it? The female sword cultivator didn't answer. Or rather, silence was an answer. Tell me. I want to know why. The male cultivator gritted his teeth. His face grew ferocious. He'd pursued this female sword cultivator for hundreds of years, but until now, she hadn't moved at all. She didn't accept any of his good intentions. I have a cultivation partner, the female sword cultivator finally said. Her voice was clear and bright. I have a cultivation partner, so I won't accept your pursuit or any of your good intentions. This reason again, the male cultivator growled. He couldn't accept this. I've followed you for hundreds of years, but I've never seen your cultivation partner. Even if you had one, he'd be long dead. He won't die. He's definitely still alive. The female sword cultivator's tone was firm. One day, he'll find me, and I'll find him. Her tone was so firm that the male cultivator almost went crazy. I'm a candidate for deity of Xian Flame Divine Palace, but I've followed you for hundreds of years. I even followed you to guard this place with a bunch of lowly people. Don't you know how much I've sacrificed? The male cultivator was extremely agitated. His expression grew even more ferocious. I spent decades to find a void heavenly phoenix flower for you, but you don't want to accept it. Is this how you treat me? You trample on my efforts, my sacrifice, and my dignity. As he spoke, the male cultivator furiously attacked. A crimson light suddenly pierced through the sky and instantly struck the void heavenly phoenix flower, completely shattering it. The void heavenly phoenix flower, which was extremely valuable and could only be bought with tens of millions of chaos divine crystals, was shattered just like that. No, even if one had tens of millions of chaos divine crystals, one might not be able to buy a void heavenly phoenix flower because it was very difficult to find. A bunch of lowly people, die. After destroying the void heavenly phoenix flower, the male cultivator's anger was aimed at the 10 peak Saint Realm experts. He immediately attacked, blasting out a blazing crimson flame. The flame was extremely red and extremely hot. It could easily incinerate everything. The 10 peak Saint Realm experts were completely locked on. They were extremely frightened and couldn't dodge at all. They were waiting for death, they could only wait for death. In the Saint Realm, even if the gap between a peak Saint Realm master and a true Saint Realm master was huge, this person was a peak true Saint Realm master. The power of his attack was astonishing. Death, the result was death, an irresistible death. In the blink of an eye, the female sword cultivator's expression changed slightly. She immediately released a shocking sword intent. The sword intent was earth-shattering. As soon as it appeared, it turned into a vast azure and golden sword light. Burning with endless flames, it directly shattered the flame and saved the 10 peak Saint Realm experts. You. The male cultivator was stunned. He became even more furious and attacked again. The female sword cultivator also attacked, blocking all his attacks. Good, good, good. The male cultivator was extremely furious. He was indeed stronger than the female sword cultivator, but without using his trump card, his strength was limited. He could defeat his opponent, but it would be difficult for him to kill them. As such, it wouldn't be easy to kill the 10 Saint Realm ants. However, if he insisted on killing them, he could still do it. This is the fortress's node. We can't afford to lose it. The female sword cultivator said coldly, if you cause the node to malfunction, even the dazzling flame divine palace won't be able to protect you. The male cultivator gritted his teeth but didn't attack again. He knew very well that this was indeed the node and they were all guarding it. If he killed the 10 Saint Realm experts and caused the node to malfunction, the consequences wouldn't be something he could bear. It wouldn't be easy for the dazzling flame divine palace to protect him. Then, this was a serious problem. He was one of the candidates for the position of God's son of the dazzling flame divine palace. If he did something wrong, it would affect his position. You will definitely regret it. The male cultivator stared at the female sword cultivator and said word by word. Every word seemed to be filled with a terrifying threat. I have regretted something, but it has nothing to do with you, the female sword cultivator replied. Humph. With a cold snort, the male cultivator's body immediately emitted strands of flames. With a boom, he flew out like a meteor. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he flew out of the area of the node and towards the battle fortress in the distance. Thank you, Master Qing Huang. Thank you, Master Qing Huang, for saving us. Fortunately, Master Qing Huang intervened. Otherwise, we would all be finished. The 10 top Saint Realm experts immediately expressed their heartfelt gratitude to the female sword cultivator. I can only block him for a while. After this round of guarding is over and we leave, you all have to be careful, the female sword cultivator warned. She wasn't threatening them, but stating a fact. Because this person's temperament wasn't good, whenever he was unhappy, he would vent his anger on others. Since he had failed to kill them this time, he would definitely hold this grudge in his heart. When the time came, these 10 Saint Realm masters would have already left the node, and it was very likely that this person would seek revenge. A Saint Realm expert, even a top Saint Realm expert, was targeted by a top true Saint Realm expert. Unless they had a powerful backer, they wouldn't be able to resist. Not to mention, the top true Saint Realm expert was a candidate for the dazzling flame divine palace, even if he was just one of the candidates. The dazzling flame divine palace was a powerful force with a demigod realm expert in charge. It wasn't something an ordinary force could compare with. It was a top force among the human race and the origin race. For a moment, the 10 top Saint Realm experts all looked worried. At that moment, a figure approached from the distance at an astonishing speed. A terrifying murderous aura swept over like a storm. It's the baby's birthday today. I went to take a family photo in the morning. Here's the first update. Ancient demons. The ancient demons are attacking. At the 39th node of Battle Fortress number 19, the 10 top Saint Realm experts exclaimed as their expressions changed drastically. The figures that appeared in front of him were the ancient demon clan. They were flying through the void at an astonishing speed. Their terrifying aura was also condensed, like an extremely powerful destructive storm that was about to strike. Guard the node well. The female sword cultivator in azure gold armor immediately said with a cold expression. At the same time, she immediately sent a message to the God's Son candidate from Dazzling Flame Divine Palace who had just left to rush over to guard the node. This was because guarding the node was originally the responsibility of the 12 people. Usually, they could leave for a short period of time, but once the ancient demons attacked, they had to rush back to guard it as quickly as possible. After sending the message, there was no response. The female sword cultivator's heart sank, and she immediately sent another message. At this time, the ancient demons had already approached, and their terrifying aura swept over like a storm. Hundreds of them, there were more than 100 ancient demons that were attacking. Each ancient demon was 5 meters tall and covered with dark green snake scales. They looked rough and tough. The ancient demons had triangular heads that looked like wolves and snakes. Their eyes were green and cold, as if they did not have any emotions. They had a pair of long arms with bulging veins. Their 6 claws were extremely sharp and seemed to be able to tear everything apart. Among the hundreds of ancient demons, most of them had 2 arms. A small number of 5-headed ancient demons had 4 arms. 4-armed ancient demon. The female sword cultivator looked solemn. A 2-armed ancient demon was equivalent to a Saint Realm expert, while a 4-armed ancient demon was equivalent to a true Saint Realm expert. If it was a 6-armed ancient demon, it was equivalent to a top true Saint Realm expert. The ancient demon clan was naturally powerful. Therefore, the strength of a 4-armed ancient demon was also very terrifying. Although its level was equivalent to an ordinary true Saint Realm expert, in a one-on-one battle, an ordinary true Saint Realm expert was most likely not a match for a 4-armed ancient demon. As for the strength of a 6-armed ancient demon, it was extremely terrifying. Above the 6-armed ancient demon, there were 8-armed ancient demons. They could be said to be invincible in the true Saint Realm. Only the experts on the chaotic real board were qualified to compete with them. The combined strength of the 5-headed, 4-armed ancient demon was also very terrifying. It was difficult to fight against it without the strength of a peak true saint. Although the female sword cultivator was at the true Saint Realm and was more powerful than the average true Saint Realm cultivator, there was still a gap between her and a peak true Saint Realm cultivator. He sent a message to the battle fort asking for reinforcements, but he wasn't sure when they would arrive. Before that, he could only fight. Even if they died in battle, they had to protect the node. Otherwise, once the node was destroyed, these ancient demons might cross the node and invade the demon-slaying territory. Fight to the death without retreating, this was the attitude of the cultivators in the demon-slaying weave toward the ancient demons. If they did not have such an attitude, they should not have come to the demon-slaying weave. Of course, the contribution of guarding the node wasn't small. Especially when the ancient demons invaded, the contribution was great, and it was enough to be exchanged for many treasures that were helpful to the improvement of one's strength, cultivation, and so on. The path of cultivation was originally filled with danger. If one wanted to live comfortably, one could only stay in one place. It was difficult to improve one's cultivation. If one wanted to continue on the path of cultivation, one had to take risks and work hard to improve oneself to a higher level. If one wanted to improve, one had to experience hardships and dangers, and there was the possibility of dying at any moment. However, sometimes, death was also an opportunity. Defend the node with all your strength, the female sword cultivator said in the end because hundreds of ancient demons had already attacked. Kill. The azure gold sword light burned with blazing flames and immediately slashed through the air, turning into a huge phoenix. Its entire body was covered with terrifying azure-colored flames. The flames were filled with specks of golden starlight, and it carried an astonishing power as it bombarded the ancient demons. The 5 4-armed ancient demons held one after another. Dark azure-colored light immediately spread out from their 4 arms and quickly condensed. Then, they blasted out, blasting toward the azure gold flame phoenix as if they were shattering a vacuum. 10 peak Saint Realm humans joined forces to set up a formation. When their strength was connected, their strength had increased significantly. The formation set up by 10 peak Saint Realm experts was comparable to an ordinary true Saint Realm expert. Fortunately, the cultivator's task was to guard the node. However, this was also a very difficult task. There were too few people, but fortunately, they had the help of the node's power. The power emitted by the node covered a radius of 10,000 meters. The world's Yuan-Chi within 10,000 meters was richer and purer than other places. It could allow the cultivators to recover their strength faster after consuming it, allowing them to fight for a longer time. The second benefit was healing. Once injured, they could recover at a faster speed. They could even activate the instant healing technique. Even if they were on the verge of death or seriously injured, they could be healed in a short breath. However, the instant healing technique consumed a lot of energy. After using it once, they had to wait for more than a month before they could use it again. Otherwise, if they used it continuously, it would cause damage to the node. The third benefit was the increase in combat strength. Once the increase in combat strength was activated, the strength of the cultivators in the node would increase by 50%. Of course, this increase was temporary and could only last for 15 minutes. 15 minutes was not long, but it was not short either. There was also a limit to the use of the increase in combat strength. It could only be used once a day. Therefore, it was also very precious. It was precisely because of the various benefits of the node that the cultivators could fight against the ancient demons in the node. They could guard the node without being breached. Otherwise, the ancient demon clan had many warriors, and they could easily reach the Saint Rudiment realm. It was very terrifying. The battle began. The ancient demons' battle was very fierce and fierce. They attacked without fear of death. The cultivators resisted with all their might, relying on the power emitted by the node. The female sword cultivator was the strongest. She fought against 5 ancient demons by herself. With the help of the node's power, she constantly swung her sword and performed powerful techniques to block the attacks of the 5 four-armed ancient demons. 10 top Saint Rudiment realm experts formed a formation to block the attacks of nearly 100 two-armed ancient demons. The charge of the two-armed ancient demons was like a terrifying torrent that could destroy everything. As soon as they collided, all kinds of lights flickered. The terrifying impact did not stop. It turned into a torrent that surged in all directions. It poured out as if it was going to destroy everything. The reinforcements had not arrived yet, and there was no reply. They could only rely on themselves to defend the node. Increase. The female sword cultivator did not hesitate to activate the increase in combat strength. As the strongest existence in this node, she had the first authority to activate the node's ability. The 10-meter-long prismatic crystal suddenly trembled. Strands of golden light burst out from it. In an instant, golden threads wrapped around the female sword cultivator's body. They quickly spread and turned into a golden light, as if she was wearing a golden robe. The 10 top Saint Rudiment realm experts were also wrapped in golden light, turning into golden robes. Their battle prowess instantly increased by 50%. For a powerhouse, a 50% increase in combat strength was very impressive and shocking. It was equivalent to using a secret technique. Moreover, this kind of increase would not have any side effects on the cultivator. They would only return to their original strength when the duration was up. That was all. A quarter of an hour, the female sword cultivator knew that she only had a quarter of an hour. So, she had to make full use of this quarter of an hour to kill the 5 four-armed ancient demons. Only by killing all 5 four-armed ancient demons could she save herself from this predicament. Erupting with all her strength, the azure golden flames burning all over her body became more and more intense. A high-pitched cry rang out, and she immediately turned into a phantom. A phantom of a phoenix seemed to be about to soar into the sky. Bloodline activation. At this moment, the female sword cultivator's strength soared to the level of a top true saint. 9 true phoenix phantoms. A low roar reverberated in all directions, shaking the void. As she waved her sword, a sword light broke through the void and turned into 9 azure golden phoenix phantoms. In an instant, the phantoms surrounded the 5 four-armed ancient demons. The 5 four-armed ancient demons roared and unleashed their full strength. The phantoms turned into flames and bombarded the phantoms, causing the 9 phoenix phantoms to tremble. However, they were unable to break through the blockade of the 9 phoenix phantoms for a while. The female sword cultivator looked solemn. Her tyrannical aura surged and gathered as if it was about to be condensed into one. True phoenix star incineration. With a slash of her sword, flames burned incessantly and directly hit the 5 four-armed ancient demons. As the terrifying sword light raged, it immediately split open the extremely tyrannical body and astonishing scales of the four-armed ancient demons. The bodies of the ancient demons were extremely tyrannical. They were even stronger than body cultivators of the same level. Their defensive power was extremely shocking. It was difficult to break through and even more difficult to kill. However, the female sword cultivator's all-out attack had broken through the bodies of the four-armed ancient demons. It had broken through their defenses and truly injured their bodies. The terrifying sword chi invaded the bodies of the four-armed ancient demons with terrifying flames that could burn stars. It continuously invaded the bodies of the four-armed ancient demons and burned wantonly. The 5-headed, four-armed ancient demons crazily erupted with all their strength, wanting to disperse the terrifying power that had invaded their bodies. The second strike, slash, the third strike, slash, the fourth strike, slash, the fifth strike, slash, she unleashed 5 strikes in a row, unleashing all the strength in her body. Under the full strength of the female sword cultivator, the 5-headed, 4-armed ancient demons' bodies were penetrated and burned like torches. They struggled and wailed in the flames. The 6th strike, this was the final burst. The sword pierced through the air and charged towards nearly 100 2-armed ancient demons. There was a huge difference in strength between the 2-armed ancient demons and the 4-armed ancient demons. It was difficult for them to resist this strike. Half of them were killed, and the remaining half were also affected. Their bodies burned with flames. The phoenix phantom dissipated. The female sword cultivator's face was pale. She had exhausted all her strength. Although she could quickly recover in the node, it would still take some time. Fortunately, she had finally killed this group of ancient demons. However, in the next moment, an even more terrifying aura erupted. It was even colder and more intense than before. It was a 6-armed ancient demon. It was approaching at an astonishing speed, charging towards the node. Despair, in an instant, everyone, including the female sword cultivator, looked desperate because the 6-armed ancient demon was far stronger than the 4-armed ancient demon. The female sword cultivator had just unleashed all her strength and almost lost her combat power in a short period of time. Xianxia arrived at the front line of the demon-slaying general's territory as fast as he could. It was also the main battle fort of the demon-slaying general's territory. There was only one main battle fort. It ruled all the battle forts in the demon-slaying territory. It was huge and very lively. Many cultivators were stationed here all year round. Many cultivators came from afar to do business and so on. Some came to register temporarily to guard the demon-slaying front line to earn merits and exchange for cultivation resources. Xianxia's purpose was to find Xianxia. This was because the information from the Tianji sect showed that Xianxia was still guarding the demon-slaying front line. However, the demon-slaying front line was very vast. There were 99 battle forts. Each fort was 1,000,000 miles apart. There were 99 nodes between each fort. Each node was 10,000 miles apart. There were a lot. Where should he start? He could only start from the main battle fort. Xianxia joined the main battle fort and became a member of the demon-slaying army. With the powerful strength of a peak true saint, he became a member of the demon-slaying camp, one of the few most elite units in the demon-slaying army. The demon-slaying camp was the elite of the elite. They were all true saints and not ordinary true saints. The main purpose of the demon-slaying camp was to reinforce the nodes and battle forts in time. Other than the commander of the demon-slaying camp, the other members of the demon-slaying camp had no rank. To become a member of the demon-slaying camp, not only did one need to have the strength of a true saint, but one also needed to swear to the heavenly Tao that one would not go against the righteousness of the demon-slaying army, would not collude with the ancient demon clan, would not betray anything about the demon-slaying army, and would do one's best while guarding the demon-slaying front line. Therefore, no matter what kind of personality each member of the demon-slaying camp had, at least on the demon-slaying front line, they could be trusted. Because of this, Xianxia could get the information of the demon-slaying army soldiers as quickly as possible and find the node where a person named Xianxia was guarding. Xianxia didn't see if that was the Xianxia he was looking for, so he wasn't sure. However, he had a feeling in his heart. She was. Afterward, he left the main battle fort and teleported to battle fort number 19 through the dimension teleportation circle. Afterward, he flew towards node number 39 on his sword. After Xianxia's cultivation broke through to the great accomplishment of the undying body of the universe, his flying speed increased again after a period of stabilization. At his limit, he could fly 300,000 meters in one breath, which was 600 miles in one breath. Battle Fort number 19 was 390,000 miles away from node number 39. With Xianxia's full speed, it would take him less than 15 minutes to get there. Just as Xianxia was rushing at full speed, the battle at node 39 broke out. In the end, the female sword cultivator unleashed all her strength and exhausted all her strength to kill all the 5 4-armed ancient demons. She also injured more than half of the 2-armed ancient demons. But at that moment, a six-armed ancient phase attack seemed to have been premeditated. Not only was the six-armed ancient demon much more powerful than the four-armed ancient demon, but it was also more ferocious. It seized the opportunity when the female sword cultivator had exhausted her strength to attack. It wanted to kill all the cultivators guarding here in one fell swoop, break the node, and enter the demon-slaying territory to destroy more nodes. In this way, the army of the ancient demon clan would be able to break through the demon-slaying territory. Crisis, great crisis, life and death crisis. Sir Qing Huang, let's go. The 10 top Saint Rudiment stage cultivators immediately roared. None of them could compete with the six-armed ancient demon. Death was the only way out for them, so they might as well escape immediately. Sir Qing Huang was at the true saint stage and was very fast. It was more likely that he would escape. On the other hand, they were only at the Saint Rudiment stage, so they had no chance of escaping in front of the six-armed ancient demon. This was because no matter what, the node would be destroyed by the six-armed ancient demon. Since that was the case, why not keep one more true saint stage cultivator? Only then would they be able to better resist the invasion of the ancient demon clan. The six-armed ancient demon's face was cold and ferocious, and his killing intent was extremely violent. In an instant, his 6 arms continuously blasted out terrifying dark green rays of light that bombarded everything like falling meteors. The power of each attack was extremely terrifying, and all of them had reached the level of a top true saint. I can't dodge it, I can't block it, I'll die. A look of determination flashed across the female sword cultivator's face, but there was a hint of regret in her eyes. This time, she had to unleash all of her strength. She had to burn her bloodline in exchange for an instant more powerful strength. This sword attack was enough to kill the 6-armed ancient demon. However, if it killed her, she would die as well. A life for a life. Just as the female sword cultivator was about to completely ignite her bloodline, a clear voice rang out. Boundless formless slaughter. As the clear voice sounded, an invisible sword light instantly pierced through the air at an extremely shocking speed. In an instant, it hit the dark green fist light that was blasted out by the 6-armed ancient demon and instantly penetrated it. Following that, the second sword light arrived. This sword light was extremely bright and dazzling, as if it had stolen all the brilliance in the world. It was breathtaking and carried an unparalleled sharpness that pierced through everything. Unable to dodge or block, the 6-armed ancient monster's head was instantly struck and penetrated, coming out from the back of its head. Divine firmament, it was a familiar voice and a familiar sword light. Even after a universe epic, she had not forgotten it. It had long been imprinted in her heart and soul. Tears immediately fell from the corners of her eyes. It was not sadness but joy. The change was too fast. A voice sounded, and a sword light that had stolen thousands of brilliance flashed, and the powerful 6-armed ancient demon was killed. Following that, sword light swept across the sky, and the 2-armed ancient demon that was still alive also followed in the footsteps of the 6-armed ancient demon. The ancient demon's corpse floated around, and a sword light flew across the sky. It was extremely fast and directly rushed into the node, approaching the female sword cultivator. Immediately, the sword light separated, and the sword directly pierced into the 6-armed ancient demon's body to devour its source. Meanwhile, the person flew towards the female sword cultivator with a smile on his face. Nianqin, I finally found you. Chenzong's heart was filled with excitement. The female sword cultivator was Nianqin. She was so excited that she could not speak at all, and only tears of joy flowed down her face. Chenzong quickly rushed over and opened his arms. Nianqin also opened her arms and hugged each other tightly. This hug was separated by a universe epic. It was the first hug between the destruction of the previous universe and the birth of this universe epic. The 10 top Saint Realm experts were all dumbfounded, looking at the scene in front of them in disbelief. They had some understanding of Lady Qing Huang and knew that she was usually a cold person, even though she had the phoenix flame. No matter who it was, Lady Qing Huang's attitude was the same. Even the godson candidate of the dazzling flame divine palace had not moved her after hundreds of years, but now, she was hugging a man they had never seen before. Unbelievable, it was really unbelievable. It was like an illusion. However, this scene was so real that it appeared directly in front of everyone's eyes. On the other side, the Will Heavenly Sword was constantly devouring the source of the ancient demon, completely devouring the source of hundreds of ancient demons. The source of nearly 100 two-armed ancient demons brought slight recovery to the Will Heavenly Sword. The source of the five-headed two-armed ancient demon was even stronger, allowing the Will Heavenly Sword to recover more. As for the six-armed ancient demon, its source was even stronger, allowing the Will Heavenly Sword to benefit even more. The sword hummed continuously, melodious and unparalleled. It flew directly towards Xianxia as if it was very happy. It took the initiative to stuff itself into Xianxia's hand, and at the same time, it interrupted the two's intimate moment. Xianxia immediately felt a pure power emanating from the heavenly will sword and entering his body. It pushed the indestructible body of the universe one step further. It became more complete and refined, approaching the level of perfection. This was not the power of the ancient demon source, but the power of the Will Heavenly Sword itself after it recovered. It should be known that the Will Heavenly Sword was born from a macro world, and it carried the great power of that macro world itself. How shocking was it? It was far from what a true saint could compare to. When the Will Heavenly Sword was repaired, the power it contained would gradually recover as if it had awakened. Originally, this could not be fed back to Xianxia. However, when Xianxia had walked his own path and used the Will Heavenly Sword as the core to construct an inner universe, they had become one. Now that he had broken through to the true saint realm, the inner universe had completely merged with his body. There was no difference anymore, and he had achieved the cosmic immortal body. In this way, when the Will Heavenly Sword's power recovered, part of it would be fed back to Xianxia, helping Xianxia to improve his cultivation and become even stronger. Xianxia could also improve his cultivation and strength through his own cultivation. This meant that he had two ways to improve himself. However, the gap between the grand completion and perfection was still very big. It was not so easy to reach, but overall, Xianxia could feel that his strength had indeed improved a little, and he had become more powerful. After that, no ancient demon attacked again. Xianxia and Xianxia naturally talked about their experiences in detail. As for the 10 top Saint Realm experts, they tactfully stayed on the other side and did not disturb them. However, they had many questions in their hearts. A fiery light flew over, and the flames filled the sky. It seemed to burn everything in the void as it entered the node. "Who are you?" An extremely furious voice suddenly sounded, but it was also filled with extremely cold murderous intent. It was as if the magma in an ancient volcano was boiling, and the magma alternated between blazing hot and cold, as if it wanted to destroy everything. "Qi Yan, he's my Tao companion." Yunyanqing's expression turned cold, and her voice became cold and stern. Her tone was firm and decisive. Xianxia did not speak. Instead, he stood beside Yunyanqing and looked at the newcomer. It was a young man with a fiery red gem inlaid between his eyebrows, giving him a somewhat demonic appearance. At this moment, the young man's handsome face was extremely ferocious, and his eyes were burning with terrifying flames. His anger erupted, and an extremely terrifying aura rose from his body. It soared into the sky as if it wanted to destroy everything. "Die." Qi Yan's anger reached the extreme, and he completely erupted. He directly blasted out a blazing flame. "If I can't have it, no one can. All of you, die. Destroy everything." Under his complete eruption, the strength of a top Saint Realm expert was not reserved at all. It was extremely terrifying. The flames were incomparably scorching, violent, and destructive. They were filled with a destructive aura, as if they wanted to destroy everything in the world, turning everything into ashes and nothingness. Merciless, Qi Yan was enraged. Who was he, the divine son candidate of the Xian Flame Divine Palace? What kind of existence was the Xian Flame Divine Palace? It was the top force of the human race and the Origin clan. It was a powerful force with a demigod expert in charge. Even in the entire chaotic universe, it was considered the top level. In such a powerful place like the Xian Flame Divine Palace, all the disciples were naturally not ordinary cultivators. This was because the Xian Flame Divine Palace would only select those with outstanding talent. Ordinary cultivators weren't qualified to enter. They weren't even qualified to sweep the floor. But Qi Yan was a divine son candidate. There were many disciples in the Xian Flame Divine Palace, and they were divided into different levels, from the outer palace disciples to the inner palace disciples to the core palace disciples. Above them were the Divine Son candidates, whose status was extremely precious. The status of the Divine Son candidates in the Xian Flame Divine Palace was not inferior to the elders. If one stood out from many candidates and became the Divine Son, his status would be above many elders. He would be on an equal footing with the elders who held great power, second only to the Master of the Divine Palace. With such a status, how shocking would it be to spend hundreds of years to pursue a woman, but that woman had been unmoved and unwilling to accept any of his gifts. She had also said that she had a cultivation partner. However, he had never seen this so-called cultivation partner. Qi Yan felt that it was an excuse. He also felt that as long as he continued to work hard and pursue her, sooner or later, she would be moved by him. He did not expect to see such a scene now. Anger, rage, incomparable rage, at this moment, all his compromises turned into anger and murderous intent, pouring out without reservation. The desire to destroy everything erupted. The flames bombarded, shattering everything. This ball of flames was full of destructive power, capable of destroying everything. Yun Yanqin's expression suddenly changed. A cold light flashed in Chenzong's eyes. In that case, die. Overbearing power burst forth as the heavenly will sword was unleashed once again. A true sun rose from Chenzong's body and soared into the sky, exuding an astonishing heat and fury. The temperature was even higher than Qi Yan's flames. As Chenzong's sword rushed out, the true sun filled the sky, crushing everything in its path. Taihao, there was no need for multiple bursts of power. Such a sword strike was enough. Taihao bombarded. Everywhere he passed, all the violent and destructive flames were shattered. There was no way to resist. Qi Yan was indeed very strong. He was a top true saint, but he was not strong enough to be listed on the chaotic real board. Any peerless expert on the real chaotic ranking had terrifying strength. Chenzong was able to defeat Taoist Snow, which proved that his strength was worthy of being listed on the real chaotic ranking. Now, Chenzong's strength was much stronger than when he defeated Taoist Snow. Even if he fought Taoist Snow here, he could defeat him without using his full strength. With such strength, he naturally did not need to use his full strength to deal with someone who was not even listed on the real chaotic ranking. Of course, Chenzong did not know if Qi Yan was listed on the real chaotic ranking. However, he could sense that Qi Yan did not pose a strong threat to him. The universe is indestructible. The heavenly will sword had returned to the level of a chaotic divine weapon. It had also devoured some ancient demon origin and recovered more power. Thus, the power of the sword had become even more terrifying. All the flames were shattered, but the true sun did not collapse at all. It was not even weakened. It continued to blast toward Qi Yan. Qi Yan's expression changed drastically. He could not believe it, but he did not slow down at all. Flames immediately spread out from his hands and covered them, turning into a set of flaming armor. It was his chaotic divine weapon. When he attacked in anger, he did not use his chaotic divine weapon. Now, facing Taihao's sword, he had to use the power of his chaotic divine weapon. Attack! Qi Yan slammed his palm across the sky. Shocking flames surged and turned into a giant flaming palm that grabbed at Taihao. Terrifying power erupted and was about to crush Taihao. However, Taihao's power was so strong that it could not be destroyed. It even broke through the giant flaming palm and blasted toward Qi Yan. One attack, Qi Yan's body was blown away by this one attack. The terrifying power erupted and was unparalleled, wantonly destroying Qi Yan's body. Qi Yan flew out of the range of the node's light. His body was smashed and looked very miserable. With a boom, Qi Yan disintegrated and turned into wisps of flames that burst out and reformed in the distance. All of his injuries were intact. Separated by tens of thousands of meters, Qi Yan did not attack again. He looked at Yun Yanqin and then at Chenzong. "What's your name?" Qi Yan's voice was full of passion as if he was suppressing the anger in his heart. "My name is Chenzong." Chenzong did not evade and answered directly. Without uttering any harsh words, Qi Yan turned around and transformed into a streak of fiery light, bursting out with extreme speed as he fled. Chenzong knew that this person would not give up so easily. "Nian Xian, who is this person?" Chenzong asked as he sheathed his sword. In the monster-slaying territory, the human race and the origin race were not allowed to kill each other. Fighting did not count, but killing others was forbidden. Before, Qi Yan wanted to kill the 10 top Saint Realm Masters, which was a violation of the monster-slaying territories law. Of course, with Qi Yan's status, breaking such a law was not a particularly serious matter. He just had to pay a price, such as compensation. However, if he wanted to kill a true Saint Realm Master, the consequences would be much more serious. After all, the status and importance of a true Saint Realm Master was worlds apart from a Saint Realm Master. It was easy to cultivate to the Saint Realm as long as one worked hard. However, it was difficult to cultivate to the true Saint Realm. One needed to comprehend the true meaning of the universe. Not 1 in 1,000 saints could comprehend the true meaning of the universe. Qianzong did not really kill the other party because he knew the monster-slaying territories law. However, not killing the other party did not mean he was not vigilant. He is one of the candidate divine sons of the dazzling flame divine palace. Yunyanqin immediately explained the cause and effect, but I did not accept any gifts from him and said I had a Tao companion. I refused, but this person, as Yunyanqin explained, she looked a little uneasy. She was afraid that Qianzong would be unhappy. This shows that you are very charming, Nian Xian. Qianzong smiled slightly and took Yunyanqin's hand. Qianzong's smile and words made Yunyanqin feel relieved, but she also had other worries. Dazzling flame divine palace, Qi Yan was obviously not a broad-minded person. Now that Qianzong had shattered his body with a single sword strike, he would definitely remember this grudge. He would definitely remember and take revenge. For a narrow-minded person like Qi Yan, his revenge would be fatal. Qianzong could not ignore it. The dazzling flame divine palace, Qianzong knew and had heard of it. It was a top force with a demigod in charge, and he was the lord of the Taihao Mountain. The difference between the Taihao Mountain and the dazzling flame divine palace was too great. It was simply immeasurable. If the dazzling flame divine palace wanted to destroy the Taihao Mountain, it would be easy. However, would such a powerful force like the dazzling flame divine palace want to deal with him? Under normal circumstances, it should not be so. However, Qi Yan might ask some of the cultivators in the dazzling flame divine palace to deal with him. After all, he was a candidate divine son and had a high status in the dazzling flame divine palace. As the thought flashed through his mind, Qianzong's eyes flashed with extreme sharpness. So what if it was the dazzling flame divine palace? As long as it was not a demigod, he had nothing to fear. If a true saint came to attack, he would use the sword in his hand to repel or even kill them. This was the nature of a sword cultivator. As if sensing Qianzong's conviction, the will heavenly sword suddenly trembled slightly. The sword cry seemed to be telling Qianzong to fight side by side, no matter how powerful the enemy was. Next, Qianzong followed Yunyanqin to guard this node because Yunyanqin's guard period was not over yet. He still had 10 years to go. 10 years was actually not a very long time. The 10 top Saint Realm cultivators secretly rejoiced because the strength Qianzong had shown was very tyrannical. He was much stronger than Sir Qing Huang. With such a master helping to guard this node, even if another ancient monster came, they would be able to withstand it. They would be very safe. Safety meant survival. When the guard period was over, they would be able to return to the battle fortress. At that time, they would be able to earn a lot of merit points and exchange them for resources to improve themselves further. Guarding a node was very important and there were often life-threatening situations. Therefore, guarding a node was worth a lot of merit points. If an ancient monster attacked during the guard period, they would be able to resist and repel or kill the invading ancient monster. All of this could not be faked because the node would record everything and send it back to the battle fortress for the final calculation. Time passed slowly. Qianzong and Yunyanqin got along, chatting, exchanging sword techniques, and so on. Yunyanqin's sword techniques improved rapidly. 3 years passed. Qi Yan did not appear, nor did anyone from the dazzling flame divine palace come. However, the ancient monsters launched another attack. This time, the attack was even fiercer. 3 6-armed ancient monsters, 10 4-armed ancient monsters, and hundreds of 2-armed ancient monsters attacked. Originally, this was a hopeless battle. The node would be easily destroyed. However, Qianzong was here to help guard it. Zong's strength was extremely tyrannical. With only 3 slashes, he killed all of the 3 6-armed ancient monsters. Then, he slashed out 10 more times and killed all of the 4-armed ancient monsters. Hundreds of 2-armed ancient monsters did not manage to escape. They were all annihilated. Everyone was shocked by such strength. The Heavenly Will Sword did not absorb the origin of the hundreds of 2-armed ancient monsters anymore. Now that the Heavenly Will Sword was a chaotic saint tool, its power was much stronger. The origin of 2-armed ancient monsters had little effect on the Heavenly Will Sword. At least, the origin of 4-armed ancient monsters would have an obvious effect. Of course, the origin of 6-armed ancient monsters would be better. After devouring the origin of the 10-headed 4-armed ancient demon and the 3-headed 6-armed ancient demon, the power of the Heavenly Will Sword was further restored. Zong also received feedback. The undying body of the universe was once again pushed one step closer to the complete realm. As a result, his strength became stronger. The demon-slaying weave had existed for many years. The main battle fort and the 99 battle forts had been built for many years. There were a total of 9,801 nodes that covered the front of the demon-slaying weave. Any ancient demon that wanted to invade the demon-slaying weave would have to break through the front line first. Time passed slowly. Zong and Xianxia's swordsmanship improved steadily. Xianxia was now in the true saint realm. Because of the star-burning true phoenix's amazing bloodline, she was close to the peak of the true saint realm. However, her swordsmanship realm had not reached the Ascension realm. If she reached the Ascension realm, Xianxia's strength would increase again and reach the peak of the true saint realm. She would be even stronger than Qi Yin. However, it was not so easy to reach the Ascension realm. Xianxia had not broken through for thousands of years. However, she had reached her limit and was only a hair's breadth away. Now, after exchanging swordsmanship with Zong, she had a feeling that she was about to make a breakthrough in her swordsmanship. If she succeeded, her strength would increase significantly. However, this kind of breakthrough was about the right conditions. It could not be forced. She could only slowly comprehend it. When the opportunity appeared, she would be able to break through successfully. Other than exchanging pointers with Xianxia, Zong would sometimes leave the nodes and go forward to hunt ancient demons. After killing the ancient Yao, the Heavenly Will Sword would be able to devour its origin, allowing it to recover further and become even stronger. Zong would also receive feedback from it, allowing his invincible body of the universe to become even more refined. Chaos Divine weapons were also divided into different levels. However, there were not that many levels. They were only divided into ordinary Chaos Divine weapons, peak Chaos Divine weapons, and demigod weapons. Most of the true Saint Realm experts possessed normal Chaos Sacred weapons. Only a few of them possessed top Chaos Sacred weapons. As for demigod weapons, there were very few of them. Usually, only demigods possessed them. It was rare for true Saint Realm experts to possess demigod weapons. The Heavenly Will Sword was still an ordinary Chaos Divine weapon. It was very difficult to upgrade it to a peak Chaos Divine weapon. It needed to absorb more Ancient Demon Origin or Ancient Demon Origin. Just like the previous few times, Zong moved again, leaving the node and going deep into the void. With Zong's current strength, he could deal with many dangers. There was no such thing as absolute safety. Even a demigod might encounter some irresistible danger and perish in the vast chaotic universe. Zong's flying speed was extremely fast. His maximum speed had already reached the level of more than 300,000 meters per breath. He flew deep into the void. About half an hour later, Zong saw the distant outline of the ancient demon realm. It was as if a dark green arc of light traversed the void of the universe, emitting an extremely terrifying aura fluctuation. It was incomparably ancient and boundless. Zong continued forward and stopped after about a quarter of an hour. He could not go any further because he would reach the ancient demon domain in about a quarter of an hour. There were also many ancient Fae patrolling the borders of the ancient Fae domain. His strength was not bad, but it was not enough to kill his way into the ancient demon domain. That would be suicide. One had to know that there were demigod-level ancient demons in the ancient demon domain. Zong did not want to face demigod-level experts at the moment. The gap between them was too big. While comprehending the swordsmanship, he waited for the ancient demons to appear. Human clan. There's a human clan cultivator. Kill him. No, I want to catch him. A group of ancient demons patrolled over. When they discovered Qianzong's existence, they immediately let out a sinister laugh and rushed over. Among them, there was one. It was an 8-armed ancient demon. 8-armed ancient demon. Qianzong also noticed the ancient demons. When he saw the 8-armed ancient demon, his eyes suddenly lit up. So far, he had not killed an 8-armed ancient demon. Rumor has it that the 8-armed ancient demon is very powerful and has the strength of the real chaotic list, Qianzong thought. I wonder how much stronger the 8-armed ancient demon's origin is compared to the 6-armed ancient demon? Qianzong was not particularly concerned about how strong the 8-armed ancient demon was. What he cared about was how much power the Heavenly Will Sword could recover after devouring the 8-armed ancient demon's origin. That was the main point. Because the Heavenly Will Sword would be stronger the more it recovered, it would promote the improvement of his strength. Moreover, the more the Heavenly Will Sword recovered, the more power it would give back to him, making the universe immortal body improve and continue to improve his strength. The ancient demons attacked. The 8-armed ancient demon was the leader, followed by 2 6-armed ancient demons and 5 4-armed ancient demons. As for the 2-armed ancient demons, there were more than 1,000 of them. It seemed that they were also attacking the node. Fortunately, I encountered them. Qianzong thought. The Heavenly Will Sword was unsheathed instantly. A sword light bloomed in the universe and slashed across the sky. Streaks of sword light attacked like a storm, incomparably resplendent. It was the Heavenly Will Sword technique. In an instant, 21 sword lights broke through the sky. The power of each sword light was extremely terrifying. Kill. 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 After a face-to-face confrontation, only the 2 6-armed ancient demons and the 8-armed ancient demon were still alive. The 8-armed ancient demon was intact, but the 2 6-armed ancient demons had sword marks crisscrossing on their bodies. The 8-armed ancient demon was furious. It roared crazily and erupted with an unparalleled terrifying power. It was earth-shattering. A layer of dark green flame burned on its body. It was extremely blazing. Burn, burn crazily, extreme burn. In an instant, the 8-armed ancient demon attacked. 8 arms bombarded continuously. The power that erupted was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could destroy everything and blasted towards Qianzong. Qianzong's expression changed involuntarily. His face was full of solemnity. The 8-armed ancient demon was indeed very powerful. It was not weaker than Taoist snow. Qianzong did not dodge. He held his sword horizontally and struck out. The sword light broke through everything and penetrated everything. It revealed an unparalleled sharpness as if it was invincible. Divine firmament, this sword pierced and tore through everything. If Qianzong had faced such an 8-armed ancient demon when he had the cosmic indestructible body at the initial level, he would most likely have turned around and fled. But now, not only had the heavenly sword of will returned to the level of a chaotic divine weapon, but he had also reached the profound realm of the cosmic indestructible body. He had improved a lot compared to when he had just broken through. With such strength, he naturally did not need to avoid the 8-armed ancient demon. Under the slash of the sword light, it collided with the 8-armed ancient demon again and again. An extremely terrifying aura burst out, turning into a storm that raged in all directions. The 2 6-armed ancient demons had already retreated far away. The gap between their strength was too great. They could not directly participate in the battle. Once they were affected, they would be injured directly. The body of the 8-armed ancient demon was even more tyrannical. His 8 arms were extremely flexible and ferocious. Every strike of his seemed to be able to shatter the void and shatter everything. This brought great pressure to Qianzong. The 8 arms bombarded continuously, forming a storm of fist strength that could destroy everything. With the heavenly sword of will, Qianzong blocked all the attacks with one sword in his hand. The cosmic indestructible body not only had the ability to be more difficult to kill than other true saints, but it also had terrifying strength. In terms of body strength, it was not much inferior to the 8-armed ancient demon. Kill. Qianzong felt very comfortable fighting and killing to his heart's content. The cosmic indestructible body was hit by the 8-armed ancient demon's fist strength. It was immediately injured and broken, but it quickly recovered. The eight-armed ancient demon's strong body was also slashed by the heavenly sword of will, and its amazing defensive scales were also cut open. The ancient demon clan's body was extremely strong. Its defensive power was amazing, and its vitality was tenacious. Its self-healing ability was also very outstanding. However, it was different from a true Saint Realm cultivator. A true Saint Realm cultivator comprehended the true essence of the universe and used the power of the Great Path to cast an indestructible body. It was a transformation from a body of flesh and blood to a body of energy. However, the ancient demon was still a body of flesh and blood, but it was a very powerful mutated body of flesh and blood. Its strength was amazing, its defensive power was amazing, and its vitality was amazing. It also had the super self-healing ability and the ability to regenerate flesh and blood. However, the ability to regenerate flesh and blood was not limitless. Once it was activated, it would consume its own strength. Once its strength was exhausted, it could not be regenerated. Good opponent. Xianxia was hit by the 8 arms of the 8-armed ancient demon at the same time. He was instantly sent flying. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but he looked excited. The 8-armed ancient demon held and attacked again. Its comprehensive strength was even stronger than Snow Taoist Priest. If Snow Taoist Priest were to fight with the 8-armed ancient demon, he would definitely be no match for it because the 8-armed ancient demon's strength and body were extremely strong. It was extremely difficult to kill it. Then, have a taste of my sword. Xianxia's eyes became extremely pitch black. They were so dark that they seemed boundlessly deep, like a bottomless abyss. Strands of extremely terrifying aura of annihilation immediately emanated from his body. It was like strands of black mist were growing and spreading. Destruction, destruction, annihilation, it was an extreme sword. In an instant, Xianxia swung his sword. The black aura spread out and surrounded the heavenly will sword. Then, it turned into a torrential attack. Everything in the world returned to ruins. Xianxia had not used this sword for many years because it had nothing to do with the mystery of the sword in the godlike sword realm. However, not long ago, the 5th mystery of the sword was born. It was the mystery of destruction. The sword was a killing weapon, a murderous weapon. The birth of the mystery of destruction corresponded with the sword of everything in the world. When it was used, the power of the sword increased greatly and became even more terrifying. The void disappeared silently under the pitch-black sword light. It was destroyed and annihilated. The 8-armed ancient demon felt an extremely strong sense of crisis. It was the crisis of death. Immediately, it roared. Its originally very strong body also expanded in an instant, looking more majestic. Its 8 arms swelled and multiplied, and the dark green aura around them became denser. Burn, the 8-armed ancient demon seemed to be burning. Its 8 thicker arms gathered together, and endless power continued to gather. In the end, it turned into a dark green blazing sun. It was thrown out like a star, smashing everything. The dark green true sun collided with the black sword light torrent in an instant. It trembled slightly, and its power continued to be consumed. It continued to burst out. The two forces were in a stalemate. However, Xianxia's figure flashed and bypassed the collision of forces. He appeared behind the 8-armed ancient demon and stabbed out with his sword. Divine Firmament, this sword was Divine Firmament's power that was 3 times stronger. It was extremely powerful and sharp, piercing through everything. The 8-armed ancient demon could not resist and was immediately stabbed. The devouring power erupted and quickly devoured the 8-armed ancient demon's origin. The main battle fort of the Monster Slayer Weave was very lively because today was the day the real Chaos Roll was announced. Every once in a while, the true Primal Chaos leaderboard would be announced. The interval was usually as short as 10 years and as long as 30 years. However, in most cases, there were no major changes to the real Chaos Roll every time it was announced. It was possible that someone would challenge someone else, defeat someone else, and replace the other person's ranking. Very few people could replace the experts on the real Chaos Roll. Once someone did, it would cause a huge commotion. Cultivators in various weaves were waiting for the real Chaos Roll to be officially announced. Every time the real Chaos Roll was announced, a scroll would be unfurled in the air of every giant chaotic city, universe city, and even small void city. On the scroll would appear the names of the people on the real chaos roll, from the lowest to the highest. Finally, the time was up. Waves of extremely profound fluctuations appeared, and it was like a cool breeze had passed by, and it swept through all the cities. It's here. The real chaos roll is about to be announced. No matter what they were doing, the cultivators stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. The air fluctuated incessantly as a mysterious aura permeated the air. When the cool breeze passed by, it was as if there were ripples spreading out like ripples on water. Slowly, a huge scroll appeared in the sky as if it had traveled through endless time and space. It gradually condensed from an illusory image into a solid form. It was as if a pair of invisible hands were slowly unfurling the scroll. The moment the scroll was unfurled, the mysterious aura became even stronger. A blank scroll was completely unfurled and appeared in the sky above every city. The scroll didn't look big, but it also seemed very big. It seemed to cover the entire city. No matter where you were, as long as you were in the city, you could see the scroll clearly. The words "Real Chaos Roll" suddenly appeared at the top of the scroll. Every word emitted an unparalleled light that flickered continuously. Everyone stared at it and held their breaths in silence. Immediately, the first title appeared at the bottom of the scroll. After the title was the name, and after the name was the identity. For example, someone from a certain power or a rogue cultivator. The peerless expert ranked 100th has changed. I remember that he was ranked 99th before. Could he have been defeated and his ranking dropped? Just take a look and you'll know. Then, the 99th title, name, and identity appeared. He was originally ranked 98. He actually fell back a place. Amidst the exclamations, one name after another appeared. The 90th place also appeared. Daoist Snow, it belonged to the Star Palace. Snow Daoist, I remember that he was ranked 89th. He dropped one place. Then, the 89th person appeared. Peerless Sword Saint Xianxia, Lord of Mount Taihao. Peerless Sword Saint Xianxia? Who is he? The Mountain Lord of Taihao Mountain? What kind of power is Taihao Mountain? Many people cried out in surprise, puzzled. Every time the real Primal Chaos ranking was announced, most cultivators would remember the names and identities on it. After all, there were only 100 spots. It was easy to remember them. Now, there was an additional title, Peerless Sword Saint Xianxia, and his name was the Mountain Lord of Mount Taihao. They had never heard of him. This meant that this person was a new peerless expert on the real Primal Chaos ranking. However, they did not know how he got on the real Primal Chaos ranking. But this was easy to solve. They only needed to focus their minds on his title and find out some information about him. So that's how it is. He actually defeated the Snow Daoist and took his place. Everyone was enlightened. That was the rule of the real Chaos ranking. Whoever was defeated would be replaced and their ranking would drop by one place. Those who were ranked lower would also drop by one place. In that case, the peerless expert who was ranked 100 would drop out of the real Chaos ranking. If one wanted to get on the real Primal Chaos ranking again, they would need to challenge and defeat the peerless experts on the real Primal Chaos ranking. However, every expert on the real Primal Chaos ranking was very powerful. They were not easy to defeat. One title, name, and identity after another appeared. There were basically no other changes. In Primal Chaos Cosmic City, everyone stared at the real Primal Chaos ranking in the sky. When the people of Mount Taihao saw the title and name of Peerless Sword Saint Xianxia, they all exclaimed. The Mountain Lord of Mount Taihao, this was their sect leader. I didn't know that the Mountain Lord of Mount Taihao was so powerful. He's too powerful. Many cultivators in Primal Chaos Cosmic City exclaimed and were extremely shocked. Originally, they only thought that Mount Taihao was not weak. The Mountain Lord of Mount Taihao was a true saint expert. They did not expect him to be so powerful that he could defeat Daoist Snow and take his place. Being on the real Primal Chaos ranking and not being on the real Primal Chaos ranking were two different things. Perhaps some people who were not on the real Primal Chaos ranking once had the strength of the real Primal Chaos ranking. They were very powerful, but at most, they were at the bottom of the list. Having a peerless expert on the real Primal Chaos ranking in charge meant that the force could continue to be passed down and become stronger. Any peerless expert on the real primal chaos ranking had the potential to break through to become a demigod. Although most could not become a demigod, at least they had a higher probability of success than other cultivators. Even if they could not become a demigod, their strength was still very powerful. It should be known that the number of demigods in the entire chaotic universe was very limited. True saints were the main forces of the chaotic universe. The experts on the real primal chaos ranking were the best among the true saints. They were peerless experts. Forces with experts on the real primal chaos ranking in charge could generally survive for a long time. I want to join Mount Taihao. Me too. Great. My son is very talented in swordsmanship. I'll let him join Mount Taihao right away. In Mount Taihao, the clone left behind by Qianzong also issued an order to open the gate again and carry out a strict selection to recruit disciples with true talent. In addition to talent, the test of temperament was also very strict. Otherwise, some people with outstanding talent but poor temperament might betray Mount Taihao after being nurtured, causing Mount Taihao to suffer losses. It was better not to have such people. The real primal chaos ranking also appeared in the main battle fort of the Monster Slayer territory. Could it be him? Qi Yan stared at the name and title of the 89th person on the real primal chaos ranking and narrowed his eyes. His expression changed. Qi Yan immediately used his identity to investigate and found the corresponding information from the Monster Slayer Army's Monster Slayer camp. The peerless sword Saint Qianzong came from Yuanzhong University and was the leader of Mount Taihao. It really is him. Qi Yan's expression changed drastically. Traces of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes, overflowing with murderous intent. That person's strength was indeed very strong. Even Qi Yan was no match for him. With his strength as a peak true saint, it meant that the swordsman's strength was extremely tyrannical, far surpassing Qi Yan. It was normal for him to be listed on the real primal chaos ranking. Because of this, Qi Yan had not taken revenge. Although there were restrictions in the Monster Slayer territory, the most important thing was the difference in strength. Wait. Soon, the people I invited will arrive here. When that time comes, it will be time for you to pay the price. Damn swordsman. Qi Yan's anger grew stronger, and his murderous intent burned even hotter. If I, Qi Yan, can't have it, I won't allow anyone else to have it. Destroy. 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 Burn to ashes. Burn to nothing. Qianzong was meditating at node 39 of the battle fort number 19. Yun Yanqin's guarding time was not over yet. There was still about a year left. This year was actually not that long. It would be over soon. Qianzong was meditating, slowly comprehending swordsmanship. The other cultivators were also meditating, trying to improve themselves. They might have a chance to see the true meaning of the universe's great path and then comprehend it. From then on, they would stand out from the ranks of the masters and become a true saint. Although that possibility was very low. Yun Yanqin was also meditating. She cultivated bloodline power and swordsmanship. The bloodline power of the star-burning true phoenix continued to deepen and become purer. It was getting closer to the level of a true star-burning true phoenix. In this way, Yun Yanqin's cultivation would continue to improve, and her strength would increase. The cultivation of swordsmanship was to better release one's strength. It was also to increase one's strength. My cultivation has now reached the pinnacle of the cosmic indestructible body. It's only a step away from perfection, Qianzong thought to himself as he meditated on the swordsmanship. Compared to when he first came to the Monster Slayer territory, his cultivation had increased by several times. His strength had also increased by at least 2 times. In addition to the Heavenly Will Sword's continuous recovery and the improvement of his swordsmanship, his strength had increased by at least 2 times. With such strength, he could defeat the Snow Taoist without using his full strength. If he used his full strength, he could even kill the Snow Taoist. Although he was only a step away from perfection, it was not so easy to break through because it meant that the cosmic indestructible body would reach a perfect state. His cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds, and his strength would also improve by leaps and bounds. He would directly reach a higher level. The greater the gap, the harder it was to break through. Over the 9 years, Qianzong had killed many ancient monsters here. There were thousands of two-armed ancient monsters, hundreds of four-armed ancient monsters, dozens of six-armed ancient monsters, and two eight-armed ancient monsters. In the end, the origin of the four-armed ancient monster became insignificant for the Heavenly Will Sword's recovery. Qianzong no longer let the Heavenly Will Sword absorb the origin. Instead, he kept the origins of the two-armed ancient monsters. These origins could be sold. One had to know that the quintessence of the two-armed ancient demon that he'd purchased from the treasure tower was worth 5,000 chaotic divine crystals. It was extremely shocking. Now, he had a few thousand quintessence of the two-armed ancient demon and over 100 quintessence of the four-armed ancient demon. He wondered how much they were worth. It would be a huge sum of money. However, relatively speaking, Qianzong hoped that his cultivation would break through and his cosmic indestructible body would reach perfection. That would mean that his strength would increase by a lot. Suddenly, a mysterious fluctuation silently descended in his mind. A picture scroll that had shrunk countless times appeared and unfolded. The real chaotic list. On this day, Xianxia's guarding time came to an end. A group of powerful lights streaked across the void and quickly approached the node's power. 12 people. Sword Saint Qing Huang, and everyone else, thank you for your hard work. We will guard this node from now on, the leading true Saint Realm Master immediately said with a smile. Thank you, Xianxia responded immediately. Of the 12 people who came, 2 were true saints and 10 top Saint Realm Masters. Under normal circumstances, such a lineup would be enough to guard this node. What's more, in the past 10 years, Qianzong had gone on a killing spree, causing the ancient monster clan to suffer a lot of losses. Logically speaking, this node should be able to withstand fewer attacks in the future, so it should be relatively safe. However, there was also a possibility of an accident. That was, if the ancient monster clan got angry and directly sent out stronger ancient monsters to attack, this node would be difficult to defend and all 12 of them might die. As for what would happen, it was impossible to say. When the guarding time came to an end, Qianzong, Xianxia, and the 10 top Saint Realm Masters left the node and went to Battle Fort number 19. This time, they had to report to their superiors first and then calculate their merit points. The 10 top Saint Realm Masters were all very excited, their hearts filled with excitement. This time, not only was the node unscathed, but it had also withstood several attacks from the ancient demons. This way, they would be able to obtain more merits during the settlement. More merits meant that they could exchange for more cultivation resources. They had a chance of comprehending the mysteries of the universe's true essence and breaking through to become a true saint powerhouse. This was worthy of celebration. In the past, when guarding nodes, we would more or less suffer some losses in the face of ancient monster attacks. We might even be completely wiped out. This time, we are lucky to be able to guard together with Sir Qing Huang and Sir Peerless Sword Saint. Sir Peerless Sword Saint is too strong. He is actually a peerless master on the chaotic real ranking. The 10 top Saint Realm Masters discussed secretly, all of them feeling very lucky. With Qianzong assisting in the defense, they did not suffer any losses. They even killed many ancient demons and obtained more merits. Moreover, during the defense, they would sometimes try to ask Qianzong for advice. Qianzong was not stingy with his guidance. Although Qianzong's way of cultivation was different from theirs, they still benefited a lot from his pointers. In the space-time temple of the main battle fortress, the space-time teleportation array was in operation. Strands of light intertwined and shuttled back and forth. Colorful lights revolved around it endlessly, looking incomparably mysterious. Soon after, a figure appeared within it. As soon as the figure appeared, the multicolored light around him was repelled. Only the black light remained. The black light flickered like flames and seemed to contain an extremely terrifying might, as if it could burn everything to ashes. In an instant, the black flames receded, and the figure of an old man appeared. The old man wore a dark red robe, and there were black flames revolving around his body. The old man's hair was dark red, and so were his eyebrows and eyes. Black Flame Saint of the Dazzling Flame Divine Palace. What is he doing here? In the space-time temple, someone recognized the old man and was shocked. Qi Yan, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately went up to greet him. Black Flame Elder, you're finally here, Qi Yan said, seemingly relieved. Qi Yan, why did you invite me here, what's the matter? The old man's dark red eyes turned and stared at Qi Yan's face. Qi Yan was a candidate god's son of the dazzling flame divine palace, but this black flame elder was one of the elders with real power. He had great power and amazing strength, so his status and position were higher than the candidate god's son. Only the candidate god's son had the qualifications to make him pay attention and even look up to him. However, every candidate god's son had the potential to become a god's son, so he had to show some attitude when facing the candidate god's sons. Black Flame Elder, I have something I need your help with, Qi Yan said. Their conversation could not be heard by others. 100 years ago, I found the inheritor of the star-burning true phoenix's bloodline, Qi Yan began to explain. If I can devour the star-burning true phoenix's bloodline power and obtain the star-burning true flame of the star-burning true phoenix, my life godly fire will transform again. At that time, I will have a chance to reach a higher realm. Qi Yan's eyes flashed with a crazy light, and he was extremely excited. The Black Flame Elder listened quietly and finally revealed a face full of surprise. Every candidate god's son was extraordinary. Otherwise, how could they become a candidate god's son? What the dazzling flame divine palace cultivated was the life godly fire. The life godly fire would continuously increase with the cultivator's cultivation, and it also had an ability, which was devouring. Using one's life godly fire to devour other treasures or flames, it could directly increase the level of one's life godly fire or obtain a higher potential. No matter which one it was, there were only benefits and no disadvantages. However, the life godly fire could not devour everything. It could only devour things that could be sensed by the life godly fire. Only after devouring things could it bring benefits. Otherwise, if it devoured carelessly, not only would it not gain any benefits, it might even become a disadvantage. The main reason Qi Yan had been pursuing Xianxia was not because he liked her, but because he wanted to devour her star-burning true flame. It was a power that could cause his life godly fire to fluctuate. Devouring it would bring him benefits. At first, Qi Yan did not devour it because he hoped that Xianxia's star-burning true flame would become stronger. The stronger it was, the more significant the improvement his life godly fire would receive after devouring it. Because of this, Qi Yan sought out the void heavenly phoenix flower for Xianxia. His purpose was naturally to strengthen Xianxia's star-burning true flame so that it would be easier for him to devour it later. Of course, Qi Yan also had the idea of getting the beauty. He wanted both the star-burning true flame and the beauty. He wanted both. However, when he saw Xianxia appear, he was furious. In Qi Yan's opinion, Xianxia belonged to him. Now that someone had appeared to fight for it, he would never allow it. At that time, he wanted to kill Xianxia and Xianxia to take away the star-burning true flame. Even if the star-burning true flame was not strong enough, he would still devour it. However, who knew that Xianxia was so powerful that he was no match for him? Qi Yan originally planned to ask others to help, but when he saw the announcement of the Real Chaos ranking and learned that Xianxia was a peerless expert on the Real Chaos ranking, Qi Yan changed his mind and invited Elder He Yan to come personally. Peerless Sword Saint Xianxia, the Mountain Lord of Taihao Mountain, a peerless expert ranked 89th on the Real Chaos ranking. After listening to Qi Yan's explanation, Elder He Yan's eyes flickered. Indeed, such a peerless expert is not someone you can deal with. Qi Yan was a candidate deity. Being able to become a candidate deity meant that Qi Yan's strength was not weak, but more importantly, his potential was outstanding. It was not impossible for him to be ranked on the Real Chaos ranking in the future. The current Qi Yan was indeed stronger than an ordinary True Sage Realm expert. However, he was not strong enough to deal with the truly powerful True Sage Realm experts. I can kill Xianxia for you, but what can you do in return? Elder He Yan was extremely calm. Qi Yan was a peerless expert on the Real Chaos ranking. It was not easy to kill him, even if he was ranked higher than 89th on the Real Chaos ranking. It was not worthwhile to kill a peerless expert on the Real Chaos ranking for no reason. Elder He Yan, if I can devour the star-burning true flame, I will definitely be ranked on the Real Chaos ranking and have a greater chance of winning the position of the deity, Qi Yan said with certainty. If I can win the position of the deity and inherit the position of the palace master, I can swear that Elder He Yan's position will be second only to the palace master in the Xian Flame Divine Palace. Really? Elder He Yan's eyes flashed as he asked seriously. Of course, Qi Yan said solemnly. Fine, make the vow then, Elder Black Flame said. As for whether Qi Yan could really become the deity and inherit the position of the palace master, it was still an unknown factor. Every candidate deity could become the deity. Nothing was 100% certain. However, if Qi Yan's strength could continue to increase and enter the real chaos ranking, it would be of great help to him in competing for the position of the deity. Qi Yan immediately swore on the true essence of the great way of the universe. If Qi Yan violated the oath, he would be devoured by the great way of the universe and die. Where's Qinzong now? Elder He Yan asked immediately. He should be in fort number 19, Qi Yan replied. He had been paying attention to Yun Yanxin's movements. In that case, let's go to fort number 19, Elder He Yan said. Elder Black Flame said. The two of them paid the required amount of chaotic divine gems and the teleportation portal was activated again. This time, they were teleported to battle fort number 19. Qinzong and Yun Yanxin sold the two-armed ancient demon origins and four-armed ancient demon origins. However, Qinzong was not satisfied with the price. 2,000, a two-armed ancient demon origin was only sold for 2,000 chaotic divine gems. When he bought it at the treasure tower in Yuanzhong University, he spent 5,000 chaotic divine gems. The difference was 3,000 chaotic divine gems. The difference of 3,000 chaotic divine gems was shocking. However, with Qinzong's understanding, he understood that it was relatively easy to obtain ancient Fey origins in the demon-slaying dominion. After all, battles with ancient Fey often broke out here, so the price of ancient Fey origins would not be too high. The reason why the price was so high in other places was because of the transportation. They bought it from here and sent it to other places to sell. The price was increased by 3,000 chaotic divine gems, which was a little too much. The price of the four-armed ancient demon origins was even higher. One piece was 10,000 chaotic divine gems. Qinzong had asked about the price and found that one piece was 30,000 chaotic divine gems. Black, it was as black as the abyss. However, Qinzong did not care about this. He sold it. After selling thousands of two-armed ancient demon origins and hundreds of four-armed ancient demon origins, Qinzong received more than 3 million chaotic divine gems. It was an unprecedented amount of money. Immediately after, Qinzong felt a sense of danger coming from the unseen world and enveloped his entire body. Danger, a strong sense of danger came pressing down on him, as if it was coming from everywhere in the air, constantly permeating and oppressing him, as if it was everywhere. Qinzong's expression was solemn. It must be extraordinary to be able to make him feel such a sense of danger. A demigod? No, if it was a demigod, the sense of danger would suffocate him. But now, he only felt a strong sense of danger, but he didn't feel suffocated at all. It was enough to show that although this sense of danger was threatening, it wasn't enough to defeat him. It was completely within his range of defense. So, where did the danger come from? This was a battle fortress. It was impossible for the ancient demon clan to sneak in. After all, the ancient demon clan's appearance was too different from the human clan and the origin clan. One could see the difference at a glance. Their life aura was also completely different. In other words, the source of the danger wasn't the ancient demon clan, but the human clan or the origin clan. So, who was it? While thinking, Qinzong immediately thought of Qi Yan from the dazzling flame divine palace. He was a candidate for the chosen from the dazzling flame divine palace. According to Yanxin's description, he was a narrow-minded person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He was defeated and forced to retreat in a hurry, so he must have held a grudge in his heart. However, he didn't take revenge for those few years, so Qinzong didn't keep thinking about it. Now that he felt a sense of danger, it was most likely related to Qi Yan from the dazzling flame divine palace. Sure enough, not long after Qinzong's deduction, Qi Yan came. He brought a fierce old man surrounded by black flames in front of him. His face was cold. Qinzong immediately narrowed his eyes. His gaze swept past and fell on the old man. The source of the sense of danger was this person. What's the matter? Just say it. Qinzong spoke first. Qi Yan and the Black Flame Saint were slightly startled because Qinzong's attitude was somewhat unexpected. Leave Nianqi now. Go as far as you can. I can forget about the sword from a few years ago. Qi Yan smiled coldly and stared at Chenzong. Yu Nianqi, who was standing beside Chenzong, was infuriated by this scene. It was true that Qi Yan's original goal was to devour Yu Nianqin's burning star true flame to improve his own life divine flame. However, after many years of pursuing it, he was truly moved, and the idea of obtaining both the woman and the treasure had sprouted in his mind. The star-burning true flame was going to devour her, and he was going to take her away and make her his woman. Since that was the case, he wouldn't allow any other man to get close to her. Scram as far as you can. Chenzong's eyes flashed like a heavenly sword. Suddenly, Qi Yan's expression changed. It was as if a dazzling sword light was piercing through the air. Qi Yan couldn't help but take a small step back. Only then did he react, and his embarrassment turned into anger. Young man, you sure talk big. Black Flame Saint took a step forward and slightly blocked Chenzong's sword glare. He dispersed the pressure that Qi Yan was under. His voice was indifferent and his eyes were cold. It was as if he was looking down on Qi Yan. Peerless Sword Saint, 89th on the Primal Chaos Real Leaderboard. For your age, you are indeed not bad. However, you must understand the principle of being humble. Young man. Chenzong suddenly laughed. His laughter was somewhat sarcastic. If they were to talk about age, Qi Yan wasn't necessarily older than him. After all, he had lived from the previous universe era until now. However, Qi Yan was most likely born in this universe era. At most, he was around 1,000 years old. Qi Yan was also from the previous universe. Had he lived from the previous universe era until now, that was possible, but it wasn't very likely. Unless Qi Yan was originally a core universe cultivator. Otherwise, in the outer and inner universes, the title of Peerless Sword Saint was well known. Almost everyone knew about it. However, Qi Yan didn't know about it. This meant that Qi Yan was most likely born in this universe era. However, that didn't matter. Whether one was young or old was secondary. Strength was the hard standard of everything. Without strength, the longer one lived, the older one would be. With strength, one could suppress others at a young age. Taking advantage of one's seniority wouldn't work. Of course, strictly speaking, Chenzong wasn't actually that old. During the 1,000 years he was trapped in the small chaotic world, there was almost no flow of time. In other words, during those 1,000 years, Chenzong didn't grow much. That was too profound. It was beyond his current level. Chenzong couldn't understand it. However, that was secondary. Who are you? Chenzong asked. Elder Black Flame is the leader of 100 Battles Hall in Xian Flame Divine Palace, Qi Yan said immediately. He is a peerless great being ranked 35th on the Primal Chaos Real Leaderboard. Chenzong was shocked. 35th on the Primal Chaos Real Leaderboard. That meant he was much stronger than Snow Taoist Priest. The Primal Chaos Real Leaderboard was very valuable. Without absolute strength, one wouldn't be qualified to be listed. If there was only a difference of 1, 2, or 3 ranks, then the difference in strength wouldn't be too obvious. For example, the 88th ranked cultivator wasn't much stronger than the Snow Taoist. Once they fought, it would take a very long time. It was even possible that the 88th ranked cultivator would be defeated and replaced by the Snow Taoist. However, there was a difference of 54 ranks between 35th place and 89th place. The difference in strength was obvious. However, Chenzong's strength wasn't at the level of 89th place. That was old news. The Primal Chaos Real Leaderboard was indeed very authoritative. However, it only guaranteed that the 100 people on the list were peerless great beings. It didn't mean that it could see their true strength clearly. The reason why Chenzong was ranked 89th place on the Primal Chaos Real Leaderboard was because of the battle where he defeated Snow Taoist Priest. After that, his battles weren't recorded. Now, Chenzong's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the universe indestructible body. He was only one step away from the complete universe indestructible body. His will heavenly sword had also recovered from a half-chaos sacred weapon to a chaos sacred weapon. It was close to becoming a top chaos sacred weapon. Things were different now, However, since Black Flame Saint could make him feel threatened, it meant that he was indeed very strong. If you leave, I guarantee that everything will be fine, Black Flame Saint spoke again. His tone was indifferent, but there was a hint of indescribable threat. If I beat you back, there won't be an even more powerful person coming to seek revenge, right? Chenzong smiled and asked in return. Arrogant. The Black Flame Saint's eyes darkened and he was enraged. The black flames that surrounded his body suddenly trembled and seemed to become more intense. It was as though they were going to burn everything into ashes. The extremely terrifying aura shrouded the surroundings and attacked. This made Chenzong's expression turn grave. He immediately felt that the threat was getting more intense. Chenzong didn't say anything. He just gave him a look and walked out of the battle fortress. Fight, then let's have a fight. First, it was because of Qi Yan's entanglement. Since Qi Yan knew how powerful he was, he would feel despair and not dare to offend him again. As for killing Qi Yan, to be honest, Chenzong didn't want to go too far. Of course, that was also because Chenzong didn't know Qi Yan's real plan. Otherwise, if he knew that Qi Yan's goal was to devour Yun Yanqin's star-burning true flame, he would have thought of ways to kill him. Qi Yan didn't know that he should be glad that Chenzong didn't know his plan. Secondly, the Black Flame Saint was ranked 35th on the Primal Chaos Real board. This was a very high ranking and his strength was very strong. Chenzong was also eager to fight with such an opponent to verify the level of his strength. In the void outside the battle fortress, Chenzong turned into a beam of sword light and flew out. He was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was hundreds of thousands of meters away from the battle fortress. This distance was enough. No matter how powerful a true saint was, he couldn't cause damage hundreds of thousands of meters away. The Black Flame Saint chased after him. That black flame continued to burn and turned into a streak of black flame that flew past. Qi Yan didn't get close. Instead, he got close to Yun Yanqin. Yanqin, I really like you. Qi Yan put on a very sincere expression and said to Yun Yanqin, and I'm the most suitable cultivation partner for you. You're not. Yun Yanqin responded coldly and pulled away from Qi Yan. When Qi Yan was about to get close again, a powerful sword intent exploded from Yun Yanqin. The sword intent seemed to be able to shatter everything. It carried a shocking sharpness and directly attacked Qi Yan. Qi Yan's expression couldn't help but change. Threat, he actually felt threatened from Yun Yanqin's sword intent. In just a few years, Yun Yanqin's power had increased so much. Indeed, in the past 10 years, thanks to Chenzong's guidance, Yun Yanqin's sword technique had improved by leaps and bounds. He was getting closer and closer to the divine sword realm. With the improvement of his bloodline, his power had increased a lot. Yun Yanqin's meaning was clear. If Qi Yan got close again, he would pull out his sword. Qi Yan's eyes were gloomy. His eyes were filled with anger. Evil flames kept coming out of his heart. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt. It kept rising, but he had to suppress it. He couldn't really erupt because even if he did, he wasn't confident that he could take down Yun Yanqin. Now, he just had to wait for Black Flame Saint to defeat the unparalleled Sword Saint. Then, he would kidnap Yun Yanqin. Unparalleled sword intent rushed into the sky. It seemed to shatter the void. Tiny cracks appeared. Black flames burned around Black Flame Saint. They instantly became blazing, as if they were going to burn everything to ashes. Chenzong's eyes suddenly focused. He stared at the black flames on his opponent's body. Those flames were very threatening to him. People from the Xian Flame Divine Palace cultivate their natal godly fire. They start off weak and gradually become stronger. Black Flame Saint's natal godly fire seems to be called the Black Nightmare Demonic Fire. The relevant information flashed through Chenzong's mind. The Black Nightmare Demonic Fire was a very terrifying natal godly fire. One couldn't feel its temperature, but that was because its power was restrained. Once touched, it would be difficult to extinguish. It would burn everything into ashes and nothingness. Terrifying auras continued to explode and spread out. They also spread to the battle fortress, causing a huge commotion. Spiritual wills swept out from the battle fortress. When they sensed the two parties, they were all shocked. They were both experts on the real chaotic ranking. One was the unparalleled sword Saint Qianzong, who was ranked 89th, and the other was the Black Flame Saint, who was ranked 35th. Why were they fighting? Within a few 100,000 meters of the void above Battle Fort 19, it was pitch black. Only two figures stood there. One was a sword intent that tore through the sky, while the other was a black fire that burned the heavens and earth. Shocking auras radiated from the two of them, rushing in all directions. It was as if they were going to shatter everything into dust and nothingness. Many people flew out from Battle Fort 19. They watched from afar and felt the shocking auras. They were all shocked. It was rare to see a battle between two top experts on the chaotic real ranking. The black flames on the Black Flame Saint became even more intense. His aura became even more terrifying. It was as if he was going to burn the void. Immediately after, the Black Flame Saint waved his hand, and a terrifying black flame instantly blasted towards Lin Xiao. It was as if it could shatter the sky. It was merciless. The terrifying thing about the Black Nightmare demonic flame was that once it touched it, it was hard to extinguish. Even if one had the Great Way Undying body and couldn't be killed instantly, once it touched the Black Nightmare demonic flame, it would continue to burn. It would exhaust the power of the Great Way Undying body until it was completely used up. Facing such a powerful attack from the Black Flame Saint, Qianzong's expression didn't change. He unsheathed the heavenly sword and slashed out a dazzling light that tore through the sky. Everything will be turned into ashes under my Black Nightmare demonic flame. Your power is no exception. The Black Flame Saint sneered. However, the moment the sword light slashed the black flames, it wasn't burned. Instead, it split the black flames apart. It was a slap to the Black Flame Saint's face. The Black Flame Saint's expression changed greatly. How could this be? How could his Black Nightmare demonic flame be split apart? It couldn't burn the sword light. Qianzong didn't speak. The sword light rose again and surged forward like a long river. The sword light continued to attack the Black Flame Saint. The absolute expert ranked 35th on the chaotic real ranking. As for how strong he was, it was obvious from the sword in his hand. Black Tiger. The Black Flame Saint's expression was gloomy as he roared in a very low voice. As the endless Black Nightmare devil flames surged, an extremely violent and majestic roar suddenly rang out and shook the sky. The Black Nightmare devil flames surged and quickly condensed, forming an enormous black tiger that was dozens of meters tall. The black tiger's entire body was burning with Black Nightmare devil flames. There were many bone spikes on its body, and it even had a pair of wings, making it look incomparably malevolent. Black Dragon. A second roar rang out. On the other side, the Black Nightmare devilish flames surged as an incomparably resounding roar resounded in all directions. That roar was both high and domineering as the Black Nightmare devilish flames surged and condensed into a 100-meter-long dragon. Black Dragon. It was also a dragon formed by the Black Nightmare devil flames. Its body was also covered in bone spikes, and it also had a pair of wings. Its tyrannical and malevolent appearance was incomparably frightening. The dragon and tiger converged, with the Black Flame Great Sage standing in the middle, making him look even more overbearing. His aura was extremely shocking. Qian's face was filled with shock and excitement. He clearly knew the Black Flame Great Sage's ability. Qianzong squinted his eyes and instinctively felt threatened. No matter if it was the Black Tiger or the Black Dragon, they both brought an indescribable threat to him. That threat was extremely intense. The Black Dragon, Black Tiger, and the Black Flame Great Sage brought an extremely intense threat to Qianzong. The roar was world-shaking and boundlessly overbearing. Immediately, the Black Tiger swept up a black wind. That was the wind formed by the Black Nightmare devil flames. It carried the terrifying power of the Black Nightmare devil flames and attacked from the left. Fast, Black Tiger. Its speed was extremely fast. The wind came from the tiger. The black wind whistled and swept over. The black wind was as sharp as a blade, cutting and burning everything. It was extremely terrifying. Immediately after, the black dragon swam over from the right, bringing along black clouds. It was also formed by the Black Nightmare devil flames and also carried the terrifying power of the Black Nightmare devil flames. Cloud Song Dragon, the Wind Tiger and Cloud Dragon attacked together. In the middle, the black flame great sage sent out a palm strike. That palm print was completely black and the palm print was extremely clear. It was burning with the blazing black nightmare devil flames. In just one exchange, Xianxia was besieged. The threat that the black tiger and black dragon brought wasn't any inferior to the black flame great sage. It was as if there were three black flame great sages working together. Even though Xianxia felt heavy pressure, he did not feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, there was only excitement that came from the bottom of his heart. His mixed yuan heart force surged endlessly, like a wild wave that overflowed in all directions. That extremely terrifying pure sword aura also continued to erupt, becoming increasingly intense. Facing the three-way pincer attack from the black tiger, black dragon, and black flame great sage, Xianxia's sword intent was surging. The heavenly will sword swept across the sky and the sword trembled slightly. It was as if the heavenly will sword was expressing its will to meet all the strong enemies with Xianxia. Burst, burst, supreme sword intent was surging. One sword turned into 100 swords, 100 swords turned into 1,000 swords, and 1,000 swords turned into 10,000 swords. The power of every sword was extremely terrifying. It was as if Xianxia had 10,000 arms and 10,000 swords in an instant and struck out at the same time. The sword light was like a torrent pouring down and smashing everything. It blasted towards the black tiger, black dragon, and black flame great sage. Xianxia's sword was fighting 1 against 3. The black tiger's black wind was shattered by the sword light. The black dragon's black clouds were also shattered by the sword light. The black flame great sage's black nightmare devil flame palm was also shattered by the sword light. The universe undying body was at the pinnacle of the greater completion stage and was only a hair's breadth away from the complete stage. The heavenly will sword was also constantly recovering its power. It wasn't far from a top-notch chaotic divine weapon. With the combination of the two, Xianxia's power was even more tyrannical. The black tiger and black dragon were repelled and their palm was shattered. The black flame great sage's expression turned grave. Black Phoenix. The black flame great sage opened his arms abruptly and his black nightmare devil flame burst out again. It rushed into the sky and burned non-stop. A resounding and sharp cry reverberated through the void. Within the blazing black nightmare devil flame, a huge black phoenix spread its wings. The black phoenix that was born within the black nightmare devil flame had an aura that wasn't inferior to the black flame great sage. It was as if there was another black flame great sage. The black tiger riding the wind, the black dragon moving the clouds, and the black phoenix controlling the fire attacked from 3 different directions. The black flame great sage's body moved around and his arms were covered with a layer of black gold bracers. The bracers were burning with the black nightmare devil flame. The bracers were a chaotic divine weapon and a top-notch one at that. Its power was extremely shocking and could multiply the power of the black nightmare devil flame that the black flame great sage possessed. Close in, the black flame great sage instantly closed in on Xianxia. His body was hidden between the black phoenix's wings and it was as though he had merged with the black nightmare devil flame. As he blasted at Xianxia, he executed an overbearing and ferocious fist art. Every fist was condensed with terrifying power that could shatter and burn everything. It was continuously blasted at Xianxia. In an instant, Xianxia was in a disadvantageous position against the 4 experts. Even though he was in a disadvantageous position, Xianxia's expression didn't change. He waved his sword at a speed that wasn't too fast or too slow. He blocked all the attacks from all directions and blocked the Black Flame Saint's terrifying fist art. Close combat was Xianxia's forte. Why would he be afraid? Black ash. Lifeless. The power that burst out from the fist was even more terrifying and boundless. It was as though it could extinguish all life and kill everything. Xianxia's hair stood on end and he didn't hesitate to swing his sword. The true sun rose and boundless blazing burst out. It was boundless and violent as it blasted everything. Tai-hao, hundreds of thousands of meters away, everyone saw the black true sun and the blazing true sun and were shocked. Even though they were hundreds of thousands of meters away, they could still clearly feel the terrifying power that was released from the 2 different colored true suns. It's too terrifying. If it were me, I would have been burned to ashes in an instant. I can't block it. Many true Sage Realm experts were shocked. The experts on the real chaotic leaderboard were so powerful, it was too terrifying. The two true suns collided and instantly clashed. Terrifying power burst out in all directions. The Black Tiger, Black Dragon, and Black Phoenix attacked from 3 different directions. Wind, cloud, and fire intertwined. No matter how many skills you have, I will only break them with one sword, Xianxia roared, and the power of Taihao's first sword increased tremendously. It instantly pressed forward. The second sword. Eternal Star, a huge, ancient star seemed to have been drawn out from nothingness. It traversed the ancient spacetime and descended. It pressed down and forced the Black Flame Saint to retreat. The Black Flame Lord's face changed and there were a few cracks on his Black Flame immortal body. If he had a body of flesh and blood, it would have been serious. However, he had an immortal body and these injuries wouldn't be fatal. He could recover easily. Even if he was destroyed, as long as the immortal body's power wasn't exhausted, he could recover quickly. The Black Flame Saint's strongest point was his life divine flame, the Black Nightmare Devil Flame. However, the toughness of his physique was only average. Xianxia's Eternal Star Sword was extremely domineering and its power was unparalleled. After being struck, the Black Flame Saint naturally couldn't withstand it. Under the Eternal Star, the Black Tiger, Black Dragon, and Black Phoenix were forced to retreat. Xianxia's body moved and his speed was extremely fast. He swung his sword in an instant. Boundless Formless Kill, this was a sword that focused on speed. It pursued extreme speed. He couldn't dodge it, the Black Flame Lord was hit by the sword. The terrifying radiance instantly pierced through his Black Flame immortal body. As the sword aura wreaked havoc, the Black Flame Lord had no choice but to consume more power to recover. Gloomy, the Black Flame Lord's face was gloomy. He didn't expect this person to be so strong. Dragon and Tiger converge. The Black Flame Lord's eyes were gloomy and there was a smear of determination on his face. Return of the Black Phoenix. In an instant, the Black Tiger and Black Dragon let out shocking roars. They immediately brought along the black wind and black clouds as they rushed towards the Black Flame Lord from the left and right. They intertwined around the Black Flame Lord's body and terrifying power continued to condense. In the end, they converged into one and turned into a black light that enveloped the Black Flame Lord. The Black Phoenix spread its wings and let out a long cry. Its cry was extremely sharp and it soared into the sky. It brought along endless black nightmare demonic flames. It was as though the flames from the heavens had descended and blasted towards Xianxia. Immediately after, the Black Phoenix rushed out of the black nightmare demonic flames and rushed towards the Black Flame Lord. There was a loud boom that sounded like an explosion. Endless black aura surged like wind, clouds, and fire. It roared crazily in all directions and everything within a radius of 10,000 meters was swept into nothingness. The wind and clouds raged as the black flames burned the sky. The terrifying aura swept out continuously and covered a radius of 10,000 meters. Everything was turned into ashes and nothingness. Xianxia had already retreated with a grave expression. The Black Flame Great Sage seemed to have used some kind of incredible technique. It actually made him feel that the threat was increasing and getting more intense. Is this the true technique of the expert ranked 35th on the Chaotic Real leaderboard? Xianxia thought to himself, but he was secretly excited. Everything gradually dispersed and revealed the Black Flame Great Sage's appearance. It was as though he had put on a heavy armor. He became 3 meters tall and looked very strong. The pitch-black armor had a helmet that looked like a dragon's mouth. The chest was like a tiger's mouth. His arms were like tiger claws, and his legs were like dragon claws. There was also a pair of phoenix wings on his back. Not only did the Black Flame Great Sage's appearance change, but his aura also changed. It was more than a few times stronger. Being stronger by a few times and having a few equally strong helpers were two different things. Burn, the Black Flame Great Sage's overbearing and ferocious armor seemed to have come from the demonic world. There were wisps of black nightmare devil flames that were even more terrifying. The pair of black phoenix wings on his back suddenly trembled. It was so fast that it was hard to see clearly. The Black Flame Great Sage had already crossed 10,000 meters and was closing in on Xianxia. His tiger claws struck out instantly. Dark Ember Fist Art, Qianzong was shocked. Too fast, he actually couldn't react in time. He could only raise the heavenly will sword to defend himself under the instincts of countless life and death experiences. The sword body was instantly hit by the black flame great sage's fist and let out a terrifying explosion. It was as though it was hit by a mountain-crushing hammer. The indescribable impact sent Qianzong flying a few thousand meters away. That terrifying power kept attacking, and even Qianzong's overbearing universe-immortal body couldn't withstand it. Cracks appeared and it was about to shatter. The black flame great sage's attack succeeded and didn't stop at all. He didn't give Qianzong any chance to retaliate. He continued to close in and attack, performing the Dark Ember Fist Art to the extreme. Every punch could easily shatter mountains and shatter the earth. With a boom, Qianzong's body was shattered into countless pieces. All right. Qi Yan couldn't help but roar, looking very excited. He looked at Yun Yanqin proudly. Yanqin, that peerless sword saint is no match for Elder He Yan. Not necessarily, Yun Yanqin replied coldly. His expression didn't change, but he was a little worried. After being blasted apart, Qianzong reformed in the distance with a serious look on his face. Just now, the Black Flame Saint's series of attacks were extremely fast. It was so fast that he couldn't react in time. After being hit once, he was bombarded consecutively. Even though he tried to resist, he couldn't completely block the attacks. In the end, he exploded. The pinnacle cosmic undying body was shockingly strong, but it was still destroyed. This showed how terrifying the Black Flame Saint's fist art was. The black nightmare devil flames couldn't continue burning on Qianzong's body. The Black Flame Saint didn't speak. The wings on his back flapped again, and there seemed to be a resounding phoenix cry that resonated in all directions. His figure flashed again and approached rapidly. There seemed to be a dragon's roar and a tiger's roar. The moment the Black Flame Saint moved, Qianzong moved as well. There was a burst of sword light, and it was like a turbulent sea. This time, he was prepared. Single heart sword technique and Dark Ember Fist Art. Two powerful martial arts clashed. Under the single heart sword technique, every attack of the Black Flame Saint was grasped. It was getting more accurate, and every sword could be blocked. The Black Flame Saint was secretly shocked. Why was the undying body destroyed by him in the beginning, but now he could continuously block his fist art attacks? The Black Flame Saint couldn't understand. He didn't understand. When he couldn't kill Qianzong, his fist art was seen through by Qianzong. Since it was seen through, unless there was an absolute suppression, it was very difficult to truly defeat Qianzong. It was almost impossible. The Black Flame Saint's power was extremely tyrannical and shocking. However, he couldn't truly suppress Qianzong. He could only suppress Qianzong a little. A little suppression was nothing to Qianzong. Qianzong's toughness was indescribably shocking. The Black Flame Saint was using some kind of secret technique to increase his strength. Such an increase was destined to not last long. The more intense the battle, the more shocked the Black Flame Saint was. He was able to be ranked 35th on the Primal Chaos Real ranking because of his strength. He didn't have such strength before. With such strength, even though he seemed to have the upper hand, he couldn't truly defeat his opponent. If this continued, he might not be able to maintain this secret technique. He had to change the situation and beat his opponent until he was afraid. Black Ash. Great Annihilation, the Black Flame Saint unleashed his most tyrannical punch. Boundless and extremely terrifying aura of annihilation instantly erupted and pervaded the surroundings. Strands of black nightmare devilish flames bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Wherever the black nightmare devilish flames passed, the extremely terrifying annihilation intent would invade. The void would be annihilated, revealing an even deeper darkness that caused one's heart to palpitate. It was as though strands of terrifying annihilation aura were emitted from the boundless void and darkness. They entered the Black Flame Saint's arm and covered it continuously. Qianzong's expression changed greatly. The aura was very similar to his All Things Return to Ruins. They were both so terrifying and had the ability to annihilate everything. However, in comparison, the power of his opponent's punch was much stronger than All Things Return to Ruins. Although the two were similar, they were also different. Zong sharply felt that the profoundness contained in the Black Flame Saint's punch seemed to be deeper. Then, he would give it a try. A terrifying annihilation aura rose from Zong's body and instantly condensed. The aura instantly caused the Black Flame Saint's expression to change. His opponent had actually grasped such an ultimate move with the power of annihilation. However, when he felt that the power of annihilation contained in his opponent's sword wasn't as strong as his Black Ash Fist Art's great annihilation, he immediately calmed down. Zong slashed out with his sword. A pitch-black sword light traversed across the sky. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into nothingness and was annihilated. The Black Flame Saint's punch had already been blasted out. It was silent, but it was extremely eerie. It was so eerie that it couldn't be described. It was so eerie that it was boundless and terrifying. It was so eerie that everyone who was hundreds of thousands of meters away felt their hair stand on end. The sword and the fist inevitably collided. It was like two annihilation behemoths. In an instant, the sword light was shattered. The terrifying annihilation fist force blasted toward Zong. Zong was directly hit. His entire body flew backward, and his indestructible universe body collapsed. The power of annihilation contained in that punch was too strong. It was so strong that it exceeded the limits of Zong's pinnacle phenomenal success indestructible universe body. Even though Zong's mixed origin heart force was extremely powerful and vigorous, it couldn't keep up with the damage of the indestructible universe body. In the end, it was destroyed. After the indestructible universe body was destroyed, it quickly condensed again. However, Zong clearly felt that his mixed origin heart force, which was extremely powerful and vigorous, had been used up by 30%. The destructive power of this attack was terrifying. With his mixed origin heart force, which was at the peak phenomenal success indestructible universe body, he had actually used up 30% of his mixed origin heart force. Now that 30% had been used up, 2 more attacks would be the end of him. He would definitely die. However, he wouldn't be hit again. The power of annihilation contained in that punch lingered in his body and was quickly extinguished. Zong also understood the mystery behind it. Black Ash. Great annihilation. Seeing that his ultimate move had worked, Black Flame Saint exploded again. Boundless annihilation aura once again spread out from the darkness of the void. It continued to gather until it reached the limit and blasted out again. Zong didn't dodge. He raised the heavenly will sword horizontally. Immediately, sword aura surged and sword will filled the sky. It was as if the void was being torn apart. Long and narrow cracks appeared, and within the cracks was an even deeper darkness. That darkness seemed to contain boundless terror. The aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. Strands of it seeped out and quickly wrapped around the heavenly will sword. The sword trembled slightly and hummed continuously. Great terror filled the air. Everything in the world returned to the void. Another sword attack was launched. This time, the annihilation aura contained in the sword was even more powerful. The annihilation intent was simply terrifying to the extreme. Black Flame Saint's expression changed drastically. How could this be? What is going on? The previous sword attack wasn't even comparable to his Black Ash Fist technique. Now, it was comparable. What kind of elixir did Zong eat? The sword radiance and fist force collided once again. This time, the sword radiance wasn't destroyed. Instead, it was equal. Zong's expression was cold. The third sword attack, everything in the world returned to the void, was launched again. The murderous intent was extremely shocking. The sword attack was merciless. Black Flame Saint felt bitter. He had used all his strength to launch 2 ultimate moves consecutively. They were extremely powerful, but he had used up most of his energy. Retreat. Without hesitation, Black Flame Saint could only dodge. Although he was at the peak of the true sage realm, in terms of cultivation power, he wasn't as strong as Zong. Seeing Black Flame Saint retreat, Zong knew that Black Flame Saint was almost done. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't have the strength to continue fighting. It was a matter of whether he was willing to or not. If he continued to fight, his energy would be depleted. Then, he could only use the immortal body. Once the immortal body was ignited, it meant that he was going all out. He was truly going all out, fighting with his life. Black Flame Saint didn't want to and wasn't willing to fight with Chenzong. He had no enmity with Chenzong, and there was no conflict of interest. He didn't need to risk his life with Chenzong. Just because of Qi Yan's promise, Qi Yan was only one of the candidates for the Son of God. He wasn't the real Son of God. Even if Qi Yan was the real Son of God, so what? Black Flame Saint couldn't risk his life with an expert that he didn't know and had no enmity with. Stop. Feeling Chenzong's sword intent exploding, Black Flame Saint immediately roared. He quickly retreated and dispersed the secret technique on his body, returning to his original state. I heard that the unparalleled Sword Saint's sword techniques are superb and unparalleled. Thus, I decided to test it out. Indeed, it is true. However, we have no enmity with each other and are only here to learn from each other. If we continue to fight, I'm afraid both of us will be injured. After speaking, Black Flame Saint didn't give Chenzong a chance to respond. He was worried that a sword cultivator like Chenzong would attack again. The Black Flame Saint had turned into a stream of fiery light and escaped. His speed was beyond Chenzong's expectations, which made Chenzong slightly startled. However, Black Flame Saint had already escaped into Battle Fort number 19. Even if Chenzong chased after him, he couldn't make a move in the fort. However, this battle had also proven his strength. The battle between the peerless Sword Saint Chenzong and the Black Flame Saint from the dazzling Flame Divine Palace ended in a draw. Yes, it seemed like a draw because the Black Flame Saint had escaped before the battle had even reached the end. He had also explained the reason clearly. However, it was hard to say what the truth was. The Black Flame Saint was a peerless expert ranked 35th on the Chaotic Real ranking and an elder with real power in the dazzling Flame Divine Palace. He was powerful and had an extraordinary identity and status. He was not someone to be casually criticized. Even though he had not been able to defeat the peerless Sword Saint Chenzong in that battle, the battle had not reached the end. It was ambiguous, but the news of a tie spread just like that. Chenzong did not care about the news of a draw. He had only fought with the Black Flame Saint to verify his current level of strength. Moreover, if the battle had continued, Chenzong was sure that he would have won, but it would have been a Pyrrhic victory. A true saint expert with the indestructible body would be terrifying if he had no choice but to ignite his indestructible body. Once he ignited his indestructible body, his strength would skyrocket and the power of each attack would become terrifying. The stronger the expert, the more shocking the increase in strength would be after igniting his indestructible body. The peerless Sword Saint Chenzong had become even more famous. He was ranked 89th on the Chaotic Real ranking, but he had fought with the Black Flame Saint, who was ranked 35th. The battle had ended in a draw. Did this mean that the peerless Sword Saint Chenzong's true strength could be ranked within the top 40 of the Chaotic Real ranking, 89th place and Qian 40th place? That was an absolute gap between them. The news quickly spread from the 19th Battle Fortress to the other battle fortresses and through the Monster Slayer University's Heaven's Secret Tower. It spread to the other Heaven's Secret Towers at the fastest speed. The Snow Taoist was originally ranked 89th on the Chaotic Real ranking. After being defeated by Chenzong, he had fallen to 90th. It was not that he did not want to avenge himself. However, when he heard the news, he did not even want to avenge himself. It was as though he had been crushed. The fact that he could fight the Black Flame Saint, who was ranked 35th on the Chaotic Real ranking, to a draw showed his strength. Many true saints came to visit Chenzong in Battle Fort number 19. He was a peerless expert who was at least in the top 40 of the Real Primal Chaos board. No matter what, he had to be on good terms with him. There were only benefits and no disadvantages. At the very least, no one knew when the Ancient Monster Clan would attack. If the Ancient Monster Clan was too strong, they wouldn't be able to withstand it without the help of experts. At this time, it was necessary to get to know some experts, especially if they had a good relationship with them so that they could ask for help. Chenzong did not turn down the visiting experts. Instead, he entertained them wholeheartedly. Even when he entertained others, he could continue studying his sword arts and so on by focusing on the primordial chaos realm. As for cultivation, without killing ancient Fae and devouring their ancient Fae origins, his cultivation was negligible. Of course, Chenzong didn't like to entertain people all the time. After a period of time, he closed the door and refused to entertain any guests. This made the people who came later beat their chests and stamp their feet. They secretly felt that they had missed a good opportunity to make friends with powerful people. At the same time, Peerless Sword Saint Qianzong was also on the ancient monster clan's must-kill list. I didn't expect Qianzong's strength to have improved to such an extent. The Eternal Sword Master was surprised when he heard the news. Thinking back to the past, Qianzong was no match for him at all. But now, he had surpassed him. Indeed, his talent was extremely shocking. In the chaotic universe, there was a blood-red land. Endless blood-red baleful aura was surging like raging waves. There were even wisps of black dragon-like snakes swimming endlessly within it. Every single one of them emitted an unparalleled horror as if they were formed from the extremely condensed baleful aura. A figure stood in the middle of it. Endless black and red evil spirits were moving in and out of his body. Qianzong, I didn't expect you to still be alive. You're destined to die under my sword. A hoarse and terrifying voice suddenly sounded. It was like demonic thunder. An extremely terrifying sword intent that seemed to want to annihilate everything erupted, shattering everything. It completely tore the blood-red void apart. Pitch-black cracks appeared, and the aura it emitted was filled with destruction. In the battle fortress, Qianzong was given a large courtyard because of his identity and status. The courtyard was surrounded by formations and seals. Without Qianzong's permission, others who wanted to enter had to force their way in. They would be blocked immediately. Even experts of the true Saint realm would find it difficult to enter directly. Experts on the real chaotic ranking could enter directly, but there were not that many of them. That was because they would only offend Peerless Sword Saint, a peerless expert whose strength could be ranked in the top 40 of the real chaotic ranking. In the back garden of the huge courtyard, there was a small lake with a circumference of a few hundred meters. There was a pavilion in the lake. In a place like the battle fortress, there were very few courtyards with a small lake and pavilion. They were all very precious. Without sufficient status, one could not live in them. At this moment, there were 3 people sitting in the pavilion. One of them was Qianzong. The second person was a middle-aged Taoist with a head full of white hair. His face was ordinary, and he even looked a little worried. At first glance, one would think that he was worried about something. He was also a peerless expert on the real chaotic ranking. He was Taoist Cho, who was ranked 63rd on the real chaotic ranking. He was also called Taoist Cho. Lord Sword Saint, he is my good friend. He is Immortal Tianfu, who is ranked 75th on the real chaotic ranking. Taoist Cho pointed at the third person and introduced him. I have heard of the Sword Saint's glory. I regret not being able to see it with my own eyes. Immortal Tianfu was also a middle-aged man. He was full of smiles and his tone was humble. Immortal, you are too polite. Qianzong replied with a smile. As for you, Nianqin, he was cultivating hard. After witnessing the battle between Qianzong and Black Flame Saint, Nianqin had a deeper understanding of his own swordsmanship. He took the opportunity to cultivate in seclusion, preparing to comprehend more of the mysteries of swordsmanship. He wanted to see if he could take this opportunity to break through and reach the godlike sword realm. If he could break through to the godlike sword realm, Nianqin's strength would increase tremendously. If he cultivated well for a period of time and improved his bloodline, he might be able to reach the real chaotic ranking. This time, I brought Immortal Tianfu to visit Lord Sword Saint because of something. Taoist Cho continued. There was no smile on his face. Let me say it. Immortal Tianfu smiled and said, this is directly related to me. A few years ago, I snuck into the ancient demon domain and found a relic. According to my investigation, the relic should be left behind by the prehistoric universe. It gradually appeared when the previous universe collapsed and merged into the chaotic great universe. Prehistoric universe. Qianzong was slightly taken aback. His interest was immediately piqued. The so-called prehistoric universe didn't refer to a specific universe. It referred to the previous universe. Now that it was the chaotic great universe, then the universe epochs before the chaotic great universe could be considered as the prehistoric universe. However, Immortal Tianfu also excluded the previous universe epoch. He was referring to an earlier universe epoch. Zong had only heard a few words about that universe epic and didn't know much about it. However, he was still very interested. I stayed in there for a period of time and deduced that it should be a relic left behind by the giant universe epic. Immortal Tianfu continued, however, the relic is very dangerous. With my strength, I can't really explore it. Therefore, I need to find a few capable and trustworthy people to explore it together. I've known Daoist Cho for many years, so I know his temperament very well. I trust his judgment. Since Peerless Sword Sage is respected by my good friend, he must be a man with a true temperament. Immortal Heavenly Talisman was very good with words. He inadvertently praised Daoist Cho and Zong. Exploring the prehistoric universe, Zong pondered for a while and nodded, okay, but we still need to wait for a while. Sword Sage, what else do you need our help with? Immortal Tianfu asked with a smile. It's nothing special. It's just that my Dao partner is still in seclusion. I have to wait for her to come out. Zong replied with a smile. Immortal Tianfu and Daoist Cho naturally had no objections. In that case, I'll go invite another person. It'll be safer for us to explore together. Immortal Tianfu smiled. After chatting for a while, Immortal Tianfu and Daoist Cho left together. The prehistoric universe, the era of the giant universe. Zong thought to himself and immediately asked someone to send him the information about the prehistoric universe. In this era of the chaos universe, people were more enthusiastic about the research of the prehistoric universe. This was because during the collision and fusion process of the previous universe era, many relics of the prehistoric universe had appeared one after another and were constantly being explored. Because of this, more people were interested in the prehistoric universe and were constantly researching and organizing it. Soon, the relevant information about the prehistoric universe was sent to Zong. As a peerless expert on the Chaos Real list, Zong had joined the Demon Slayer camp. Of course, he had some privileges. Zong flipped through the information about the prehistoric universe in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. It turns out that the era before the previous era was the 100 Races era. At that time, the 100 races were in great numbers and there were many strong races. Zong thought to himself. Wouldn't that be similar to the current chaotic great cosmos? The era before the 100 Races era was the Giant era. In the Giant era of the universe, the giant race was the most tyrannical existence and ruled 70% of the entire universe. The era before the Giant universe was called the Demon era. Similarly, the Demon race also ruled 70% of the entire universe. When a universe era was named after a race, it meant that the race was extremely powerful and ruled at least 60%, 70%, or even 80% of the entire universe. The era before the Demon era was called the Sword and Blade era. It was an era where the Sword principle and Blade principle coexisted. They were the two most tyrannical paths of cultivation. Almost all the cultivators in the universe were either sword cultivators or blade cultivators. The sword principle origin and blade principle origin in the universe were unprecedentedly tyrannical. As for the eras before the sword and blade era, there must have been other eras. Unfortunately, there was no relevant information. There were only a few words of speculation. It was ambiguous and not true. Next, Zong waited. He waited for Xianxia to come out. Time passed slowly. Zong stayed in the courtyard of the fortress, cultivating while waiting for Xianxia to come out. Occasionally, he would go out to reinforce the nodes. There was a space-time teleportation formation that could be used from the fortress to the fortress. It could be activated in an instant. It only took 1 or 2 breaths of time for Zong to reach 400,000 meters in a breath. It was even faster for him to reinforce the nodes. In just 3 years, the ancient demon tribe had launched many attacks. Every attack would cause great losses to the monster-slaying army. There would be many casualties and some nodes would be broken. However, the ancient demon tribe would also suffer great losses. The most powerful time was when the ancient demon clan broke through a node. Before the reinforcements arrived, the ancient demons immediately invaded the monster-slaying territory. However, before they could do anything, a sword light flashed across the sky and slaughtered all the ancient demons with a single strike. It was the Peerless Sword Saint, Zong. In the entire Demon Slayer territory, In terms of strength at the true saint realm, Xianxia, who had once fought to a draw with Black Flame Sage, was ranked first. The most powerful person was a peerless expert who was ranked 20th on the Chaos Real ranking. He was known as the Spear Demon. However, Spear Demon spent most of his time in seclusion cultivating to break through to the demigod realm. Experts like Spear Demon had already cultivated to the peak of the true saint realm. It was difficult for him to advance further in the true saint realm unless he had some heaven-defying opportunity. However, that was too difficult. Simply put, the peerless experts on the chaotic real ranking had cultivated to the peak of the true saint realm. Of course, there were differences in the peak of different cultivators. Therefore, there was someone who was ranked first on the chaotic real ranking and could easily defeat those who were ranked in the top 100. It was rare for someone like Xianxia to be ranked on the chaotic real ranking without cultivating to the peak. Moreover, Xianxia's strength was not inferior to Saint Black Flame's. But apart from Xianxia and Xianxia, no one else knew about this. In the past 3 years, Xianxia's strength had also improved, but his cultivation was still stuck at the peak of the great accomplishment of the undying body of the universe. He was closer to the consummation, but he still had not made a real breakthrough. Today, Xianxia came out of seclusion. An extremely shocking sword intent soared into the sky. The sword intent seemed to have come alive, turning into an incorporeal phoenix that could burn the stars and destroy the moon. It tore apart and burned everything. Xianxia smiled when he felt the shocking sword essence. He knew that Xianxia had made a breakthrough. Tongshan Sword Realm, Xianxia's swordsmanship talent was not bad. In the previous universe era, under the guidance of Xianxia and Eternal Sword Master, he had been working hard in the new universe era. After 1,000 years, he had improved. Now, he'd once again obtained Xianxia's guidance, allowing him to accumulate sufficient strength and finally surmount that boundary and break through that bottleneck. A sword light broke through the sky in a graceful manner. It was like a phoenix soaring in the sky. The sword light surged and turned into a huge phoenix that slowly flapped its wings. Such a shocking aura fluctuation was immediately felt by many people in the fortress. They all looked over in shock. Tongshan Sword Principle. Another peerless sword cultivator has appeared. Tongshan Realm was a superb martial arts realm. In theory, it corresponded with the cultivation of True Saint Realm. However, many True Saint Realm martial arts realms had not broken through to Tongshan Realm. Those who had both the cultivation of True Saint Realm and Tongshan Realm martial arts realms were rare in the True Saint Realm. The sword light streaked across the sky like a star-burning phoenix, bringing with it an unparalleled power. Xianxia smiled. His heavenly sword was unsheathed in an instant as well, meeting the attack head-on. In just a moment, the two of them had each attacked hundreds of times. Each attack was mysterious and contained terrifying power. However, they did not use their cultivation. It was a pure contest of sword essence and swordsmanship. After a few dozen breaths, the sword light separated and dispersed. Xianxia also put his sword back into its sheath. I finally made a breakthrough. Xianxia put his sword back into its sheath with a smile. He felt happy from the bottom of his heart. After thousands of years, he finally made a successful breakthrough. It was really not easy, but Xianxia was also very clear that if he didn't have Xianxia's guidance, it would take him hundreds of years to make a breakthrough, or even hundreds of years might not be able to succeed. Reading thousands of books was not as good as traveling thousands of miles. Traveling thousands of miles was not as good as a word of advice. It could clear the clouds and see the moon. It could be enlightened immediately. In the following days, they cultivated, practiced swordsmanship, and reinforced nodes. During this time, Xianxia and Xianxia also worked hard to make a baby. Once their cultivation reached the limit of the True Saint Realm, it meant that both of them would completely leave their bodies of flesh and blood. At that time, they would not be able to have children. However, Xianxia hoped to have children of his own. Therefore, he had to work hard. It seems that I have to delay the completion of the indestructible body of the universe. Xianxia could not help but think. Once the indestructible body of the universe was completed, he would completely lose his body of flesh and blood and the ability to have children. Of course, it did not mean that he would not be able to have children. It was almost impossible, unless he had the help of some special treasure. That kind of special treasure was very rare. However, it would be different if he could break through to the demigod realm. Once he broke through to the demigod realm, he would return to his body of flesh and blood. This body of flesh and blood would be different from the previous body of flesh and blood. It would be the body of a demigod. Therefore, a demigod would have the ability to have children. Xianxia did not know when he could break through to the demigod realm. Therefore, he had to work hard to make a baby from now on. However, it was extremely difficult for a true Saint Realm expert, especially a top true Saint Realm expert, to have children. It was thousands of times more difficult than ordinary people. The two worked hard almost every day. After another year, enlightened Tianfu and Taoist Chou came again. Together with them was a middle-aged man with dark skin and thin cheeks. He looked a little gloomy. "Your Excellency Peerless Sword Saint, this is Insect Controlling Immortal. He will be with us." Enlightened Tianfu introduced him to Xianxia and then looked at the gloomy middle-aged man. "Your Excellency Insect Controlling Immortal, this is the Peerless Sword Saint of Peerless Sword Principle. A few years ago, I heard that a sword cultivator could fight to a draw with Black Flame Saint, who was ranked 35th on the Real Chaos ranking of Xianxia Divine Palace. I was very surprised and wanted to see it with my own eyes. Today, I see that he is indeed extraordinary." Insect Controlling Immortal cupped his hands and smiled at Xianxia. However, even his smile gave people a gloomy feeling. "Greetings, Insect Controlling Immortal." Xianxia returned the sword salute. Although Insect Controlling Immortal is not on the Real Chaos ranking, his strength is not to be underestimated. He is the strongest level below the Real Chaos ranking. Enlightened Tianfu laughed. Moreover, Insect Controlling Immortal is best at controlling insects. It'll be of great help to us when we explore the ruins of the prehistoric era of the universe. Only then did Xianxia come to a realization. No wonder true monarch Insect Controlling was not on the Real Primal Chaos board, but Immortal Heavenly Talisman wanted him to be his companion. It seemed that the main reason was his skill in controlling insects. This was indeed very helpful. Some places were dangerous but difficult to detect. They had to be explored first to know. However, such exploration could sometimes be fatal. At this time, the Zerg beasts would be of great use. Sacrificing some insect beasts was better than dying. "Your Excellency Sword Saint, are you ready?" Enlightened Tianfu asked, implying that he wanted to ask Xianxia if his Taoist companion had come out of seclusion. "We can go now." Xianxia smiled in response. Xianxia had already told Xianxia about this. "In that case, let's go. A long night may cause trouble." Taoist Chou said immediately. Although it was said that the primeval universe relic was discovered by the enlightened heavenly talisman, there was no guarantee that it would not be discovered by others over the years. Perhaps it would be discovered by the ancient demon clan. After all, it was located in the ancient demon territory. The four experts left immediately. Although Xianxia was a member of the demon-slaying camp, his freedom was not restricted. Such an expert could come and go as he pleased. Otherwise, who would be willing to be restricted? The reason why experts were experts was that they could better control their own destiny. Among the four of them, 3 were experts on the Real Primal Chaos ranking. Although the last one wasn't, he was still one of the strongest below the Real Primal Chaos ranking. He also had the ability to control insects. The 4 of them could be considered the pillars of the human race and the origin race. The remains are in the middle circle of the ancient demon domain. Enlightened Tianfu said as he led the way. "Everyone, I will give you the concealment talisman. Use it to hide your body and aura, avoid the ancient demon clan, and enter the remains." Naturally, no one objected. Otherwise, if they did not hide their tracks, it would not be easy to enter the ancient demon domain. They would be easily discovered and attracted a large number of ancient demons. They might even be besieged and killed. Enlightened Tianfu's skill was in the talisman Dao. It was a unique inheritance that few people could master. Most of the people who mastered the talisman Dao were relatively ordinary. Only a few could break through to the true saint realm. To put it simply, the talisman Dao was not mainstream in the chaotic universe. It was an inheritance from the remains of the 100 Races universe era. Although there were few experts in the talisman Dao, the talisman Dao was indeed extensive and profound. Everyone was given a light green concealment talisman. There were many words written on it that seemed to be messy but contained a certain pattern. Chenzong glanced at it and found that he could not understand it. However, he felt that the aura contained in it was very unfathomable. The concealment talisman was also very easy to use. It could be directly activated by one's own strength. Chenzong was the last to activate it. When the other three activated the concealment talisman one after another, Chenzong was immediately surprised to find that the aura of the three people rapidly faded and then disappeared. Then, the three people's figures also rapidly faded, as if they had become three almost transparent phantoms. If Chenzong had not seen it at a close distance and with his own eyes, he would not have discovered it. It was indeed very mysterious. While thinking, Chenzong also activated the concealment talisman. A strange feeling arose spontaneously and his aura was hidden to the extreme. A six-armed ancient demon led four four-armed ancient demons and hundreds of two-armed ancient demons to patrol the void. Their eyes were filled with ruthlessness as they scanned the surroundings, checking everything to prevent cultivators from sneaking into the ancient demon territory and causing trouble. The ancient demon clan wanted to invade the territory of the human clan and the origin clan, so they were naturally guarding against cultivators from the human clan and the origin clan. Chenzong and the other three avoided the patrolling ancient demons. It was not that they could not fight against them. If they really wanted to attack, any one of them could completely annihilate the patrolling ancient demons in an extremely short period of time. If the four of them attacked together, it was guaranteed that no sound would be heard. However, this was the ancient demon territory after all. Once the aura of cultivators was leaked, it would easily attract the attention of the ancient demons. At that time, extremely powerful ancient demons would attack. The purpose of the four of them was not to enter the ancient demon territory to cause trouble, but to sneak into the ruins of the ancient era of the universe to seek opportunities. The concealment talisman sounded very simple and seemed to be some kind of common product. However, this was not the case. The concealment talisman could hide the body and aura of experts like them, making it difficult for others to detect them. Even if enlightened heavenly talisman wanted to make it, it was not so easy. The materials were very precious and needed to be carefully drawn. Enlightened heavenly talisman had spent many years to make these four concealment talismans. This meant that the concealment talisman could not be mass-produced and there were only a few of them. Moreover, it could not be used continuously. After the power was exhausted, it would completely lose its effect. Otherwise, if the concealment talisman could be mass-produced, it could be used by the demon-slaying army. The experts in the army could use it to sneak into the ancient demon territory to assassinate powerful ancient demons and cause chaos in the ancient demon territory. After avoiding a patrolling ancient demon team, the four of them continued to move forward. They did not dare to be too fast and could only maintain a speed of about 100,000 meters per second. If they were too fast, the concealment talisman would lose its effect. 100,000 meters per second was equivalent to the speed of an ordinary true Saint Realm expert. It caused the four of them to move much slower. Even the weakest of the four, perfected insect-controlling lord, could exceed 200,000 meters per second at full speed. They continued to sneak in, carefully hiding their tracks and restraining all aura fluctuations. Although they had the help of the concealment talisman, they could not be careless because of this. During this time, the four of them also encountered an 8-armed ancient demons patrol. The 8-armed ancient demons were extremely powerful. Almost all of them had the strength of a peerless expert on the real primal chaos list. Some powerful 8-armed ancient demons could even compete with the top experts on the real primal chaos list. Although the concealment talisman had extraordinary effects, it was hard to guarantee that he would not be discovered by the 8-armed ancient demon if he got too close. Fortunately, he managed to avoid it. He continued to sneak in cautiously. "We're here." Taoist Heavenly Talisman transmitted his voice. Soon after, two of his fingers shook as a grey talisman appeared between them. With a light shake, the talisman seemed to ignite as wisps of smoke drifted outwards. The grayish-green smoke seemed to be attracted by something and immediately drifted in a certain direction. Finally, after drifting a few hundred meters away, it seemed to disappear into the void, as if it had been devoured. "Right there." Taoist Heavenly Talisman immediately said, "Previously, I used the talisman to cover the entrance of the relic. Under normal circumstances, it would not be discovered. Even if I wanted to find it again, I would have to rely on the power of the talisman." Taoist Heavenly Talisman took the lead and rushed forward a few hundred meters. In an instant, his figure seemed to have sunk into an invisible water surface. After a faint ripple, he disappeared. Then, Taoist Chao's figure also sank into it and disappeared. "Immortal, you go first," Chen Zong said to Immortal Insect Immortal. This was to prevent the attack of an ancient demon. It was very cautious, but it was necessary. After all, Chen Zong was stronger than Immortal Insect Immortal. Immortal Insect Immortal did not hesitate and instantly rushed out and sank into it. The last one was Chen Zong. It was a very strange feeling. It was as if he had penetrated the water surface. There seemed to be a layer of invisible resistance. It felt a little sticky, but it did not really stop Chen Zong. In the next moment, Chen Zong rushed out of the layer of stickiness as if he had broken through a thin film and fell rapidly. A heavy sense of pressure directly appeared on his body. It was as if he was carrying an invisible mountain. His whole body fell rapidly. Chen Zong reacted immediately and quickly adjusted his body. His body floated down like a feather and gently landed on the ground. They had entered, the four people stepped into the relic of the prehistoric universe one after another. The feeling under his feet made Chen Zong know that the ground here was very hard, as if it was made of divine steel. The ground was extremely hard. It was grayish-black and full of cracks. It was like the land that had been dry for many years. A dull thud could be heard when he gently stamped his feet. The four people looked at each other and then quickly looked around. The ground was boundless. It was very spacious. The sky was grayish-white. It was very desolate and also very high. It gave the four people a strange feeling. Standing here, they seemed to be very small. This world was too big, too big, too big. Further away, there were scattered stones. Those stones were very huge, at least dozens of meters in size. Some were even hundreds of meters in size. They were like stone hills standing on the extremely hard ground. Further away, there was the shadow of a mountain. It was incomparably huge, as if it connected the sky and the earth. "I'll seal the entrance first, in case other people or ancient demons find this place and break in," Enlightened Heavenly Talisman said. Immediately, he took out a stack of light golden talismans. There were a total of 5 of them. With a shake of his finger, the 5 light golden talismans suddenly flew up and burned. They turned into 5 light golden lights and flew out, landing directly in the void. As the light flickered, they connected with each other, forming a pale golden seal. It was filled with very complicated and mysterious characters, like many tadpoles that were slowly swimming. "Well, I've already sealed the entrance with 5 Vajra talismans. Even if the 8-armed ancient demon wants to enter, it won't be so easy." Enlightened Heavenly Talisman revealed a smile. Immediately after, he took out a light silver talisman and shook it. It turned into a silver light that flew up and landed on the light golden light. Immediately, there were a few silver lines swimming on it. "That's a warning talisman. Once the power of the Vajra talisman is activated, I'll be able to sense it immediately." It had to be said that Enlightened Heavenly Talisman's method was very cautious and very appropriate. In this way, everyone would be able to immediately know if other people or ancient demons had entered the ruins after them. Knowing in advance would allow them to be more effectively prepared. "Insect controlling, it's up to you." After Enlightened Heavenly Talisman finished, he looked at Insect controlling True Monarch and said, "It's up to me." Insect controlling True Monarch nodded in response. Immediately, he waved his hand and a cloud of black smoke spread out. It kept expanding and expanding. A buzzing sound suddenly sounded. In the black smoke, thumb-sized insects appeared one after another. The black insects looked like bees with black carapaces. It was very strange. A faint fiendish aura spread out from those insects as if warning other creatures I'm not to be trifled with. With a thought from True Monarch Bug controlling, the flying insects immediately flew away in all directions. These insects were cultivated by Insect controlling True Monarch. They were specially used for scouting and could act as his eyes and ears. They were very sensitive. The last time I entered, I went in this direction. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman retracted his gaze and quickly glanced around. After confirming, he pointed in a direction and said, "How about we continue in this direction?" The three had no objections. Insect controlling True Monarch let more insects fly in this direction and flew very far away in the blink of an eye. The last time I entered, I met a giant wanderer from the era of giants. I named it myself because those giant corpses are wandering around this barren land. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman said seriously, "The giant wanderers are very strong, at least in the true saint realm. Their bodies are extremely strong, stronger than normal true saints. After I defeated a dozen or so giant wanderers, I encountered a very powerful giant wanderer. I couldn't defeat it, and it attracted even more giant wanderers. One of them had an aura even stronger than mine, so I had to retreat." The three listened to Enlightened Heavenly Talisman's words and pondered. Xianxia was somewhat curious. Giants. In the last era of the universe, Xianxia had entered the unknown lands from the inner universe's Thousand Swords Mountain and entered a spacetime fragment. At that time, he saw some giants and fought with them. Those giants' bodies were very strong and difficult to break. It was also under that situation that Xianxia created the Heaven Sword. It was extremely sharp and pierced through the giant's body as if to kill it. What was the relationship between those giants and the giants of the era of giants? Just the same name, or the same race? Xianxia was very curious. "A giant wanderer has been found," Insect controlling True Monarch suddenly said. His voice was a bit erratic. He was observing through his flying insects. The four of them immediately sped up. Not long after, they saw a huge body slowly wandering around the barren land, as if it was aimlessly wandering. When they saw the giant, except for Enlightened Heavenly Talisman, the other three were shocked. 100 meters tall, the giant wanderer was 100 meters tall with an extremely strong body. It was only wearing broken armor as if it had gone through a great battle. Xianxia felt that this giant wanderer was somewhat similar to the one he saw in the spacetime fragment. However, the giant in the spacetime fragment wasn't so huge, only about 10 meters tall. The difference between 10 meters and 100 meters was indescribable. Just its size alone brought a shock to people. Coupled with its extremely strong body, it also emitted a strong aura as if it was constantly suppressing the surroundings. The shock was even stronger. As if it also felt the aura of the four people, the giant wanderer suddenly turned and rushed over at a faster speed. They had already taken off the concealment talisman. After all, they still had to leave after exploring the ruins and needed to use the concealment talisman. The power on it was limited and difficult to replenish in a short time. The 100-meter-tall giant in broken armor was originally wandering slowly, but it seemed to have sensed the aura of the four people. It immediately turned around and rushed toward them, its speed increasing in an instant. It was as if a slow-crawling tortoise had turned into a fast-running rabbit. With a height of 100 meters and an extremely strong body, it gave off an extremely strong sense of oppression. In particular, the broken armor on its body added a bit of a tragic aura to it. "I'll do it." As soon as True Monarch Insect controlling True Monarch spoke, black smoke surged out and rapidly spread out, enveloping everything in all directions. A roar suddenly sounded, and a huge insect beast appeared. The insect beast looked like a mantis with hard armor. The mantis was 10 meters long, but it was nothing compared to the giant wanderer. It was still very small. However, the mantis insect beast was extremely fast. The wings on its back flapped, and it immediately burst out with an amazing speed. In an instant, it drew an arc and rushed toward the giant wanderer as if it was tearing the void apart. The knife arm cut horizontally in an instant and cut the giant's strong body as if it was going to cut everything apart. In the next breath, a shocking scene appeared. When the mantis insect beast's arm cut into the giant's skin, it was unable to completely cut it open. It was extremely difficult for the mantis insect beast to make a shallow cut. For such a huge giant, the cut was nothing. It was as if a mosquito bite was a flesh wound. How is it possible? Insect controlling True Lord was extremely shocked. The mantis insect beast was equivalent to an ordinary True Saint Realm insect beast, especially its knife arm, which was extremely sharp. It was completely at the level of a half-chaos divine weapon, but it couldn't cut the giant's skin and really hurt him. How tough was the giant's skin? The mantis insect beast was extremely fast. It quickly flew around the giant's body, and its knife arm kept cutting and cutting. It tried everywhere, but it still couldn't really cut the giant's skin and hurt the giant's body. Again. Insect controlling true lord shouted in a low voice. As the black smoke surged, it became more and more vigorous, and a new insect beast appeared. It was a 20-meter-tall insectoid with a huge black carapace on its back. The carapace was covered with black spikes, making it look like a mutated giant beetle. The giant beetle had a single horn protruding from its head, but the tip of the horn was not sharp at all. Instead, it was a huge ball that was several meters in size and covered with sharp spikes, like a hammer. The giant beetle roared like a ferocious beast. Then, the wings on. Its back spread out. It flapped at high speed and charged directly at the giant wanderer. The giant hammer ball on its head smashed out fiercely. With a bang, the giant wanderer's huge 100-meter-long body trembled and swayed again and again. But then, the giant wanderer's huge fist also smashed down on the giant beetle. It was like a meteorite falling to the ground, directly bombarding the body of the 20-meter-tall giant beetle. The tyrannical and terrifying power erupted in an instant, directly bombarding the giant beetle and forcing it to retreat. But the giant beetle was also 20 meters in size and had a shocking weight. It was also very good at strength. After retreating for dozens of meters, it immediately stopped and rushed out again. With another fierce blow, the giant wanderer's body shook again and retreated a few steps. The giant beetle's carapace was extremely hard. Even if it was hit, it was not injured. It cooperated with the mantis insect beast to fight the giant wanderer. Wanderer. In terms of level, the giant wanderer was only at the level of an ordinary true saint. But its body was huge and extremely tough, and its defensive power was also very terrifying. It was enough to fight against a top true saint. No wonder a mortal heavenly talisman could not completely penetrate it. If there were more than a dozen of such giant wanderers, even a top true saint would have a hard time. Even the experts on the real chaos ranking would have a hard time dealing with it. If it was a stronger giant wanderer, it would be even more difficult to deal with. The combination of the mantis insect beast and the giant beetle was enough to fight against the giant wanderer, but it seemed that it would not be so easy to kill it. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman made his move. With a wave of his hand, a silver talisman immediately broke through the air and turned into an extremely cold and incomparably sharp blade light. It seemed to cut through the void and directly attacked the giant wanderer. With a slashing sound, the giant wanderer's tyrannical body was directly torn apart by the cold silver blade light. Immediately, Enlightened Heavenly Talisman's index finger and middle finger turned into a sword finger. He pointed at the silver blade light and then rotated it, guiding the peerless blade light directly around the giant wanderer's neck and cutting it. The giant wanderer's head was suddenly cut off. The huge head rolled down and hit the ground with a dull roar. It sounded like a drum, and the ground shook. Layers of ripples spread out like a raging wind. Chenzong's pupils shrank slightly. He could feel the tyrannical power of the silver blade light. It was very shocking. After the blade light cut off the giant wanderer's head, it flew back and fell into Enlightened Heavenly Talisman's hand. It was a pure silver talisman. It looked like it was made of silver metal, but it was as thin as a piece of paper. It trembled slightly in Enlightened Heavenly Talisman's hand, giving a feeling that it was full of tenacity. This is the Divine Knife Talisman. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman noticed Chenzong's gaze and immediately smiled. Then, everyone studied the corpse of the giant wanderer. Under the penetration of Chenzong's mixed yuan heart force, they found that the giant's body was very tyrannical. Its skin, muscles, tendons, and bones were very dense, as if it had been tempered thousands of times. However, the body had been gray and decayed. It was obvious that it had been dead for a long time. In fact, when they saw the giant wanderer, Chenzong knew that this giant was no longer alive. Its whole body was filled with a strong death aura. The death aura was so strong that it had been dead for a long time. It was just that they didn't know why it was still wandering in this barren land. After cutting off its head, the giant fell to the ground and stopped moving. After studying it for a while, they had a more intuitive understanding of the giant wanderer. The four continued to move forward. The mantis insect beast and the giant beetle were in the vanguard. They were not ordinary insect beasts, but true saint-level insect beasts. They were not weak and would not be killed so easily. On this barren land, there seemed to be a lot of giant wanderers. Before long, Xianxia and the other three encountered another group of giant wanderers. There were more than a dozen of them. Every giant rogue brazenly rushed forward. Their 100-meter-tall and extremely strong bodies were incomparably heavy, like mountains. When they ran, their legs were like huge drumsticks, and they used the ground as a drum, making a series of deafening loud sounds. The ground shook, and the terrible impact rushed out wave after wave, causing the pressure to multiply. Quickly finish it. Immortal Heavenly Talisman's expression changed dramatically. Otherwise, it may attract more giants. Sigh. Taoist Cho sighed slightly. His sigh was full of sadness and seemed to be able to affect the surroundings, making people involuntarily fall into sadness. However, such emotions could not affect Xianxia and the others. Immortal Insect Beast was some distance away from Taoist Cho. In addition, Taoist Cho deliberately restrained himself, so it did not affect Immortal Insect Beast. This sigh was mainly aimed at the giant wanderers. Unfortunately, it did not work because the giant wanderers were actually dead and had lost their wisdom when they were alive. Without wisdom, they were muddle-headed and naturally had no joy, anger, sorrow, or other emotions. The sigh was also a sign that Taoist Cho was about to strike. In an instant, a palm print blasted out across the sky. The palm print contained a sorrowful and gloomy will that made one feel extremely depressed. When one was targeted, one would feel all sorts of negative emotions. However, the emotions and will of this palm still could not affect the giants. With a bang, the palm directly hit the head of a giant rogue. The tyrannical power erupted and immediately imprinted itself between its eyebrows, leaving a deep palm print. Under the tyrannical palm, the giant rogue was pushed back and fell down, its huge body falling backward. Immortal Heavenly Talisman activated the Divine Knife Talisman and attacked the giant wanderers. Immortal Insect Beast also controlled the two insect beasts to attack the giant wanderers. Xianxia burst out in an instant. The Heavenly Will Sword was unsheathed and streaked across the sky, creating a dazzling sword light. It seemed that the moment the sword light appeared, it took away all the brilliance around it. The other three people could not help but look at it. They unconsciously narrowed their eyes and felt that it was difficult to look directly at it. Just the sword light alone made them feel shocked. They could not help but be secretly shocked. No wonder he was a peerless expert who could fight to a draw with Black Flame Saint of the dazzling Flame Divine Palace. His strength was indeed very tyrannical and amazing. The sword light flashed and instantly tore the sky apart. A feeling of cutting everything spontaneously arose, making Xianxia feel very carefree. The extremely tough body of the giant wanderers could not resist the sharp sword light at all. In an instant, their necks were cut open and their heads were chopped off. They fell heavily to the ground. Xianxia killed a giant wanderer with one sword. He did not have the slightest intention of holding back. The second sword, the third sword, the fourth sword, he displayed the single heart sword technique at the fastest speed. Every sword was sharp and unparalleled. Every sword chased after the giant wanderers. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen giant wanderers were slaughtered. Among them, 9 were killed by Xianxia's sword. No wonder you're the unparalleled sword saint. Your way of the sword is unparalleled. Immortal Heavenly Talisman immediately complimented him. His tone was very sincere and made people feel comfortable. Taoist Cho and Immortal Insect Beast also complimented him. I'm a sword cultivator. I'm best at fighting and killing. Xianxia smiled. Sword cultivators were recognized as the best at fighting and killing. Immortal Heavenly Talisman and Immortal Insect Beast might not be as good as him in killing, but they each had their own specialties. For example, he did not know the Talisman way and the way of Insect Beast. After a round of compliments, they did not stop at all. The purpose of entering this place was not to fight with the giant wanderers, but to seek opportunities. After all, this was a relic left from the prehistoric era of the universe. It was very rare. If they could obtain any opportunities from it, it would be of great benefit to them. The sky was gloomy and filled with countless cracks. It was like a porcelain that had been smashed and would shatter at any time. Wisps of air permeated the air and emitted a terrifying aura. Chenzong and the others shuddered when they saw it. This relic was essentially a fragment of the giant universe era. It existed in the void mezzanine of the chaotic universe and was constantly being pushed aside. The airflow was the aura of annihilation produced when the two universe eras fought against each other. Without the power of the demigod realm, one would most likely die if they came into contact with such an aura. It was too terrifying. Chenzong paid attention to the aura from time to time. Although it was very faint, the power it contained was extremely terrifying. If such a power could be drawn out and integrated into the all things to ruin sword, wouldn't the power of the sword increase tremendously? Chenzong suddenly had an idea. If he could succeed, then the power of the all things in heaven and earth returned to ruin would increase to an extremely terrifying level. Chenzong couldn't help but think of the battle with the Black Flame Saint. He had personally experienced the Black Flame Saint's ultimate move, Black Flame Saint's destruction. The power of destruction contained within it was extremely terrifying. Chenzong was also inspired by that punch. The Black Flame Saint used the power of destruction to draw out the power of destruction from the void and condense it within the punch, causing the power of destruction of the punch to increase tremendously. Previously, Chenzong's all things to ruin sword only contained the will of destruction and a trace of the power of destruction. After being inspired by the Black Flame Saint's punch, he had drawn some of the power of destruction from the depths of the void and condensed it within the all things to ruin sword, causing the power of the sword to become even stronger. Now, seeing such a terrifying power of destruction, although it was very faint, it made his heart palpitate. He had no confidence in drawing it out and condensing it. He was afraid that he would be destroyed and annihilated if he wasn't careful. While thinking, Chenzong didn't stop at all. He continued to go deeper into the relic with the other three. The relic was considered to be very hidden. With the help of the enlightened heavenly talisman, it would be even more difficult to discover the relic. It wouldn't be that easy to enter and they would be discovered by the enlightened heavenly talisman. The deeper they went, the stronger the giant wanderers that appeared. They were both 100 meters tall, but it was obvious that the more powerful giant wanderer was wearing a complete set of armor, and its aura was also more tyrannical. It was a giant wanderer at the peak of the true saint realm. However, because of its powerful physique, it was very difficult to deal with such a giant wanderer. An ordinary peak of the true saint realm could not do anything to it. Only experts on the real chaotic ranking could fight and defeat them. Leave it to me. His body flickered, and the will heavenly sword left its scabbard. It streaked through the air, cutting through the air in a deadly attack. Chenzong's eyes widened, and the will heavenly sword appeared. Will heavenly talisman, enlightened heavenly talisman. Chenzong's sword swept across the sky and attacked the giant. The sword light hit the giant's body. The giants' bodies were huge, and their strength was astonishing. However, they had a shortcoming, and that was their speed. Their speed was average and not outstanding, so it was difficult for them to dodge Chenzong's sword attacks. However, because their bodies were extremely tyrannical, they could withstand most of the attacks. However, Chenzong's sword was extremely sharp and incisive. His sword slashed through the air and instantly left a sword mark on the giant's neck, slicing through the extremely tough skin. However, this giant was obviously much stronger than the previous giants. Chenzong couldn't kill it with one strike. What an amazing defense! Chenzong was secretly shocked. With his current attack power, an ordinary strike could kill experts of the true saint realm on the chaotic real ranking list. But he couldn't cut off the giant's neck. He could only cut off a small part of it. Then, Xianxia. The sword swept across the sky. The sword light was extremely bright and took away all the light in the world. Wherever the sword passed, the world seemed to be sucked in all the light and fell into darkness. Only a dazzling sword light could be seen. This sword was incomparably sharp, and it swept through everything before it. It was as if nothing in the world, no matter what it was, could resist it. The giant's body was indeed very strong, but it couldn't resist Chenzong's Xianxia sword. It was immediately cut off and its head flew high. With Chenzong's current strength, he could be ranked in the top 40 of the chaotic real ranking list. No, he could even be ranked in the top 35. He was extremely strong and extremely good at attacking. Unfortunately, killing these giant wanderers didn't give him anything. So far, no one had gained anything special. They could only continue to go deeper. The area they had reached was a place that enlightened heavenly talisman hadn't been to before. The aura was getting more and more desolate. A huge palace appeared in front of him. The architectural style of the palace was different from the style of the current chaotic universe. It had a rough feeling, and it was full of primitive and barbaric feeling. The palace was brown and huge. It stood on the ground. The surroundings were a little broken and collapsed as if it had experienced a great battle. Looking at the barbaric palace, Xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly. His sharp intuition made Xianxia feel that there seemed to be an unusual aura in the palace. Perhaps there was some kind of opportunity in the palace. As they approached the palace, the four didn't enter immediately. Insect-controlling True Monarch controlled the mantis insect beast to step into the open door of the palace first. The mantis insect beast was very fast. Even if it encountered any danger, it could easily avoid it. Insect-controlling True Monarch could also see everything in the palace through the mantis insect beast. After a while, the mantis insect beast came out unscathed. There are some giant corpses inside. In addition, there is a broken stone tablet with some carvings on it. Insect-controlling True Monarch told them everything he saw through the mantis insect beast. The four looked at each other and nodded. They immediately stepped into the palace. Compared to the huge door of the palace, the four of them looked very small. The door was 1,000 meters tall. Only the giants, who were 100 meters tall, could match it. The height of a human being would be astonishingly tall if they were 2 or 3 meters tall. Moreover, Xianxia and the other three were of normal height. They were naturally extremely small in front of this 1,000-meter-tall door. The inside of the palace was incomparably spacious. Everyone's light footsteps seemed to be infinitely amplified, like the beating of a drum. The interior of the palace was dim, and even if everyone's cultivation was high, they were still affected and could not see clearly. For some reason, the dim light gave everyone an indescribable pressure. It was as if there was an invisible pressure pervading the surroundings, filling every breath. It was everywhere. The mantis insect beast and the giant beetle walked in front. Once there was any danger, they would be the first to face it. The palace was huge. It was originally where the giants lived. When Xianxia and the others stepped in, they had to take many steps to be the same distance as a giant's step. Gradually, they saw a broken stone tablet. Even though it was broken, the stone tablet was still over 100 meters tall. It was extremely huge. There was a broken section on the top, and the broken section fell to the side. It was still tens of meters long. In other words, the complete stone tablet was nearly 200 meters long. Standing in front of the huge broken stone tablet, the four of them raised their heads and stared at it. There were many carvings on the stone tablet. They looked like some kind of text, but they also looked like messy carvings, like the scribbles of a child. However, they were not ordinary cultivators. They were all top true saints with high cultivation. At a glance, they felt that the carvings on the stone tablet were not ordinary. Those scratches seemed to contain an indescribable profundity. However, after looking at it for a while, the four of them realized that they could not understand it at all. The carvings seemed to be some kind of text, and they could feel that there seemed to be endless mysteries contained in them. It was like looking at a beauty through a layer of gauze. Their hearts were itching, but they could not really see it. It made them look forward to it. Xianxia looked at it carefully. He focused on operating the chaotic prime realm and memorized all the carvings on the broken stone tablet. He vaguely seemed to be able to see something, but he also seemed to be separated by something. It was like looking at flowers in the fog and looking at the moon in the water. It was not clear enough. Vaguely, Xianxia felt that these carvings seemed a little familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. Heavenly Tower. A thought suddenly flashed through Xianxia's mind. In the last universe era, in a space-time fragment in the unknown place that the 10,000 Swords Mountain had entered, he had encountered the so-called giants. However, they were only 10 meters tall, which was nothing compared to the 100-meter-tall giants here. However, in the broken Heaven Tower, he saw many words that were different from the human language, such as the words of the 10-meter-tall giants. Now that he thought about it, those words were similar to the carvings on the broken stone tablet. How should he describe it? It was like a simplification. The words of the giants in the Heaven Tower seemed to be a simplified version of the carvings on the broken stone tablet. Then, Qianzong thought of the words of the divine demon clan. They were similar. Ancient god language. Qianzong's eyes suddenly lit up. Weren't these words similar to the ancient god language? No, to be precise, they should be derived from the ancient god language. Back in the spacetime fragment in the unknown place, in the Heaven Tower, he had received the ancient god language taught by the first-generation Taihao. He felt that it was unfathomable and mysterious. He had tried to comprehend it, but he could not understand anything. Even so, Qianzong had tried to comprehend it from time to time. After many years, he had more or less gained something. Now that he compared it, the more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was similar to the ancient god language. It was as if it was a part of the ancient god language. Thinking of this, Qianzong's head shook. Under the chaotic prime realm, he suddenly thought of more things. What was the origin of the ancient god language? It was unfathomable to such an extent. Previously, he had thought that the ancient god language was a language of the core universe. Now, it seemed that it was not. Its origin was probably more mysterious than he had imagined. In the spacious palace, 4 tiny figures stood in front of a huge broken stone tablet. Their eyes were focused as they stared at the carvings on the broken stone tablet. They were trying their best to remember them. Although they didn't know what the carvings meant, they knew that they weren't ordinary since they were placed here. They would memorize them first and study them after leaving the remains. Suddenly, Taoist Heavenly Talisman took out a blank talisman. With a flick of his finger, the blank talisman immediately trembled in the wind and rapidly enlarged. It rapidly floated towards the broken stone tablet and landed on it. Copy! Enlightened Heavenly Talisman shouted. The blank talisman on the steel activated with a mysterious power and copied the mysterious carvings on the steel. Good technique. Insect Controlling Master praised. Heavenly Talisman, give me a share when we go back. Taoist Cho wasn't worried anymore. No problem. Everyone gets a share. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman smiled. It wasn't difficult to make a copy, one for each person. In the next moment, the blank talisman on the steel trembled and burst into flames. It turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. It can't be copied. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman was shocked. He watched the blank talisman burn into ashes and disappear completely. He threw out another copy talisman, but the result was the same. It couldn't be copied. There's a power on the steel that prevents copying. Taoist Chao's eyes flashed and he said solemnly. Since it couldn't be copied, it meant that they could only memorize it with their own memory. However, even though they had a photographic memory, they couldn't copy such mysterious carvings if there was a slight deviation. Qianzong continuously comprehended, using the ancient god language to comprehend, analyzing bit by bit. Imperceptibly, Qianzong's understanding of the ancient god language was also deepening little by little, and he could feel the profound mysteries of a higher level. The origin of the ancient god language must be very shocking. Qianzong couldn't help but think. It seemed that he needed to study the ancient universe carefully in the future. Maybe he could find some clues from it. As for now, it was better to study it carefully. As time went by, Taoist Heavenly Talisman, Taoist Cho, and True Monarch Bug had already memorized all the engravings on the stone, and made sure that no mistakes would be missed. Only Qianzong was still staring at those carvings and carefully comprehending them. The Peerless Sword Saint seems to have comprehended something. The divine light in Taoist Chao's eyes flickered continuously, but he was not very sure. Since that's the case, let's not disturb Sword Saint's meditation. True Monarch, I'll have to trouble you to use your insect beasts to investigate. Taoist Heavenly Talisman said to True Monarch Insect Controlling. It's a piece of cake. True Lord Insect Controlling Master responded. He waved his hand, and as the black smoke spread, more flying insects quickly flew out in all directions of the palace. The earlier inspection was just a simple inspection. Now, it was time for a more detailed inspection. Qianzong was immersed in his comprehension. His primordial chaos realm was activated to the extreme. An inexplicable aura filled the surroundings. If someone whose realm was not high enough approached, their thoughts would immediately be affected and they would become confused. Wisps of inexplicable aura appeared all around, as if they were constantly twisting. In Qianzong's mind, there was a brainstorm going on. The mystery of the ancient god language was being analyzed bit by bit. Every ancient god language seemed simple, but it contained unparalleled mysteries. At the same time, the mystery contained in the carvings on the broken stone tablet was also deciphered by Qianzong. The giant god battle method. Qianzong was the first to decipher a few carvings and understood their meaning. It sounded like some kind of cultivation method or secret method, or maybe martial arts. Moreover, it should be a kind of inheritance of the giant tribe in the giant universe. Every kind of inheritance had its mysteries. Perhaps one could not cultivate it, but one could comprehend some mysteries from it. Different ways of cultivation had something in common and could inspire each other. Qianzong became more focused on comprehending. No wonder he is the unparalleled sword sage. His way of the sword is unparalleled. This opportunity is really enviable. Taoist Chao's bitter face suddenly revealed an envious look. There was no reason not to be envious, but there was no reason to be jealous. To be able to cultivate to this stage and be listed on the real chaotic list, his will was incomparably amazing. He would never be jealous of others because of some opportunities. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. How could he have reached this stage? Every opportunity had its own fate. Opportunities were to be found, not envied. Taoist Cho knew this truth, Taoist Heavenly Talisman also knew this truth, and so did Insect Controlling Immortal. Time slowly flowed by. Qianzong was still in the midst of his comprehension. The contents of the Titan battle technique were slowly analyzed. Taoist Heavenly Talisman and the other two didn't stay idle either. They also gradually explored the other parts of the palace, hoping to find some kind of opportunity that they could obtain. Unlike the broken stone tablet, they couldn't comprehend anything no matter how hard they tried. They couldn't even copy it and could only memorize it based on their memories. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, there seemed to be a sudden sound of war drums, as if to break through the enemy lines. It directly alarmed Taoist Heavenly Talisman and the other two. Qianzong also heard it, but he was still in the midst of comprehension and did not want to leave for the time being. Because soon, he would be able to comprehend the giant god battle method on the broken stone tablet completely. This feeling was so wonderful that Qianzong did not want to stop here. Taoist Heavenly Talisman and the other two immediately gathered together. The mantis insect beast and the giant beetle were also quickly called back by Insect Controlling Immortal. In the innermost part of the palace, there was a constant thumping sound with a strange rhythm. It was very heavy, as if a mountain was bombarding the earth. Every time there was a vibration in all directions, causing the whole palace to tremble. A terrifying aura spread out and surged out continuously. Kacha 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 sounds were heard, as if a heavy door was slowly opening. It was very obscure and ear-piercing, making one's scalp tingle uncontrollably. Taoist Heavenly Talisman's arm suddenly shook, and suddenly a flame flew out. The flame flew forward rapidly, immediately dispersing the darkness and illuminating the surroundings, allowing one to see everything inside. There was a wall, a very thick wall that was slowly being opened. Obscure and ear-piercing cracking sounds were constantly coming from that wall. An extremely terrifying aura was constantly spreading out, like a raging storm, as if some existence was awakening. Dong 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 dong, the sound like war drums was incessant. What is that sound? Taoist Heavenly Talisman frowned, somewhat surprised and doubtful. Just the thumping sound alone gave them a very frightening feeling. Unconsciously, even their heartbeat was affected, and the rhythm was controlled. There was a very uncomfortable feeling, and their breathing became difficult. The giant beetle let out a loud roar. The roar was very loud, and the roar was like a thunderclap, instantly interrupting the thumping sound like war drums, and also causing the influence on Taoist Heavenly Talisman and the other two to disappear in an instant. The three immediately got rid of it, and circulated their cultivation methods to resist. The inside of the slowly opening giant door was illuminated by the flame, and something could be vaguely seen. But the next moment, the flame was directly extinguished. Go. True monarch insect controlling immediately urged the flying insects to rush into the giant door, wanting to see what was going on inside. But it had only been 3 breaths of time since the flying insect entered, and before he could find anything, true monarch insect controlling's expression suddenly changed. Those flying insects were all dead. They died without any resistance. The thumping sound began to become more frequent, louder, and more rapid, causing the breathing of Taoist Heavenly Talisman and the other two to become rapid and chaotic again. Then, the outline of a figure appeared. When the figure appeared, it immediately brought a great shock to Taoist Heavenly Talisman and the other two. A giant wanderer. Not an ordinary giant wanderer. Finally, the figure stepped out of the giant door. With each step, the whole palace was shaking violently, as if it was about to collapse. It gave people the impression that it was a 1,000-meter-tall giant walking, but in fact, it was not even a 100-meter-tall giant, but a 10-meter-tall giant. Along the way, the giant wanderers they encountered were all 100-meter tall, but here they encountered a 10-meter-tall giant. In theory, the taller and stronger the giant, the better. But for some reason, when they saw this 10-meter-tall giant appear, Taoist Heavenly Talisman and the other two all instinctively felt that this giant was powerful and terrifying. That kind of aura was completely restrained, making it difficult for people to sense it, and it was impossible to distinguish its strength from its aura. But because of this, it was even more frightening. The 10-meter-tall giant had dark golden skin, as if it was made of divine gold. Even though its aura was completely restrained, it still gave people a feeling that it contained unparalleled terrifying power. It was as if once it erupted, it was bound to be able to shatter the sky and shatter the earth, and shatter the stars would be a piece of cake. The 10-meter-tall dark golden giant walked over step by step. With every step it took, the ground shook, and the palace seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. A terrifying pressure surged out. That pressure seemed to be everywhere, like the majesty of a king. The eyes of the 10-meter-tall dark golden giant were white gold, and there were no pupils at all. When people stared at it, they could only see darkness and confusion. It was dead silence. This giant was already dead, but for some reason, it could still stand up, walk, and fight. The mysteries behind this were too profound. It was not something that everyone could understand, so it was useless to think too much about it. The 10-meter-tall dark golden giant kept approaching, and its terrifying aura pressed down, making Taoist Heavenly Talisman and the other two get ready. Go. Taoist Heavenly Talisman immediately controlled the giant beetle and the mantis insect beast. The giant beetle charged directly at the giant, while the mantis insect beast flapped its wings in an instant, bursting out with unparalleled speed, and drew an arc as it rapidly approached the dark golden giant. Its long blade arm glowed with incomparable cold luster, and it ruthlessly slashed at the dark golden giant's neck, its speed incomparably fast. It couldn't dodge. That dark golden giant didn't seem to notice at all, and its neck was instantly slashed. The mantis insect beast's flying speed and slashing speed were very fast. It was even faster than the average true Saint Realm expert. Unable to dodge, the dark golden giant's neck was immediately slashed twice by the blade. However, the two blades were actually repelled, unable to harm the dark golden giant's neck at all. Even the blade's arm was bounced back with a crisp cracking sound. Broken, the mantis's blade arm was extremely tough and was not inferior to a half-chaos-grade divine weapon. Not only did it fail to hurt the dark golden giant at all, but it was also shattered by the recoil. It was simply unbelievable. At the same time, the giant beetle also charged forward. The giant beetle was 20 meters long. It was much larger than the giant's 10-meter-long body. Its horn was a few meters long and covered with spikes. It was almost half the size of the giant. The ferocious attack under its extreme speed was extremely powerful. It seemed to be able to shatter everything. When the spiked sphere, which was a few meters in size and carried the giant beetle's heavy body and shocking strength, hit the dark golden giant, the attack that could shatter mountains was unable to break the dark golden giant. No, it wasn't that it couldn't be broken, but that it couldn't even shake the dark golden giant's body. Instead, a dark golden light flickered and spread out like ripples. There was an instant backlash, and a clear cracking sound rang out once again. Broken, the spiky spheres that were several meters in size also shattered and fell to the ground. This scene shocked enlightened Heavenly Talisman, Taoist Cho, and perfected insect master. How could it be? Perfected cultivator insect controlling immortal was especially shocked. He knew best how the insect beast he cultivated was like. It was fine that it couldn't beat the giant, but it was shattered. It was unimaginable. The dark golden giant reached out at that moment. It seemed slow, but it grabbed the mantis insect beast's head in an instant. With a sudden force, the mantis insect beast's head was crushed. With a kick, the gigantic giant beetle was sent flying. With a bang, it flew back over 100 meters, and the extremely tough shell on its body shattered in an instant. In just 2 attacks, the mantis insect beast and the giant beetle were both dead. How could it be? The 3 of them were shocked. They immediately felt an extremely terrifying aura burst out and hit them, locking them down. Go all out. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman shouted. With a wave of his hand, a total of 9 talismans appeared before him. The 9 talismans burst forth with astonishing light, instantly turning into swords and knives that shot toward the dark golden giant. They were the Divine Knife Talisman and the Divine Sword Talisman, which belonged to the Divine Army Talisman series and were extremely powerful. Daoist Cho sighed again. His voice was filled with sorrow. Then, he struck out with his palms, one palm strike after another. Every palm strike was filled with astonishing power and terrifying sorrow as they blasted towards the dark golden giant. Imperial Insect's expression was cold and solemn. As he waved his hands, waves of black smoke rolled out. It was thicker and more magnificent than before, and an ancient roar rang out. Then, a strange insect beast appeared. It was an insect beast that was only 10 meters long. Its entire body was black and gold, and its luster was constantly flickering. It looked like a centipede, but it was not an ordinary centipede. It had a dragon head and 3 pairs of almost transparent bone wings. 1,000-legged black dragon centipede, this was the insect beast carefully cultivated by insect-controlling true monarch, which was several times more powerful than the mantis insect beast and the giant beetle. Insect-controlling true monarch was usually very insect immortal, rarely used the 1,000-legged black dragon centipede, but in the current situation, he had no choice but to use this method in the face of this tyrannical dark golden giant. Go all out. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman controlled the 9 Divine Army talismans while taking out talismans one after another. Some of the talismans were golden, some were purple, and some were cyan. They all shone brightly and fell on Daoist Cho and the 1,000-legged black dragon centipede. These were talismans that could enhance strength, speed, and so on. As a result, the strength of Daoist Cho and the 1,000-legged black dragon centipede increased by several times. The 9 God Army seals struck the dark golden giant, but they produced the sounds of metal clashing. They were unable to break through the dark golden giant's terrifying body. They only produced sparks. It was like they had struck a body forged from gold, not flesh and blood. From this point, it was enough to see how tyrannical the dark golden giant's body was. It was many times stronger than the previous giant wanderers. It was indescribable. The 1,000-legged black dragon centipede was several times faster than the mantis insect beast. In a flash, it swept toward the dark golden giant. Each of its legs was like a sharp blade, much more terrifying than the mantis insect beast's blade arms. Kill. The 1,000-legged black dragon centipede cut the dark golden giant's body. They became sharper and sharper, but they still could not break the skin of the dark golden giant, only leaving scratches. Daoist Cho continuously bombarded the dark golden giant with his palms. Each of his palms could shatter mountains, but when they fell on the dark golden giant, they only shook it slightly and could not cause any effective damage at all. Every palm print that hit the dark golden giant's body would shatter. The dark golden giant withstood the attacks of the crowd and stepped forward step by step. With each step, its momentum condensed and became more and more terrifying. With an earth-shattering boom, the 1,000-legged black dragon centipede was suddenly hit by the dark golden giant's fist. It was directly bombarded hundreds of meters back in an instant and hit the wall of the palace with a shocking sound, accompanied by a shrill scream. It was the scream of the 1,000-legged black dragon centipede. Insect Lord True Lord's expression changed drastically. The 1,000-legged black dragon was something he had spent hundreds of years to cultivate. If it was also killed, it would be a great loss for him, far more than the loss of the giant beetle and the mantis insect lord could compare with. To cultivate a new 1,000-legged black dragon centipede, it would take hundreds of years and many precious materials. Fortunately, it was still alive. The 1,000-legged black dragon centipede was indeed injured, but it was much stronger than the giant beetle. After being hit by the dark golden giant's fist, it did not die, but it was seriously injured. Boom, boom. 2 consecutive punches. With just 2 punches, all of Taoist Chow's palm prints were shattered and he was sent flying. His body was shattered at the same time, and the strength he had consumed was quickly regaining. His face was pale and increasingly distressed. Taoist Heavenly Talismans were also shattered. He quickly dodged, but was still brushed by the fist force and was also sent flying with half of his body shattered. Strong, it was simply indescribably strong. It was an extremely terrifying strength. In an instant, traces of despair filled the hearts of the 3 people. The dark golden giant continued to walk. Its speed was not fast, but the pressure of each step made the crowd feel more and more depressed, almost suffocating. When its pair of dull and blank eyes stared at them, a kind of dead silence and desolation grew in the hearts of the crowd for no reason, surging endlessly like a raging tide. They could not resist. At this moment, the shocking sword intent exploded in an instant, and the melodious sound of swords filled the air. Dazzling sword light broke through the air from behind and blasted toward the dark golden giant like a hurricane. Booming sounds immediately reverberated in all directions, echoing endlessly in the palace. The dark golden giant could not help but stop after being struck by the storm of sword light. Its body swayed, and it wanted to move forward again, but it became even more difficult. Chenzong made his move. Just now, Chenzong had basically comprehended the giant god battle method to the end of the broken stone tablet. He was only a little bit away from comprehending it completely, but he was stuck at the last point. The dark golden giant's tyrannical strength had defeated Taoist Heavenly Talisman and the other 2. Chenzong had no choice but to stop comprehending and make his move. He made his move with all his strength. After all, Taoist Cho and Taoist Heavenly Talisman were very strong, but they were defeated and injured by 1 punch. His strength was stronger than Taoist Cho and Taoist Heavenly Talisman, but it was not absolute. Boom. Boom, boom. The dark golden giant waved its hands again and punched again and again, directly shattering all the sword light. Taihao, the blazing true sun instantly pierced through the air and blasted towards the dark golden giant. The dark golden giant punched out, and the terrifying fist force was like a dragon tearing through the air, shattering the Taihao true sun and turning it into countless blazing sparks that sputtered out. Some of them bombarded the dark golden giant's body, but they were unable to cause any damage. The second sword strike. An ancient and incomparably tyrannical star shadow appeared. The star instantly broke through the air with this sword strike. Boom, the void seemed to crack. Eternal Star, a sword strike that placed great emphasis on strength, an extremely tyrannical sword strike. The dark golden giant punched out with both of his fists, aiming directly at Wang Xingchen's sword. When they collided, Wang Xingchen's sword emitted a cracking sound. In just a short moment, it shattered, and the dark golden giant was pushed back a few steps. Taoist Heavenly Talisman and the other 2 could not even make the dark golden giant take a step back. They could not even stop it, but now it was pushed back by Chenzong. The gap between them was obvious. Taoist Heavenly Talisman suddenly showed a touch of joy. He took out 2 talismans of different colors and quickly threw them out. They turned into 2 rays of light and fell on Chenzong. One was red, and the other was green. Chenzong immediately felt that he seemed to be surrounded by wisps of strong wind aura, which invisibly made his body and limbs lighter. Fast. Both his movement speed and the speed of his sword strike were 30% faster. Under the red aura, he seemed to be aided by an invisible force, and his attacks were also 30% faster. With the 30% increase in power and speed, Chenzong's strength was also significantly increased. Kill. With a flash, Chenzong directly approached the dark golden giant. He performed the single-hearted sword technique, and the mixed Yuan-heart force burst out without reservation. The sword strikes were swift, violent, and fatal. The single-hearted heavenly sword, which was close to a top divine weapon, was extremely sharp. In addition to Chenzong's superb swordsmanship, the power of each strike was extremely terrifying. Immediately, the tough skin of the dark golden giant was cut and torn open. The dark golden giant silently swung its fists to counterattack. Every punch made Qianzong suddenly feel suffocated. He couldn't help but feel his heart jump and his hair stand on end. If he was hit, his immortal body of the universe would not be able to withstand it. It was very likely that he would be blown up with one punch. Although he would not die directly, it would consume a lot of energy. Qianzong was extremely cautious, but he was still inevitably hit by a punch. Bang! With a loud bang, enlightened heavenly talisman and the others watched in horror as Qianzong was struck by the dark golden giant's fist, unable to dodge at all. Qianzong's immortal universe body, which had reached the pinnacle of the great completion stage, couldn't withstand the attack. It instantly shook and was attacked by a terrifying and domineering force. It was constantly disintegrated. In just a short time, it couldn't withstand the inevitable explosion. Spots of light rapidly reformed in the distance. Qianzong's figure appeared with an extremely solemn expression. That attack was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the Black Flame Saint's secret technique, the Black Ash Destruction. The Black Flame Saint's ultimate move, the Black Nightmare Shattering, contained a tyrannical power of destruction. However, the power contained in the fist of the dark golden giant was extremely pure and domineering. There wasn't any attribute of destruction. It was just pure power that could destroy everything. 40%. Qianzong couldn't help but gasp. Qianzong was shocked to the extreme. He had used 40% of his primordial heart force to regenerate his primordial universe indestructible body with a single strike. What a terrifying punch! With his current ability, he would definitely die if he was hit by 2 more punches. Everyone, run. With a thought, Qianzong immediately said. He turned into a beam of sword light and flew out of the palace gate. Seeing that even the powerful Qianzong was smashed by a single punch, there was no need to talk about them. Run, they couldn't care less about opportunities. Surviving was the most important thing. Without hesitation, the 4 of them immediately flew out of the palace at full speed. The dark golden giant suddenly let out a terrifying roar. That roar seemed to be able to shatter everything. It even cracked the void and turned into an extremely shocking shockwave. It fiercely blasted towards Qianzong and the others. Although it started later, it arrived first and directly bombarded the 4 of them. Shock, in an instant, the 4 of them immediately felt that their protective power was shocked and shattered. Their immortal universe body was also impacted and its power was constantly being depleted. Horrifying, the 4 of them were extremely frightened. Just the roar alone had such a terrifying power. Even if the 4 of them joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for the dark golden giant. At the same time, the dark golden giant's legs suddenly swelled and exploded with an extremely shocking power. It stomped on the ground and the extremely hard ground instantly shattered and collapsed. With a boom, the dark golden giant exploded with extreme speed. It turned into a terrifying dark golden light and broke through all obstacles. It instantly rushed towards Qianzong and the others. It was so fast that it actually caught up with them. Danger, an extremely strong sense of danger instantly. Qianzong instantly. He didn't hesitate to use his body to dodge. He left behind an afterimage, which was then shattered by a huge dark golden light. That kind of terrifying power made Qianzong tremble with fear. The last time. But they didn't dodge. And was hit. And instantly, they were instantly and Master didn't. And Immortal Insect Master. They instantly after they were hit. This was the last time. They could only endure the last attack because they didn't have much power left. Consume the elixir, they quickly consumed the elixir to speed up the recovery of their strength and save their lives. The dark golden light fell to the ground and turned into the dark golden giant again. It stood in front of the palace door. The gate of the palace was 1,000 meters tall and 100 meters wide. Although the dark golden giant was only 10 meters tall, it gave off a shocking aura as if it could hold back 10,000 enemies by itself. It was as if its body had become infinitely large, filling up the entire gate and blocking it. The 3 of you, do you have 6-armed or 8-armed ancient demon origins or corresponding ancient demon origins? Qianzong immediately asked. At this time, they could only break through and have a stronger strength. Only then would they have a chance to rush out. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman and the other two didn't understand. But they quickly responded. I only have 8 six-armed ancient demon origins. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman quickly said. I have 1 8-armed ancient demon origins and 9 six-armed ancient demon origins. Master Cho also quickly responded. I don't have much. I only have 6 six-armed ancient demon origins. Immortal Insect Master quickly replied. Lend them to me. Qianzong immediately said, I'll try to break through. Hearing this, the three took out the ancient demon origins and handed them to Qianzong without hesitation. They didn't know what Qianzong wanted to do, but there was still a glimmer of hope. Anyway, they were borrowed by Qianzong. If they could get out alive, it wouldn't be difficult for him to return them with the strength of an unparalleled sword sage. It was just a matter of time. If they couldn't get out alive, it was useless to keep them. Make the best use of them, Qianzong took them without hesitation and immediately let the Will Heavenly Sword absorb them. However, he wasn't sure if the Will Heavenly Sword could successfully transform into a top chaos sacred weapon with the ancient demon origins. If it could, his strength would improve significantly and he would be more confident in fighting against the Dark Golden Giant. The best case scenario would be for the Will Heavenly Sword to recover to the level of a top chaos sacred weapon. He would then be able to obtain the feedback of its strength and break through the limit to reach the perfect cosmic indestructible body. In fact, Qianzong didn't plan to break through to the perfect cosmic indestructible body yet because he wanted to have a child. If he broke through to the perfect cosmic indestructible body, he would lose the ability to have children unless he could obtain some treasure that could help with reproduction. Otherwise, he would have to wait until he broke through to the demigod realm. There was still a problem. When Qianzong and Xianxia hadn't reached the perfect true saint realm, there was a slight chance that they could have children. However, if one of them reached the perfect true saint realm, it wouldn't work. If Qianzong broke through to the demigod realm, he would have the ability to have children again. Under such circumstances, he would need the cooperation of Xianxia. Either Xianxia hadn't reached the perfect true saint realm, or she had broken through to the demigod realm. But now, they had to break through. Otherwise, without enough strength, they might die here. As for the problem of having children, they would have to leave this place alive first. Although there weren't many treasures that could help with reproduction and were precious, it wasn't impossible to buy them. The Will Heavenly Sword quickly devoured the ancient demon origins. The 4 of them quickly scattered to avoid being caught by the Dark Golden Giant. After the Dark Golden Giant blocked the door, it stepped forward again. As it stepped forward, the pressure became stronger and stronger, suppressing everything. The 4 of them once again rushed into the palace, using the spaciousness of the palace to distance themselves from the Dark Golden Giant and buy time. The Will Heavenly Sword continued to devour, and its aura became stronger and stronger. When the last 8-armed ancient demon's origin was devoured, Qianzong immediately felt the Will Heavenly Sword tremble slightly and let out a series of sword hums. The sword hums were melodious and pleasing to the ear, and it was full of joy. When one heard it, they couldn't help but feel a burst of joy from the bottom of their hearts. Qianzong couldn't help but show a touch of joy. Finally. After a long time, the Will Heavenly Sword, which had killed and devoured many powerful ancient demon origins, was finally going to recover. In an instant, along with the joyful sword hums, a vigorous and pure power emerged and poured into Qianzong's body. It constantly rushed into Qianzong's cosmic immortal body, causing Qianzong's cosmic immortal body to improve bit by bit. Break through the bottleneck of the peak of the cosmic immortal body. The sound of something shattering suddenly rang out. Qianzong immediately felt a change in his body. It was a change that came from breaking through the shackles and bottlenecks. In just an instant, a powerful force was born, rapidly circulating through every part of his body. Qianzong immediately felt his body transforming. When the cosmic immortal body reached the peak of the cosmic immortal body, there were still parts of the body that were scattered everywhere. Now, that part of the body had completely disappeared and was replaced by a body made of pure mixed yuan heart force. It was the immortal body that had fused with the inner universe. It had the tyrannical power of a body-refining practitioner and the amazing power of a chi cultivator. The combination of the two gave Qianzong greater strength. When the cosmic immortal body reached the peak of the cosmic immortal body, Xianxia could fight with an expert like the Black Flame Saint. If he had to fight with his life on the line, he was even confident that he could kill the Black Flame Saint. Now, he had finally broken through to the peak. The difference between the peak and peak was very obvious. The improvement was also very shocking. Feeling the endless power in his body, Xianxia couldn't help but smile. The feeling of being filled with tyrannical power was really wonderful. It made him feel very comfortable and he didn't want to leave the state. My strength has at least doubled. Xianxia couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Double. This was an increase in overall strength, not just in one aspect. A double increase was very impressive. And this double increase only referred to the improvement of his physical strength. It didn't include the Heavenly Will Sword's upgrade from an ordinary chaotic divine weapon to a top chaotic divine weapon. If it was included, it wouldn't be double. At least this double increase gave Xianxia more confidence to fight against the Dark Golden Giant. Instead of retreating, Xianxia exploded with extreme speed. He approached the Dark Golden Giant at a speed much faster than before. The Dark Golden Giant also attacked at the first moment. It punched out, violent and direct, but very tyrannical. It had a feeling that it was invincible. The punch shattered the void and directly created a hole. Xianxia's body was also directly shattered, but it was only an afterimage. Xianxia's speed was even faster. He dodged the Dark Golden Giant's violent punch and appeared beside it. He slashed the Dark Golden Giant's neck with his sword. Xianxia, with his own strength doubled, the power of the Heavenly Will Sword had at least doubled. When stacked together, it was more than twice. It was even more terrifying, causing the power of Xianxia's sword to increase dramatically. The fast, accurate, and ruthless sword slashed directly on the Dark Golden Giant's neck. Instantly, the extremely tough skin was cut and torn. Previously, Xianxia's sword could only leave shallow scratches. Now, it could cut through the skin. The difference was obvious. Being able to hurt the Dark Golden Giant meant that there was hope. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman and the other two immediately looked expectant. They hoped that Xianxia could defeat the Dark Golden Giant. Even if he couldn't, he had to hold on. Then the four of them could escape. The Dark Golden Giant seemed to be enraged and roared. Boom! Boom! The Dark Golden Giant seemed to have been completely enraged. It suddenly exploded, and its fists repeatedly struck at Xianxia. Every punch caused the void to tremble, and the entire palace trembled violently as if it would collapse at any moment. Under the violent punches of the Dark Golden Giant, the surroundings became chaotic. It was as if a whirlpool was spinning rapidly, trying to crush everything. Xianxia immediately felt an incomparably terrifying force attacking him from all directions. 3 times. Eternal stars, with a slash of the sword, a star fell and bombarded the body of the Dark Golden Giant with unparalleled strength. The star was 10 meters in size, equivalent to the size of the Dark Golden Giant. In an instant, it exploded with a terrifying power and sent the Dark Golden Giant flying. Good. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman and the other two were delighted. This was the first time that they had repelled the Dark Golden Giant dozens of meters away. The Dark Golden Giant landed on the ground with a terrible roar. It was so dull that it seemed to be stepping on everyone's hearts, making them feel extremely depressed. Let's go. Xianxia did not intend to continue fighting with the Dark Golden Giant. At the same time, he slashed out with his sword again. 3 times. Eternal stars, the 10-meter star shadow spun and bombarded the Dark Golden Giant again. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman and the other two immediately reacted and rushed toward the palace gate. As long as they rushed out of the palace, they would have a greater chance of escaping in such a vast space. Once again, the Golden Giant was hit by the Eternal Stars head-on and was sent flying dozens of meters away. Its body trembled as if it was about to fall apart. The Eternal Stars, the most important move, was performed by Xianxia with the power of the complete realm of the universe undying body and the power of a top chaotic divine weapon. Moreover, it was amplified by 3 times. Its power was extremely terrifying. After repelling the Dark Golden Giant, Xianxia turned into a sword light and flew toward the palace gate. Roar! The Dark Golden Giant became even more furious. Its body trembled, and an even more resplendent light shone from its body. Its aura skyrocketed, and after shattering the star projection, it punched out with its two fists, sending two huge dark golden true suns towards the palace gate with a domineering power. Danger, a strong sense of crisis struck, causing everyone's expression to change greatly. However, the two balls of light from the dark golden giant were even faster. They directly hit the door and exploded. Incomparably dazzling dark golden light burst out in all directions and spread rapidly. Finally, it covered the huge door and turned into a dark golden membrane. Break! Daoist Cho struck out with his palm without holding back. Daoist Cho's expression changed drastically at the moment of impact. He could only feel that the dark golden membrane was extremely tough. He was unable to break through it. Instead, the power of his palm was shattered. Break! Daoist Heavenly Talisman shot out a Divine Blade Talisman. The Divine Blade was extremely sharp and it pierced through the dark golden membrane. However, after piercing an inch into the membrane, it couldn't penetrate any further. Under the rebounding force of the membrane, the Divine Blade Talisman started to crack. The thousand-legged black dragon centipede directly charged forward. The thousand-legged black dragon centipede's sharp claws slashed horizontally. It was as if there was no force exerted, and it was impossible to cut it open. They couldn't get out. The three of them revealed a look of despair. None of them had expected that the dark golden giant would have such a technique. If they couldn't get out, it meant that they would be trapped here until they died. This scene fell into the eyes of Chen Zong. Chen Zong's expression also changed greatly. How could it be? The light on the dark golden giant's body was withdrawn. There were some unique patterns on the surface of its body. The patterns were pure gold. It was a very dazzling gold. It was as if it was shining. It was a sharp contrast to the dark golden skin. The dark golden giant covered with dazzling golden patterns looked more mysterious and noble, like a king. Chen Zong's expression was extremely solemn. The aura directly locked onto him, making it impossible for him to dodge. In just an instant, the dark golden giant burst out with extreme speed and punched out. The fist force was restrained and extremely terrifying. Chen Zong slashed out with his sword. The sword light was heavy and overbearing, but it was shattered in an instant. Chen Zong was sent flying backward. Under the impact of the terrifying force, the indestructible body of the universe, which had reached perfection, trembled continuously. Cracks appeared all over his body. It was like a porcelain that had been smashed and could shatter at any time. The next moment, all the cracks disappeared, and the indestructible body of the universe returned to normal. However, Chen Zong's expression was very solemn. The complete indestructible body of the universe was twice as strong as the peak of the greater mastery. In all aspects, it was hard to imagine that a single punch had consumed 10% of the mixed Yuan heart force. In this state, the dark golden giant's strength was even more terrifying. He originally thought that after breaking through to the complete indestructible body of the universe, his strength would increase greatly. Now, it seemed that it was just wishful thinking. Fight, since that was the case, he would fight. He would fight to the death. Stirring up the mixed Yuan heart force, Chen Zong struck out with his sword, displaying the single-hearted sword technique to the extreme. The complete indestructible body of the universe not only doubled the strength of his body, but also the mixed Yuan heart force that he controlled was twice as strong and purer. His recovery speed was also doubled. This gave Chen Zong the ability to fight for a longer period of time. However, the dark golden giant's strength was even more terrifying now that its body was covered with dazzling golden patterns. Chen Zong couldn't do anything to it. Even Xianxia, who had unleashed 3 times the mixed Yuan heart force, couldn't break open its body and cause any damage. As for 5 times the mixed Yuan heart force, it consumed too much of the mixed Yuan heart force. Moreover, he wasn't confident that he could kill it. At most, he could injure it, or even just slightly. In the fierce battle, Chen Zong's expression was solemn. His mind was spinning rapidly, constantly thinking and observing. He carefully stared at the dazzling golden divine patterns on the surface of the dark golden giant's body. Suddenly, he felt that those golden divine patterns were somewhat mysterious. He unconsciously thought of the Titan battle technique that he had comprehended on the broken stone tablet. One blow, Zong blocked it with his sword, but he was also sent flying hundreds of meters away by the terrifying fist force. He crashed into the palace wall. However, Zong's expression revealed a hint of joy. Suddenly, everything became clear. It was a feeling of suddenly being enlightened. The bottleneck that he had encountered during the final comprehension also disappeared in an instant. Zong was suddenly enlightened. What was even more delightful was that he could use the Titan battle technique. That was a unique battle technique, like a martial art, but also like a secret technique. In that case, let me try out the power of this giant god battle technique. With a thought, Zong's mixed yuan heart force was immediately mobilized in a unique way. Wisps of pale golden light suddenly diffused from Zong's body. This scene immediately attracted the attention of enlightened heavenly talisman and the others. Under the pale golden light, Zong's body began to swell. Bursts of strange sounds constantly sounded. Zong's body grew increasingly bigger, and the aura he emitted became more vigorous, tyrannical, and overbearing. In the blink of an eye, Zong became a 10-meter-tall little giant. The sword robe on his body was tattered, and the exposed skin was covered with pale golden lines. They looked somewhat similar to the lines on the dark golden giant, but they were not as complicated, dense, and dazzling. The heavenly will sword in the hands of Zong, who had grown to a height of 10 meters, was like an embroidery needle. Power. Zong only felt that the power of his body was incomparably strong, many times stronger than before. 10 times. Zong's sharp senses told him that the power in his body had increased tenfold. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Of course, this 10 times was only a 10 times increase in physical strength, not a 10 times increase in overall strength. The increase in overall strength was related to various aspects, and physical strength was only a small part of it. Even so, a 10 times increase in physical strength was still very amazing. If it was a chi refining cultivator, a 10 times increase in physical strength was actually not that obvious, but for a body refining cultivator, a 10 times increase in physical strength had a completely different meaning. Zong was not a body refining cultivator, but the strength of the indestructible body of the universe, which was integrated with the inner universe, was not inferior to a body refining cultivator of the same level. The 10 times increase in physical strength was very significant for Zong's overall strength. Zong could also feel that the strength of his body was also increasing. In other words, his defense had increased, probably by 10 times. 10 times increase in strength, 10 times increase in defense. What an amazing Titan battle technique. Zong was even more shocked. However, the speed did not change, and the consumption of mixed yuan heart force was 10 times faster than before. This meant that the Titan battle technique could not be used for long. Change. With a thought, the heavenly will sword immediately moved according to his will. It rapidly increased in size by 10 times, and was suitable for Zong to use again. 10 meters, it was not inferior to the dark golden giant. The light golden lines on its body were also somewhat similar, and the aura it exuded was very domineering, blazing, and vigorous. This is Immortal Heavenly Talisman, Taoist Cho, and Perfected Insect Master were even more shocked. Has the sword sage already comprehended the mystery on the stone tablet? Seeing the light golden lines on Zong's body after he transformed into a giant, which was obviously similar to the lines on the dark golden giant, they all guessed that it was very likely. They also thought it was very likely, which was why they felt it was inconceivable and even more shocked. It should be known that they could not comprehend the mystery no matter how hard they tried, but Zong could. Was the gap really that big? On the other side, Zong held the enlarged heavenly will sword and immediately attacked the dark golden giant. His speed did not change, and he was not affected by the giant's size at all. Once he was slowed down, the sword suddenly pierced forward. The huge sword soared across the sky. Zong's physical strength, which had increased by 10 times, was completely unleashed through this sword attack. With the addition of his powerful mixed yuan heart force, the might of this sword attack of Zong's had increased by several times. The dark golden giant also fiercely punched forward, and without hesitation, it collided with Zong's giant sword. Immediately, an incomparably ear-piercing roar sounded, shaking in all directions. The terrifying aftershock tore apart the surroundings and quickly spread out. The sword could not help but be repelled, and so was Xianxia. Although he had transformed into a giant and his strength had increased by 10 times, he was still not as strong as the dark golden giant. Xianxia was not discouraged at all. Instead, he revealed a smile, because after using the giant god battle technique, his strength had indeed increased by several times. He was now truly capable of contending with the dark golden giant. In the huge palace, 2 10-meter-tall giants were engaged in a desperate fight. Xianxia raised the heavenly sword high in the air. His body stretched out, and a world-shaking sword condensed and exploded. The sword, under Xianxia's cold gaze, suddenly slashed down. It was as if he had used up all the strength in his body to cleave everything apart. The void beneath the giant sword was completely shattered and severed. The sword inevitably hit the shoulder of the dark golden giant. Under the terrible burst of power, the sword broke the skin of the dark golden giant's shoulder and cut into it, but it was stuck. The dark golden giant's body was too strong. Boom! The dark golden giant ignored the giant sword on its shoulder and condensed an extremely powerful force in its fists. It mercilessly punched at Xianxia's head, trying to shatter it. Xianxia pulled out his sword and pulled back. After dodging the dark golden giant's fists, he slashed again and hit the wound on the dark golden giant's shoulder, further deepening the wound. Pulling back, retreating, rushing forward, and slashing. The series of movements flowed smoothly, not slowed down at all because of the giant's size. After Xianxia used the Titan tactics, his strength increased several times. He finally had the strength to contend with the dark golden giant head-on. Now that he could fight with the dark golden giant, his various means and swordsmanship could be used incisively and vividly. After this battle, Xianxia discovered that the dark golden giant's true strength was its physique and strength. Its unparalleled defense and extremely domineering strength were relatively ordinary in terms of martial arts techniques. It was completely on the path of one who could defeat 10 people with brute strength. Previously, Xianxia's strength was far from the dark golden giant's. Even though he had superb swordsmanship, he could not do anything to the dark golden giant. Instead, he was repeatedly injured by the dark golden giant's fists. But now the situation began to change. Every strike of Xianxia's had the power to hurt the dark golden giant, and his superb swordsmanship could finally be effective. Even though the dark golden giant's body had increased to 10 meters in size, Xianxia's swordsmanship was not affected at all. The situation of the battle was suddenly reversed. In terms of strength and physique, Xianxia was indeed inferior to the dark golden giant, but in terms of superb swordsmanship and flexibility, he was superior. The rhythm began to be grasped by Xianxia. Xianxia's expression was cold and solemn. His eyes were penetrating, as if he could see through everything. He dodged the golden giant's fists, and each of his sword strikes landed on his opponent, leaving behind wounds. Mixed Yuan heart force was consumed at an alarming rate. Although its recovery speed was fast, it still could not keep up. Finish this battle quickly, seizing the opportunity, Xianxia's. Attack. Triple. Eternal Ancient Star, the dark golden giant's body. Arms, in a dark golden giant's arms. Caked dark golden giant's arms. It's strong. Xianxia's expression turned increasingly cold and solemn. His eyes also became increasingly bright and sharp. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body. 5 times. Mixed Yuan heart force. The explosion was accompanied by a terrifying and boundless sword essence. It tore the void apart. Wisps of black appeared. They were deeper than the abyss. They were filled with an unparalleled power of destruction. Wisps of black aura spread out from those cracks. They gathered and lingered on the giant sword. The giant sword was dyed black. Destruction, annihilation, this was a terrifying sword. It was also Xianxia's most powerful sword. Everything in the world returned to ruins. The eruption of 5 times Chaos Origin Heart Force immediately made this sword's power explosively increase twofold. Kill. The dark golden giant was resisting the direct impact of the dark golden giant. The bright golden lines on its body flickered. It seemed to have stimulated an even more powerful force. Finally, it resisted the dark golden giant. With a boom, the dark golden giant shattered. At the same time, Xianxia suddenly rushed forward. The incomparably dark giant sword that seemed to be able to absorb all light slashed out. The slash was an extremely dark sword light. The sword light was filled with an unparalleled power of destruction. It made the hearts of enlightened heavenly talisman and the other two tremble. The power of the sword was terrifying. The dark golden giant seemed to have sensed the danger. It roared. The golden light on its body became brighter and brighter. However, it had no intention of dodging. It rushed forward and used its shoulder to collide. It was like a falling comet that wanted to smash and destroy everything. Under the extreme collision, everything was annihilated. All the light turned black and white. All the sound seemed to have been destroyed and disappeared. It caused the palace to fall into a state of silence. It was an extremely uncomfortable silence. Fortunately, this sort of feeling came and went quickly. Light recovered and sound reappeared, and the pitch black and golden lights fluctuated intensely like layers upon layers of violent waves that surged and surged without end. They filled the surroundings and seemed like a violent gale that was blowing and sweeping through everything with the intention of blowing everything down. Gradually, the golden and black light disappeared. Two figures were revealed. One of the figures was completely unharmed, but the other figure had many wounds on it. Seeing the unscathed figure, Taoist Heavenly Talisman and the other two heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a joyful expression. Because the unscathed one was the peerless sword Saint Xianxia, and the damaged one was the dark golden giant. The power of the return of all things in the world sword attack that was unleashed with 5 times the mixed yuan heart force became extremely terrifying. It immediately injured the dark golden giant. A huge sword mark appeared on the dark golden giant's body. The sword mark constantly emitted wisps of dark aura. It emitted a terrifying and direct wave of annihilation. However, the dark golden giant was still not killed. It could still fight. Xianxia was secretly shocked. He only had 30% of his mixed yuan heart force left and it was still being consumed. As long as he maintained the Titan battle technique, his mixed yuan heart force would continue to be consumed. The last sword, Xianxia unleashed 3 times the mixed yuan heart force and displayed the divine sword. The giant sword soared across the sky, blooming with an unparalleled brilliance. It stole all the brilliance in the world. It was extremely dazzling and sharp. Kill, the dark golden giant was severely injured and could not dodge for a while. It also did not have any extra strength to resist and its neck was instantly cut off. The head flew high into the air and tumbled endlessly. However, there was no blood at the place where the head had been severed. The dark golden giant had died long ago. All that was left was a corpse. It was a corpse that could move for some reason. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman and the others were overjoyed. Finally, they killed the terrifying dark golden giant. Xianxia did not immediately deactivate the Titan battle technique. He first confirmed that the dark golden giant was truly dead before deactivating it. His mixed yuan heart force was almost exhausted. Fortunately, once he deactivated the Titan battle technique, his mixed yuan heart force was no longer consumed. It recovered at an astonishing speed. In less than 10 breaths, it had recovered a little. Sword Saint, we are lucky to have you. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman walked over and sighed. Sword Saint, you transformed into a giant just now. Did you comprehend it from the broken stone tablet? Perfected Insect Controlling Monarch asked impatiently. That's right. It's called the Titan battle technique. I comprehended it from the broken stone tablet. Xianxia replied with a smile. His mixed yuan heart force was constantly operating, accelerating the recovery of his mixed yuan heart force. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman and the others suddenly burst out with intense light. They were all shocked. It was true. I wonder if Your Excellency Sword Saint can. Perfected Insect Controlling Monarch immediately opened his mouth, wanting to ask Xianxia to impart it to him. However, he paused because he also realized that such a secret technique could only be comprehended by one's own ability. The Peerless Sword Saint could comprehend it while the 3 of them could not. It was their ability and also their opportunity. Although they came here together to seek opportunities, there was no rule that said whoever obtained an opportunity had to share it with the others. The effect of the Titan battle technique, displayed by Xianxia, was astonishing. It was an incomparably superior inheritance. How could such an inheritance be imparted so easily? To be fair, if they were in Chenzong's shoes, would they be willing to impart such an opportunity? They probably wouldn't be willing. Okay. Chenzong nodded. Suddenly, the three people were stunned, thinking that they were hallucinating. Chenzong had no intention of keeping it to himself. After all, it was also because of enlightened heavenly talisman and Taoist Cho that he was able to come to the ruins and obtain the Titan battle technique. As for perfected insect-controlling monarch, they were partners. Since he was going to impart it, there was no difference whether he imparted 2 or 3. The three people were stunned at first, and then they all made an oath in the great Tao of the universe that they would never impart the Titan battle technique to anyone else. If they violated it, they would be counterattacked by the great Tao they mastered and die. You're too serious. Chenzong just said. Immediately, he began to impart the Titan battle technique. With Chenzong's imparting, the three people were enlightened. So that was it. But soon, the three people all found that the Titan battle technique was not very useful to them. After all, the three of them were not body refining practitioners, and they didn't even practice body refining. Taoist Cho mainly cultivated qi and did not practice body refining. His palm technique was exquisite, but the most powerful thing was his sorrow. Even if he used the Titan battle technique, the increase in strength was not as good as Chenzong's. Enlightened heavenly talisman mainly cultivated talismans, so the Titan battle technique was not of much help. At best, it made him more resistant to beatings. In fact, it was useless. When he really encountered an invincible expert, he would still die. As for perfected insect-controlling monarch, his battle strength was on insects and his strength was very average. The Titan battle technique was actually better than nothing. But in any case, the Titan battle technique was very mysterious and had something worth comprehending. Perhaps after comprehending it, they could finally absorb some of its mysteries and apply them, which could be better used for themselves and improve their strength. Thank you for your imparting, Sword Sage. If you have any errands in the future, just let me know. I will try my best to do it. Perfected insect-controlling monarch said solemnly. Enlightened heavenly talisman and Taoist Cho also expressed that although the Titan battle technique was not very useful to them, it was also a great opportunity. The peerless sword sage, Chenzong, was willing to impart it to them, which was a kindness that they should remember. That was how people should be. You're welcome. Chenzong smiled. His mixed yuan heart force had recovered 30% and he was able to fight again. However, he still had to wait until he fully recovered before leaving. Inside the palace, 4 figures faced the door, which was covered by a layer of dark golden film. It was the work of the Golden Giant. Although the Golden Giant had been beheaded by Chenzong, the dark golden film still existed. Sword Saint, we can only leave it to you, said Enlightened Heavenly Talisman. They had attacked earlier, but they couldn't do anything to the film. Chenzong nodded and instantly drew his sword. The heavenly will sword seemed to disappear into the void, leaving only a ray of sword light that took away all the brilliance. It was as condensed as divine steel and was silent, but dazzling to the extreme. This sword strike didn't explode, and it didn't need to explode. Chenzong's mixed yuan heart force had already recovered to 100%. With the cultivation of the perfect undying body of the universe, this sword strike was even more powerful. The dark golden film was extremely tough. When the sword light struck, Chenzong immediately felt an extremely tough resistance. There was also a rebounding force that was about to explode. However, these forces were all shattered by the sword strike. This sword strike was invincible. Qi La, the dark golden membrane was instantly slashed open, and as if it had a mind of its own, it actually began to ripple violently, desperately trying to heal itself. Unfortunately, Chenzong swung his sword a few more times, causing that crack to become even larger and longer. Let's go. The 4 immediately rushed out of the palace through the crack. Standing outside the palace, they looked back and heaved a sigh of relief. Dangerous, dangerous, extremely dangerous. If Chenzong hadn't broken through his cultivation and comprehended the giant god battle technique, the 4 of them would probably have died here. Quickly adjusting their mood and state, the 4 immediately set off toward the depths again. Even though they'd encountered a life-and-death crisis, it wasn't enough to make them feel fear and leave. To be able to cultivate until now, they'd experienced countless dangers and faced countless life-and-death crises, but didn't they all survive like this? They'd long since cultivated to an extremely tenacious will. Moreover, to obtain an opportunity, one must bear the corresponding danger. This was a principle that all normal people understood. As they ventured deeper, they encountered more giant wanderers. However, none of them could compare to the dark golden giant. Xianxia could easily kill them with a swing of his sword. Comparatively speaking, Enlightened Heavenly Talisman and the other two didn't gain much since entering this place. The Titan battle technique was taught to them by Xianxia, so it didn't improve them significantly. Only Xianxia's strength improved tremendously. His cultivation base had broken through from the pinnacle of the undying body of the universe to the complete level, and his strength had doubled. This kind of improvement did not rely on any secret technique. It was just a normal increase in strength. If he used a secret technique, it would be even more terrifying. In particular, the Titan battle technique was extremely astonishing. Once it was used, it would increase one's physical strength and body strength by 10 times. The increase was also very significant. The disadvantage was that the consumption of energy was increased by 10 times, and it could not be maintained for too long. Another point was that the Titan battle method was the inheritance of the giant race. He was a human, which was different from the giant race. Therefore, he could not completely exert the power of the Titan battle method to the fullest, but it could also be used as a trump card that could dramatically increase his strength. My current normal strength should be enough to suppress Black Flame Saint, Xianxia thought to himself. Moreover, he had just broken through to the complete level of the undying body of the universe. There was still room for improvement. He had not reached the limit of the complete level. If he reached the limit of the complete level, then his strength would continue to increase. In addition, the upper limit of his swordsmanship would also be raised. He could further improve. From now to the limit of the complete level, it should be more than enough to double my overall strength, Xianxia thought to himself. If his current normal strength was doubled, then his strength would be extremely terrifying. However, Xianxia was not sure what level he would be at on the real chaos board with such strength. Perhaps he would be able to rush into the top 30. As for the higher ranking, it was hard to say. On the real chaos board, the higher the ranking, the more tyrannical the strength of the person. Deeper, deeper and deeper, the deeper he went, the stronger the annihilation aura felt. Strands of it permeated from the cracks in the sky. Xianxia suddenly had an idea. Now that his cultivation had increased from the peak of the profound realm to the complete level, his mixed element heart force was more tyrannical, and the strength of the undying body of the universe had doubled. Perhaps he could give it a try. With this thought in mind, Xianxia pondered for a while and began to try. He absorbed a trace of the power of annihilation and wrapped it around his finger. Xianxia immediately felt the terror of the power of annihilation. It actually destroyed his finger quickly and silently. In just one breath's time, Xianxia's finger was annihilated by the annihilation aura. So strong. Xianxia was secretly shocked. He made a prompt decision to cut off his finger to prevent the power of annihilation from spreading to his palm and other parts of his body. After consuming the mixed element heart force to restore his finger, Xianxia once again absorbed a strand of the power of annihilation and wrapped it around his finger. This time, he used the mixed element heart force to resist the power of annihilation. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, his finger was intact, but the mixed element heart force was constantly consumed. When the power of annihilation was exhausted, 10% of Xianxia's mixed element heart force was also consumed. It consumed so much. Xianxia's eyes narrowed and he was secretly shocked. 10%, with his current cultivation, 10% of his mixed element heart force was consumed by a strand of the power of annihilation. That was only a strand of the power of annihilation. It could be seen how terrifying the power of annihilation was. Xianxia secretly estimated and realized that even if he exhausted his mixed yuan heart force, he still wouldn't be able to refine the mixed yuan heart force. He could only give up on this thought. However, this was also because the annihilation force here was too tyrannical. If there wasn't such a strong annihilation force, it would be easier to control. The ruins seemed endless, but in fact, there was an end. The end was a mountain. This mountain was around 3,000 meters tall. It was extremely lofty and enormous, and it emitted traces of an indescribably heavy aura. It was like a wave of pressure that caused Xianxia and the others to unconsciously reveal solemn expressions. Breathing became difficult, as if it was suppressed. What a terrifying pressure. There must be some treasure on this mountain. Insect-controlling Sage's eyes lit up. He immediately released the flying insects and flew towards the mountain as the vanguard to explore the way. This was the strategy of everyone. There was no need to say more. The swarm of flying insects was very fast. They quickly flew towards the pitch-black, 3,000-meter-tall mountain. The closer they got, the slower they became. It was as if they were affected and suppressed by an invisible force. In the end, the flying insects were unable to move. They seemed to be carrying an unbearable weight and fell down one after another. This scene made everyone's expression even more dignified. Thinking of the dark golden giant that they had encountered in the palace and the life and death crisis, they did not immediately move forward rashly and approach the Black Mountain. Fortune comes from danger. Taoist Cho sighed slightly. Then, he stepped out and slowly walked towards the Black Mountain. Perhaps there was some opportunity in the Black Mountain. Since they had come, they had to give it a try. It would not be too late to retreat if they found that it was impossible. They were all peak true Saint Realm experts and had indestructible bodies. Even if they encountered any danger, they would not be killed instantly. There was always a chance for them to survive. Taoist Cho walked out step by step and approached the Black Mountain step by step. Xianxia and the others stared at Taoist Cho. If there was any danger, they would immediately help. Taoist Cho walked out slowly with a dignified expression. Gradually, he felt that the pressure was gradually increasing. At first, it already made it difficult for them to breathe. The deeper they went, the more obvious and intense the feeling became. Even Taoist Cho's footsteps slowed down. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Taoist Cho could barely move. The pressure was too strong. It was as if an invisible ancient divine mountain was directly pressing down on him. He almost could not move. After several attempts, Taoist Cho still stopped and could not move forward. He had no choice but to retreat with some regret. The more he retreated, the weaker the pressure became. There is no danger. It's just that the pressure is getting stronger and stronger. I can't climb the mountain. Taoist Cho retreated to the sight of everyone and said while panting. After walking this distance, it was as if he had fought a fierce battle with a strong enemy. He was very tired. Let me try. Perfected Insect Master said. Then, black smoke rolled out. Accompanied by the whistling of the wind and a vigorous roar, the 1,000-legged black dragon centipede appeared again. Go. Perfected Insect Master commanded the 1,000-legged black dragon centipede. Immediately, the 10-meter-long body covered with blade-like legs quickly flew forward. The 6 bone wings on its back vibrated at high speed. Its speed was extremely fast, like a gust of wind. However, the closer it got to the Black Mountain, the slower the 1,000-legged black dragon centipede became. Finally, when it reached the foot of the mountain, it stopped and could only move forward bit by bit. It stopped 100 meters above the mountain and could not move forward anymore. Come back. Perfected Insect Master had no choice but to call back the 1,000-legged black dragon centipede. I don't think I can do it either. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman said. However, he did not intend to give up. He also stepped out and kept moving forward. Although Taoist Cho and Perfected Insect Master had failed one after another, it did not mean that Enlightened Heavenly Talisman would fail. The world of cultivation was like this. Sometimes, cultivators were looking for opportunities but could not find them. Sometimes, opportunities were looking for people. You may have taken a fancy to me, but I may not have taken a fancy to you. This was the principle. Perhaps Taoist Cho and Perfected Insect Master could not climb the mountain because they could not get the opportunity. In other words, they were rejected by the so-called opportunity, so they could not climb the mountain. However, Enlightened Heavenly Talisman might be chosen by the opportunity and be able to climb the mountain smoothly. It sounded like a fantasy, but it was not impossible. In the world of cultivation, such situations were not rare. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman collected his thoughts and walked forward, step by step, towards the Black Mountain. He approached the Black Mountain meter by meter, withstanding the heavy pressure, and finally reached the foot of the mountain. As it turned out, sometimes it was just an illusion. At the foot of the 3,000-meter-high Black Mountain, Enlightened Heavenly Talisman paused and tried to raise his right foot to take a step forward. However, it was as if he was blocked by an invisible staircase. His foot could not land on the ground no matter how hard he tried. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman's face flushed red and he exerted all his strength. It was useless, just like Daoist Cho, he could not take another step forward. The invisible pressure became stronger and stronger. With some regret, Enlightened Heavenly Talisman did not encounter any obstruction when he took a step back. He finally returned to his original position. It seems that I am not the fated one. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman did not forget to mock himself as he gasped for breath. Then he looked at Chenzong and said, "Sword Sage, it's up to you." No matter what, Chenzong was the strongest among the four of them. He was much stronger than them and even comprehended the giant god battle technique in the giant's palace. All these showed that Chenzong had a greater chance. Chenzong nodded and immediately took a step forward, facing the pressure head-on. Relatively speaking, Chenzong was the strongest among the four. This meant that Chenzong had a stronger resistance to the pressure. Perhaps he could really climb the mountain. This pressure made it difficult for Daoist Cho and the other two to breathe. However, Chenzong felt much better. As he approached the Black Mountain step by step, the pressure became stronger and stronger. Chenzong also began to feel more pressure. Soon, Chenzong arrived at the foot of the mountain. The pressure he endured had also reached a shocking height. However, for Chenzong, this pressure was still within the range that he could bear. It did not make it difficult for him to move like Daoist Cho and Enlightened Heavenly Talisman. He took another step forward and put it down again. Daoist Cho, Enlightened Heavenly Talisman and Perfected Insect Controlling Master were all delighted. This step meant that Chenzong could go further. Climb the mountain, that step was Chenzong's first step. Then it was the second step, the third step, step by step, the oppressive aura continued to increase. Not long after, Chenzong reached the 1,000-meter mark and couldn't go any higher. This was the limit of his current cultivation. Even though Chenzong's willpower was amazing, he couldn't go any higher. Too powerful. Daoist Heavenly Talisman and the other two were shocked beyond words. The gap between them was simply too big. Is this the limit? Chenzong thought to himself, but he didn't want to leave just like that. So, he decided to give it a try. Giant God Battle Technique. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted. Strands of faint golden divine inscriptions appeared with his chest as the center. They quickly spread out in all directions, covering everything. In just a short span of 3 breaths, Chenzong's body was covered with the pale golden lines. Terrifying sounds rang out continuously, and a series of explosions rang out continuously. Chenzong's body began to swell. From a height of less than 2 meters, it immediately exceeded 2 meters, then 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, finally, Chenzong's body soared to a height of 10 meters. He was like a small giant standing at the 1,000-meter mark of the mountain. The aura he exuded became more and more powerful. In an instant, Chenzong immediately felt that the oppressive aura had decreased by a lot. In fact, it wasn't that the oppressive aura had decreased, but that after Chenzong used the giant god battle technique, the strength and toughness of his body had increased tenfold. He had a stronger resistance to the oppressive aura. However, using the giant god battle technique would intensify the mixed elements. The consumption of heart force was 10 times greater. With his current cultivation and the total amount of mixed elements heart force and the speed of recovery, he could only hold on for a quarter of an hour at most. A quarter of an hour was actually very short. Chenzong didn't dare to waste any time. After using the giant god battle technique, he immediately continued to climb the mountain. Because of the sudden increase in size, Chenzong's distance with each step increased. Continue climbing, continue climbing. The giant god battle technique. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman and the other two couldn't help but reveal a look of envy. This kind of secret technique was indeed very amazing, but unfortunately, the benefits it brought to them were very small. Insect Controlling True Monarch pondered. Perhaps he could try to apply the giant god battle technique to the insect beasts. If he succeeded, the strength of the insect beasts would increase several times, which would be equivalent to his own strength increasing several times. This was indeed a principle that was worth a try. Chenzong climbed the mountain rapidly. The higher he climbed, the stronger the oppressive aura became. After climbing another 500 meters, Chenzong felt that the oppressive aura was so strong that it was almost suppressing him. Moreover, the consumption of mixed elements heart force was much more severe than normal, so that there wasn't much left of his vigorous mixed elements heart force. It can only support me for another 100 meters at most, Chenzong secretly said, intending to give up. Because once the mixed elements heart force was exhausted, he would not be able to continue climbing, and he would not be able to maintain the state of the giant god battle technique. At that time, it would be very difficult to retreat. If he was trapped here and died, it would be over. With this thought, Chenzong was about to withdraw the giant god battle technique when suddenly, from under his feet, a mysterious and unpredictable power emerged. In an instant, the power poured into his body through his feet and swept through every part of his body. Chenzong only felt that his giant god body seemed to be endowed with a new power, and no longer needed the mixed elements heart force to maintain it. This is... Chenzong was secretly surprised. What exactly was that power? Why could it maintain its giant god battle technique? The mixed elements heart force was no longer consumed. Relying only on the power of the giant god battle technique to resist the increasingly heavy and powerful oppressive aura of the Black Mountain, the little remaining mixed elements heart force was rapidly restored. Since that was the case, Chenzong thought and once again started to climb. Perhaps, after reaching the top, the secret would be unraveled. Climbing, continuously climbing, the power to maintain the giant god battle technique was also constantly consumed, but every time it was about to be exhausted, a power would emerge from the Black Mountain under his feet and pour into his body through his feet, maintaining the giant god battle technique. The mixed elements heart force was restored to its peak. Even if there were any unexpected changes, as long as there was enough mixed elements heart force, it could be used and exploded. Under the gaze of Enlightened Heavenly Talisman and the other two, Chenzong climbed higher and higher, gradually approaching the top of the mountain. They all instinctively thought that if there was an opportunity, it might be at the top of the mountain. Comparisons were odious. Whether there was an opportunity or not, being able to reach the top was in itself a kind of proof. The 10-meter-tall Chenzong finally took the last step and set foot on the top of the Black Mountain. There was nothing there, nothing at all. Chenzong quickly swept his gaze over, his eyes extremely sharp and flashing repeatedly, but still found nothing. Forget it, I can only leave. It could not be said that he gained nothing. At least, in the process of climbing, he constantly resisted the pressure of the Black Mountain, invisibly tempering his spiritual will and becoming more tenacious, but this kind of improvement was not obvious. But since there was no other gain, he might as well leave and look for other. A fortuitous encounter. Just as Chenzong was about to descend the mountain suddenly trembled, startling Chenzong. He thought it was an illusion, but the next moment, the mountain immediately began to tremble continuously. An inexplicable aura also spread out with the trembling of the mountain. It was a mysterious and unfathomable aura, a powerful and magnificent aura, which was awakening. Chenzong's expression could not help but change drastically. He immediately began to run, rushing down the Black Mountain as quickly as he could. He was so fast that he was like a streak of light, but he also carried the might of lightning. Rush, 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 the mountain trembled more and more violently. Sword Sage, hurry up! Enlightened Heavenly Talisman immediately shouted. The three of them were very nervous. The reason for the trembling of the Black Mountain was unknown, and the aura that spread out had a trace of indescribable magnificence and power, making people unable to help but feel a sense of oppression from the bottom of their hearts, as if they were facing a great and terrifying oppression. Chenzong kept running, but unfortunately, because of the pressure, he could not fly at all, otherwise he would be faster. The trembling of the Black Mountain became more and more intense. The moment Qianzong rushed down the foot of the mountain, a series of cracking sounds came from the Black Mountain, which was very ear-piercing and deafening. Along with the appearance of cracks on the Black Mountain, pieces of rocks began to roll down, rumbling like a mountain torrent. It was even more terrifying than an avalanche. This kind of power caused Qianzong's expression to change greatly. When Qianzong rushed down the foot of the mountain, he immediately found that the mixed Yuan heart force was once again consumed, because the mysterious power that supported the Titan battle technique had disappeared. The moment Qianzong's feet left the Black Mountain, it disappeared. Rumble, 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 violent and mighty roars sounded, and the earth trembled along with the Black Mountain. Lines of cracks began to spread with the Black Mountain as the center. Soon, Qianzong rushed to where enlightened heavenly talisman was. The four of them ran wildly and quickly escaped until they were far away, no longer affected. What's going on? The four of them looked gravely at the Black Mountain that was constantly cracking. Their expressions were incomparably grave. The cracks on the mountain increased, and the boundless aura that was like the sea became more and more intense. It constantly rushed over, making the four of them feel as insignificant as dust from the bottom of their hearts. In the end, the peak of the mountain completely shattered, revealing a huge head. That's right, there was no mistake, there was no blur. It was indeed a head, a huge head. The head was a dim silver color, and there were strands of unique patterns on it. It looked very mysterious and strange, as if it contained endless mysteries. The top of the mountain was actually a head. Could it be that this mountain was? There were more cracks, and the trembling was more intense. Huge pieces of mountain rocks peeled off, gradually revealing a huge and incomparably strong body. Then, the ground shook violently, as if something was about to break out of the ground. The ground on both sides shook and undulated, as if two huge dragons were rolling underground. Retreat. Qianzong and the other three had no choice but to continue retreating further and carefully observing. What was this? A giant, an unprecedentedly tall and strong giant. It was unimaginable. This Black Mountain was a full 3,000 meters tall. Could this giant be 3,000 meters tall? 3,000 meters tall. What kind of concept was that? It was noon and the sun was hanging high in the sky. Beams of light were like sharp swords, shattering the chill of late autumn. Room 309 of the brilliant Virtue Building, Kuanyang Academy, Great Cloud Dynasty. Today, Heavenly God Emperor led the Sun Moon Deity, the 7 Divine Lords, and 3,000 Divine Generals on a punitive expedition to Crimson Dragon Mountain, Gujing Tian. Coldness and hatred flashed in Lin Zhao's eyes. It was an unforgettable hatred that could not be washed away by the waters of the 3 rivers and 5 seas. It was as if this hatred was branded in the deepest part of his soul and would never be forgotten. Lin Zhao still remembered clearly that Gujing Tian led all the Divine Lords, Divine Generals, and Divine Soldiers on a punitive expedition to Crimson Dragon Mountain. The mountain collapsed and the ground cracked. The 9,000 meters high Crimson Dragon Mountain was broken and the land within a radius of 300 miles was shattered. Almost all the demons in Crimson Dragon Mountain were slaughtered. The Crimson Dragon Great Demon God was difficult to kill and his body was suppressed in various places. The great victory of the Divine Court set the world order. After this battle, Heavenly God Emperor held a celebration banquet to reward the soldiers. No one expected that the wine of the 2 Divine Lords and the 7 Divine Lords would be poisoned with the God-felling powder. The God-felling powder was colorless and odorless and could dissipate one's cultivation in a short time. The 2 Divine Lords and the 7 Divine Lords immediately lost their powerful strength. Heavenly God Emperor Gujing Tian suddenly attacked and used an unprecedented demonic technique to devour the blood essence of the 2 Divine Lords and the 7 Divine Lords. Even the 3,000 Divine Generals and Divine Soldiers were not spared. Lin Zhao was one of the 7 Divine Monarchs, Divine Monarch Fengshen. Having lost his cultivation, he was no match for Gujing Tian. His blood essence was completely devoured, and his true spirit was sucked away by a grey stone bead. Divine Monarch Fengshen obtained that stone bead when he killed a powerful demon in the Crimson Dragon Mountain. He had never studied it in detail. Under the mysteries of the stone bead, Lin Zhao's divine soul began to reincarnate again and again. After 5,000 years and 99 reincarnations, he finally woke up. However, the process of waking up was a little embarrassing. Lin Zhao, is an academic maniac like you interested in ancient mythology? Kaiching said excitedly, "Why don't you join the research god department and we can study ancient mythology together?" "I'm just looking around." Lin Xiao closed the book. On the cover was a middle-aged man dressed in a purple gold dragon robe. Behind him were the sun, moon, and stars. Beneath his feet were 9 dragons soaring. On the side were 3 bold words, "Legacy of the God Emperor." This was the legend of the heavenly God Emperor. After returning the book to Kaiching, Lin Xiao gently touched his forehead. The swelling had not completely subsided. This was the result of the sword's slash, and it was also because of this slash that he had truly awakened. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be like his previous 98 lives, unable to awaken from the moment he was born to the moment he died. If this were to continue, his true spirit might be completely annihilated from the repeated cycles of reincarnation. "Old Xiao, you're finally awake." Shen Mingwei, who had thick eyebrows and big eyes, walked into the room. When he saw Lin Xiao, he immediately winked at him and teased him. "It feels pretty good, right? That strike was worth it." "Old Shen, that was actually a misunderstanding." Lin Xiao couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Bad news really spread like wildfire. He reckoned that the entire Cunning Academy had already spread this news. Yes, I trust you." Shen Mingwei nodded, but the teasing look on his face clearly said, "Continue talking nonsense. I'll believe whatever you say." Lin Xiao couldn't be bothered to explain further. It really was a misunderstanding. At that time, he was walking while thinking about an academic problem. He was completely immersed in it and didn't notice the stone under his feet. He accidentally tripped and fell onto Su Mingyan. His left hand was still pressing on Su Mingyan's chest. He subconsciously pinched it a few times and even said that it was very big and soft. Su Mingyan was immediately dumbfounded. When she came to her senses, her face was flushed red. She was embarrassed and angry. She pushed herself away, picked up the wooden sword, and directly slashed at his head. That strike was done with anger. Lin Xiao fainted from the strike, and a big bump even appeared on his head. It was also that strike that caused his head to shake and awakened his sleeping true spirit. It fused with his soul, and he obtained all his memories. As for the memories of his previous 98 lives, he didn't have any. After all, the souls of the 98 divine lords were all in deep sleep. "Old Xiao, I think you should take a leave of absence and leave the academy." Shen Mingwei walked over and patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder. He said in a serious tone, "Su Mingyan might not bicker with you, but the people in the sword combat department might not. Su Mingyan is their goddess. There's also the chief disciple of the combat department, Tang Zhongjuan. He has always treated Su Mingyan as his woman. He will definitely cause trouble for you in class the day after tomorrow." "It's fine." Lin Xiao didn't care. He used to be one of the 7 divine lords of the divine court. He had seen all kinds of big scenes, so why would he take such a small matter to heart? You can't underestimate him. Tang Zhongjuan is a 6th-level warrior who passed the Martial Arts Alliance's assessment. He might be ruthless to you, Kaiching said with a serious face. Lin Xiao nodded, but a lot of information flashed through his mind. After 5,000 years, the world was no longer what it used to be. The divine court had become the ancient divine court in people's mouths. Everything about the divine court had become myths and legends, recorded in books and spread among people. Lin Xiao also noticed that the yuan qi of heaven and earth was very thin, less than 1,000th of what it was 5,000 years ago. What happened in the past 5,000 years that caused the yuan qi of heaven and earth to be so thin? In this life, he was born in Qingtong Village, Linan County, Cunning County, Eastern State, Great Cloud Dynasty. His parents were Lin Jianghua and Wang Jingyun. Lin Jianghua was born in a small family, but Wang Jingyun was the daughter of a wealthy family. In theory, they were not compatible, but the two of them liked each other and eloped. They settled in Qingtong Village and gave birth to a daughter and 2 sons. Lin Ye, Lin Xiao, and Lin Tang. The Great Cloud Dynasty valued literature and built enlightenment academies, official academies, and academies. All citizens of the dynasty could enter enlightenment academies at the age of 6 to study for 6 years. Then, according to the results of the major examination, they could enter official academies for another 6 years and participate in the dynasty's comprehensive examination. The academies were divided into ordinary academies, elite academies, and famous academies. There were 8 counties in the eastern state and a total of 13 academies. There was only one famous academy, the Eastern State Academy. There were 4 elite academies, and the remaining 8 were ordinary academies. The Kuanyang Academy was an elite academy. Ordinary academies had a semester of 3 years, elite academies had a semester of 4 years, and famous academies had a semester of 5 years. The academy was divided into various academies. Lin Xiao studied in the Xianzhou Academy, and what he learned in the Xianzhou Academy was to create all kinds of artifacts. From small things like dials to big things like carriages and even ships that sailed on the sea, they all had Xianzhou techniques. Lin Xiao was now 19 years old and was a second-stage student of the Mysterious Building Academy. As for martial arts, sword arts, and even archery arts, they gradually became popular hundreds of years ago. Whether it was martial arts, sword arts, or archery arts, they could strengthen the body and also have a certain amount of defensive ability. The Great Cloud Dynasty advocated this and established related organizations such as the Martial Arts Alliance, Sword Arts Alliance, and Archery Arts Alliance. They were very authoritative. Competitions of various levels were regularly held, and the champion would often be rewarded handsomely. Thus, many academies were opened among the people. Each major academy basically had various departments, including the martial arts department, sword arts department, and archery department. They were called the 3 major departments of the academies, and the members of the 3 major departments often had a higher status in the academies. Lin Xiao did not join any department and was only obsessed with the Mysterious Building Academy, but he still had some basic knowledge. Those who practiced martial arts were called martial artists, those who practiced sword arts were called sword warriors, and those who practiced bow arts were called bow warriors. Each was divided into 9 levels, with level 1 being the lowest and level 9 being the highest. Tang Zhongjuan was able to pass the level 6 martial artist examination at the age of 20, which was enough to show his amazing talent. However, Lin Xiao still did not take it to heart. In an environment with such thin heaven and earth yuan qi, it was difficult for extraordinary powers to appear. The so-called martial artists, sword warriors, and so on were just ordinary people. It was only possible for them to have stronger strength and faster speed through years of practice. 5,000 years ago, he could block a river with a casual swing of his sword. Now, a level 9 sword warrior could not even split a stone with a full swing of his sword. Isn't the Mysterious Building Academy the same as the Mechanical Building Academy? Lin Xiao thought to himself. 5,000 years ago, his cultivation had reached the peak of the Tao initiation realm, and his path forward was cut off. He did not know how to continue improving, so he turned to studying other things, such as formations, pills, and mechanisms. His good friend Lord God of Feathers was also very proficient in mechanisms, so they exchanged ideas and learned from each other. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao could not suppress the anger and killing intent in his heart. It was the anger and killing intent towards Gu Jingtian, the divine emperor of the heavens. There was also an even deeper pain, the pain of the death of his beloved Sir God Yun and a group of good friends, as well as the pain of the death of his mount, Tianyi. 5,000 years, Gu Jingtian, you should be dead by now. Lin Xiao thought to himself. Gu Jingtian was known as the heavenly divine emperor, but he was not a true god. He did not have an endless lifespan, and could only live for 1,000 years at most, unless his cultivation broke through to the next major realm. No, Gu Jingtian devoured the blood essence of the 9 of us, so he might be able to break through to the next major realm and live longer. He might even be able to live for more than 5,000 years. Gu Jingtian, it's fine if you are dead, but if you are still alive, I will definitely find you and settle this score. Lin Xiao thought to himself. However, if Gu Jingtian was still alive, he would need to be more powerful than Gu Jingtian in order to find him and take revenge. However, Lin Xiao still had a doubt in his heart. Why did Gu Jingtian do that? Heavenly Divine Emperor, Sun Moon Deity, and the 7 Divine Lords were very close, and they were like brothers and sisters. Among the 10 of them, Lord Feng was the strongest, followed by Gu Jingtian. However, Lord Feng was indifferent, and Gu Jingtian liked to be in power, which was why he became the Divine Emperor. Otherwise, the throne would have belonged to Lord Feng. Although Gu Jingtian liked to be in power, he was also a straightforward and upright person. After interacting with him for many years, Lord Fengshen was sure that he was not mistaken. Unless Gu Jingtian had been hiding his true nature from the very beginning, hiding it very, very deeply. As for the truth, 5,000 years had passed, and there was no way to know. Only by finding Gu Jingtian could he solve his doubts. Before that, he had to cultivate and recover his cultivation, or even become stronger. However, in the current era, the qi of heaven and earth had become so thin. He did not know how long it would take to recover his cultivation, and it might even be difficult to do so. In addition, the stone bead was able to bring his real spirit out of his body and reincarnate again and again. It was definitely not an ordinary treasure, and he had to study it carefully. Whether it was cultivation or studying the stone beads, they were all very important. However, the most important thing right now was to fill his stomach. Otherwise, there was a possibility that his true spirit would awaken only to starve to death. That would be a huge joke. Lord Feng starved to death in the past. How funny was that? There is an error in the chapter of The Way of the Sword. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. In the ancient demon territory, a greenish-gray light flew across the sky like a comet. It was so fast that it left people speechless. Not only was the greenish-gray light fast, but its aura was also extremely violent and terrifying. As it surged, it seemed to shatter the void. Within the light, there was a terrifying figure with extremely cold eyes. Fast, extremely fast, chase, the greenish-gray figure streaked across the void at an astonishing speed. Immediately after, it seemed to have used some kind of technique and disappeared into the void. When it reappeared in the next breath, it was already very far away and was rapidly approaching Chenzong and the other three. At this moment, just in front of Chenzong and the other three's escape route, a mass of greenish-gray light rushed from the front and spread out. Figures appeared within it. Ancient demons, there were hundreds of ancient demons. 4-armed ancient demons, 6-armed ancient demons, 8-armed ancient demons. The ancient demons unleashed their most tyrannical powers one after another. Their arms continuously blasted out, unleashing waves of terrifying and boundless chi forces. The chi forces crazily attacked as if they could shatter everything. Fist forces. Fist forces that were as terrifying as demonic dragons madly attacked. Chenzong's expression was cold and solemn. The moment the heavenly will sword was unsheathed, it slashed out a dazzling light that streaked across the sky and cut through everything. None of the fist forces were able to withstand Chenzong's swordlight attacks, and they were all destroyed. Oh, Cho. Daoist Cho sighed sorrowfully. His sigh was filled with endless sorrow and instantly spread out, attacking the ancient demons' divine souls and wills. They could not help but fall into a trance and fall into a sorrowful and depressed mood. Ancient demons were intelligent life forms, but they were not giants. The giant wanderers in the epic ruins of the universe were also affected by Daoist Cho's sorrow. Immediately after, Daoist Cho pushed his palm forward. The palm print that was filled with intense sorrow shot toward the ancient demons as if it could destroy everything. Enlightened heavenly talisman's finger shook and immediately shot out a shocking saber light that cut through everything and attacked the ancient demons. Go. Perfected Lord Insect controlling insect released clouds of black smoke. The smoke rolled and spread, letting out a series of roars. The 1,000-legged black dragon centipede appeared. It flapped the 6 bone wings on its back and charged toward the ancient demons at an astonishing speed. In just a few short breaths of time, over 100 ancient demons were slaughtered. Chenzong even took away some of the ancient demon origins. However, at this moment, a ray of light flew over from behind. Aura, an extremely tyrannical aura swept out like a storm, as if it could shake and shatter everything. This aura was icy cold and ghastly to the extreme. Moreover, it contained unparalleled brutality, ferocity, and ruthlessness, and it caused one's heart to tremble. Faintly, there seemed to be an incomparably sharp explosion that shook the heavens and the earth. It caused everyone's expressions to change greatly, and they dodged without the slightest hesitation. The moment they dodged, a greenish-gray light blasted through the void. Its power was boundless, causing Daoist Cho and the other two to shudder in fear. Chenzong also revealed a solemn expression as he stared ahead. There was a greenish-gray flame that seemed to be burning endlessly and fiercely. It was extremely shocking. Within the greenish-gray flame, there was an extremely strong figure. An ancient demon. It was an ancient demon. It was an ancient demon dressed in battle armor. This ancient demon did not have 2 arms, 4 arms, 6 arms, or 8 arms. It had 10 arms. A 10-armed ancient demon. Perfected Lord Insect controlling insect exclaimed. Perfected Heavenly Talisman and the others were also shocked. It turned out that the rumor was true. There really was a 10-armed ancient demon among the ancient demon clan in the ancient demon territory. Previously, everyone thought that the 8-armed ancient demon was the strongest ancient demon below the demigod realm in the ancient demon clan and had the strength of an expert on the real chaotic role. However, most of the 8-armed ancient demons were only comparable to those who ranked lower on the real chaotic role. Once they encountered a peerless expert on the real chaotic role, they would be killed. In this case, how could the ancient demon clan dare to invade the demon-slaying territory again and again? Therefore, the human clan and the origin clan speculated that there should be an ancient demon that was more powerful than the 8-armed ancient demon in the ancient demon clan. Later, it was indeed proven that there was such an existence, and that was the 10-armed ancient demon. However, compared to the 8-armed ancient demon, the 10-armed ancient demon rarely appeared and rarely attacked the demon-slaying territory. Therefore, there were some records about the 10-armed ancient demon, but very few cultivators had actually seen the 10-armed ancient demon. A 10-armed ancient demon was definitely more powerful than an 8-armed ancient demon. Just think about it. 2-armed ancient demons were inferior to 4-armed ancient demons. The difference was obvious. The difference between 4-armed ancient demons and 6-armed ancient demons was also obvious. The difference between 6-armed ancient demons and 8-armed ancient demons was even more obvious. Now, the strength of a 10-armed ancient demon was definitely much stronger than that of an 8-armed ancient demon. Chen Zong's expression turned solemn as he faced the 10-armed ancient demon standing in the middle of the greenish-gray flames. Its aura was tyrannical, terrifying, and boundlessly tyrannical. The eyes of the 10-armed ancient demon standing in the green-gray flames were extremely cold as a glacier that could freeze everything. When he looked over, enlightened Heavenly Talisman, Daoist Cho, and perfected Insect Immortal immediately felt their hair stand on end. An indescribable feeling of fear and trepidation suddenly erupted and swept through their bodies, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Chen Zong was the only one who didn't move at all, but he became more and more alert. Smile, the 10-armed ancient demon seemed to smile, causing its originally cold expression to become even colder and more shocking. The greenish-gray flames continued to burn, but what they emitted was not high temperature. Instead, it was low temperature, so low that it seemed like it could freeze everything. You guys go first. I'll hold it back. Chen Zong stared at the 10-armed ancient demon and transmitted his voice to enlightened Heavenly Talisman and the other 2. Among the 4, Chen Zong was the strongest. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Chen Zong. Moreover, the 10-armed ancient demon gave them a very strong feeling, just like the dark golden giant they faced in the Giant Universe Epic Ruins. If they weren't a match for the 10-armed ancient demon, they might be implicated and become a burden if they stayed. Take it. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman approached Chen Zong in a flash and handed Chen Zong 2 talismans. One was red and the other was green. The red talisman enhanced attack and the green talisman enhanced speed. After the attack and speed were enhanced, the strength of the talisman would also be enhanced. Chen Zong immediately put away the 2 talismans. He didn't need to use them now. He wanted to test the true strength of the 10-armed ancient demon first. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman and the other 2 went around it and wanted to leave from the side, but Chen Zong directly jumped up. His body and sword merged into one, and his sword soared across the sky, erupting with an incomparably terrifying speed as he attacked the 10-armed ancient demon. Fast, it was so fast that the 10-armed ancient demon was stunned. However, in the next breath, the 10-armed ancient demon's ferocious face seemed to have a sinister smile. His 10 arms suddenly tightened and pulled back like a strong bow being pulled back to the extreme. Boom! 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 10 consecutive explosions rang out and condensed into one. It was like a thunderous explosion that shattered the void. 10 incomparably terrifying fist forces pierced. through the air and blasted toward Ji Futian. Fast, strong, extremely ferocious. Chen Zong, who was inside the sword light, looked increasingly dignified. What a tyrannical fist force! This fist force was different from the Dark Golden Giant's fist force. The Dark Golden Giant's fist force was direct and domineering. It was a fist force that erupted from pure physical strength. As for the 10-armed ancient phase fist force, it was more of a kind of energy. It was the condensation of the ancient phase power. It had a kind of violence and a kind of coldness. It was more subtle and ruthless. Each of the 10 arms of the 10-armed ancient demon carried a terrifying and boundless power that could crush everything. They continuously blasted out like 10 demonic dragons that were wreaking havoc. They bombarded Chen Zong continuously. The area within 100 meters was covered by the dense fist force without any gaps. Chen Zong felt as if he had become a small boat in the middle of a stormy sea. He felt as if he could be smashed into pieces by the huge waves at any moment. However, Chen Zong, who was riding the sword light, swam freely in it and turned the impossible into possible. He avoided every terrifying fist force of the 10-armed ancient demon and approached the 10-armed ancient demon through tiny gaps. Close, swing the sword, he immediately performed the single-hearted swordsmanship. One sword after another, each sword was sharp, fast, and deadly. Now, Chen Zong had deduced the single-hearted swordsmanship to the 25th sword move. The power of the 25th sword move was extremely powerful. Thanks to the improvement of the single-hearted swordsmanship, the power of the 5 ultimate moves had also increased. Although Chen Zong only had one sword move, it felt like thousands of swords. He directly fought the 10-armed ancient demon head-on and was not at a disadvantage in close combat. Fight, 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 kill, kill, kill. Chen Zong's physique was only slightly weaker than that of the 10-armed ancient demon due to the undying body of the universe in the perfection realm. Coupled with his superb swordsmanship, he was not inferior to the 10-armed ancient demon in close combat. The 10 arms of the 10-armed ancient demon were covered in scales. Each arm contained a terrifying and boundless power. Every punch was like a volcanic eruption, destroying everything in its path. Even so, it could not do anything to Chen Zong. Compared to the Dark Golden Giant, the 10-armed ancient demon's strength was still somewhat inferior. Although that was the case, it was still very powerful. After a fierce battle, Chen Zong was hit by the 10-armed ancient demon's fists 3 times. Each time, Chen Zong was injured and had to use the mixed Yuan heart force to recover. The 10-armed ancient demon was also hit by Chen Zong's sword 4 times. However, the armor on its body was so tough that it blocked the sword attacks and only suffered minor injuries. 3 times the power, divine firmament, the extremely sharp sword broke out in an instant, erupting with an incomparably terrifying sword essence. As soon as the sword essence appeared, it cut through everything. Cracks appeared in the void and spread rapidly at an astonishing speed. The 10-armed ancient demon's expression suddenly changed, but it was too late to dodge. The extremely sharp sword light immediately broke through the void and shot toward it. It was too close, this was a close combat. The distance was too close, so it was impossible to dodge and could only take it head-on. The silver sword light streaked across the sky, dazzling and resplendent, as if it had taken away all the brilliance in the world in an instant, causing the world to fall into darkness. Only the sword light became more and more dazzling and bright, as if it was the light of the creation of heaven and earth. It broke through the darkness and opened up a new world. In the distance, 3 rays of light were flying at an extremely fast speed. They were enlightened heavenly talisman, Daoist Cho, and perfected insect master. Chen Zong was holding back the 10-armed ancient demon, giving them a chance to escape. In an instant, there was a flash of light. Even though they were tens of thousands of meters away, they could still see it clearly. The light was so bright and dazzling. It's the sword light of the unparalleled sword saint. They all recognized it. Let's go. Leave the ancient demon territory as soon as possible. It was not that they were unwilling to help, but that they had no choice. With the difference in strength, helping would be equivalent to dragging them down. The right choice was to escape as soon as possible. As long as they left the ancient demon territory, Chen Zong would be able to escape better. The Xianxia sword, which was unleashed with 3 times the primordial chaos heart force, slashed through the void and severed the 2 ancient demons' arms. It struck the ancient demon's armored body, causing a crack to appear on the armor. At the same time, it also left a sword wound on its body. The terrifying sword chi continued to invade its body, wantonly destroying it. However, the 10-armed ancient demon was extremely fierce. The remaining 8 arms blasted out continuously. Each arm exploded with full strength and directly bombarded Xianxia's perfected universe indestructible body, as if it was going to shatter it. In just an instant, Xianxia's body trembled violently. He was sent flying and then exploded. The 10-armed ancient demon's desperate counterattack was too powerful. In just an instant, Xianxia's body condensed again in the distance. 10% of the mixed Yuan heart force had been consumed. 10% was not a small amount compared to the mixed Yuan heart force, but it was not a lot either. With Xianxia's mixed Yuan heart force recovery speed, as long as he grasped the rhythm of the battle, he would be able to recover very quickly. The 10-armed ancient demon suddenly roared. Immediately, the 2 arms that were cut off by Xianxia surged with light. 2 new arms sprang out and recovered to their original state. However, Xianxia also keenly felt that the 10-armed ancient demon's aura had weakened a little. Ancient demons were made of flesh and blood. When they were injured, they could heal and regenerate their flesh and blood. However, there was a price to pay, which was to consume their own strength. Once their strength was exhausted, they could no longer heal or regenerate their flesh and blood at a high speed. The 10-armed ancient demon, which had regrown its arms, did not stop there. A pumpkin hammer appeared on each of its arms. The hammers were covered with spikes and looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. The aura they emitted was even more solemn than Xianxia's. The ancient demon could use weapons. At the very least, Xianxia had killed thousands of ancient demons so far. This was the first time he had seen an ancient demon that could use weapons. There must be a demon's demon, the 10-armed ancient demons' strength of the ancient demon of heavens of demons. And arm s and it. It. And it. To show. It. Of that smile. Was. The strength of the 10-armed ancient demon, which had grown in size and was using hammers, had at least doubled or even tripled. Do you think you're the only one who can transform? Xianxia sneered and activated the giant god core on his chest without hesitation. After all, Xianxia did not have the slightest intention of being careless when facing a 10-armed ancient demon that was already very powerful and had become even more powerful. He wanted to end the battle quickly and leave this place as soon as possible. After activating the giant god core, an indescribable mighty force emerged from the giant god core. It followed the patterns formed by the giant god core and instantly filled his entire body. Xianxia's body trembled. Involuntarily and immediately expanded. Shocking sounds rang out. In the eyes of the 10-armed ancient demon, Xianxia's body grew from less than 2 meters to 2 meters, then 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters. In the end, Xianxia also turned into a 10-meter-tall giant. His skin was filled with dark golden divine patterns, giving off an indescribable feeling of wonder. Giant God Battle Technique, Giant God Transformation. The power of the giant god core was constantly being consumed to maintain Xianxia's giant god body. Xianxia could clearly feel the strength of this giant god body. It had increased his physical strength and physical defense by 10 times. Seeing that Xianxia had also turned into a 10-meter-tall giant, the 10-armed ancient demon was clearly stunned. At this moment, a sword light flashed, and Xianxia directly charged over. Body and sword as one, the heavenly will sword also turned into a giant sword as Xianxia's body expanded. The power of this sword increased several times and immediately shattered the void. The void of the chaotic universe was indeed stronger and tougher than it had been in the previous universe era. An ordinary true Saint Realm expert couldn't break it, but an exceptional true Saint Realm expert like Xianxia could tear it apart and shatter it. His speed did not change, but Xianxia's speed was not slow to begin with. It could even be said to be very fast. With such a sword attack, the 10-armed ancient demon could not dodge, nor did it dodge. Its 10 arms, which were getting thicker and thicker, waved ferocious heavy hammers and instantly blasted out. In just an instant, a terrifying heavy hammer storm was set off, shattering everything. The void 100 meters in front of him was instantly smashed apart by the 10 terrifying crazy heavy hammers. It was completely shattered like a broken mirror, revealing pitch-black darkness. Qianzong directly controlled his sword to cut through the pitch-black and terrifying darkness. He forcefully broke free from the devouring and binding of the darkness and directly attacked the 10-armed ancient demon with his sword. Slash, eternal stars, a 100-meter-long star shadow appeared in an instant and directly blasted toward the 10-armed ancient demon. The 10-armed ancient demon's heavy hammers were also extremely violent. They continuously bombarded the star shadow. In just a breath, he had blasted out hundreds of hammers. The power of each hammer was boundless, as if it could shatter a mountain. Under the continuous bombardment of hundreds of hammers, the 100-meter-long star shadow was immediately shattered. Qianzong also approached and slashed down with his sword. This sword seemed to split the world and the void, leaving a huge pitch-black sword mark. It was extremely terrifying and ferocious. The 10-armed ancient demon was immediately hit. It only had time to use its 2 heavy hammers to block. An extremely violent explosion sounded, shattering the surroundings. The 10-armed ancient demon immediately fell down under the sword strike. Deep sword marks were left on the 2 heavy hammers, and their backs were almost cut in half. Pursuit, one sword strike after another, not giving the 10-armed ancient demon the slightest chance. He continuously waved his sword and displayed the single-hearted sword technique to the extreme. The sword strikes were as fast as lightning and as fierce as thunder and fire. With a roar, it rushed toward Qianzong, shattering the void. It hit the giant god's body, but it only restrained the giant god's body for a moment. It could not hurt the giant god's body at all. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 10-armed ancient demon immediately retreated and widened the distance between them. Suddenly, the 10 heavy hammers were filled with countless greenish-gray aura and then burned, releasing layers of greenish-gray halos. It was like a raging fire and flowing light. A terrifying aura burst out, like a torrential flood or a turbulent sea. Bombardment. The 10 heavy hammers once again burst out with unparalleled terrifying power and blasted fiercely toward Qianzong. Everywhere it passed, the void was completely shattered and destroyed. The void under the heavy hammers was also completely frozen. Qianzong was in it and there were thousands of restraints pressing down on him, like an invisible giant mountain. Horizontal sword, Qianzong immediately felt a terrifying force bombarding him, as if it was going to shatter the giant sword and his giant god's body. Fortunately, the strength of the giant god's body was 10 times stronger than before under the giant god battle technique. With a 10-fold increase, the defensive power was even more amazing. In addition, Qianzong blocked the bombardment of the 10 heavy hammers with his sword. Continuous hammer strike, the 10-armed ancient demon seized the opportunity and closed in. The 10 heavy hammers once again erupted and launched a terrifying continuous bombardment. One hammer after another, the hammers were incomparably violent. The hammers seemed to have erupted with all their strength. If the force of the hammers brushed past, it would be able to shatter a mountain. Under the continuous bombardment of the 10 heavy hammers, a star could be shattered. The stars of the chaotic universe were hundreds or even thousands of times stronger than the stars of the outer universe in the last universe era. Under the continuous bombardment, Qianzong could only raise his sword to block the continuous bombardment of the 10-armed ancient demon. It was difficult for him to counterattack. Berserk, the 10 heavy hammers of the 10 arms cooperated seamlessly. It was truly continuous and fast. The power of each hammer was extremely tyrannical and the rhythm was just right. Qianzong felt as if he was being hammered 1,000 times under the bombardment of the heavy hammers. It was extremely uncomfortable, but he had to withstand it with his unparalleled tenacity. Find an opportunity, no matter how strong the opponent was, it was impossible for him to continuously attack. There would always be an opportunity for him to counterattack. Now, it depended on whether Qianzong would be defeated first or if the 10-armed ancient demon's attack would stop due to insufficient strength. The 10-armed ancient demon also understood this point and continued to attack. Gradually, Qianzong felt that the 10-armed ancient demon's attack was intensifying bit by bit. This meant that the 10-armed ancient demon was about to be unable to withstand it and intended to strengthen its attack to defeat Qianzong. The momentum of the first drum was like a tiger. The second drum was weak and the third drum was exhausted. Qianzong's eyes suddenly lit up. the opportunity had come. He immediately seized it and counterattacked with his sword. A shocking sword power erupted and directly slashed the body of the 10-armed ancient demon. The following rhythm was controlled by Xianxia. The tyrannical power of the giant god body was displayed incisively and vividly at this moment. In terms of strength alone, Xianxia was not inferior to the 10-armed ancient demon. In terms of the application of strength, he was even more superior than the 10-armed ancient demon. As soon as the opportunity was grasped, the 10-armed ancient demon fell into a passive state. Even if it had 10 arms and 10 heavy hammers, its strength had entered a period of relaxation after the eruption just now. It could barely resist Xianxia's sword attack. Under the continuous attacks of the heavenly sword, sword marks kept appearing on the 10 heavy hammers. The body of the 10-armed ancient demon was also constantly slashed with sword marks. The sword chi entered the body and raged inside the body of the 10-armed ancient demon, causing endless pain. Kill. Xianxia was now killing the 10-armed ancient demon and letting the heavenly sword devour its ancient demon origin. The heavenly sword was now a top chaotic sacred tool. The next step was to transform into a semi-divine tool. The origin of the 4-armed ancient demon and the 6-armed ancient demon were already useless. Only the origin of the 8-armed ancient demon could continue to restore the heavenly sword. The origin of the 10-armed ancient demon would definitely be more effective than the origin of the 8-armed ancient demon. Xianxia seemed to be able to feel the heavenly sword drooling. The sword scars crisscrossed in all directions, covering the void within a radius of 100 meters. It was not that Xianxia could not slash out longer sword scars, but that he limited his power to a smaller area to cause more damage and injuries. The armor on the 10-armed ancient demon's strong body was also covered with sword scars and was almost broken into pieces. Resist. The 10-armed ancient demon kept resisting and barely resisted. It was like a small boat in a storm that could be broken at any time. The 10-armed ancient demon gritted its teeth and held on. Its current thoughts were the same as Xianxia's. It had to hold on until Xianxia was exhausted. That would be the time for it to seize the opportunity to counterattack. This was because the power it had consumed from the violent attack just now was constantly recovering bit by bit. However, it did not understand how terrible the consequences would be once a tyrannical and outstanding swordsman took control of the rhythm. Xianxia's every sword move did not seem to be very fast, but he grasped the rhythm very well. The connection between each sword move was perfect, so when the 10-armed ancient demon wanted to counterattack, it had to continue to defend. Every sword move of the single-hearted swordsmanship was either fast or slow, heavy or light, violent or subtle. Sometimes it was like a surging sea, sometimes it was like a gurgling stream, sometimes it was like lightning and thunder, sometimes it was like a storm, and sometimes it was like a gentle breeze and drizzle. It was all-encompassing. The power of each sword move was changeable. The skill was rich and superb as if it could contain everything, making the 10-armed ancient demon even more tired. More and more sword scars crisscrossed in the void. Each of them was pitch black and emitted a destructive aura that made one's heart palpitate. Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up. Now was the time. Instantly, strands of destructive aura seeped out from the sword slashes like thin streams. Then, as if they were being blown by a gust of wind, they converged and surged towards Xianxia, finally fusing into the heavenly sword. Everything in the world returned to ruins. This was the most tyrannical move among the 5 great killing moves that Xianxia had mastered. First, it cut open the void and went straight to the depths like a layout. Finally, it exploded. Xianxia was able to draw out a massive amount of destructive power, which was all under his control. The power of the sword was enhanced to the extreme. At the same time, when he was setting up the trap, every sword strike would constantly injure the 10-armed ancient demon and exhaust its strength. A pitch-black sword instantly pierced through the air. The eruption of 5 times mixed yuan heart force caused the might of this sword to reach the pinnacle, the most tyrannical pinnacle. Under the sword, the void was completely shattered and annihilated. Silently, the 10-armed ancient demon felt his hair stand on end. Unable to dodge, it could only block. However, it soon discovered that it was unable to block. Under this sword, all of its defenses had lost its ability, and it was pierced through. Wherever the sword passed, a hole was immediately blasted open in the body of the 10-armed ancient demon. The hole went straight through his back, and one could clearly see the dark void behind him. The terrifying annihilation sword chi continued to wreak havoc in the body of the 10-armed ancient demon. The power of the sword was extremely terrifying. Even with the 10-armed ancient demon's strength, it was difficult for him to expel it. Chenzong didn't withdraw his sword. He struck again. The eruption of 3 times mixed yuan heart force. Taihao, as the sword struck out, the true sun pressed down and burned endlessly, emitting an incomparably violent power and blazing flames. It directly bombarded the body of the 10-armed ancient demon, igniting it. The last sword. Xianxia, under the 3 sword strikes, the strength of the 10-armed ancient demon was immediately exhausted. It could no longer recover. Its body was penetrated, burned, cut, and shattered into pieces. The heavenly will sword pierced through the origin of the 10-armed ancient demon and rapidly devoured it. The sword trembled slightly, emitting a series of pleasurable vibrations. How dare you kill the descendant of my clan? You deserve to die. An extremely cold voice suddenly sounded. That voice was high and mighty like a deity. It brought with it a terrifying might that judged everything and directly descended. Chenzong was horrified. He felt as if the space around him was boiling as the voice filled with anger and killing intent rang out. The space around him began to ripple and shake violently. An astonishing pressure continued to press down on him, causing Chenzong to feel extremely uncomfortable. He felt as if his entire body was about to be crushed. The power of the giant god core had been mostly consumed, and the remaining small part couldn't hold on for long. Chenzong didn't dare to cancel the giant god battle method. He maintained the giant god body to resist the oppression and strangulation of this invisible force. Immediately in the void in front of them an endless aura surged, as if a boundless storm was blowing. The demonic wind roared and condensed into an illusory figure, 100-meter-tall illusory figure. Although this phantom was only 100 meters tall, it gave Chenzong a feeling that it filled the entire void. When the phantom condensed, everything was suppressed and controlled. He couldn't move at all. Even in the case of using the giant god battle technique, the gap was simply too great. A demigod, Chenzong immediately thought that this was a demigod. Only a demigod could give him such a terrifying feeling and despair. He never thought that he would provoke an ancient monster demigod to deal with him. Under normal circumstances, a demigod wouldn't take action. However, Chenzong killed a 10-armed ancient monster and devoured its origin. 10-armed ancient monsters were very rare and precious in the ancient monster clan. Each of them was a demigod seed. Although they didn't have a 100% chance of becoming a demigod, they had a greater chance. It was a great loss to be killed. However, if its origin was still there, it could be reborn with some resources. Now that even its origin had been devoured, it was equivalent to being completely dead and unable to come back to life. This was a great loss. Previously, the ancient monster demigods were all cultivating and didn't pay special attention. However, after the 10-armed ancient monster was killed, they immediately sensed it. Immediately, an ancient monster demigod came, but he was still a step too late. The origin of the 10-armed ancient monster was devoured by Chenzong's sword. Anger, he was furious to the extreme. He dared to kill a demigod seed of the ancient monster clan. Even if he died 10,000 times, it wouldn't be enough. Kill, the ancient monster demigod shadow immediately waved its huge arm and slapped it across the sky as if it was going to shatter everything. The arm was clearly just a shadow, but it seemed to be real. Wherever it passed, the void would shatter, revealing a shocking darkness that made Chenzong's heart palpitate. It was so dark that it was as deep as a bottomless abyss. He couldn't move. Chenzong wanted to dodge, but he couldn't move no matter what. Even with a 5-fold burst of primordial heart force, he still couldn't move. The gap between the true sage realm and the demigod realm was too big, like a moat. 10,000 true saints couldn't produce a demigod realm expert. Was he going to die here this time? Suddenly, an ancient sigh filled with vicissitudes of life rang out. It sounded as if it had directly sounded in Chenzong's ears, but it also seemed to have come from the ancient void through layers of time and space. Only Chenzong could hear it. Human, you have the inheritance of the giant tribe. This is my last bit of power, so I can only protect you one more time. In the future, you must be careful. Don't let the inheritance of the giant tribe end here. Qianzong recognized that this was the voice of the giant ruler, Tam. When the giant ruler had given him the giant god battle technique core, he had also left a bit of power in Qianzong's body. Now, in the face of the ancient monster demigod's attack, Qianzong had no choice but to use the power that the giant ruler had left in him. That was the final eruption. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful aura surged from Qianzong's body. The aura was vast, boundless, and ancient, as if it had come from ancient times. As the aura spread, it directly entered Qianzong's giant god body. The giant god body was constantly penetrated, as if it was about to burst open. Qianzong couldn't help but let out a roar. The 10-meter-tall giant god body actually expanded again. 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters, his body continued to expand, becoming taller and taller. As he stood in the void, the ancient monster demigod's power also burst open. 100 meters, in the end, Qianzong became a 100-meter-tall giant. The will heavenly sword also expanded tenfold, becoming suitable for this 100-meter-tall giant. Power, Qianzong could feel that his body was filled with an indescribable power. It was a mighty power, a monstrous power that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. Every move he made seemed to be able to destroy everything, including the sun, the moon, and the stars. Qianzong could not imagine how tyrannical this power was, nor could he describe it with words. All in all, Qianzong only had one feeling. Compared to this power, his own power was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. It was like a deep abyss. Wonderful. Incomparably wonderful. This was a feeling that Qianzong wanted to immerse himself within and carefully experience the profoundness of this power. Perhaps, this might be of some help to him in breaking through to the demigod state in the future. But in the next breath, Qianzong could feel this tyrannical power being drained away bit by bit. Under such circumstances, he couldn't comprehend the mysteries of this mighty power in peace, because it was very dangerous. Escape, he had to escape from this demigod ancient demon. After obtaining a trace of the giant sovereign's power and transforming into a 100-meter-tall giant, Qianzong could feel that the 100-meter-tall shadow in front of him wasn't the real body of the demigod ancient demon. It was just a power clone. It wasn't as strong as the real body, but it was still something that a true saint couldn't resist. Swing the sword, the mighty power was instantly mobilized by Qianzong and poured into the will heavenly sword, reaching the sword's body. Slash, this sword was directly slashed out. It wasn't a killer move. It wasn't that Qianzong didn't want to use a killer move, but this power was too powerful. It exceeded Qianzong's own realm, and it was already very difficult for him to mobilize it. It was impossible for him to use a killer move. He could only condense the mighty power into the will heavenly sword and then slash out. Even so, the power of this sword was boundlessly tyrannical and terrifying. After the sword slashed out, the void was directly slashed apart, revealing an indescribable pitch black. The pitch black was boundless and incomparably deep, causing one's heart to palpitate. Under the sword, the arm of the demigod ancient demon's shadow was immediately cut into pieces, and then its body was cut into pieces. Vaguely, Qianzong seemed to hear a furious voice coming from afar. Go, making a prompt decision, Qianzong immediately slashed out a crack with his sword and stepped into it. An extremely terrifying pressure descended. Silently, a huge black hole seemed to have appeared. That black hole spread out at an astonishing speed, as if it was going to devour everything. Neither time nor space could escape. All the light was devoured, and the black hole was incomparably deep. Annihilation, destruction, annihilation, the aura continued to spread. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, everything was covered by it. In an instant, a 100-meter-tall figure appeared in the black hole. The aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. Ancient demon demigod, the 100-meter-tall figure was an ancient demon demigod. It was the ancient demon demigod whose strength clone was destroyed by Qianzong after he transformed into a giant god. The loss of one of its strength clones was not that great. The main thing was anger. It was an ancient demon demigod, an expert who stood at the peak of the chaotic universe. There were only 3 demigods in the entire ancient demon clan, and it was one of them. Such a tyrannical existence was destroyed by a human who wasn't even a demigod. Although the human had borrowed some kind of power that didn't belong to him to do so, no matter what, his power clone had indeed been destroyed. Capture, he had to capture that human. He must be a peerless genius of the human clan. He must be a demon-level genius who could become a demigod in the future. If there was another demigod in the human clan, it would not be a good thing for the ancient demon clan. In addition, he had to interrogate him about why he had come to the ancient demon territory. What was the reason for the explosion of power? How could a true saint unleash the power of a demigod? This almost subverted the common sense of cultivation. Secret, there must be a huge secret hidden in this human's body. If they could capture him and force him to spill the beans, the ancient monster clan would be able to greatly increase their strength and foundation. They wouldn't even need to ask for a lot. After investigating, the ancient demon demigod immediately chased after him. The void was silently torn apart. As a flash of light flickered, traces of black spread out. The black was extremely deep and made one's heart palpitate. In the next moment, a huge figure stepped out of the dark void. It was a figure of 100 meters tall. It was Xianxia after undergoing giantification. The giant ruler Tam's power seemed minuscule, but it allowed Xianxia to hold on for a while. This step took him out of the ancient demon realm and into the void between the ancient demon realm and the monster-slaying dominion. At this time, enlightened heavenly talisman and the other two also rushed out of the ancient demon domain and into the void. Xianxia could feel the power flowing out of his body. He could still hold on for a little while longer. He immediately reached out his hand into the void and made a grabbing motion. Taoist heavenly talisman and the other two, who were rushing out of the ancient demon domain, had a drastic change in expression. They unleashed all their strength, but they were unable to dodge or resist at all. In an instant, they were grabbed by a huge palm that pierced through the void. In the next breath, they were directly sucked into the void. An extremely terrifying power attacked them. It was a power that could annihilate everything. Taoist heavenly talisman and the other two were extremely frightened. They were afraid that they would be annihilated into nothingness by that power in an instant. However, the palm protected them and was not affected by that power at all. Taoist heavenly talisman and the other two were instantly bewildered. What was going on? They were finished. They did not associate it with Xianxia at all. Xianxia was indeed very powerful, but he was still in the true divine realm. It was impossible for him to have such ability. In just 3 breaths, the palm left the darkness in the void and appeared outside the void. Xianxia also put the 3 of them down. This was because they were already in the monster-slaying dominion. Thank you. Taoist heavenly talisman and the other two were about to bow when they suddenly saw the figure of 100 meters tall. That face, in particular, looked very familiar. Peerless Sword Saint Xianxia, how could it be? How could it be Peerless Sword Saint Xianxia? Let's go quickly. Xianxia immediately said. Then, taking advantage of the fact that his power was constantly dissipating, he immediately drew a line in the void with his finger. A streak of darkness continuously went deeper and deeper into the void. Then, he drew out a strand of pitch-black hair. It was like a strand of pitch-black hair that was constantly twisting like a living thing. The aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. The Annihilation Origin Energy, it was a strand of the Annihilation Origin Energy. Refine, without hesitation, Xianxia immediately used his demigod-level power to help refine this strand of Annihilation Origin Energy. As long as he could successfully refine it and turn it into his own, he would be able to control it. Even if he lost his demigod-level power, he would not suffer from the backlash of the Annihilation Origin Energy. Moreover, in the future, he could use this strand of Annihilation Origin Energy to refine more Annihilation Origin Energy and strengthen it continuously. Of course, this would take a long time. However, after refining and controlling this strand of Annihilation Origin Energy, the power of the Annihilation Origin Energy would be further enhanced. That would also be an increase in strength. It would not rely on external objects, but on one's own strength. When Xianxia's giant god body stepped into the monster-slaying territory, the demigod-level expert in the monster-slaying territory was instantly alarmed. He instantly woke up and came out of seclusion. An enormous divine thought swept over and fell on Xianxia, locking him in place. However, at this time, Qinzong's power had already dissipated by more than half. His remaining power was no longer at the demigod level. Instead, it had fallen below the demigod level and was still falling. Therefore, the demigod-level expert in the monster-slaying territory did not pay too much attention to it after sensing it. In the next moment, the demigod-level expert's expression turned solemn. This was because he felt an extremely terrifying aura rapidly approaching. The aura was ferocious and ruthless. It was the aura of the demigod-level ancient monster. Why was the demigod-level ancient monster attacking? This was not in line with the ancient monster clan's strategy. Qinzong suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. The sense of danger was so strong that it could topple mountains and overturn seas. It wanted to drown and devour him. This feeling made Qinzong's expression change drastically. He did not hesitate to escape. Rumble, battle, there were experts fighting in the depths of the void. Qinzong's expression changed. Finally, he determined that the two parties involved in the battle should be demigod-level experts. The demigod-level experts were so powerful that they could easily shatter the vacuum. Their destructive power was so great that the turbulence they caused in the void was too strong. Therefore, when demigod-level experts fought, they would often escape into the depths of the void. No matter how great the destruction was, the impact on the outside of the void would not be so strong. It should be the demigod-level ancient monster chasing after me. They must have been intercepted by the demigod-level expert in the monster-slaying territory. Qinzong thought to himself. 10. Fortunately, he ran fast enough and made a prompt decision instead of indulging in the sudden increase in power. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. The power just now was indeed extremely powerful, but it did not belong to him. It was temporary and could not be truly controlled. He was no match for a real demigod-level expert. His body kept shrinking and finally returned to its original size. Qinzong quickly changed into a new sword robe and immediately flew toward the battle fortress. Qinzong had gained a lot from this adventure. He had obtained the Titan battle tactics, and in the end, the Titan core. The Titan core was constantly operating on its own, absorbing energy from the void to replenish its own consumption. It was also storing it so that Qinzong could use it again. In addition, his cultivation had broken through from the peak of the profound realm of the undying body of the universe to the complete realm. His conventional strength had more than doubled and could continue to improve. He had gained a lot from this trip. Taking out the token of the monster-slaying camp, Qinzong could use the space-time transfer formation to go to the main battle fortress without paying any fees. The sub-battle fortress and the main battle fortress were located in the same territory, so the distance between them was not very far. Each time the space-time transfer formation was activated, it would not consume too much energy. Usually, the formation would automatically absorb yuan qi of heaven and earth to replenish itself, which could offset the consumption. After returning to the main battle fortress, Qinzong finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was safe. At least, it was relatively safe. No matter how powerful the ancient monster clan was, it would be difficult for them to attack here. If the ancient monster clan could attack the main battle fortress, it meant that the monster-slaying territory was about to be conquered by the ancient monster clan. Although there was only one demigod-level expert in the monster-slaying territory and 3 demigod-level experts in the ancient monster clan, if the 3 demigod-level experts of the ancient monster clan attacked, the other demigod-level experts would immediately arrive to reinforce them. There were more than 3 demigod-level experts in the human clan and the origin clan. Moreover, one of the 3 demigod-level experts of the ancient monster clan, the lord of the ancient monster clan, was a demigod-level dominator. Only in the ancient monster territory did he have the strength of a demigod-level dominator. Outside the ancient monster territory, he could only be regarded as a relatively strong demigod-level expert. Nianqin, I'm back. Back in the manor, Qinzong saw Nianqin and immediately smiled and hugged her in his arms. It's good that you're back. Nianqin buried herself in Qinzong's arms. After the two of them were affectionate for a while, Qinzong told Nianqin about his experience on this trip so that Nianqin could broaden her knowledge. I had no choice but to make a breakthrough in my cultivation. Now I'm at the peak of the true saint realm. If I want to have a child, I have to buy the air pill. Qinzong smiled bitterly. The air pill was a type of pill that was specially concocted to allow people to conceive children. Its name was also very straightforward and easy to understand at a glance. Although the name was simple and straightforward, it was not cheap and was very expensive. After all, the raw materials needed to refine the air pill were not ordinary, and it also required high alchemy skills. Not all alchemists could refine it. Speaking of which, the air pill had always been in short supply. If a true Saint Realm expert wanted to have children, the probability was not high to begin with. They often had to use treasures like the air pill to increase the probability. The demand was not small, but the production was not high, so they often had to buy it at a high price. Now, Qianzong could only plan to do so. While Qianzong and Yunyanxin were talking, someone came to invite Qianzong. Unparalleled Sword Saint, the commander invites you. Commander? Qianzong was slightly surprised. The commander referred to the commander of the monster-slaying army. That was the demigod-level expert guarding the monster-slaying general. Just now, the commander of the monster-slaying army and the demigod-level ancient monster were fighting in the depths of the void. In the deepest part of Demon Slayer Wee's main battle fort, Qianzong thought it would be a heavily guarded palace or a large tent filled with soldiers. Contrary to his expectations, however, there was only a small wooden hut. Outside the wooden hut was a small forest surrounded by a small stream. The scenery wasn't very beautiful, but it was unique. The commander of the monster-slaying army looked like a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He had crow's feet at the corners of his eyes and white hair at the temples. His eyes were as calm as the calm sea and seemed to be able to contain everything. The aura on his body was peaceful and faintly discernible. It was hard to imagine that such an ordinary-looking person would be the commander of the monster-slaying army and a demigod expert. Is the ancient demon demigod here to chase after you? The commander of the monster-slaying army stared at Qianzong as if he wanted to see through Qianzong. His voice was calm and didn't sound oppressive at all. Instead, it made one feel calm. I was invited by enlightened heavenly talisman to infiltrate the ancient demon territory to explore a relic left behind by the ancient universe. The relic was discovered by the ancient demons after it collapsed. Qianzong gave a brief explanation and skipped over the matter of the giant god battle technique and the giant ruler. Even if the commander knew that Qianzong was hiding something, he wouldn't care as long as it wasn't betraying the interests of the human race. Everyone in the chaotic cosmos had their own little secrets. As a demigod expert, he stood at the peak of the chaotic universe and had experienced countless things. Many secrets didn't mean much to him and were at most a little fun. They were dispensable. However, he was shocked when he heard Qianzong's words. You killed a 10-armed ancient demon? The commander of the monster-slaying army asked. Qianzong nodded affirmatively in response. No wonder the ancient demon demigod Longmatter chased after me crazily. The commander of the monster-slaying army smiled happily. He hadn't known the reason before, but he had still blocked the pursuit of the ancient demon demigod Longmatter and forced him to retreat. Now that he knew the reason, he was all smiles. Killed a 10-armed ancient demon? Good kill, good kill. What was a 10-armed ancient demon? In the ancient demon clan, there were many 8-armed ancient demons, but 10-armed ancient demons were rare. Every 10-armed ancient demon was a potential demigod. For example, the 3 demigods in the ancient demon domain were rumored to be 10-armed ancient demons. Every 10-armed ancient demon had a higher chance of breaking through to become a demigod than other ancient demons. Once the ancient demon clan had one more demigod, they would most likely launch an all-out attack. Their army would invade the demon slayer territory and cause a lot of casualties. There would be other demigods coming to reinforce the monster-slaying weave, but it would take some time. The difference between one more demigod and one less demigod was obvious. Now that Qianzong had killed a 10-armed ancient demon, the chances of a 4th demigod appearing in the ancient demon clan had been reduced to a certain extent. It was a good thing. A great contribution. This was a great contribution. The commander of the Demon Slayer army had summoned Qianzong purely out of curiosity. There was no other reason. After chatting for a while, he asked Qianzong to leave. Naturally, he would record his contribution. When he returned to the manor, enlightened heavenly talisman and the other 2 had come to visit. They had been waiting for a long time. The 3 of them had come to thank Qianzong. After all, if it weren't for Chenzong, they probably wouldn't have been able to escape the ancient demon domain. They would have either been killed or captured alive by the ancient demons. Their fate would have been even worse than being killed on the spot. In addition, they had come to build a better relationship with Chenzong. To become friends, they had to interact with each other. If they didn't interact with each other, their friendship would gradually fade with the passage of time. As long as they interacted with each other frequently, their friendship would gradually deepen. After sending off Enlightened Heavenly Talisman and the other two, Chenzong also left with Xianxia. This time, they planned to have a child. The Demon Slayer territory wasn't suitable, so Chenzong brought Xianxia back to Taihao Mountain. When he came, he had just achieved the cosmic indestructible body. Now, he had achieved perfection. His strength had increased significantly, and he was even more powerful. After killing the ancient demons and obtaining the ancient demon origin, he had obtained a lot of Chaos Divine Gems. In addition, he had also sold some other treasures and obtained a lot of Chaos Divine Gems. In total, he had obtained more than 5 million Chaos Divine Gems. It was definitely a huge sum. There was no need to deliberately save. He was in a hurry. He constantly paid Chaos Divine Gems to use the space-time transmission array. He quickly left the main battle fortress and headed for the other Chaos Giant Universe cities. He quickly crossed over and got closer and closer to Yuanzhan territory. Finally, he arrived at Yuanzhan Universe City without any trouble and returned to Taihao Mountain. The return of the unparalleled Sword Saint, the Lord of Taihao Mountain, was a major event. It was especially so for Chenzong. Although he was ranked 89th on the real chaotic ranking, his true strength was enough to rank him within the top 40. His strength was astonishing. They did not know that Chenzong's current strength was so overwhelming that it would be easy for him to rank in the top 30. As for the higher rankings, they didn't know for now. The other two true saints immediately came to visit. They were very enthusiastic. The leaders of the other forces in Yuanzhan Universe City also came to visit with gifts. Taihao Mountain was very lively. After that, Chenzong began to buy air pills at Treasure House. It wasn't easy to make air pills. The supply couldn't meet the demand. Under normal circumstances, one would have to wait for a while to buy one. It would take at least a few years and at most a few decades. Under normal circumstances, one air pill was worth 1 million Chaos Divine Gems. Ordinary true saints couldn't afford it at all. Some peak true saints could only get one even if they went bankrupt. Chenzong directly raised the price to 3 million Chaos Divine Gems for 2 air pills so that he could get it in a short time. The air pill wasn't for one person. It had to be eaten by both husband and wife for the best effect. Otherwise, if only one person ate it, they might not be able to conceive a child. After the order was made, the next step was to wait. Wait for the 2 air pills to be delivered. Chenzong and Xianxia stayed in Taihao Mountain. At the same time, they asked the Tianji sect to continue looking for information about their mastery Xian Daoist and the others. Cultivate and improve. Now that he had the universe indestructible body, he hadn't reached the limit yet. He could continue to improve. Since he needed to take the air pill to conceive a child, he didn't need to restrict his cultivation. Cultivate, he tried his best to improve, whether it was cultivation or swordsmanship. Xianxia also continued to cultivate, further purifying her star-burning true phoenix bloodline. The purer the bloodline, the more outstanding the child would be and more suitable for cultivation. With Chenzong and Xianxia in charge, Taihao Mountain was unprecedentedly powerful. Unfortunately, Chenzong didn't plan to open the mountain gate and recruit disciples for the time being. Now, Taihao Mountain had more than 10,000 elders and disciples. Every one of them was carefully selected. They had good temperament and talent and were worth nurturing. In the end, Taihao Mountain's resources were limited. They couldn't provide for too many people. 10,000 people was enough. Unless they could obtain more resources in the future, that would be a different story. Occasionally, Chenzong would appear and give pointers to the disciples of Taihao Mountain. Every time he gave pointers, the disciples of Taihao Mountain would comprehend and improve their swordsmanship, increasing their overall strength. Peerless Sword Saint Chenzong is buying the air pill. Looks like he's planning to conceive a child. Good, very good. When he takes the air pill, it'll be the best time to kill him. Xian's face suddenly turned cold. He was still holding a grudge against Chenzong for cutting him with his sword. He specifically asked Black Flame Saint to deal with Chenzong. In the end, not only did he fail to completely destroy Chenzong, but he also increased Chenzong's prestige. Xian wasn't stupid. He was afraid of Chenzong, so he didn't make a move. Now, he finally had the chance. Chenzong, you're dead this time. Even if I have to pay a higher price, I'll kill you and avenge my humiliation. Xian's eyes seemed to be burning with fire. On his open palm, there was a blood-red flame burning endlessly, emitting a terrifying aura. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong returned to Taihao Mountain with Yunyanxin. After 3 years, the people of Zhenbao Tower sent news that the 2 air pills had arrived. They asked Chenzong to personally go to Zhenbao Tower to pick them up. Of course, he had to pay the balance. Air pills weren't ordinary items. They were incredibly valuable treasures. It was inevitable that some people would try to get their hands on them, even though the possibility was extremely low. If he went to pick them up personally and something happened on the way, it would have nothing to do with Zhenbao Tower. This was Zhenbao Tower style. Chenzong didn't care. He personally went to Zhenbao Tower to pick up the 2 air pills and paid the balance. This was in Yuanzhong University, so it was usually peaceful. Moreover, Chenzong's strength was extremely powerful now. He had reached the limit of cosmic indestructible body. In terms of cultivation, he had reached a point where he couldn't improve anymore. If he wanted to improve his strength, he had to continue improving his swordsmanship and unique skills. Or, he had to comprehend the mysteries of demigods and break through to the demigod realm. It wasn't difficult to continue to comprehend swordsmanship and improve the power of his unique skills. As for the mysteries of demigods and breaking through to the demigod realm, it was very difficult. At least, it couldn't be done in a short period of time. Chenzong knew that he could only stay at the limit of cosmic indestructible body for a long time in the future. Before taking the air pills, Chenzong had to be fully prepared. Avatar, the avatar he left behind before couldn't keep up with his current strength. He had to refine it again. This time, Chenzong used more precious materials and finally succeeded in condensing a new avatar. The avatar's strength was the same as Chenzong's original body. The only difference was the Chaos Sacred Weapon. After all, Chenzong's Heavenly Will Sword had been restored to the level of a top sacred weapon. However, the avatar's Chaos Sacred Weapon was only an ordinary one. A top sacred weapon was too rare. Even so, the avatar's strength was extremely powerful. It definitely had the strength to be in the top 40 of the real chaotic list, or even the top 30. It was a pity that the avatar couldn't perform the giant god battle technique. Otherwise, he would have one more trump card and become even stronger. In a secret room in Taihao Mountain, only Chenzong and Yunyanxin were present. Chenzong took out the 2 air pills and gave one to Yunyanxin. The descendant pill was as red as blood. It gave off a sour smell, but it was not unpleasant. It was said that this pill was made from hundreds of ingredients. It was a secret recipe. The production was low, but the price was high. Also, it needed to be pre-ordered. If one wanted to get it as soon as possible, they would need to increase the price. In the secret room, Chenzong and Yunyanxin each held a descendant pill and swallowed it. The effect of the descendant pill was to turn the body of a true saint into a flesh and blood body for a certain period of time. It also increased the chances of giving birth to offspring. However, this was also a disadvantage. True saints had the indestructible body of the great Tao and were not easy to kill. If they returned to a flesh and blood body, they would lose the ability of the indestructible body and would be easier to kill. When the air pill entered his mouth, it quickly melted. The smell of blood and the heat of magma lingered in his mouth. He swallowed it down his throat and directly swallowed it into his stomach. It was as if it was burning, and the heat gradually spread out, merging into his organs, blood, and bone marrow. It spread, little by little. Chenzong and Yunyanxin could clearly feel their bodies changing. The changes were hard to describe with words. It was very magical. About an hour later, Chenzong and Yunyanxin both felt that their bodies had changed from their original indestructible bodies to their fleshly bodies. It was a wonderful feeling. It was a good night at this moment. Chenzong has got the descendant pill. The effect of the descendant pill will last for at least a month. Qi Yan sneered. Go to Yuanzhang University and wait. When the time is right, we will act immediately. You are the employer. We will follow your orders. The voice was as deep as thunder. You have to ask the sword in my hand if you want to be unparalleled in the way of the sword. The voice was full of killing intent. The others also expressed their opinions. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In this half a month, Chenzong and Yunyanxin spent less time cultivating. Their minds and energy were mainly focused on the androids. Chenzong, you call yourself unparalleled in the way of the sword. Do you dare to come out and fight with me, the Sky-Edge Sword Saint? Outside Yuanzhang University, a sharp voice suddenly sounded. It was as ear-piercing as metal clashing. It instantly spread throughout Yuanzhang University and fell into everyone's ears. Someone is challenging the unparalleled Sword Saint. Sky Sword Saint. For a time, there was a lot of discussion in Primordial Beheader University. I don't think so. Sword Saint Sky-Edge must have come because of the Peerless Sword Saint's reputation. Peerless Sword Saint, Peerless Sword Saint, Peerless Sword Saint, Peerless Tao of the Sword. Doesn't that mean that his sword arts and Tao of the Sword are peerless in the Chaosverse? Chenzong also learned about the Sky-Edge Sword Saint's challenge. However, at this moment, Chenzong's universe immortal body had turned into a body of flesh and blood. Although his strength was not affected at all, he had lost the immortal ability of the universe immortal body. Once he was injured, his recovery speed would be slower than usual and he would be easier to kill. Chenzong did not respond to the Sky-Edge Sword Saint's challenge. Now was the time for the androids. Chenzong did not respond, but the Sky-Edge Sword Saint kept clamoring to challenge Chenzong. Chenzong, if you don't dare to accept the challenge, then take away your title of Unparalleled Sword Saint and change it to Turtle Sword Saint. The Sky-Edge Sword Saint mocked. The people of Taihao Mountain were furious. Who was Chenzong? He was the Unparalleled Sword Saint, the leader of Taihao Mountain. As disciples of Taihao Mountain, they also felt angry when they were mocked like this. They could not wait to kill the Sky-Edge Sword Saint right there and then. However, the Sky-Edge Sword Saint was a peerless expert on the real chaotic role after all. He was extremely powerful. In the entire Taihao Mountain, only Chenzong could compete with him. No, in the entire Yuanzhang Cosmic City, only Chenzong could compete with him. Even if the other two true saints joined forces, they would not be a match for the Sky-Edge Sword Saint. They would not even be able to block one sword strike. They were all true saints, but the difference was so obvious. Avatar, go and deal with them. Chenzong transmitted his voice to the Avatar. Okay. The Avatar nodded in response. In a flash, it turned into a beam of sword light and flew out of Taihao Mountain. It quickly flew out of Yuanzhang Cosmic City and appeared in the void. The Sky-Edge Sword Saint was a middle-aged man wearing a golden sword robe. His appearance was ordinary, but his entire body exuded an astonishing sharpness. Even his hair and eyebrows seemed to be astonishingly sharp, as if they could pierce through and tear apart everything. His eyes condensed, and there was a sharp feeling of sword light piercing through the clouds. It was as if he wanted to pierce through Chenzong's avatar. Chenzong's avatar was wearing a black sword robe. His entire body looked cold and gloomy, like a piece of cold iron in the deep sea. Facing the Sky-Edge Sword Saint's sword attack, he did not dodge at all. The sword light in his eyes condensed and instantly focused. Their gazes met in the void, and the sword will contained in them collided in an instant, erupting with astonishing fluctuations that tore in all directions. At this time, many cultivators of Yuanzhang Cosmic City appeared at the edge of the city to watch. It was rare to see a battle between supreme cultivators on the real chaotic ranking. Moreover, they were swordsmen who were known for their attacks. You call yourself unparalleled? Then let my sword test your ability. The Sky-Edge Sword Saint also knew that the sword attack of gaze alone was not enough to threaten Chenzong. No matter what, his opponent was still a cultivator on the real chaotic ranking. The Avatar spoke even less than Chenzong himself. Without saying a word, he pulled out his sword. The sword light rippled like autumn water. Immediately, the avatar became one with the sword and directly pierced through the air. The speed of the sword was extremely fast, and it attacked the Sky-Edge Sword Saint without hesitation. The Sky-Edge Sword Saint was slightly surprised. This sword art was unexpectedly fast. However, he was also a supreme swordsman who had experienced hundreds of battles. He immediately pulled out his sword and did not dodge. Instead, he slashed out with his sword. The sword light burst out with golden light, extremely dazzling and eye-catching. It cut across the sky and directly left a golden sword mark in the void, as if tearing the void apart. The two supreme swordsmen engaged in a fierce battle in the void. After all, Qianzong's avatar did not have the ability of the immortal body. Its mixed yuan heart force could not recover on its own. Once it was exhausted, it would lose most of its strength. At that time it would be no match for the Sky-Edge Sword Saint. Therefore, it had to end the battle quickly. As soon as the sword was drawn, it was as swift as lightning. Moreover, the sword force that it contained was extremely tyrannical. It was like a thunderbolt that could destroy everything. The combination of strength and speed, as well as the integration of superb skills, allowed Qianzong's swordsmanship to advance to a higher level. For example, today's single-hearted sword art had reached the level of 27 swords. The power of the 27th sword was even more terrifying and powerful. Kill, the sword light was as fast as cold lightning across the sky, tearing everything apart. The sword was extremely fierce and powerful, and all the killing intent was restrained. Qianzong had a bad feeling that the Sky-Edge Sword Sage would come to challenge him at this time. This was because he had just taken the air pill. Of all times, he had to come at this time. Qianzong didn't believe that there was nothing fishy going on. Fortunately, he still had an avatar. The avatar's strength was not inferior to the original body. However, the avatar's mixed yuan heart force could not recover as quickly as the original body. The recovery speed was slower. Therefore, such a battle could not be delayed. It had to be ended as soon as possible. If there was any other conspiracy, he still had the strength to deal with it. The single-hearted sword art was displayed to the extreme, displaying superb skills and power. For a moment, it actually suppressed the Sky-Edge Sword Saint. However, the Sky-Edge Sword Saint's strength was indeed very strong. His Sky-Edge sword art was extremely sharp. It could tear and penetrate everything. The sword essence was even more terrifying. It seemed that nothing in the world could resist it. The Sky-Edge Sword Saint became more and more frightened. How could it be? How could the peerless Sword Saint's swordsmanship be so superb? Even the Sky-Edge sword art that he had cultivated for hundreds of years was not his match. He was gradually suppressed. He could only parry and could not find a chance to counterattack. Eternal Stars, the avatar suddenly unleashed an extremely powerful sword attack. Stars appeared, as if they had traveled through time and space from ancient times. With unparalleled power, it suppressed everything and blasted towards the Sky-Edge Sword Saint. The overbearing aura caused the Sky-Edge Sword Saint's expression to change drastically. He was extremely shocked. He immediately unleashed a sword attack. The golden sword light of this sword was extremely condensed. It was as if it had materialized and slashed down. It was as if it could split everything. This was the Sky-Edge Sword Saint's ultimate move. The golden sword light struck the eternal stars directly. However, it was unable to split the eternal stars. Instead, it was crushed by the eternal stars and exploded inch by inch. In terms of cultivation, Qianzong was superior to the Sky-Edge Sword Saint. Although they were both at the complete limit of the true saint realm, the complete limit of the universe's indestructible body was one level higher than most complete limits. The Eternal Star's sword attack was extremely overbearing. Its power was unparalleled. It was a head-on killing move that could crush everything. The Sky-Edge Sword Saint's ultimate move was broken through and his expression changed drastically. When he tried to dodge, he found that he had been completely locked in place. The space around him seemed to have been suppressed as well, becoming extremely hard, making it difficult for him to move. It was too late for him to dodge. He could only take it head-on. The Eternal Star's strike carried an astonishing power. It directly hit the Sky-Edge Sword Saint's raised sword. The terrifying power exploded in an instant, causing the Sky-Edge Sword Saint to tremble. He flew backwards. Cracks appeared on his body, as if he was a ceramic that had been smashed. The second sword, Divine Cloud, the sword broke through the air. The extremely sharp sword essence directly tore the void apart. It cut across the sky and directly struck the Sky-Edge Sword Saint's indestructible body. It was unable to resist the Sky-Edge Sword Saint's indestructible body. Although the Avatar did not have the original body's heavenly will sword, its cultivation was not inferior at all. It was definitely within the top 40 of the chaotic real ranking. As for the Sky-Edge Sword Saint, he was in the top 50 of the chaotic real ranking. The Sky-Edge Sword Saint's indestructible body was immediately cut apart. Cracks spread all over his body and it shattered, then reformed in the distance in an instant. Horrifying, the Sky-Edge Sword Saint's face was full of shock and uncertainty. He had never imagined that the Peerless Sword Saint would be so powerful. His swordsmanship and killing move were so profound and powerful that he could not contend with them. Good, very good. You are indeed the Peerless Sword Saint. You are indeed powerful. A loud laugh suddenly sounded, and then a figure seemed to walk out of nothingness. Qi Yan. Chen Zong's incarnation frowned slightly and focused his eyes. Chen Zong's original body was in Taihao Mountain in Yuanzhang University, so he could see everything through his incarnation. Chen Zong recognized him as soon as he appeared. It was Qi Yan, one of the candidate divine sons of the dazzling flame divine palace. At this moment, Qi Yan seemed to have stepped out of nothingness. He was clapping his hands lightly, as if he was praising Chen Zong's strength. However, the cold smile on his face made him look like a poisonous snake spying in the dark. First, it was the Sky-Edge Sword Saint's challenge, then Qi Yan's appearance. Chen Zong knew that his premonition was right. He was being targeted, and the person who was targeting him was most likely Qi Yan. Chen Zong, you are indeed very powerful, but you should have taken the Descendant Elixir and become flesh and blood again. You have lost your indestructible body. Qi Yan sneered. His body was filled with an astonishing evil spirit. Now is the best time to kill you. You think you can? The incarnation smiled. Indeed, the incarnation could not recover as quickly as the original body, so it was much weaker in terms of endurance. However, its strength was unquestionable. The Sky-Edge Sword Saint was no match for it. As for Qi Yan, he was not even on the real chaotic ranking. His strength was far from the real chaotic ranking. How could he be Chen Zong's opponent? He could not even block one sword strike. Of course, the two of us are not enough, but we can count on them. A ferocious grin appeared on Qi Yan's gloomy face. As soon as he finished speaking, numerous figures walked out of the void, each of them emanating a terrifying aura. Snow Taoist Priest. Chen Zong's clone narrowed his eyes and stared at the snow-white figure. Black Flame Sage. The second person was the Black Flame Sage, whom he had fought in the void outside the monster-slaying Weave's main battle fortress. The third person was a very strong man. He was at least 3 meters tall and looked like an iron tower. The aura he exuded was very powerful and domineering. The aura around his body was affected and became obscure, and it seemed to be distorted. However, Chen Zong had never seen this person before, so he didn't know who he was. But his aura was very strong, even stronger than that of the Snow Taoist. This was another peerless expert with the strength of the real Primal Chaos Board. Let me introduce you. Qi Yan smiled confidently and said, "This is the Snow Taoist and this is the Black Flame Sage. They were both your opponents. And this is Tiando Overlord, ranked 70th on the real Primal Chaos Board." Including the Tianfeng Sword Saint, there were 4 experts on the real Primal Chaos Board, which shocked the people in Yuanzhang University. There were only 100 spots on the real Primal Chaos Board. Usually, it was hard to see one, but now, there were 4. No, there was also the Peerless Sword Saint Chen Zong. That made 5. There were 100 peerless experts on the real Primal Chaos Board, and there were 5 of them here. How shocking, Chen Zong's clone looked cold and solemn. He frowned and looked dignified. Among the 4 peerless experts on the real Primal Chaos Board, the weakest was the 90th ranked Snow Taoist and the strongest was the 35th ranked Black Flame Sage. Any one of them was no match for Chen Zong, but if the 4 of them worked together, Chen Zong would be under great pressure. Thank you for your trouble. Qi Yan bowed to the 4 peerless experts. Tianfeng Sword Saint, the outcome of our battle has been decided. There is no need to continue. Tiando Overlord, we don't know each other and we have no grudges against each other. There is no need to get involved. Chenzong glanced at them and said calmly. Under such circumstances, Chenzong would try his best not to fight. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because there was no need to. If you don't want me to fight, I can. But you have to give up the title of Peerless Sword Saint. Tianfeng Sword Saint sneered. I take someone's money to help them. Tiando Overlord laughed and replied. His voice was so powerful that it rumbled like thunder and reverberated in the void. Helping others to avert disaster can also cost one's life. Chenzong's words were sharp. Ha 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 ha, I have stepped onto the path of cultivation. I have already given up on life and death. Tiando Overlord laughed again. His laughter was very domineering. His overbearing aura spread out and shook the area. Black Flame Sage, do you really want to die under my sword? Chenzong ignored Tianfeng Sword Saint and Tiando Overlord. Instead, he looked at Black Flame Sage and asked calmly. His tone was light, but it was sharp. Who knows who will live and who will die? Black Flame Sage replied calmly. His eyes narrowed and there seemed to be black flames burning in them. Back then, when he fought with Chenzong in the void outside the Demon Slayer territory's main battle fortress, the battle ended in a draw. However, Black Flame Sage knew that he had already used all his strength except for the immortal body. After that battle, he had a new understanding of the Dark Ember Fist technique and had made some progress. As a result, his strength had increased by about 10%. At his level, every increase in strength was very difficult. It was shocking to be able to increase his overall strength by 10%. With this increase in strength, he was confident that he could defeat Chenzong back then. Even if Chenzong's strength had improved, he was confident that he could win. Now that he was teaming up with 3 peerless experts, he could completely suppress Chenzong. He could defeat or even kill Chenzong. Today was Chenzong's doomsday. Looks like you don't want to leave here alive today, Chenzong's avatar said calmly. His tone was different. It was filled with killing intent. They want to kill me. Since that's the case, I will kill them. Then let's see who will kill who. Tiando Overlord immediately roared with laughter. His laughter was like thunder, shocking to the extreme. An extremely terrifying presence suddenly erupted. Cracks immediately appeared in the space around him and rapidly spread out. Chi and blood soared into the sky. It was as if they had turned into flames that could burn everything. The terrifying aura surged in the sky. Body refinement. Chenzong's avatar took a look and his pupils shrunk to the size of needles. A body refinement expert on the real chaotic ranking board would have terrifying fighting power. It was even harder to kill because the indestructible body of a body refinement expert was usually more tenacious and tough. Today, there was no way to end it peacefully. Chenzong unconsciously let out a long breath. The breath shot out like a sword and pierced through everything. In the next moment, a shocking sword essence exploded from Chenzong's body. It soared into the sky and pierced through the void. A huge crack appeared. It was so long that it seemed to have no end. What a powerful sword essence. Black Flame Saint's pupils shrunk to the size of needles. He had fought with Chenzong before and knew how powerful Chenzong was. However, compared to before, Chenzong's sword essence was several times stronger. How could it be? He had already reached such a level. How could he increase his strength by so much? He couldn't understand. Black Flame Saint couldn't understand. He didn't know that when he fought with Chenzong a few years ago, his cultivation was only at the peak of the universe indestructible body and not the complete realm. There was still room for improvement. Now, Chenzong's cultivation was at the extreme complete realm. His overall strength was 3 to 4 times stronger than before. The difference of 3 to 4 times was shocking. Black Flame Saint had only increased his strength by 10%. Chenzong had increased his strength by 3 to 4 times. The difference was huge. Black Flame Saint was no longer Chenzong's match. If he had come alone, he would have died. Even if he burned his indestructible body to increase his strength, he wouldn't be Chenzong's match. But now, there were 4 great beings on the chaotic real leaderboard working together to give Chenzong a lot of pressure. However, it was just pressure. In the battle with the Sky-Edge Sword Saint, Chenzong's incarnation had used up 10% of his mixed yuan heart force. His recovery speed was very slow, and he had only recovered 10% of his mixed yuan heart force. In other words, Chenzong's incarnation could not last long in this battle. Explode, they unleashed their full power, and in an instant, 5 completely different yet extremely tyrannical auras erupted, shaking the heavens and earth. Even the primordial executioner universe city was impacted. The cultivators could only feel the terrifying auras assaulting them, as if they were about to be crushed. They had no choice but to circulate their cultivation arts to resist, but they still felt extremely suppressed. Too strong, too strong. Was this the strength of a great being on the chaotic real leaderboard? Anticipation, everyone was looking forward to it. At the same time, the news spread out at the fastest speed to other universe cities, Void City, and even Primal Chaos City. Immediately, many people rushed to the Temporal Temple. They took the temporal teleportation array and rushed to Yuanzhan Universe City as fast as they could. A battle between 5 great beings on the chaotic real leaderboard. It was almost impossible to see. Since there was such an opportunity, of course, they couldn't miss it. Before the battle had even begun, many people had already rushed over from the nearest universal city. They quickly rushed out of the Temple of Time and Space and appeared at the edge of the universal city. When they looked over, they immediately saw 5 figures, all of whom were emitting an extremely frightening aura. The aura that was released shook the world as if it was going to shatter everything. Strong, extremely strong, everyone felt the 5 auras continue to rise. Finally, they reached an astonishing height. The void seemed to be unable to bear it. Cracks appeared and spread rapidly. Everyone held their breaths. For a moment, everyone held their breaths, afraid that their slightest breaths would disturb this incomparably intense scene that was about to unfold. Around the snow Taoist priest, cold chi spread out. Countless white snowflakes appeared in the air and spread out quickly, covering the area within 1,000 meters around him. Countless snowflakes floated in the air. Each snowflake emitted a shocking coldness, as if it could freeze everything. At the same time, they were extremely sharp, like blades. The snow Taoist's aura constantly strengthened, pushing it to the limit. His eyes became snow-white, but there seemed to be traces of blood in the depths. He was like a mountain of corpses or a sea of blood. With the blade in his hand, the snow-white blade flickered with cold light. The coldness that radiated from it invaded the air. Sword intent rose from the Sky-Edge Sword Saint. It was almost tangible, transforming into a shocking sword that pierced through the air. It tore a huge crack in the air. Countless strands of sword chi burst out in the surroundings, ripping countless cracks in the air. The sharpness seemed to be able to cut through everything in the world. Nothing could stop it. It was unstoppable. Sword light condensed in the Sky-Edge Sword Saint's eyes. It flickered endlessly, locking onto Chenzong as if it could pierce through everything. The sword chi seemed to pierce Chenzong's body into a beehive. The black flame saint's body burned. His life-bound flames, the black nightmare demonic flames, were constantly released. They surged into the air, covering a radius of several thousand meters. The terrifying aura rippled endlessly, as if it was about to turn into an abyssal sea of fire. Any living being that entered would be stripped of their life force and burned to ashes. Compared to before, the Black Flame Saint's aura was even more powerful. This meant that his strength had clearly increased. The Overlord Heaven Do was a body refiner. His body was extremely tough. As he unleashed his power, the sound of a river surging rang out, shaking the world. It was the sound of blood flowing, but it was extremely terrifying. His already muscular body swelled again, directly reaching 4 meters in height. Violent, forceful, and domineering. All sorts of shocking auras revolved around the Overlord Heaven Do and burst forth. Countless cracks appeared in the space around the Overlord Heaven Do. The cracks spread out at a shocking speed, covering the surroundings. It made the space look like a mirror that was about to shatter. Every aura was incomparably terrifying and tyrannical, causing everyone to be incomparably shocked. On the contrary, Chenzong's body did not erupt with such a mighty aura. Instead, it was restrained. One could vaguely see a wisp of sword light floating in the air behind him. It did not seem to have any strong power, but it was not weak at all in the face of the four incomparably powerful and boundless auras. It could totally contend with them. The scene instantly made the Black Flame Saint and the other three look grave. As expected of the unparalleled Sword Saint. He is indeed very strong. Tiando Overlord grinned. He was a physique cultivator, a peerless physique cultivator. His strength was tempered through countless battles. He was very passionate about fighting. This time, he came because of Qi Yan's generous invitation. Secondly, he wanted to fight against a strong expert. The peerless Sword Saint Qianzong was undoubtedly a strong expert. Boom, Tiando Overlord attacked first. His thick arm immediately punched out. The fist force instantly shattered, as if it had shattered the space around it. It directly blasted towards Qianzong. The power contained in the fist force was boundless and indescribable. It was as if the fist force could shatter a star. The fist force blasted towards Qianzong. He wanted to shatter Qianzong. Qianzong's body shook in an instant. He directly released an incomparably shocking sword intent, locking on and tearing apart the fist. Force of Tiando Overlord's fist force. He exploded with unparalleled speed, turning into a beam of sword light and instantly closing in on Tiando Overlord. Kill. Tiando Overlord's main purpose of coming here was to challenge a strong expert like Qianzong to train himself. However, he came under such circumstances. To Qianzong, he was a mortal enemy. Since he was a mortal enemy, he should kill him. Now that he was a clone, it was not suitable for a long battle. It was best to end it quickly. Now Qianzong is flesh and blood. He doesn't have the ability to be indestructible. We must end this quickly. Everyone, please take him down, Qi Yan immediately said, but he himself retreated far away. Even if Qianzong had taken the air pill and turned his indestructible body back into a body of flesh and blood, his strength would not be affected. It would be very easy to kill him. He would not even be able to withstand a single strike. Of course, he would not take the risk and put himself in danger. The Snow Priest made his move. He wielded his blade, and the snow-white blade light sliced through the air. Countless snowflakes drifted down along with it. The snowflakes turned into waves of cold blade light, shooting towards Qianzong. The Sky-Edge Sword Saint held his sword with both hands. His expression was cold and his eyes shone with endless cold light. He suddenly swung his sword, and a golden crescent moon appeared. The endless sharpness instantly tore a shocking crack in the space. It didn't heal for a long time. The golden sword light crescent moon shot towards Qianzong. It wanted to cut Qianzong in half. The Black Flame Saint also attacked. As he waved his sleeves, a ball of black nightmare demonic flame burst out. The demonic flame was like a raging tide. It carried with it a terrifying destructive power. It directly bombarded towards Qianzong. This attack contained the essence of the Dark Ember Fist technique. Its power was shocking. Good. Seeing Qianzong approaching him, Tiando Overlord immediately laughed. Not only did he have no intention of dodging, he raised his fists. Endless light filled the air. It was as if they were cast in steel. Instantly, both fists were thrown out. Boom, 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 every punch was extremely overbearing. Every punch shattered the space in front of it. It was as if everything was smashed into powder. Qianzong immediately felt that in terms of power, Tiando Overlord's fist force was inferior to the ancient demon clan's 10-armed ancient demon. The difference was obvious. However, in terms of finesse, Tiando Overlord's fist force surpassed the 10-armed ancient demon. The 10-armed ancient demon was only powerful. In terms of controlling his own power, he hadn't reached a very profound level. If the 10-armed ancient demon could control his power as finesse as Tiando Overlord, then it would be much more difficult for Qianzong to defeat him in that battle. However, Tiando Overlord's strength was still inferior to the 10-armed ancient demon. There was no doubt about that. Qianzong's current strength was more than twice as strong as when he fought against the 10-armed ancient demon. A sword slashed across the sky. The sword light was overbearing and the sword intent was peerless. With a single slash, it was as if an army of 10,000 was split open. The fist force was instantly split open by the sword light. The sword went straight through and slashed Tiando Overlord's body. It left a sword mark that was so deep that his bones could be seen. What a strong physique. Chenzong was secretly shocked. Under his sword, Tiando Overlord's body wasn't cut in half. The strength of his physique was indeed very shocking and unexpected. Little did he know that Tiando Overlord was even more shocked. Although he was ranked 70th on the Chaos Real ranking, his strength was actually enough to be ranked within the top 60. Of course, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that his body was extremely strong. He had once sparred with the Sky-Edge Sword Saint and was defeated by him. However, the Sky-Edge Sword Saint's sword skills couldn't cause such obvious damage to him. But now, Chenzong's sword immediately caused a sword wound that was so deep that his bones could be seen. Tiando Overlord was shocked. At the same time, a shocking battle intent erupted from the depths of his chest and soared into the sky. As his heart beat wildly, it sounded like a war drum. At this moment, the snow-white saber light and the golden crescent moon sword light arrived. The black nightmare demonic flame bombarded him. Divine Firmament, Chenzong immediately unleashed an extremely sharp sword attack. It soared through the sky and slashed towards Tiando Overlord. He had become one with the sword. Tiando Overlord used all his strength to resist, but he couldn't block this extremely sharp sword attack. The difference in strength was there. It wasn't something that soaring battle intent could make up for. Seeing Tiando Overlord's body being cut in half by Chenzong's sword, the Black Flame Great Sage, the Sky-Edge Sword Saint, and the Snow Taoist were all shocked. How could this be? How could Chenzong be so strong? He's made of flesh and blood. As long as he's injured, it won't be easy for him to recover. Qi Yan was also extremely shocked and hurriedly shouted from afar. At this point, if they couldn't kill Chenzong, the consequences would be very serious. Chenzong definitely wouldn't let go of the grudge so easily. The Black Flame Great Sage understood this. The Sky-Edge Sword Saint also understood this. Tiando Overlord also understood this. As for the Snow Taoist, he was even more aware of this. A deep murderous intent rose from Chenzong's body. His eyes flickered with radiance as if they were swords. This caused the Black Flame Saint and the other three to subconsciously tighten their nerves. They could not help but feel their scalps tingling. Chenzong ignored the Black Flame Great Sage, the Sky-Edge Sword Saint, and the Snow Taoist. He charged towards Tiando Overlord again. Since he was going to kill them all, he would kill one first. Tiando Overlord had already been cut in half once. He had used up a portion of his strength to recover. Then he would continue to kill until he died. Come. Tiando Overlord seemed to understand what Chenzong was trying to do. He roared furiously, and the light of refined iron shone from his body, forming a suit of armor that covered his entire body. It was like heavy armor, and it made him look even stronger. This heavy armor greatly increased Tiando Overlord's defense. He used it to block Chenzong's sword. The sword light slashed down, but it didn't directly cut him in half. Instead, it made a dull sound and left a sword mark. Immediately after, light flowed and the sword mark disappeared. 3 times the mixed Yuan heart force burst out. Divine Sky Sword. The extremely sharp sword was strengthened once again. Tiando Overlord's heavy armor was cut like tofu or thin paper. It was instantly torn apart. The terrifying sword chi wreaked havoc. It actually used up a lot of Tiando Overlord's strength. Tiando Overlord was shocked. As for the other 3 Peerless Experts' attacks, Chenzong dodged them all. They didn't hit Chenzong. Chenzong's sword cut through the air. He once again charged towards Tiando Overlord, who had reformed his body. Divine Sky, another sword slashed through the air, tearing everything apart. Tiando Overlord's speed wasn't as fast as Chenzong. He couldn't dodge and could only take it head-on. However, he was cut in half again. This scene made everyone's eyelids twitch. Their hearts pounded. Even in a 1-against-4 situation, the Peerless Sword Saint still displayed such terrifying strength. He actually suppressed a Peerless Expert like Tiando Overlord and forced him to retreat. If it weren't for his indestructible body, Tiando Overlord would have been killed long ago. The sword light swept through the void, cutting through the sun, moon, and stars. Tiando Overlord quickly retreated, his heart pounding. Under Chen Zong's continuous attacks, he had already used up 60% of his strength. He was only left with 40%. If this continued, he would be killed by Chen Zong sooner or later. He liked to battle, liked to challenge the strong, and was willing to disregard life and death. However, when he was truly facing death, he couldn't be so calm. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Without hesitation, Tiando Overlord immediately retreated, wanting to break free from Chen Zong's pursuit. However, Chen Zong was extremely fast. His body and sword were one, following him like a shadow. He was determined to kill Tiando Overlord right here. The Black Flame Saint and the other two also surrounded Tiando Overlord from 3 directions. Once Tiando Overlord was killed by Chen Zong, their strength would be weakened. The Black Flame Saint had already used all his strength. He summoned a black tiger, a black dragon, and a black phoenix to surround him. It was as if he had all of the Black Flame Saint's power. It was as if there were 4 Black Flame Saints attacking Chen Zong. In an instant, Chen Zong was surrounded and couldn't chase after Tiando Overlord. Tiando Overlord immediately took out an elixir and consumed it to speed up his recovery. Although the elixir's recovery effect was limited, it was several times faster than his own recovery. While Chen Zong was being surrounded, he had to use the time to recover his strength. Only then would he dare to fight Chen Zong again. This was because Chen Zong's repeated sword attacks had unknowingly broken Tiando Overlord's shocking battle intent to fight the heavens and earth. Tiando Overlord knew that if he couldn't kill Chen Zong, his battle intent would be damaged. It would be almost impossible for him to improve in the future. However, if he could kill Chen Zong here, there was hope for him to break through his limits and improve further. When that time came, it wouldn't be impossible for him to enter the top 50 of the Chaos Real ranking. Thinking of this, Tiando Overlord's heart burned with passion. At his current level, every bit of improvement in his strength had become extremely difficult. The snow-white saber light arrived in an instant. It carried an extreme killing intent along the gap and mercilessly attacked Chen Zong. The golden sword light pierced through everything like an aurora, spreading an incomparable killing intent that could penetrate everything. Chen Zong's expression was cold and solemn. He swung his sword across the sky, instantly shattering the saber light and then the sword light. He avoided the attack of the black wind, black clouds, and black fire and collided with a dark fist force burning with terrible flames. Dark Ember Fist, the power of this punch was extremely tyrannical and unexpected. It immediately shattered Chen Zong's sword light and forced Chen Zong to retreat repeatedly. Behind him, a snow-white saber light instantly cut through the air and slashed toward him. In the sky above, the golden sword light fell like a crescent moon. Around him, the black storm roared, the black clouds rolled, and the black flames raged like a tide. The void shattered under every strike, revealing an even darker color. It was incomparably shocking and made one's heart palpitate. Chen Zong's expression was still cold and solemn, but he kept dodging because every time he resisted, he would consume more energy. Dodging would save his own energy consumption. While dodging, he would look for opportunities to counterattack. He would exhaust his opponent's energy as much as possible and finally kill him. An expert with an indestructible body was too difficult to kill. It was impossible to kill him with a single blow. At most, it would consume his energy. Unless the absolute difference in strength was too great, it would be impossible to kill him with a single blow. For example, Chen Zong and Qi Yan now. If Chen Zong wanted to kill them, he would be able to end Qi Yan with a single blow. However, he would not be able to kill an expert on the real chaos ranking with a single blow. The snow-white saber light crisscrossed the void, the golden sword light broke the sun and moon, the black wind, black clouds, and black fire raged in all directions, and the dark ember fist repeatedly broke through the void. Chen Zong used his body movement to the extreme. His body movement was like a sword crossing the sky, avoiding all attacks and constantly looking for opportunities. Yes, that's it. Exhaust his energy. Exhaust him to death. In the distance, Qi Yan clenched his fists and roared in a low voice. He looked very excited. He desperately wanted to see Chen Zong killed. If it were not for his lack of strength, he would have killed Chen Zong with his own hands. He would not need to pay such a high price to borrow the strength of others. Although dodging consumed less energy, it did not mean that it would not be consumed. Moreover, the recovery speed was slower. Unknowingly, Qianzong's mixed yuan heart force was only left with 30%. As for the others, they took elixirs from time to time to recover their strength and maintained it at the same level. Tiando Overlord's strength had also recovered by more than 80%. He joined the siege and put more pressure on Qianzong. It seems that this incarnation cannot be saved, Qianzong thought to himself. A flash of determination appeared in his eyes. Since this incarnation cannot be saved, then I will kill before it is destroyed. In an instant, Qianzong exploded. He completely unleashed all his strength and directly scattered thousands of sword lights. The sword lights were like a torrential rain that attacked in all directions. They shattered everything and tore pitch-black cracks in the void, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. Every beam of sword light blasted out in all directions, instantly repelling all the besieging attacks. When the sword intent exploded, the four peerless experts all felt that they were locked in place. They could not help but tremble. Their hair stood on end and an indescribable feeling of fear exploded from the depths of their hearts. Among the besiegers, the Snow Taoist had the lowest ranking on the Real Chaos ranking. He was also the weakest, which meant that he would be the easiest to kill. If the Snow Taoist had not been further away, Qianzong's target would not have been Tiando Overlord but the Snow Taoist. 5 times mixed yuan heart force exploded, strands of destructive aura suddenly spread out from the pitch-black cracks like lightning. They quickly gathered on the sword of Qianzong's incarnation. A terrifying destructive aura spread out and swept in all directions. The Black Flame Saint's expression changed drastically. He immediately retreated without hesitation because he felt that this sword was terrifying and difficult to defend against. Tiando Overlord screamed and immediately activated a heavy armor that covered his entire body. He also blasted out an extremely powerful fist force. He also retreated immediately. He was very decisive. The Sky Edge Sword Saint's expression changed drastically. He activated the Sky Edge Sword Way to the extreme. The golden light suddenly exploded and shone in all directions. From afar, it looked like a golden sun had risen and fallen. The aura that it gave off was extremely sharp. It seemed like it could tear through everything. The Snow Taoist's snow-white hair fluttered in the wind. Every single strand of hair seemed to be filled with endless blade intent. As the long blade trembled, a blood-red blade light flashed past. The surrounding snowflakes were immediately shattered, becoming even finer and more terrifying. As the blade struck towards Qianzong, it was like a snowstorm that was going to steal all the lives in the world. At the same time, Qianzong slashed out. It was an extremely powerful sword. It was an extremely terrifying sword. All things returned to ruins, everyone thought that the sword was going to kill them. However, when it was unleashed, it slashed towards the Snow Taoist. The Snow Taoist's storm-like blade light was immediately destroyed by the all things returned to ruins. It was all destroyed. There was nothing that could block it. The Snow Taoist could not dodge the sword either. It was too fast and too sudden. The sword had locked onto him directly. He only showed a sliver of fear. The Snow Taoist unleashed his full strength and slashed out with his blade in an attempt to block it. However, he was directly destroyed. His entire body was instantly destroyed by the black power. It was terrifying. The Snow Taoist was extremely terrified. He could only feel that his indestructible body was being destroyed in an instant. It was being destroyed inch by inch. The destruction was different from when the indestructible body was being destroyed. It was as if he was about to be completely destroyed. Recover. The Snow Taoist kept using his own power to recover his indestructible body. He did not want to be destroyed by the all things returned to ruins. However, it was like a flood that was impossible to block. As his power continued to be used up, the Snow Taoist's face grew paler and paler. "Save me!" The Snow Taoist hurriedly cried out for help. In the face of death, many things became unimportant. The other cultivators all attacked the annihilating sword light. They used up its power and saved the Snow Taoist. When the sword light was destroyed, the Snow Taoist's body recovered. However, he did not have much power left. He was so close. He was so close to being killed. It was a pity that the Snow Taoist survived. It was because the Black Flame Saint and the others helped him. Otherwise, he would have died without a doubt. After using that sword, the power of Chenzong's incarnation was almost depleted. The remaining power was not enough for Chenzong to continue fighting with the Black Flame Saint and the others. He should not have much power left. The Skydo Overlord roared. He suddenly attacked with his fist. He wanted to take this opportunity to kill Chenzong. The Black Flame Saint seemed to have noticed something. He punched the air. Countless black aura suddenly gathered and blasted out. Black ash. Great destruction. The Sky Edge Sword Saint also used his ultimate move. The golden sword light shot down from the sky like a pillar and attacked Chenzong's body. The Snow Taoist did not attack. Instead, he used an elixir to speed up the recovery of his power. This was because he did not have any power to fight in a short period of time. Even though he did not have much power left, Chenzong's incarnation did not wait for death. Instead, he used his remaining power and flew towards Yuanzhan University. No matter what, refining this avatar was not an easy task. The materials required were also very precious. If the avatar was destroyed here, it would be very difficult for Chenzong to refine a second avatar in a short period of time. He would need to purchase the materials. If he could avoid it, he would avoid it. Stop him, Qi Yan shouted. Qi Yan roared. This scene made him extremely excited because it meant that Chenzong did not have much strength left. Moreover, he had lost his indestructible body after taking the Descendant Pill. Once he was injured, it would be difficult for him to recover in a short period of time. Kill, this was the best chance to kill Chenzong. They could not miss it. Otherwise, once he escaped back into the Universe City, it would be much harder to kill him. This was because he could use the Temporal Temple in the Universe City to escape. Chenzong's incarnation's power was depleted. Its speed was greatly reduced. It could no longer dodge and was immediately engulfed by the Black Flame Saint's terrifying Black Nightmare demonic flames. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. They watched as the Black Nightmare demonic flames burned crazily. They waited for the Black Nightmare demonic flames to disappear. The destructive power of the black ash gradually dissipated, revealing a pitch-black color. It was as if there was nothing left in it. Where's the Peerless Sword Saint? He's gone. Where did he go? Could it be? Could it be? The people in Yuanzhan University were terrified. They didn't even dare to think about it. Dead, could it be that the Peerless Sword Saint Chenzong was dead? Qi Yan stared at the darkness in a daze. After 3 breaths of time, he let out a hearty laugh. He laughed so hard that his body swayed back and forth like a madman. Dead, Chenzong was finally dead. He could finally vent his anger. The Snow Taoist also breathed a sigh of relief. He almost died under Chenzong's sword. No matter how amazing you are, you can't escape death. The Sky Edge Sword Saint sighed. He didn't know what to feel, but he didn't regret it. Even if he didn't kill Chenzong, he was still a participant. If it wasn't for the encirclement, Chenzong's strength was very formidable. Anyone who encountered him in a one-on-one fight would only end up dead. The Black Flame Saint was no exception. Also, if Chenzong didn't take the Descendant Pill and still had the indestructible body, it would be 10 times harder for the 4 of them to kill him. But now he was dead. There were no ifs. Nianqin, I know you're in Yuanzhan University. Come out and leave with me now. Otherwise, I'll destroy Taihao Mountain. Qi Yan's voice sounded again. It was full of arrogance and threat. Chenzong was dead. He had nothing to be afraid of. Nianqin didn't respond. She didn't want to talk to him. I'll be right back. Chenzong said to Nianqin in the secret room. At this time, the original body had to make a move. Chenzong's indestructible body returned to its original body after taking the Descendant Pill. He lost the indestructible body's ability to regenerate instantly. Moreover, his body was very strong. It wasn't inferior to the Overlord Tiando's body at all. Plus, the mixed Yuan Heart Force's recovery speed was amazing. All in all, even if he took the Descendant Pill, it wouldn't be easy to kill Chenzong's original body. It would be at least 10 times more difficult than killing the incarnation. The original body didn't make a move before because he wanted to use the incarnation to send the Sky-Edge Sword Saint away. He didn't expect such a dangerous situation. Now, the original body had to make a move. Yunyanxin ignored him and Qi Yan continued to threaten him. The disciples of Taihao Mountain were furious. They wanted to rush out. Quiet. Chen Zong's voice suddenly spread throughout Taihao Mountain, entering the ears of every disciple of Taihao Mountain, causing them to be stunned. Wasn't the mountain chieftain killed? Was a hallucination? Then, a familiar figure flew out of Taihao Mountain. Not dead. Haha, I knew our leader wouldn't be killed so easily. Our leader is indeed powerful. He managed to avoid the fatal blow. The elders and disciples of Taihao Mountain were all excited. Chen Zong was very fast. After flying out of Taihao Mountain, he quickly flew out of Yuanzhong Cosmic City. He pointed his finger like a sword and disappeared in an instant. Because it was so fast, the people outside the city couldn't detect it. Only the true saints could sense it, but they couldn't see who it was. In the void outside the city, Qi Yan was still shouting. The Sky-Edge Sword Saint, the Overlord Tiando, and the Snow Taoist were ready to leave. Since Chen Zong was dead, they had achieved their goal. There was no need to stay. Suddenly, a crack appeared. Then, a beam of sword light pierced through the air and mercilessly attacked the Snow Taoist. The Snow Taoist's expression changed. He reacted immediately. His long sword flashed across the sky. The light from the sword burst out. The moment the sword and saber collided, the saber light shattered. The sword light swept through and cut through the Snow Taoist's body. The Snow Taoist had only recovered about 30% of his strength. Under the sword, his body was cut open. The moment the wound healed, the sword light attacked like a storm and completely shattered it. Every single sword move contained an extremely terrifying sword power. Sword chi spread out and consumed Priest Snow's power quickly. The original body, with the Heavenly Will Sword, was twice as strong as the incarnation. This difference was often the difference between life and death. It was too fast and too sudden. 30% of the Snow Taoist's cultivation was completely used up. He couldn't regenerate his indestructible body. Snowflakes drifted in all directions and fell down one after another. It was as if there was a snowstorm in the void. Dead. The Sky-Edge Sword Saint and the others stared blankly at the falling snowflakes. They didn't know what to feel. Wasn't he fine just a moment ago? Now, he was dead. Then, the sword light dissipated, revealing a figure in white. His eyes were so sharp that they could see through everything. Chen Zong. Aren't you dead? Horrifying, for a moment, Qi Yan was terrified. The Black Flame Saint, the Sky-Edge Sword Saint, and the Sky-Do Overlord's expressions changed drastically. The Peerless Sword Saint is still alive. He's still alive. Wasn't the Peerless Sword Saint wearing a black sword robe? Why did he change it to white? Not only did the robe change color, but the sword is different too. The spectators outside the Universe City were all stunned. Some rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that they were hallucinating. Then, they exclaimed and were confused. But the fact that the Peerless Sword Saint was still alive was great news for them. The Peerless Sword Saint was the leader of the Taihao Mountain, and the Taihao Mountain was a force of the Yuanzhong Universe City. The strength of the Universe City was closely related to the strength of the forces that resided there. The difference between the Taihao Mountain with the Peerless Sword Saint and the Taihao Mountain without him was like the difference between heaven and earth. Chen Zong appeared and killed the Snow Taoist with one strike. He immediately had one less enemy. He stared coldly at the Black Flame Saint, the Sky-Edge Sword Saint, and the Sky-Do Overlord. They couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Today is the day you die. Chen Zong's light and cold words came out of his mouth. Before he finished speaking, the Heavenly Will Sword was unsheathed again. The speed of the sword was extremely fast. Boundless Formless Kill, this was a sword that focused on speed. It was extremely fast, so fast that it was unparalleled. The sword moved silently and without a trace, but it pierced through the distant Qi Yan in an instant. That's right, it was all because of Qi Yan. If Qi Yan hadn't been so aggressive, things wouldn't have ended up like this. Last time, Chen Zong let Qi Yan go because Qi Yan was a candidate for the divine son of the Xian Flame Divine Palace. He didn't want to cause trouble. He didn't expect Qi Yan to be so narrow-minded. He even took advantage of the time when Zong took the Descendant Elixir to gather 4 top experts on the real chaotic ranking. This time, if Zong let Qi Yan go, it was hard to say what new trouble he would cause. If that was the case, he should be killed. Qi Yan couldn't dodge. He didn't even notice it. He was pierced in an instant. The terrifying sword Qi raged wildly, destroying Qi Yan's immortal body. Qi Yan screamed and could only summon his own strength to restore his immortal body. He also took out a large number of elixirs and stuffed them into his mouth. Elder Black Flame, save me. Qi Yan felt the terror of the sword Qi. With his own strength, even with the help of the elixirs, he could only buy himself some time. He was bound to die. The Black Flame Saint's expression changed. He turned into a black flame and flew towards Qi Yan. Qi Yan was a candidate for the divine son of the Xian Flame Divine Palace. If possible, he couldn't die like this. He channeled his own strength into Qi Yan's immortal body to fight against Zong's sword Qi and save Qi Yan. This was one of Zong's goals. The Black Flame Saint was the strongest among the enemies. If he couldn't do anything for now, it would be easier to deal with the Sky Edge Sword Saint and Skydo Overlord. The second was to kill the Sky Edge Sword Saint. Skydo Overlord's overall strength wasn't as strong as the Sky Edge Sword Saint, but he was a body cultivator. His life force was more vigorous, and he was harder to kill. Boundless Formless Kill, a sword shot out at extreme speed. It turned into 2 rays of sword light and shot towards the Sky Edge Sword Saint and Skydo Overlord. The sword was too fast and silent. It was as if it could reach anywhere. The Sky Edge Sword Saint and Skydo Overlord didn't have time to dodge. They only reacted when they felt something and were hit. Luckily, Boundless Formless Kill was fast, but its power was weak. It was useful against those below the real chaotic ranking, but it wasn't enough to deal with those on the real chaotic ranking. Therefore, it wasn't that Boundless Formless Kill wasn't useful. On the contrary, it was quite good. At least when one was hit, they would feel pain. Pain would affect all sorts of things. Kill, a sword streaked across the sky. It was still Boundless Formless Kill, but it was one with a sword. It was aimed at the Sky Edge Sword Saint. The Sky Edge Sword Saint had already reacted. He immediately swung his sword. The moment the 2 swords clashed, the Sky Edge Sword Saint's expression changed. He immediately felt an overbearing sword force explode towards him. It was twice as strong as before. The Sky Edge Sword Saint could not block this sword at all. Unable to parry it, the Sky Edge Sword Saint was directly cleaved apart by the Golden Edge Divine Sword. The Sky Edge Sword Saint's body was cut open, and the sword Qi seeped into his body in an instant. Skydo Overlord punched out. His face was ferocious. He knew that if the Sky Edge Sword Saint was killed, he would die too. At this moment, the Black Flame Saint also successfully helped Qi Yan destroy the raging sword Qi. He exploded with his full strength. The Black Tiger, Black Dragon, and Black Phoenix all appeared. They immediately charged towards Zong. They didn't know why Zong appeared again after killing Zong. He even killed the Snow Taoist and seemed to be at his peak. They didn't understand, but they still had to kill. At this point in the battle, one of them was going to die. Every expert had been through countless life and death situations. Their willpower was extremely strong and wouldn't be shaken easily. Their killing intent was burning. Even if they had to pay a price, they had to kill their opponent here. With such determination, the Sky Edge Sword Saint, Skydo Overlord, and the Black Flame Saint didn't hold back at all. They put their lives on the line. It was either you die or I die. They knew that even if they escaped, the unparalleled Sword Saint Zong wouldn't let them go. If they were in the same situation, they would do the same. Then let's fight. Let's see who can survive until the end. An intense battle erupted once again. Zong was once again besieged by peerless experts. However, without the Snow Taoist, the threat of the besiegement was reduced by 10 to 20%. Yes, the Snow Taoist was the weakest. The threat he posed to Zong was also the weakest. However, the reduction in threat was obvious to Zong. Moreover, Zong's original body had a top-tier chaotic sacred weapon. In addition, the mixed Yuan heart force's recovery speed was extremely fast. His overall strength was twice as strong as his clone. Facing the besiegement of the Black Flame Saint, Sky Edge Sword Saint, and Sky Doe Overlord, Qianzong wasn't as uneasy as his clone. Instead, he seemed to be at ease. Controlling the rhythm, the mixed Yuan heart force's recovery speed was equal to the mixed Yuan heart force's recovery speed. The Black Flame Saint and the other two's recovery speed couldn't be compared to Qianzong's. Moreover, they had used up part of their strength when they were besieging the clone. They weren't at their peak. Dodging, deflecting, counterattacking. It was fine if they didn't counterattack. However, once they did, they would definitely be hit. Once they were hit, the sword chi would wreak havoc and they would have to consume their own strength to recover. Qianzong fought steadily. On the other hand, the Black Flame Saint and the other two's expressions changed drastically. They were extremely shocked. What was going on with the Peerless Sword Saint, Qianzong? They had clearly killed him previously. Now, he had reappeared and his strength was at its peak. His strength was even twice as strong as before. They couldn't understand. Qianzong, it's our fault today. However, you have already killed the Snow Taoist. You should be appeased. The Black Flame Saint suddenly transmitted a message to Qianzong. We are willing to pay compensation. Let's stop the battle. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't, then stop. In this chaotic universe, it's not that simple. Qianzong didn't hesitate to speak and sneered. Last time, the Black Flame Saint had stopped the battle and escaped quickly. If he stopped the battle this time, wouldn't it be equivalent to telling others that he was weak and could be bullied? Everyone wanted to step on him and only offered compensation when they realized they couldn't beat him. It wasn't that simple. Those who wanted to kill him were his enemies. Enemies should be killed. Qianzong, don't force me. Heaven Doe Overlord shouted angrily. He didn't want to keep fighting because he couldn't see any hope of winning. Even if he could win in the end, it would definitely not be easy. This time, Qianzong did not speak. He responded with his sword. Swordsmanship was just that simple and direct. Activate your secret technique and kill him. The Black Flame Great Sage was enraged as well. Since Qianzong wasn't willing to give up, then they would fight to the death. Instantly, the Black Flame Saint executed his secret technique. Black Tiger, Black Dragon, and Black Phoenix were added to his body, causing his strength to multiply. He became even more tyrannical and terrifying. The surrounding flames raged wildly and were filled with destructive aura. Secret Sword. The Sky Edge Sword Saint suddenly retreated, not to escape, but to use his most powerful sword. The sword will first retreated into his body, then completely retracted. It was difficult to sense, as if it had disappeared without a trace. Even the energy fluctuations of the Sky Edge Sword Saint disappeared, undetectable. Dead silence, the Sky Edge Sword Saint's aura was completely retracted. There was even a kind of dead silence that made people feel uneasy. The Heaven Doe Overlord roared. His originally majestic body suddenly expanded again, turning into a 5-meter-tall giant. His muscles bulged and every muscle was filled with explosive power. When released, it could shatter stars and heaven and earth. When they were dealing with the doppelganger just now, they didn't use such a secret technique. Although the doppelganger was strong, the drawbacks were obvious. They didn't need to use such a secret technique. Now. But they had to use it. It was enough to show that the strength of Qianzong's original body made them feel extremely threatened. Even if they used their secret techniques, Qianzong's expression didn't change at all. It was just a futile struggle. Now that he had lost the immortal body, Qianzong's body was still very strong. Moreover, he could use the Titan battle technique. After a few years, the Titan core had stored a lot of Titan power. If he used the Titan battle technique, he could last for at least 15 minutes. A quarter of an hour was more than enough to end such a battle. The Black Flame Saint and the Heaven Doe Overlord's strength had multiplied. They did bring some pressure to Qianzong. But the one that really caught Qianzong's attention was the Sky Edge Sword Saint. The terrifying aura of death was getting thicker and thicker. It had completely condensed. Only his super sharp senses could feel it. That sword was a sure kill sword. It was fine if it wasn't used. but once it was used, it would definitely be terrifying. It might really be a threat to him. After the Black Flame Saint and the Heaven Doe Overlord used their secret techniques, their strength multiplied. They immediately attacked violently, wanting to injure Chenzong. Once they lost the immortal body, they wouldn't be able to recover as easily as the immortal body. However, facing their violent attacks, Chenzong still faced them with ease. He wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Kill. The Sky Edge Sword Saint was ready. He immediately attacked. The moment he drew his sword, the completely restrained sword intent and power erupted in an instant. It was as if a volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years had suddenly erupted. Unparalleled power erupted in an instant, bringing with it an earth-shattering killing intent as it tore through the air and charged towards Xianxia. It was a golden sword light. An extremely condensed golden sword light that seemed to have been forged thousands of times. It had materialized. At the end of the sword light, there was a touch of scarlet. It was extremely scarlet like blood. That touch of scarlet was very subtle. However, it was brighter, more dazzling, and more eye-catching than the entire golden sword light. It filled everyone's eyes instantly, as if it had replaced the void. Fear. Everyone watching the battle from afar felt a burst of fear erupt from the depths of their hearts for no reason, almost swallowing their minds. Great terror. The scarlet point of the sword contained extreme terror. Tiando Overlord and Black Flame Sage were also shocked. They immediately retreated. Chenzong's pupils shrank to the size of needles. The Sky Edge Sword Saint's Sure-Kill secret sword was extremely powerful. It actually made Chenzong's heart palpitate. The palpitations exploded and engulfed his entire body. He couldn't help but tremble. Terrifying, the sword was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could destroy the heavens and the earth and destroy all living things. After releasing the sword, the Sky Edge Sword Saint's spirit seemed to have been sucked dry. His eyes were filled with unconcealable exhaustion. The aura around him was extremely weak. He had used all of his power to kill. Even if someone stronger than him was hit by the sword, there was a 50% chance that they would be killed. Even if they weren't killed directly, they would be severely injured and consume a large amount of cultivation power. Chenzong had taken the Descendant Elixir. If he was hit by the sword, even if he didn't die, he would be on the verge of death. He was completely locked on and couldn't dodge. Chenzong's face turned solemn. His mixed Yuan heart force also exploded. Fivefold explosion. Ancient stars, the roar shook the heavens and the earth. An ancient star shadow carried an unparalleled power. It was as if it had traveled through time and arrived here. It emitted an unparalleled domineering aura. The moment the star shadow appeared, it suppressed the surrounding void. It didn't leave time or space. It was as if everything was frozen. The sword was extremely domineering. Its power was unparalleled. It could crush everything. At the same time, it could also be used as a defense to block the enemy's attack. That scarlet red dot pierced through the air and struck the ancient star's shadow. It stopped abruptly and pierced through the ancient star's shadow inch by inch, piercing through the ancient star's shadow. It couldn't be blocked. Even the ancient star's ultimate move that was unleashed with mixed Yuan heart force couldn't block the Sky Edge Sword Saint's Sure-Kill sword. Chenzong was secretly shocked. What a terrifying sword. If he was hit, his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. It was very likely that he would be severely injured or even collapse. The Sky Edge Sword Saint's strength was inferior to his, but he was able to unleash such a terrifying sword. It was truly terrifying. Although the ancient stars couldn't block it, it could stall for a moment. Chenzong immediately dodged. He became one with the sword and charged towards the Sky Edge Sword Saint with extreme speed. At this moment, the Sky Edge Sword Saint's aura was weak. His essence, chi, and spirit were dispirited. Unconcealable exhaustion lingered in the depths of his eyes. Unleashing that sword had exhausted all of the Sky Edge Sword Saint's strength. It was an extreme sword. If he couldn't kill the enemy, he would be killed himself. The Sky Edge Sword Saint dared to unleash it because the Black Flame Saint and Tiando Overlord were here. He was also confident that this sword was invincible. The Peerless Sword Saint couldn't block it. Once he was hit, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. At that time, Tiando Overlord and Black Flame Saint would be able to deal with him. He could make use of the time to recover. Before joining forces, they had already sworn the Great Tao Oath. They couldn't kill each other. They had to advance and retreat together. However, the Sky Edge Sword Saint didn't expect this at all. Chenzong could actually block this sword for a moment. He gained some time to dodge and counterattack. Retreat, he couldn't retreat anymore. He didn't have much strength left to counterattack. However, the Sky Edge Sword Saint wasn't willing to die. Even if he died, he would drag someone down with him. Self-destruction, even if he temporarily lost his powerful strength, the power of his self-destruction would be greatly reduced. However, it wouldn't be weak. It wouldn't be inferior to his full-strength attack at all. Boundless formless kill, Chenzong swung his sword. The speed of the sword was astonishing. It directly pierced through the Sky Edge Sword Saint's forehead. With the indestructible body, the soul was no longer a fatal weakness. However, when it was pierced, he would instantly lose consciousness and be unable to self-destruct. The second sword, Taihao, blazing sword light suddenly burst forth, turning into a blazing sun that pressed down on the Sky Edge Sword Saint. The Sky Edge Sword Saint was unable to self-destruct. After the Sky Edge Sword Saint came back to his senses, the unparalleled blazing attack came and hit him directly. Explode, burn, streaks of sword chi floated in the void and dissipated. The Sky Edge Sword Saint, who was ranked 52nd on the Real Chaos ranking board, died just like that. The Sky Edge Sword Saint died. His storage divine item was instantly taken away by Chenzong. He slashed across the sky and attacked the Sky Do Overlord. Now, the Snow Taoist Priest and the Sky Edge Sword Saint were dead. Only the Sky Do Overlord and the Black Flame Saint were left. Although the two of them were powerful, they were nothing. Indestructible burning body, the Black Flame Saint roared. The indestructible burning body was also the last resort. It was also the last resort that he was willing to use. It would cause great damage to his body. It would take a long time and many treasures to recover. Unless it was the last resort, he wouldn't use it. However, now was the last resort. The chaotic void was boundless. Outside Primordial Slayer Universe City, powerful aura surged. Black Flame Saint and Heaven Do Overlord immediately decided to burn their indestructible bodies. They knew that if they didn't burn their indestructible bodies, they wouldn't be able to kill Chenzong with their current strength. Snow Taoist Priest and Sky Edge Sword Saint were both dead. With the two of them working together, the threat they posed to Chenzong was greatly reduced. Burn, Black Flame Saint's originally blazing black nightmare demonic flames were unknowingly dyed with a layer of crimson. That crimson red was like the setting sun. It emitted a desolate feeling like it was past its prime. It was as if it was howling in despair. The layer of crimson red made the originally black flames look even more mournful. It was as if it was struggling for its last time. The aura spread out, bringing with it an ominous feeling of annihilation. Burning the indestructible body was to destroy oneself, as well as the enemy. It would destroy everything. Heaven Do Overlord roared. A layer of crimson red spread out from his huge body and covered his entire body. It made his extremely strong body look indescribably solemn. He was like a bloodied giant bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun. Chenzong narrowed his eyes. His expression was extremely solemn. This was the first time he had encountered an enemy who burned their indestructible bodies. Ordinary enemies who burned their indestructible bodies wouldn't be his match. However, experts like Heaven Do Overlord and Black Flame Saint had a terrifying increase in strength after burning their indestructible bodies. Normally speaking, the more powerful the indestructible body was, the more power it could exchange for after burning it. The top experts on the Chaotic Real Leaderboard had all cultivated their indestructible bodies to the peak of perfection. They had accumulated a lot of power. Once they burned their indestructible bodies, the power they could exchange for was shocking and endless. The threat increased greatly. Black Flame Saint and Heaven Do Overlord, who had burned their indestructible bodies in exchange for more power, posed a much greater threat to Chenzong than before when the four of them teamed up. Boom, Heaven Do Overlord was the first to attack. He punched out. The fist force was dyed with a layer of sunset glow. It was extremely solemn and mournful. It instantly broke through the void and created a long ravine in the void. It was as if an iron bull had plowed through it. It was extremely clear and deep. It was a shocking sight. The punch was like the Sky-Edge Sword Saint's final killing move. It brought a terrifying threat to Qianzong. Immediately after, the Black Flame Saint's figure flashed and turned into a gust of wind, a cloud, and a fiery light. It was a perfect arc that would make one gasp in amazement. His trajectory seemed to be in accordance with the mysteries of the void. His speed reached the extreme and he appeared behind Qianzong in an instant, punching towards Qianzong's back. Fast, not only was it fast, but it was also very sudden. Qianzong was caught off guard. In an instant, he was surrounded by two crazy experts and was about to be hit. The perfect universe immortal body was extremely powerful. In terms of physique, it wouldn't be inferior to a body refinement expert like Tyrant Sovereign Tian Do. However, even such a powerful physique couldn't withstand the Black Flame Saint's powerful Dark Ember Fist art after burning the immortal body. With a boom, dense sword chi suddenly appeared around Qianzong. Each strand of sword chi was as thin as a strand of hair. The countless strands of sword chi combined together to form a layer of sword aura. The sword aura was immediately struck and shattered. This layer of sword aura was a defensive sword technique that Qianzong had been researching and creating over the years. However, it wasn't perfected yet. Previously, when his clones fought with them, he couldn't use this protective sword aura. However, after the intense battle with his clones and the intense battle with his original body, he had comprehended something during the battle. Under the crisis, inspiration burst forth and he finally used it. The imperfect protective sword aura was instantly shattered. However, the protective sword aura also blocked the Black Flame Saint's fist technique for a moment. Boundless Formless Kill, Qianzong immediately used his fastest sword technique and rushed out. This move wasn't only used to attack the enemy, but it could also be used to escape. It was a very practical sword technique. Using the imperfect protective sword aura to escape, Qianzong pulled away from the Black Flame Saint and the Heaven Do Overlord. The Heaven Do Overlord chased after him and continuously punched. However, even with the immortal burning body, his speed couldn't catch up with Qianzong. Only the Black Flame Saint's speed was extremely shocking. It seemed like he could catch up with Qianzong and attack again. With a loud boom, an extremely shocking black flame burst forth from the Black Flame Saint's body. The black flame was dyed with a layer of tragic and mournful blood red. It turned into a sea of flames that rapidly spread and burned everything. The blood-red sea of flames was completely controlled by the Black Flame Saint. Following his thoughts, the sea of flames surged endlessly and instantly condensed into black tigers. The black tigers roared endlessly and rushed towards Qianzong. Black dragons appeared and black phoenixes circled. In an instant, the Black Flame Saint seemed to have turned into the master of the Sea of Flames. He controlled everything and used extremely terrifying techniques. The immortal burning body and the increase in his own strength were secondary. The most important thing was that his techniques had become even more powerful. Without hesitation, Qianzong immediately activated the Giant God Core and activated the Giant God power that was contained within. A terrifying aura suddenly spread out. Qianzong's body began to expand. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a 10-meter-tall giant. The sword in his hand also changed and grew 10 times, matching the giant's body. Aura, an extremely tyrannical aura spread out and filled the surroundings. The void within a 10,000-meter radius suddenly became extremely stable. It was as though there was an invisible force suppressing it. The Heaven Do Overlord and the Black Flame Saint's faces suddenly changed. What kind of secret technique was this? He actually turned into a giant. It was unimaginable. Wasn't he a sword cultivator? A sword cultivator turning into a 10-meter-tall giant. Shouldn't that be a secret technique of a body cultivator? It was incomprehensible. The spectators from afar were all dumbfounded and extremely shocked. After using the Giant God battle technique, Qianzong could clearly feel the changes in his body. His strength had increased tenfold. His physique had also increased tenfold. Now, he had cultivated the cosmic immortal body to the limit of perfection. He was even stronger than when he had just broken through. Therefore, the tenfold increase was even more impressive. The Giant God power was limited. Qianzong didn't waste it at all. After using the giant god battle technique and transforming into the giant god body, he took a step forward and unleashed the boundless formless kill. He became one with the sword and turned into a huge sword light. It carried an incomparably terrifying power and directly blasted towards the Heaven Do Overlord. Kill one first, the Heaven Do Overlord roared and didn't have any intention of dodging. Instead, he unleashed an unparalleled power and blasted out a huge fist. The fist seemed to be made of steel and emitted an extremely shocking wave that shattered everything. The entire fist was covered in a layer of dark red light. The extremely powerful punch was about to kill Xianxia. But the moment the fist came into contact with the thick sword light, it was immediately shattered. The sword light rushed forward like a hot knife through butter. It was extremely ferocious. He couldn't block it. The Heaven Do Overlord's expression changed drastically, but he was helplessly hit by the sword light. The tenfold increase in strength made Xianxia's sword even more terrifying. Its power also increased exponentially. With the eruption of the mixed Yuan heart force, it became even more powerful. Shatter, with just one sword strike, the Heaven Do Overlord's tyrannical body, which was burning with the indestructible body, was instantly shattered. It instantly exploded into countless streams of light that shot away and reformed in the distance. But the moment the Heaven Do Overlord's indestructible body reformed, the sword light came again and struck and destroyed it again. The reformed indestructible body wasn't in a burning state, nor was it supported by a secret technique. Its power was greatly reduced. Facing Xianxia's sword light, it couldn't resist at all. It was directly shattered and shattered even more thoroughly. The sword chi continued to wreak havoc. It continuously consumed the Heaven Do Overlord's power and destroyed it continuously. In the end, there was nothing left. With a loud boom, the Heaven Do Overlord died. Only the Black Flame Saint was left. The Black Flame Saint's expression was extremely ugly and his heart was palpitating. The 4 absolute experts on the real chaotic ranking had joined forces but were killed one by one. He was the only one left. He was too strong and couldn't fight back at all. Unparalleled Sword Saint, I'm willing to pay a huge compensation as long as you state your conditions, the Black Flame Saint said immediately. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die like the Snow Taoist, the Sky Edge Sword Saint, and the Heaven Do Overlord. Also, I'm an elder of the Xian Flame Divine Palace. If you kill me, you'll be offending the Xian Flame Divine Palace. The Divine Palace will definitely not let this go. Xianxia didn't reply. Or rather, Xianxia's reply was very direct. He drew his sword. Kill, the Black Flame Saint had already escaped once. Now, he wanted to escape a second time. Was it possible? Don't force me, the Black Flame Saint roared. Xianxia's sword soared through the air, and a pitch-black light immediately permeated the air. In an instant, cracks appeared in the void, and strands of destructive aura permeated the air. Strands of destructive power were drawn and condensed on the sword. All things in heaven and earth returned to ruins. This was Xianxia's most powerful sword. Moreover, Xianxia had borrowed the power of the giant sovereign, Tam, to refine a strand of destruction origin power into his own body. When he unleashed all things in heaven and earth returned to ruins, his sword was even more powerful. Black Ash. Great destruction. The Black Flame Saint unleashed all his power and unleashed his most powerful punch towards Xianxia. However, this punch was instantly destroyed by the pitch-black sword radiance. The pitch-black sword radiance pierced through the sky and struck the Black Flame Saint's body, destroying it. The destruction power continued to wreak havoc. The Black Flame Saint's indestructible body was continuously destroyed and his cultivation power was depleted. However, because he had burned his indestructible body, he didn't have much power left. In the end, he couldn't withstand it and turned into ashes. If I die, you won't be able to live either. The Black Flame Saint left behind his last sentence and suddenly disappeared. Xianxia's expression didn't change. He immediately put away the Black Flame Saint's storage device. Then, he took a step forward and his body shrunk rapidly. Finally, he returned to his original size and appeared before Qi Yan. You can't kill me. Qi Yan's body was trembling. He was afraid and terrified. He didn't want to die. He was a candidate deity and had hopes of becoming a true deity. Even if he couldn't become a deity in the end, he still had a great future ahead of him. He couldn't die here. However, Qianzong drew his sword and the sword radiance pierced through the sky. The Snow Taoist who was ranked 90th on the Chaotic Real leaderboard, the Sky Do Overlord who was ranked 70th, the Sky Edge Sword Saint who was ranked 52nd, and the Black Flame Saint who was ranked 35th worked together to fight the unparalleled Sword Saint Qianzong outside the Primordial Universe City. The unparalleled Sword Saint Qianzong won the battle. The Snow Taoist, the Sky Do Overlord, the Sky Edge Sword Saint, and the Black Flame Saint were all killed by the unparalleled Sword Saint. The news was like a storm that swept across the void. The 100 races were shocked. The news was spread by the Heaven's secret tower. There was no doubt that it was not a joke. It was also because it was not a joke that it was so unbelievable. The 4 of them were top experts on the Chaotic Real leaderboard. Not only were they unable to kill the other party, but they were all wiped out. How shocking! In an instant, the name of the unparalleled Sword Saint spread across the void. Not only did it spread across the human race's territory, but the other races also knew of such a terrifying existence. Such strength was at least at the top 30 of the Chaotic Real leaderboard, or even higher. This was because even the top 30 experts on the Chaotic Real leaderboard did not dare to say that they could kill the Black Flame Saint. As such, the unparalleled Sword Saint's strength was determined to be in the top 30 of the Chaotic Real leaderboard. As for the specific ranking, it was not clear. It would only be known when the next Chaotic Real leaderboard was announced. However, it was certain that the ranking would not be low. Furthermore, the detailed information about the battle was sent to various parts of the void. Many sects knew about it. Peerless Sword Saint Qianzong had consumed the Descendant Pill and temporarily lost his indestructible body. Peerless Sword Saint had been killed, but in the end, he had reappeared with full strength. This was the point that many people were constantly researching. A secret, it was definitely a huge secret. If they could research it thoroughly, they might be able to grasp something and better deal with Qianzong. He had consumed the Descendant Pill and temporarily lost his indestructible body, but he was still able to do so. It was very shocking. There were those who wanted to find out the secret, those who were curious, and those who wanted to befriend him. However, Qianzong announced that he was going into seclusion and ignored everyone. In the void, there was a sea of fire. The sea of fire was extremely huge and spread in all directions. The flames on the outer layer of the sea of fire were red, orange, then yellow. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple. There were a total of 7 colors of flames, and at the center of the 7-colored sea of fire was a group of black palaces, but at the center was a white palace. Xian Flame Divine Palace. This was the dazzling Flame Divine Palace, one of the most powerful forces in the territory of the human clan. It was a tyrannical force with a demigod realm expert overseeing it. Of course, demigod realm experts were extremely powerful, and they normally wouldn't care about the various affairs of the Xian Flame Divine Palace. Their goal was to pursue a higher realm, break through to the true god realm, and become a true god realm expert. Inside the white palace of the dazzling Flame Divine Palace, the palace master sat at the head of the table. His body seemed to be surrounded by wisps of white flames. The elders were seated in the 4 corners of the room. That peerless Sword Saint Qianzong actually dared to kill Elder He Yan and Divine Child Qi Yan. He is now our mortal enemy and must be eradicated. Let the world know that our Xian Flame Divine Palace is not to be trifled with. A ferocious old man with a face as red as fire loudly declared. He must be killed, but how to kill him is a problem. Another elder with a slightly green face said unhurriedly, Elder He Yan is ranked 35th on the Real Primal Chaos ranking. He is very powerful and ranked first in our Xian Flame Divine Palace. Secondly, only the Palace Master can defeat him. But now, Elder He Yan joined forces with 3 peerless experts and still couldn't defeat Qianzong. Instead, he was killed. This is enough to show that Qianzong's strength is terrifying. Terrifying strength? Don't you want to take revenge? The red-faced old man roared as if he was about to explode. Of course we want to take revenge, but in our Xian Flame Divine Palace, only the Palace Master has the hope of killing Qianzong. The green-faced old man's expression didn't change, and his tone was still unhurried, but now, the Palace Master's true body is still cultivating in seclusion. We can only take action when the palace master comes out. Wait until this seat's life divine flame is improved and I come out, then I will kill Chenzong. The figure with wisps of white flame sitting at the head of the table said, directly making a conclusion. As for asking the demigod ancestor to take action, it wasn't worth it. Or rather, if they disturbed the demigod ancestor for such a matter, they might be slapped to death by the irascible ancestor. Now, they could only wait for the palace master to come out. Once he came out, the palace master's strength would be even stronger. Other than the palace master, Saint He Yan was the second strongest expert in the Xian Flame Divine Palace. But even he had been killed by Chenzong. Even if these elders joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat Chenzong. The Xian Flame Divine Palace was indeed very strong and had a deep foundation, but it wasn't invincible. The peerless experts on the real primal chaos ranking were all very strong and not easy to deal with. Of course, unless the Xian Flame Divine Palace directly attacked Taihao Mountain. But the consequences of doing so would be that they could destroy Taihao Mountain, but they might not be able to kill Chenzong. Unless they had enough time to prepare, such as setting up a great formation and so on, and then lure Chenzong into the formation. Difficult, destroy Yuanzhong Cosmic City? It wasn't impossible, but it couldn't be done. Otherwise, the Xian Flame Divine Palace would immediately become the target of public criticism. Now, they could only wait for the palace master to come out and kill Chenzong with absolute strength. No matter what happened outside, Chenzong didn't care. He was sorting out the spoils of war. Four peerless experts on the real primal chaos ranking and one Xianxia candidate of the Xian Flame Divine Palace. The spoils of war were very rich. Just the chaotic divine gems alone added up to more than 5 million, which was a great accumulation of wealth. There were also other elixirs and various materials. Most of them were useless to Chenzong, but they were of great use to the Taihao Mountain. They would greatly enrich the treasury of the Taihao Mountain and help the elders and disciples of the Taihao Mountain to cultivate. In addition, there were 4 more chaotic divine weapons. One of them was the Black Flame Saint's Vambrace. That was a top chaotic divine weapon. Chenzong planned to exchange it for a top chaotic divine weapon. When he gave it to his incarnation, the incarnation's strength would be stronger. The incarnation was killed, but the spoils of war were more than enough to cultivate 2 more incarnations. Of course, he could only cultivate 1 incarnation. If he could cultivate 2, it would be very terrifying. Chenzong first cultivated a new incarnation. In this way, even if someone wanted to deal with him, 1 more incarnation would be more powerful. Cyborgs were a must. So was cultivation. In the Sky-Edge Sword Saint's storage divine weapon, there was an inheritance jade, which recorded an extreme sword move. Sacrificing Spirit Kill. Sacrificing Spirit Kill. It should be the secret sword move used by the Sky-Edge Sword Saint. Chenzong's eyes lit up. After studying it carefully, he immediately confirmed that it was the secret sword move used by the Sky-Edge Sword Saint. The power of that secret sword move was extremely terrifying. Even his ancient stars, which was 3 times stronger, could not resist it. It was shocking. If he were to use it himself, its power would be even more terrifying. Killer move, this was a true ultimate move. It was more tyrannical than the return of all things in heaven and earth. However, this killing move was extremely extreme as well. It required one's essence, vitality, cultivation, sword intent, and everything else to unleash this move without holding anything back. Once this move was unleashed, the user would become weak for a short period of time, losing less than 1/10 of their original strength. In other words, if the user did not kill the enemy after using this move, they would be in danger. It was very likely that they would be killed instead. However, with such a move, they could still turn defeat into victory at the crucial moment. When the Sky-Edge Sword Saint used this move, he took a long time to prepare. A few breaths of time was actually very long in a battle for experts. It was enough to determine the outcome of a battle. If the Sky-Do Overlord and the Black Flame Saint had not restrained him, Chenzong could have killed him several times when the Sky-Edge Sword Saint used the sacrificial spirit kill. The drawbacks of the sacrificial spirit kill were obvious, but so were the benefits. No matter what, he would learn it first. With Chen Zong's powerful comprehension and heart-intent chaotic prime, it was not difficult to comprehend the sacrificial spirit kill. On the contrary, it was very easy. He comprehended it and began to cultivate it. Once he started cultivating, Chen Zong was pleasantly surprised to find that the sacrificial spirit kill seemed to be prepared for him. When the Sky-Edge Sword Saint used the sacrificial spirit kill, he needed a few breaths of time to mobilize sword intent, essence, chi, cultivation, and so on. He would condense them in a mysterious way and finally explode. However, Chen Zong had heart intent chaotic prime. He could control all of his strength. Heart intent chaotic prime was a masterpiece condensed from essence, chi, spirit, and cultivation. Kill. Chen Zong immediately used the sacrificial spirit kill. In a short period of time, all of his strength condensed in the heavenly will sword and was instantly swung out. In an instant, a speck of blood-red light broke through the sky. That speck of blood-red light was extremely condensed, as if it had been tempered thousands of times. It was condensed to the extreme and silently tore through the void. That speck of blood-red light filled heaven and earth. Chen Zong felt his hair stand on end. Faced with the power of such a sword, he could not resist it even if he used all his strength. Powerful, its power was at least twice as strong as when all things in heaven and earth returned to the void. When the sword struck out, Chen Zong immediately felt an indescribable sense of weakness. However, as the heart intent chaotic prime recovered rapidly, the feeling of weakness gradually disappeared. Chen Zong's heart intent chaotic prime recovered extremely quickly. The heart intent chaotic prime was the condensation of essence, chi, spirit, and cultivation. Therefore, when the heart intent chaotic prime recovered, the essence, chi, and spirit would also recover. What did this mean? This meant that a terrifying killing move like the sacrificial spirit kill was very compatible with Chen Zong. He would continue to comprehend and cultivate until he completely grasped this move. Then, he would be able to use it in an instant like other unique skills. Otherwise, it would not be useful. In addition, Chen Zong had another idea, which was to modify it so that it would not consume all of its power at once. It would only consume half of its power. In this way, the power of the sacrificial spirit kill would decrease, but it would also be stronger than when all things in heaven and earth returned to the void. Moreover, there would not be such serious drawbacks. In addition to cultivating the sacrificial spirit kill and improving it, I also need a sword robe that can shrink in size, Chen Zong thought to himself. Otherwise, every time he used the giant god battle technique to transform into a small giant, his sword robe would directly tear apart, which would be very unsightly. The ancient demon territory was the territory of the ancient demon clan. It was vast and not inferior to the ancient demon territory at all. The ancient demon clan was very powerful and was on par with the ancient demon clan. They were one of the top clans in the chaotic universe. The ancient demon clan was ferocious and coveted the resources of the human clan and the origin clan. Naturally, the ancient demon clan, the human clan, and the origin clan began to fight. Just like the ancient demon clan, there was a demon-slaying domain in the void that bordered the ancient demon realm. There was also a demon-slaying domain with a main battle fortress, 99 battle fortresses, and many other fortress nodes. The army of the Demon Slayer territory was called the Demon Slayer Army. The elite camp of the Demon Slayer Army was called the Demon Slayer Camp, which corresponded to the Demon Slayer Camp of the Demon Slayer Army. There was a member of the Demon Slaying Camp in the Demon Slaying Wee's main fort. He was a black-robed man wearing a ghost mask. He was not very tall, and his aura was completely restrained. However, he always gave people a very strange feeling. The body under the black robe seemed to contain an incomparably terrifying power. He was called the War Demon. He had been in seclusion for decades and had just come out. As soon as he came out, he heard a shocking piece of news. Peerless Sword Saint Chen Zong. The War Demon seemed to be laughing because his voice carried a smile from the bottom of his heart. I knew that you, who could amaze an era, wouldn't disappear just like that. You'll definitely shine again in the chaotic universe. However, I'm no longer who I used to be. This chaotic universe epic is my era. Not long after, another piece of news shook the void. The War Demon challenged Tianmen Dragon King, who was ranked 18th on the chaotic true ranking. That battle caused the void to collapse countless times. The war demon became braver and stronger as he fought. His fighting spirit was earth-shattering. In the end, he defeated Tianmen Dragon King. Although the chaotic true ranking hadn't been updated yet, many people knew that the war demon would replace Tianmen Dragon King. A few decades ago, he was unknown. A few decades later, he was famous. Inside a huge secret chamber in Yuanzhong Cosmic City's Taihao Mountain, there were sword lights clashing and flashing. There was no surge of sword chi, nor was there any sword will wreaking havoc. The power was restrained and completely concentrated on the sword. Every sword was extremely powerful. Fast, slow, hard, soft. His force was ever-changing and mysterious. If an outsider were to see this, they would be shocked. It was too shocking. His swordsmanship was indescribably superb. This battle lasted for an entire day before it finally ended. Your swordsmanship is indeed superb. Your swordsmanship is actually not inferior to mine. The two of them saluted each other with their swords, and then laughed loudly. This feeling of complimenting oneself was really interesting. That's right, the two of them looked exactly the same, except that one was wearing a white sword robe, and the other was wearing a black sword robe. One was Qianzong himself, and the other was Qianzong's clone. The sword that the clone was holding was none other than the top-tier Chaos Saint weapon, the Starstream sword, which he had exchanged for the Black Flame Great Sage's vambrace from the Precious Treasure Tower. Qianzong had a sudden idea to spar with his incarnation. After all, his current swordsmanship was superb. It was very difficult to find an opponent who was on par with him in terms of swordsmanship. Fortunately, he had an incarnation. The swordsmanship of the clone was the same as that of the original body. Only by sparring with himself could he better find out the shortcomings of his swordsmanship, make up for it, improve it, and further enhance it. Stepping out of the secret room, Qianzong asked someone to bring him the latest information. As the supreme being of a sect, he naturally had to know all kinds of things in the outside world so that he would not be closed off. War demon. When he saw the information, Qianzong was stunned. Many memories flashed through his mind. Those were memories of the previous universe era. In the previous universe era, there was also a person called War Demon, who came from the same place as him. Is this War Demon the real War Demon? Qianzong muttered to himself. The two words War Demon did not sound like a name, but a title or a nickname. Since ancient times, although there were not many people with the two words War Demon as a title, there was more than one. Therefore, Qianzong was not sure if the War Demon who had defeated the Dragon King of Tianmen and the War Demon he knew were the same person. He would only know when he saw it. If it's that War Demon, then he must have heard my news. Qianzong immediately showed a smile. He did not leave and went to find the War Demon. When the time comes, they will meet. Whether it's the real War Demon or not, he will know. As for now, of course, he had to stay here and make androids, and try to make a baby as soon as possible. A month passed, and the effect of the air pill disappeared. Qianzong and Yunyenshin returned to the immortal body state. Qianzong, I have a baby. On this day, Yunyenshin said to Qianzong. Her face was filled with joy from the bottom of her heart, but there was also a trace of nervousness and expectation. I have a baby. Qianzong was startled at first, but then he was overjoyed. He grabbed Yunyenshin's hand and carefully sensed it. He immediately sensed that there was indeed another life aura in Yunyenshin's stomach, but that life aura was still very weak. Ecstasy, an indescribable ecstasy grew in Qianzong's heart and spread out. Although Yunyenshin's cultivation was very high, and she had an immortal body, so there was basically no problem, Qianzong still took care of her carefully. However, he was inexperienced, so it was inevitable that he was a little flustered. As a result, it was even more impossible for Qianzong to leave Taihao Mountain. He stayed here with his clone, waiting for the birth of the little life with peace of mind. In the blink of an eye, a year passed, but the baby was still not born. If it was an ordinary person, it would take 10 months to conceive, but Yunyenshin was a top true Saint Realm master. Giving birth to a new life was not that simple. Moreover, the higher the bloodline and talent of the new life, the longer it would stay in the mother's womb. The overall strength of Taihao Mountain was slowly improving. More and more people broke through to the Saint Realm. Now, there were nearly 100 Saint Realm masters in Taihao Mountain. One had to know that there were only a few saints in Taihao Mountain before, but now there were dozens of times more. Unfortunately, in the entire Taihao Mountain, only Qianzong and Xianxia were at the true saint realm. There was no third true saint realm master, so they were still a little weak. In the third year of Xianxia's pregnancy, her belly gradually grew bigger, but she still did not give birth. However, the life aura inside was getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a sword intent soared into the sky. The aura contained in the sword intent was very shocking. It carried an extremely shocking killing intent, as if it wanted to pierce through the sky. Void killing sword intent, Qianzong suddenly showed a touch of joy. Finally, Taihao Mountain had a third true saint realm master. That's right, the great elder of Taihao Mountain, Sword Saint Void Killing, had finally broken through and become a true saint realm master. Although he had just broken through and his strength was considered weak in the true saint realm, the true saint realm was still the true saint realm. It was not something a saint realm master could compare to. Congratulations, great elder, Qianzong said to Sword Saint Void Killing with a smile. Thank you, Mountain Lord. Sword Saint Void Killing was also very happy. He had finally taken that step. It was a feeling of stepping into a new world. It was very wonderful. The true saint realm was not something a saint realm master could compare to. An invincible saint realm master could not compare at all in front of a true saint realm master. Qianzong took out a long sword and gave it to Sword Saint Void Killing. It was the Chaos Saint artifact long sword that Sword Saint Xianxia used before. Although it was only an ordinary Chaos Saint artifact, its power was extraordinary. It was very sharp and could obviously increase Sword Saint Void Killing's strength. Thank you, Mountain Lord, Sword Saint Void Killing said again. He took the long sword and was reluctant to let it go. As a sword cultivator, to be able to get a good sword was a great thing. After that, nothing happened. Sword Saint Void Killing had just broken through to the true saint realm. His potential was stimulated and he was in a period of rapid improvement. Qianzong also personally taught him sword skills, which made Sword Saint Void Killing's improvement more efficient. Time flew by. Another 7 years had passed. Xianxia had been pregnant for 10 years. Ordinary people would give birth to a baby after 10 months of pregnancy. Xianxia had not given birth after 10 years of pregnancy. However, the little life in her stomach was getting stronger and stronger. She believed that the cultivation talent after birth would definitely be very amazing. Mountain Lord, I'm going out to train, Sword Saint Void Killing came to Qianzong and said. Speaking of which, Sword Saint Void Killing had always stayed in Taihao Mountain. Even if he left, he would stay near Taihao Mountain and never go far. It was because Taihao Mountain was too weak and needed him to personally guard it. However, it was different now. With Qianzong here, Taihao Mountain would be stable. Moreover, he had also broken through to the true saint realm. After 7 years of bitter cultivation and Qianzong's guidance, he had improved a lot. In addition, he had a Chaos Saint artifact long sword with him. His strength had left the bottom of the true saint realm. Although he was not at the top, he basically had the power to protect himself. Going out to adventure could further hone himself. Qianzong did not object to this. After Sword Saint Void Killing bid farewell to Qianzong, he left Taihao Mountain alone. He took the space-time teleportation array of the space-time temple to other territories to train. His strength was not bad, and he was from Taihao Mountain. Under normal circumstances, he would not be in too much danger. Of course, it was impossible to go out to train without experiencing danger. Life and death were up to fate. This year, the real chaos ranking was announced once again. In the sky above the void cities, universe cities, and chaos cities, the real chaos ranking appeared and slowly opened. The light shone in all directions, attracting everyone's attention. This time, almost everyone knew that the names on the real chaos ranking would change greatly. It was only because of the battle 10 years ago that the Snow Taoist, Tiando Overlord, Tianfeng Sword Saint, and Black Flame Saint were killed. Therefore, their names were removed from the real chaos ranking. The War Demon, who was originally unknown, defeated Tianman Dragon King and would replace him. As the names appeared on the real primal chaos rankings, many people had indeed lost their spots. The unparalleled Sword Saint, Qianzong, was ranked 35th. However, no one thought that Chenzong's strength was only at this level. It was only because the rankings on the real Primal Chaos rankings were related to the individual's battle results. Chenzong had defeated and killed the Black Flame Saint and thus replaced his ranking. After all, if you wanted to give Chenzong a higher ranking, you had to know his true strength. That was very difficult. Every peerless expert on the real Chaos ranking had their own trump cards. Without a real battle, no one could say for sure, especially those who were ranked at the top. In addition, the War Demon had replaced Tianmen Dragon King. As a result, Chenzong's ranking fell to 36th. In Taihao Mountain, Chenzong's palm fell on Yunyanqing's belly. Feeling the movement inside, he was all smiles. "You little one, you're not being honest." The fetus had already taken shape and would move from time to time, as if it was punching and kicking. Chenzong was very much looking forward to it. Yunyanqing no longer practiced swordsmanship, nor did she cultivate. She was afraid of hurting the fetus, so her strength had stopped improving. However, there was no need for her to do anything at the moment. On the contrary, Yunyanqing often played the zither for entertainment, which was quite a good way to cultivate one's character. In her words, she was teaching the child from the moment the fetus was born to cultivate one's character. Chenzong didn't have any objections. As long as she was happy. "What do you think is a good name for the child?" Yunyanqing gently stroked her belly. Her face was full of motherly radiance, and even her voice was much gentler than before. "Let's call him Chenin." Chenzong thought for a moment and then smiled. "Chenin, safe and sound." Yunyanqing repeated and then nodded. As parents, they always hoped that their children would succeed, but they also hoped that their children would be safe and sound. Born in the chaotic universe, it was inevitable that they would encounter all kinds of hardships and setbacks in the process of growing up. After all, parents couldn't protect them forever. The embryonic form would eventually spread its wings and become an eagle. Therefore, the thought of being safe and sound was very good. Chenin, the child hadn't been born yet, but the name had been decided. This was no doubt a boy's name, because Chenzong and Yunyanqing both knew that he was a boy. In the depths of the White Mane Palace among the black palaces in the seven-colored sea of fire, an extremely powerful aura suddenly erupted. It soared into the sky and shook all directions. The aura was extremely shocking and filled with endless heat, as if it could burn everything into nothingness. As the aura erupted, everyone in the dazzling flame divine palace was shocked. They felt that their own divine fires were affected and were about to leave their bodies. They quickly stabilized them, but the sea of seven-colored flames was attracted and began to fluctuate. They moved in the direction of the white palace in the center as if they were worshipping it. Soon after, white light began to gather in the sky above the main hall. Endless fiery aura permeated the air like rivers returning to the sea. Gradually, a white flame giant stood in the sky above the white main hall. It was 100 meters tall and its upper body was extraordinarily majestic. Its lower body was funnel-shaped instead of legs. Following the appearance of this white flaming giant, the sea of seven-colored flames suddenly trembled before calming down. In the next moment, the white flame giant quickly shrank and disappeared into the white palace. The palace master of the Xian Flame Divine Palace came out of seclusion. Then, a piece of news spread. The palace master of the Xian Flame Divine Palace had challenged the master of the Taihao Mountain, Peerless Sword Saint Chenzong, to a battle of life and death in the void of the Tianluo territory. Once the news came out, it shook the world. Everyone was watching and guessing whether Chenzong would accept the challenge. The palace master of the Xian Flame Divine Palace was not an ordinary person. He was ranked very high on the Real Chaos ranking list and was one of the top 10 experts. Divine Emperor Xian Flame, who was ranked 8th, was undoubtedly extremely powerful. Chenzong was ranked 36th on the Real Chaos ranking list. Although this was not his true ranking, everyone felt that no matter how powerful Chenzong was, he could only be ranked in the top 20 at best. That would be good enough and he would not be a match for Divine Emperor Xian Flame. Then, Chenzong would most likely not respond to the challenge. In fact, Chenzong did not intend to accept the challenge. It was not because he was afraid, but because he was waiting for his child to be born. That was the most important thing. Chenzong did not respond. To some, it was normal, but to some people, it was different. After some publicity, they naturally said that the peerless sword saint was afraid and did not deserve to be a swordsman. They also said that he did not deserve the title of peerless sword saint and so on. People echoed what they said and the news spread wider and wider. However, Qianzong did not care about this. Even so, Taihao Mountain was also belittled. In Taihao Mountain, Qianzong looked at the 10 corpses in front of him. His expression was extremely cold, but there was a burning anger in the depths of his eyes. These 10 people were all disciples of Taihao Mountain. After they left the territory of Taihao Mountain, they were directly killed. The killer was very arrogant. Not only did he kill them, but he also said that as long as anyone from Taihao Mountain dared to appear, he would continue to kill. And this person was not afraid of Yuan Zhan at all because he was an invincible Saint Realm Master and a disciple of the Xian Flame Divine Palace. Coercion. Xian Flame Divine Palace used this method to force Qianzong to accept the challenge. If he did not accept the challenge, unless everyone from Taihao Mountain stayed in Taihao Mountain and did not take a step out, anyone who left would die. Without hesitation, Qianzong directly took action and found the killer. Kill me, but there will be a second and a third. You won't be able to kill them all. Even when facing Qianzong, this person did not show the slightest fear. Instead, he kept laughing like a martyr. Your Taihao Mountain should change its name to Black Turtle Mountain. All of you should hide inside and not come out. Qianzong's expression was cold and solemn. He directly killed this person with a sword and immediately sent out a message. The peerless sword saint accepted the challenge. Qianzong had no choice but to accept the challenge. The Xian Flame Divine Palace had used an open scheme to force Qianzong to accept the challenge. After all, the Taihao Mountain sect was much weaker than the Xian Flame Divine Palace. If they didn't accept the challenge, the Taihao Mountain sect would be destroyed. As the sect master of Taihao Mountain, of course, he had to consider everything for Taihao Mountain. Foundation, strength, inheritance, reputation, and so on. As Qianzong sent out a message to accept the challenge, the void shook again. Good. After receiving the message, Xian Flame Divine Emperor immediately showed a smile. Everything was under his control. Tell Qianzong that in 7 days, we will fight to the death. 7 days, time was very short. In an instant, countless cultivators rushed from all directions to the location of the battle, which was Tianluo territory. Tianluo City in Tianluo territory was a chaotic giant city. At the Space-Time Temple's space-time teleportation formation, people constantly appeared. A battle to the death between a peerless swordsman and a peerless expert was not to be missed. Xian Flame Divine Emperor is still so despicable. A figure that seemed to be emitting golden light said in a disdainful tone. He was not afraid that his words would reach Xian Flame Divine Emperor's ears because his ranking on the real chaotic ranking board was higher than Xian Flame Divine Emperor's. Strength was the source of self-confidence. After all, conspiracies and tricks are useless. His achievements are just SOSO, another woman wearing a veil said in a cold voice. In Taihao Mountain, Qianzong and Yunyanqin said goodbye. Wait for me to come back. Qianzong hugged Yunyanqin and touched his belly. Little guy, don't worry and wait for your father to come back victorious. Take the incarnation with you, Yunyanqin said. No need. The incarnation will stay here just in case, Qianzong said firmly. Xian Flame Divine Palace had used such a method to force Qianzong to accept the battle. Who knew if there were other conspiracies? The incarnation's strength would not be inferior to the original body without using the giant god battle technique. It was very powerful in the true Saint realm and had the strength of the top 30 on the real chaotic ranking. It would be safer to stay in Taihao Mountain. I believe you, but if things don't work out, you must leave, Yunyanqin said as he tidied up Qianzong's clothes. The child and I will wait for you to come back. Okay. Qianzong smiled and nodded. He left Taihao Mountain and went to the Space-Time Temple in Yuanzhan Universe City. He took the space-time teleportation formation to Tianluo Chaotic City. Of course, Yuanzhan Universe City was not close to Tianluo Chaotic City. It took several teleportations to get there, and it also cost some chaotic divine gems. However, for Qianzong who had millions of chaotic divine gems, this cost was nothing. While he was on his way, Qianzong was also comprehending. He was comprehending all the time. This was the strength of the chaotic prime realm. In fact, after 10 years, Chenzong's strength had increased a lot. However, because he did not have a strong enough opponent, he did not know what level he was at on the real chaotic ranking. He was sure to be in the top 20. Could he be in the top 10? He did not know because he had not seen the top 10 experts fight. There was no reference. However, even if he faced the top 10 experts on the real chaotic ranking, Chenzong was not afraid. Even if he could not defeat them, he could still survive. Then let's fight. Soon, Chenzong arrived at Tianluo Chaotic City. He did not go out directly. Instead, he stayed in Tianluo Chaotic City and waited for the time to come. While waiting, he continued to comprehend. After all, his cultivation had reached the limit and could not be improved unless he could break through to a higher realm. However, it was difficult because the next realm was the demigod realm. The leap from the true saint realm to the demigod realm was a huge leap. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Because of this, it was difficult to break through. Since ancient times, there were many true saints but very few demigods. There might not be 1 in 10,000 true saints who could break through to the demigod realm. Any demigod realm expert was a super expert whose name shook the void. Chenzong's cultivation path was self-created. There was no predecessor's path for him to follow and there was no method for him to refer to. He could only rely on his own efforts to find and comprehend, and finally find the right way to break through. It was difficult. It was not difficult to walk on a path that had already been opened up. The real difficulty was to open up a new path in the midst of thousands of mountains and rivers and layers of obstacles. At least for now, Chenzong had no clue. He could not improve his cultivation. Fortunately, there was no limit to his swordsmanship. He could continue to comprehend and improve. Even if it was more difficult to improve, there was still the possibility of improvement. Every improvement was helpful to his own strength. Every improvement could help him better understand the mystery of swordsmanship. Time passed slowly. Day after day passed. The day of the life and death battle between Xianxia Emperor, the palace master of Xianxia Divine Palace, and peerless sword Saint Chenzong, the mountain master of Taihao Mountain, was approaching. More and more cultivators came from all over to witness the battle. Perhaps it would be an extremely fierce battle. However, it could also be an uneven battle because some people felt that Chenzong, the peerless sword saint, was not as strong as Xianxia Emperor. Therefore, in Tianluo Chaotic City, people started to bet on who would win or lose. They did not bet on whether Xianxia Emperor would win or lose because the banker believed that Xianxia Emperor would win. Since peerless sword saint was not as strong as Xianxia Emperor, it was impossible for him to win. It's the last day of 2019. Little rice dumpling, celebrate the new year with everyone. The void outside Tianluo Primal Chaos City was vast and boundless. Many figures flew out of Tianluo Chaotic City and appeared in the void. They scattered in all directions and seemed to be waiting for something. Why isn't he here yet? Is he not going to fight? That's right. These people were waiting for the battle between peerless sword Saint Chenzong and Sir God Xianyan. However, they had been there for a while and neither peerless sword saint nor Sir God Xianyan had shown up. Don't worry. With their reputation, they wouldn't joke about this. He continued to wait. In an instant, a terrifying blazing aura suddenly appeared in the west. As it spread out, he could see a white illusory figure appear. It was as if flames were burning incessantly as it rapidly approached. At the same time, a sharp aura appeared in the void in the east. It tore the sky apart and shook the earth. The sound of a sword echoed in all directions and it was approaching rapidly. As soon as the two auras appeared, they became stronger and stronger. They collided in the air and exchanged blows, bursting out terrifying auras. Everyone knew that they were here. Sir God Xianyan had appeared. So had peerless sword saint. The flame burned and the sword essence filled the air. They collided and started the first battle. As the two sides approached, Chenzong saw a figure covered in white flames. The white flames seemed to come from all parts of his body and burned continuously as if they were going to burn him into ashes. The white flame continued to rise. It was as if there was no temperature to be felt. It was like a shadow, but it was very pure. It gave people a kind of terrifying feeling. Anyone who saw the white flame figure could not help but feel their hair stand on end. Sir God Xianxia has become stronger. In the void, the majestic figure covered in golden light sighed and his expression turned solemn. It seems that he might have enhanced his natal divine fire to the extreme. The woman wearing a veil looked gloomy. Sir God Xianxia's natal divine fire is pale. Divine fire, which is one of the top divine fires in the void. When it is raised to the extreme. The majestic figure that was shining with golden light paused for a moment and there was a tinge of fear on his face. The fear disappeared in a flash. He turned his eyes and looked at the figure that was emitting an extremely strong sword essence. Very strong sword essence. He might be able to fight with Sir God Xianxia. In other words, unparalleled sword sage was definitely no match for Sir God Xianxia. Was that really the case? He didn't know. He would only know after a real battle. I actually hope that the peerless sword saint can win. When the time comes, I'll be able to earn some wine money. The tall and sturdy figure covered in golden light laughed. He had placed a bet. The bets in Tianluo Chaotic City were divided into several categories. The first was that unparalleled sword sage would win, the odds were 10 to 1. The second was that unparalleled sword sage would escape alive, the odds were 5 to 1. The third was that unparalleled sword sage could withstand 100 moves from Xianxia Emperor, the odds were 1 to 1. The banker who set up the bets was an alliance of several parties. One of them was Xianxia Divine Palace itself. They seemed to want to take the opportunity to make a profit. Most people placed their bets on the third. The possibility of unparalleled sword sage withstanding 100 moves from Sir God Xianxia was the highest. After all, unparalleled sword sage's battle record wasn't bad. If he gave it his all, it was indeed possible for him to do so. There were also some people who placed their bets that unparalleled sword sage could escape alive. Although the possibility was low, it was still possible. Hence, they placed their bets. If it was true, they would have made a profit, the odds were 5 to 1. As for unparalleled sword sage, it was almost impossible for a saint to win. However, there were still a few people who placed their bets on a small number of chaotic divine gems. Even if they lost, it wouldn't be a big loss. Chenzong placed his bets too. He placed a huge bet on himself. 1 million chaotic divine gems, if he won, the odds would be 10 to 1. He could get 10 million chaotic divine gems and become rich instantly. You killed my divine palace's candidate son of God and elder Saint Black Flame. I should have killed you completely and turned you into ashes. Sir God Xianxia in the white flame spoke. His voice carried an indescribable power, as though he was a god. However, as long as you make a great way oath and become an elder of Xianxia Divine Palace, everything will be written off. Suddenly, there was a burst of discussion around them. Sir God Xianxia is really good at scheming. Although a Divine Palace's candidate died, it's nothing. The loss of Saint Black Flame's death is a big loss. However, if they can get a more powerful expert to serve Xianxia Divine Palace will make a profit. Will unparalleled sword sage agree? I don't think so. If you want to fight, let's fight. I'm in a hurry, Chenzong replied calmly. His tone was indifferent but there was a tinge of sharpness in it. He was indeed in a hurry. After all, he had to return to Taihao Mountain to wait for the little life to be born. No one knew when it would be born. It might be a while later, or it might be very soon. Although his incarnation was there, it was just an incarnation and not his original body. When everyone heard what he said, they felt that unparalleled sword sage was too arrogant. As you insist on dying, I'll fulfill your wish. Sir God Xianxia humped angrily and suddenly took a step forward. He turned into a white flame and instantly approached Jian Wushuang with extreme speed. Then, he slapped across the sky. Chenzong's expression changed abruptly. He immediately felt an extremely terrifying aura bombarding him as though he was going to explode from the slap. Strong, he was a few times stronger than Saint Black Flame and his power was extremely terrifying. If it had been 10 years ago, it might have been difficult for Jian Wushuang to contend against him. However, in the past 10 years, even though his cultivation level hadn't increased, his swordsmanship had increased significantly. One should know that by exchanging swordsmanship with his incarnation, he could better see the shortcomings of his own swordsmanship and make improvements accordingly. The improvement efficiency was comparable to 50 years of painstakingly comprehending by himself. Jian Wuxuan decided to test his current power against Sir God Xianyan, a peerless expert who was ranked 8th on the chaotic real list. He unsheathed his sword, there was a flash of sword light and a sword chime reverberated in the void. He slashed across the sky and the sword light was extremely cold. It split the void and left a dazzling sword mark as though it was going to be imprinted in the void. The moment the sword and the palm touched, a terrifying power exploded. Chen Zong quivered and couldn't help but fly back a few hundred meters. Sir God Xianyan's slap was interrupted and he couldn't follow up with another attack. He blocked it. Unparalleled sword sage is indeed not weak. He blocked it. Many people exclaimed in surprise. Humph, he only blocked Palace Master's first hit, a true sage from Xianyan Divine Palace humped coldly. That's right. Palace Master didn't use his full power when he hit just now. Chen Zong was astonished. The hit was indeed powerful and he was forced to retreat. Chen Zong immediately swung his sword and there was an explosion of sword light. There were streaks of sword light that streaked across the sky. Every streak of sword light was extremely condensed and carried an extremely shocking sharpness. Every streak of sword light's trajectory was natural and there was an indescribable feeling. It was indescribable. The higher the realm of the cultivator, the more amazing they felt. What a brilliant swordsmanship. The figure covered in golden light said in surprise, I wonder if it can be compared with 5 ultimate sword saint. It's difficult. 5 ultimate sword saints' 5 ultimate sword principle is invincible in the void. He is known as the strongest swordsman. When the veiled woman spoke of 5 ultimate sword saint, her tone was awe-inspiring. She couldn't help but think of an unrestrained figure. That was a peerless sword cultivator who dominated the void, invincible under his sword. So far, many people thought that they could challenge the 5 ultimate divine sword king, so they fought with him. However, there was not a single sword cultivator who could truly contend against him. They could not even force him to use his ultimate move. Just the extremely profound 5 ultimate divine sword technique was enough to defeat many challengers. Chen Zong performed single-hearted sword principle to the extreme. Sword 30, in the past 10 years, Chen Zong's single-hearted sword principle had improved from the 27th sword to the 30th sword. There were 3 more swords and every sword was more powerful and faster. Sir God Xianyan's expression didn't change but he was shocked. The power of the unparalleled sword saint seemed to be unexpectedly strong. If so, he had to suppress him directly and let everyone know how powerful he was. Then, he had to go all out and display the result of the breakthrough after his seclusion. He had to defeat Chen Zong with his unparalleled power instead of defeating Chen Zong slowly. That wouldn't show how powerful he was as the palace master of Xianyan Divine Palace. There was no sound, but an extremely terrifying aura emanated from the palace master of the Xian Flame Divine Palace and rose up. Everyone's expression changed. They felt that the palace master of Xianyan Divine Palace was changing. It was an indescribable and terrifying change. This guy. The golden figure squinted his eyes. He felt that after so many years, Sir God Xianyan's power had increased to a level that even he couldn't believe. Chen Zong looked grave. He felt a threat from Sir God Xianyan. The threat was getting stronger and stronger. It was getting more and more shocking. Wisps of white aura rose from Sir God Xianyan's body and gathered in the sky. At the same time, spots of red light appeared in the void like starlight. Every spot of red light was extremely small and gave off a dazzling light. At the same time, they gave off waves of heat. It was the power of fire that existed in the void. Countless red lights gathered. When they got close to Sir God Xianyan, the red gradually faded and turned into white. It was as if they were being assimilated. They gathered and condensed. Finally, a white figure appeared in the sky above Sir God Xianyan. It was a huge figure made of white flames. It had a majestic upper body and a funnel-shaped lower body. White Flame Deity. The Palace Master has really mastered White Flame Deity. The elders of Xianyan Divine Palace were shocked. Too powerful. Chen Zong stared at the 100-meter-tall figure made of pale flames. His eyes focused and he looked solemn. The 100-meter-tall pale white flaming figure brought him an incomparably strong threat. This threat surged over like a raging tide, wanting to drown him. I have mastered white flame deity. This is the first time I have used it. You should be honored. Sir God Xianyan's voice was heard. It was filled with a sense of superiority. It was as if he was a deity that could judge all living things and control their life and death. After I suppress you, I will challenge Sir God Wu and take first place on the real chaotic ranking board. I will be invincible and break the shackles with my supreme belief. New Year's greetings from Sword Dao Connecting Gods. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. White flaming god stood in the void. His body was pale white and the flames were burning. His pale eyes stared as though he was a god overlooking the world. As Sir God Xianyan's words spread, everyone was shocked. Martial God Emperor, who was that? He was the top expert on the Chaos Real ranking. The Chaos Real ranking was an authoritative ranking. Although it only listed the top talents of the human tribe and the origin tribe, all the tribes in the chaotic universe recognized the Chaos Real ranking because the human tribe and the origin tribe were the strongest tribes in the chaotic universe, and the Chaos Real ranking was a ranking based on strength. There was a difference between the top 10 on the Chaos Real ranking and those below it. Sir God, every peerless expert in the top 10 of the Primal Chaos Real role would be crowned with the two words, Sir God, to distinguish them from those below the top 10. For example, the Palace Master of Xianyan Divine Palace was Sir God Xianyan. Martial God Emperor was the top expert on the Chaos Real ranking. Ever since he was first on the Chaos Real ranking 100 years ago, his position had never been shaken, even though countless people had challenged him. Even Sword Saint Wu Ju, who was second on the Chaos Real ranking, had challenged Martial God Emperor. No one else had witnessed the battle. Hence, no one knew how the battle had gone. However, when the Chaos Real ranking was announced again, Sword Saint Wu Ju was still second and Martial God Emperor was first. Unshakable, then, Sir God Xianyan had hooted that he wanted to challenge Sir God Wu and defeat him. Everyone was shocked. Sir God Xianyan wasn't weak, but compared to Martial God Emperor, there was a huge gap. However, it was a matter of the future. Then, it was a duel of life and death between Sir God Xianyan and Sword Saint. The 100-meter-tall white flaming god suddenly attacked. Its huge, thick palm grabbed the air and aimed at Chen Zong. Chen Zong's expression changed and he felt a chill down his spine. He immediately turned into sword light and dodged far away. The place where Chen Zong was standing suddenly disappeared without a sound. There was only a black hole that was more than 10 meters in size. It was dark and gave out a terrifying aura, as though it could devour and destroy everything. The golden figure shuddered involuntarily. That strike also made him feel a great threat. Chen Zong felt his heart palpitate. It was terrifying, extremely terrifying. He couldn't have withstood that blow. If he hadn't avoided it, his indestructible body might have been injured or even destroyed. It would have consumed a lot of mixed yuan heart force. The white flame god reached out again and grabbed at the void. Chen Zong immediately dodged, and a dark void appeared where he was standing, as if it had melted away. The white flame god waved its hands and clawed at Chen Zong. Chen Zong kept dodging the attacks. Void after void was torn apart, silently revealing an even darker abyss. In the depths of that darkness, there seemed to be an indescribably great terror. No one dared to approach, or they would be completely destroyed. The white flame god's attack was simple. It just kept waving its hand and grabbing out. However, the profoundness of the attack was extremely shocking and its power was terrifying. After all, dodging and defending was not Chen Zong's style. He quickly approached the white flame god and wanted to fight it in close combat. At the same time, Chen Zong conjured the giant god battle technique. An extremely powerful force suddenly surged out from the giant god core. In the past 10 years, Chen Zong had never used the giant god battle technique. The giant god core had been constantly accumulating the power of the giant god and had long been filled to the brim. It was enough for Chen Zong to maintain the giant god battle technique for 2 hours. 2 hours seemed very short, but when used in battle, it was actually not short at all. In these 2 hours, Chen Zong's strength could increase several times and become even stronger. Horizontal. The 10-meter-tall giant god body appeared. Immediately following that, countless strands of sword chi appeared and revolved around Qianzong's giant god body. As the sword beams flashed, the giant god body was securely protected. Heavenly Cycle Sword Realm. This move was a defensive technique that Qianzong had been perfecting over the past 10 years. It was a protective sword aura. Its defensive ability was amazing, and it also had the ability to counterattack. In close combat, the moment the enemy's limbs came into contact with the Heavenly Cycle Sword Realm, they would be counterattacked by the Heavenly Cycle Sword Realm sword chi. If they failed to withstand it, they would be injured. With the Heavenly Cycle Sword Realm's defense, the extremely powerful giant god body could withstand even stronger attacks. Kill! Qianzong slashed out with his sword as he approached Divine Lord Xianyan. Divine Lord Xianyan was a technique that Divine Lord Xianyan grasped. Divine Lord Xianyan's death would naturally cause Divine Lord Xianyan to vanish. As the sword arrived, Divine Lord Xianyan's palm grabbed out. The Heavenly Cycle Sword Realm immediately trembled violently as countless sword chi dissipated silently. Following that, Qianzong felt his powerful giant god body being struck by an indescribable force. The force was extremely terrifying and it seemed like it was about to destroy the giant god body. However, the giant god body was extremely powerful. It withstood the assault of the invisible force, but the power of the giant god was rapidly drained. It caused the duration of the giant god body to rapidly decrease. The sword beam tore through the sky and tore through everything as though it had broken through a boundary. It struck Divine Lord Xianyan's body and immediately severed it. Instantly, Divine Lord Xianyan's body recovered, but he had expended a portion of his strength. Even though Divine Lord Xianyan's recovery speed was extremely fast, it was clearly seen by everyone. All of them were immediately alarmed. Divine Lord Xianyan was infuriated. He had been struck and had to expend a portion of his strength to recover. In the next instant, Divine Lord Xianyan's body transformed into a white fiery beam that shot into the sky. Instantly, it entered Divine Lord Xianyan's body and fused into one. Divine Lord Xianyan's aura suddenly increased by several times as it turned increasingly terrifying. Burn! As Divine Lord Xianyan's arms spread out, endless pale white flames immediately emanated. They filled the void as though they could incinerate mountains and boil seas. They enveloped everything and transformed into a pale white inferno that spanned 10,000 meters. Divine Lord Xianyan stood in the pale white inferno like a pale white fire god. Qianzong, it's your honor to see my real Divine Lord Xianyan. Let me send you on your way. A vigorous and deep voice rang out from Divine Lord Xianyan's body with an inexplicable divine might. It was vast and mighty and its power was extremely shocking. Qianzong's expression grew solemn. Instinctively, he felt that Divine Lord Xianyan in front of him was becoming more and more terrifying. It brought him unparalleled pressure and a threat to his life. Calm and quiet. He could not afford to lose this battle. He could not afford to die here. Holding the heavenly will sword tightly, Qianzong burst out again. The giant sword soared across the sky and produced a shocking sword beam. Triple mixed origin heart force. Divine cloud, the sword was extremely sharp. It split open the pale white inferno that spanned 10,000 meters and slashed toward Divine Lord Xianyan directly. Divine Lord Xianyan stretched out his hand and grabbed the sword beam. A terrifying power burst out and immediately grabbed it as though it was grabbing a dragon. Then, he exerted his strength and crushed it. Quintuple mixed origin heart force. Ancient star, in an instant, 100-meter star seemed to emerge from an ancient time and space. It was dragged out by an inexplicable force and brought with it an incomparably terrifying power. Rumbling sounds rang out continuously, shaking heaven and earth. The 100-meter star shadow spun continuously. Xiao, with an incomparably terrifying power, seemed to be able to crush everything. Wherever it passed, the void cracked. Countless cracks spread out at an astonishing speed. Even the flames of the pale white inferno were crushed. Wherever it passed, a vacuum appeared. This scene caused everyone's expression to change drastically. They were inexplicably shocked. So powerful, the burly figure in the golden light also looked surprised. The golden light around him fluctuated, showing his inner surprise. The veiled woman's eyes narrowed slightly. The strength of the unparalleled sword saint was clearly beyond their expectations. Divine Lord Xianxia had to be careful with this sword. He clasped his hands together and then separated them again. Suddenly, he pushed out horizontally. A pale white flame palm print pressed across the sky and struck the ancient star. The rumbling sounds were earth-shattering. The aftershock of the chi was boundless and violent, shattering everything. The spectators, who were 100,000 meters away, all felt an extremely terrifying aura approaching. Their expressions changed greatly. They hurriedly operated their cultivation and retreated further, otherwise their lives would be in danger. Cracking sounds rang out continuously. Cracks appeared on the 100-meter star and spread rapidly. In the end, it shattered, and so did Divine Lord Xianyan's pale white palm print. With a flash of sword radiance, Chenzong instantly approached Divine Lord Xianyan and struck out with his sword again. In 10 years, Chenzong's single-hearted swordsmanship had been further improved. Not only had he advanced from sword 27 to sword 30, but his swordsmanship had also become more and more skillful. Once he launched an attack, his sword strikes were continuous, alternating between fast and slow, hard and soft, light and heavy. Everything was changeable and unpredictable. Instantly, Divine Lord Xianyan found it difficult to parry. He was constantly struck. It could be seen that in terms of the profundity of martial arts, Divine Lord Xianyan was inferior to Chenzong. However, Divine Lord Xianyan did not crumble despite being struck repeatedly. His strength was just too potent. With a loud boom, Divine Lord Xianyan's palm struck Chenzong. The cyclic sword realm was once again destroyed. The giant god body was also sent flying. Cracks covered his body as though it was about to shatter. He had no choice but to expend even more giant god power to recover, reducing the duration of the giant god body's maintenance. This was a battle of life and death. Chenzong did not wish to die here, nor would he die here. Therefore, he could only defeat Divine Lord Xianyan. Of course, even if he could not defeat him, he could still escape. However, after escaping, there was no guarantee that Divine Lord Xianyan would not use other means to deal with the Taihao Mountain. Just like before, he had sent people to kill the Taihao Mountain disciples in primordial executioner Cosmos City to force him to accept the challenge. It would be best if he could defeat Divine Lord Xianyan. As for killing him, it would not be easy with his present strength. Fivefold primordial chaos heart force was unleashed. Everything in the world was reduced to nothingness, a pitch-black aura emanated from the sword. Immediately, cracks appeared in the void as an extremely terrifying aura of annihilation emanated. It was as though everything would be destroyed. Kill. This strike was Chenzong's most powerful single-heart sword Dao killer move. Its might was unparalleled, much stronger than the eternal stars. When the sword slashed out, the void was silently sliced apart, revealing a pitch-black scar. The scar was extremely deep and the aura it emitted was even more terrifying. It caused Divine Lord Xianyan's expression to change drastically. The pale white flames instantly extended, transforming into a gigantic saber. It slashed down, causing the world to crumble. The pale white flame saber was cleaved apart. The pitch-black sword beam arrived and slashed at Divine Lord Xianyan's body. A terrifying power of annihilation erupted, instantly cleaving Divine Lord Xianyan apart. Cleaved into two with a single strike, this scene immediately caused everyone's eyes to widen in shock. A new year, a new day, a new wave of monthly votes. In the void, everyone saw with their own eyes that the white flame god was cut in half by the pitch-black sword light. Shock, inexplicable shock. Could there be a change in the battle? Could unparalleled sword sage win the battle? If he won, wouldn't the payout be 10 to 1? Those who placed a small bet were secretly happy. If he really won, they would make a small profit. Unparalleled sword sage's strength can be ranked in the top 10 of the real chaotic board. The golden figure said in a low voice with a solemn tone. Any peerless expert who could be ranked in the top 10 of the real chaotic board was not ordinary. The terrifying power of the return of everything in heaven and earth continued to wreak havoc and destroy the power of White Flame God. Countless red lights appeared and gathered from all directions. They turned white and entered White Flame God like swallows returning to their nest. Recover. White Flame God recovered again. At the same time, he threw out a palm across the sky. The pale fire prison surged and turned into a prison, surrounding Chenzong. With a direct hit, the giant god's body was broken into pieces. In the distance, the giant god's body gathered again. There was only half of the giant god's power left. This made Qianzong extremely solemn. The giant god's power that could have supported him for 2 hours had only been used for dozens of breaths. After being hit a few times, the giant god's power decreased rapidly. This time, the giant god's body that was destroyed had recovered and consumed more of the giant god's power. Now, there was only half of the giant god's power left. This meant that he could only fight for 1 hour. But could he really fight for 1 hour? It was difficult. Unless he could not be attacked again, the time would be shortened and there would not be much left in the end. Qianzong looked solemn and thought quickly. There was no doubt that Emperor Xianxia was the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. He was even stronger than Qianzong. It was just that Qianzong had not met him yet. In terms of swordsmanship, Emperor Xianxia was no match for Qianzong. However, Qianzong was still inferior in other aspects. Emperor Xianxia was very powerful in the state of White Flame God. He could also absorb the power of fire from the void to recover the White Flame God's power. How could he defeat such an opponent? Indeed, what Qianzong wanted was to defeat, not escape. This was because Qianzong knew very well that it was not impossible for him to escape. After he escaped, Divine Emperor Xianxia would definitely think of ways to target Taihao Mountain and force him into submission. Only by defeating Sir God Xianxia could he put an end to such a situation. While thinking, Qianzong did not stop at all. His figure changed, and his sword light flashed in all directions, once again approaching White Flame God. It was impossible for the White Flame God to have no weaknesses. It was impossible for it to constantly absorb the power of the flames in the void to recover. Qianzong believed that it would not be so perfect. There must be some limitations. Moreover, the core of the White Flame God was Emperor Xianxia. As long as Emperor Xianxia was defeated, the White Flame God would not be able to sustain itself. This was a secret art, just like the secret art of his giant god form. A fierce battle, Qianzong abandoned all distracting thoughts. His mind was focused on activating the realm of mixed origin to the extreme. The mixed origin heart force was constantly consumed and recovered, and so was the giant god power. No, if this goes on, I may be exhausted to death, Qianzong said to himself. He frowned slightly, and a touch of decisiveness flashed across his eyes. In an instant, the mixed origin heart force surged at an amazing speed and collided in the giant god body. Each collision caused an even more terrifying power to erupt continuously. The collision caused the power to become even more powerful and astonishing. Originally, Qianzong could only unleash 3 times the power of the mixed origin heart force. After that, he could unleash 5 times the power. Now, in the past 10 years, Qianzong had further improved on the basis of 5 times the power. 10 times, however, the explosion of the mixed origin heart force could not be performed under normal circumstances, because the perfect immortal body of the universe could not withstand it. Only by activating the giant god battle method and transforming into the giant god body could he withstand it. 10 times the power of the mixed origin heart force was very powerful, enough to increase Qianzong's attack power by several times. It was like the power of an ancient volcano erupting in an instant, but it was instantly restrained and disappeared without a trace. It was as if it was just an illusion. The sword will was restrained, and the essence, qi, and spirit were restrained. Except for the giant god power, all other powers were completely restrained. Sacrificial god kill. Qianzong was going to perform the sacrificial god kill. Of course, it was not the complete sacrificial god kill, but the half-sacrificial god kill that Qianzong had improved over the past 10 years. It was named the secondary sacrificial god kill by Qianzong. It would only consume 50% of all his power, and not all of it. In this way, he would not directly lose all power to resist. Even if it was the secondary sacrificial god kill, under 10 times the mixed origin heart force, its power was still very terrifying. It was 2 or 3 times more powerful than the return of all things to ruins. The most powerful stroke, Emperor Xianxia, who was in the white flame hell, suddenly felt his hair stand on end. He felt as if he was shrouded by the shadow of death. His power surged and the 10,000-meter white flame hell suddenly became turbulent. Countless white flames gathered and condensed into one huge white flame spear after another. They burst out at the speed of light and mercilessly shot at Chenzong. Boom, 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 boom. The void was shattered. Under the bombardment of the dozens of spears of white flame, Chenzong's eyes shone with unparalleled sharpness, carrying with them a thick sense of deathly stillness. The power that had been completely restrained erupted in an instant. Swing the sword, a red light that symbolized death suddenly appeared. It was indescribable how terrifying the red light was. When it appeared, the burly figure and the veiled woman trembled. An indescribable horror rose from the depths of their hearts. This stroke actually made them feel threatened, a fatal threat. It should be known that they were more than 100,000 meters away from Chenzong. Moreover, their rankings on the real chaotic board were all higher than Emperor Xianxia's. With such strength, they actually felt a fatal threat from this stroke. Although this stroke might not be able to kill them, they definitely had to use their trump cards to resist it. In other words, the peerless sword Saint Chenzong's strength was actually not much weaker than theirs. The red light swept across the sky silently and with an endless sense of death. It directly smashed the white flame spears and attacked the white flame god with an irresistible force. The 10,000-meter white flame hell was suddenly torn apart. The body of the white flame god was also penetrated. The terrifying red light kept raging in the body of the white flame god and attacked Emperor Xianxia. Emperor Xianxia was the core of the white flame god. As long as Emperor Xianxia was defeated, the white flame god would not be able to sustain itself. The power of the secondary sacrificial god kill was indeed terrifying. Divine Emperor Xianxia of the white flame god was unavoidably hit. The terrifying power wreaked havoc, crazily destroying Divine Emperor Xianxia's azure flame immortal body, consuming Divine Emperor Xianxia's cultivation strength. The white flame god was also shaken as if it was about to collapse. The scene made Chenzong reveal an undetectable joy. His chaotic primordial realm operated continuously and the chaotic primordial heart power that had been consumed quickly recovered. His essence, chi, and spirit also recovered quickly. The collapse of the white flame god shocked everyone. Extremely. Was Emperor Xianxia going to lose? Was the peerless sword saint so powerful? Those who did not bet on the peerless sword saint were so regretful that they almost beat their chests and stamped their feet. As for those who wanted to give it a try, they laughed and could not hide their joy. 1 to 10, that was 10 times the ratio. A bet of 100 chaotic divine gems would get 1,000 chaotic divine gems. A bet of 1,000 chaotic divine gems would get 10,000 chaotic divine gems. Those who dared to bet on the peerless sword saint were usually rich. They placed their bets on all three. However, the main bet was that the peerless sword saint could withstand 100 strokes. The second bet was that the peerless sword saint could escape. The last bet was that the peerless sword saint would win. Even so, those who bet on the peerless sword saint winning would get at least 10,000 chaotic divine gems. It meant that the ratio was 1 to 10. They could get 100,000 chaotic divine gems or even more. Formation, rise. There was a roar that reverberated through the void. The 10,000-meter wide pale inferno prison suddenly fluctuated. In the void, pieces of white gems slowly appeared and gave out rays of light, forming a huge formation. It turned out that the Xianxia Divine Palace had set up a formation there. If anything happened, the formation would be activated. Once the formation was activated, boundless power suddenly surged. It was as though it was extracted from the void and flowed towards the Emperor Xianxia. The white flame god gathered again. The Emperor Xianxia is still the Emperor Xianxia. He's still so shameless, the golden figure sneered. The others also saw it. Although they were disdainful, they could not say anything. Because there was no rule that said they could not use other means. Chenzong looked solemn. He had already performed the secondary god kill. Was he still unable to defeat the Emperor Xianxia? Was the sacrifice god kill the only way? However, once he performed the sacrifice god kill, his power would be depleted. Although he could recover quickly, it would take some time. If he could not kill the Emperor Xianxia, he would be killed. You should be proud to have forced me to this step, the Emperor Xianxia said. It was hard to tell whether he was angry or happy. Chenzong did not reply. He stared at the white flame god and thought quickly. How should he deal with it? There was still a big gap between his strength and the Emperor Xianxia's. Should he run away and hide with Xianxia? If he did that, he did not know whether the Taihao mountain would be affected. Emperor Xianyan, your reputation is not as good as meeting you in person. A deep voice suddenly sounded. A figure in a black robe and a ghost mask flew out and approached quickly. I have heard that you are unscrupulous. So it is true. Who are you? Do you want to interfere with my business? The Emperor Xianyan in the white flame god said angrily. I am the war demon. The voice of the man in the black robe and ghost mask sounded again. As soon as the 4 words came out, everyone was shocked. The war demon, he defeated the person who replaced the Dragon King of Tianmen and was ranked 18th on the chaotic real ranking list. Why did he show up? The war demon. The Emperor Xianyan's face fell. I don't know you and we have no entanglements. Are you going to show up for the Peerless Sword Saint? Long time no see. Let's team up again today? The war demon ignored the Emperor Xianyan. Instead, he looked at Chenzong and said with a smile. That's my wish. I dare not ask for it, Chenzong smiled. It was a carefree smile. Above the void, Chenzong stood side by side with the war demon, facing Emperor Xianyan. A total of 99 white crystals floated around the 10,000-meter pale inferno prison. Invisible forces connected with each other and eventually merged with the pale inferno prison. Formation, it was the formation that Xianyan Divine Palace had set up long ago. If Emperor Xianyan could defeat and kill Chenzong, the formation would not be activated. After all, it was not an honorable method. However, no one had expected that Peerless Sword Sage Chenzong could make such a powerful move. It was so powerful that it almost destroyed Emperor Xianyan's immortal body. Emperor Xianyan had no choice but to activate the formation that he had set up beforehand. So what if it was not honorable? History was written by the victors. As long as he defeated and killed Peerless Sword Sage Chenzong, it would be enough. For Emperor Xianyan, it didn't matter how he won. What mattered was whether he could win. Who would have thought that there would be a war demon that would help Chenzong fight against him? Did he think that a mere war demon would be able to compete with him? Then he would kill both of them. Emperor Xianyan's killing intent surged in his heart. White Flame God's aura became stronger and stronger. Under the operation of the formation, the power of fire in the void was constantly absorbed and transferred to White Flame God's body. White Flame God looked more and more solid, as if it was about to become a substance. Not long after, Chenzong's mixed Yuan heart power recovered quickly. It had recovered to 80% and was still recovering. What made Chenzong happy was the war demon. As expected, it was the war demon that he knew. The war demon that came from the same place and fought side by side with him. However, the war demon back then was not very strong. Unexpectedly, after 1,000 years, when he saw the war demon again in the New Universe era, he had become a peerless expert who was ranked 18th on the real chaotic list. The world was really unpredictable, but it was so surprising. Once again, they fought side by side. Chenzong's sword intent was resonating. At the same time, a saber intent rose from the war devil's body. It was an extremely tyrannical saber intent. The strength of the saber intent surprised Chenzong. He wondered what kind of opportunity the war devil had encountered in the chaos universe that had allowed him to improve so much. However, it was still a good thing. As the war demon knife will exploded, Hansen reached out and grabbed the air. It was as if he was using the air as a scabbard to pull out a long, black knife. The knife was covered with mysterious markings, which were intertwined and inlaid. It looked very complicated, and it was full of amazing mysteries. Black Abyss Saber, a top-tier Chaos Saint artifact. White Flame God's thick arms suddenly pulled, and a huge long saber appeared in the midst of the white flames. The saber was burning with white flames and emitted a terrifying aura. Chop, the white flame long saber suddenly slashed down. The saber light was enormous, crossing the sky. It carried a horrible murderous intent, aiming to kill Chenzong and the war devil. The saber light locked the two of them. Chop. Chop, chop. 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 The formation constantly absorbed the power of the flame deep in the void to replenish itself. The white flame god's power seemed to be endless. The giant saber light slashed continuously. Every slash seemed to be full of power. Since there was no need to worry about the consumption of energy, there was nothing to worry about. Qianzong and the War Devil immediately took action. They first dodged, then crossed the sky and quickly approached the White Flame God. The White Flame God was huge, and the saber in his hand was also very long. It was dozens of meters long. If they were close, the White Flame God could make the saber unable to exert its power. However, the White Flame God under the control of Divine Emperor Xianxia also had excellent martial arts techniques. The long saber swept in all directions like a storm. For a moment, Qianzong and the War Devil couldn't get close. The White Flame God's saber technique consumed too much energy. If it weren't for the formation, it wouldn't have lasted long. Destroy the formation's nodes first, Qianzong immediately sent a message to the War Devil. The War Devil nodded, and the two of them scattered. How would the White Flame God chase after them? The White Flame God's hands that were holding the White Flame saber suddenly separated. The White Flame saber also became longer and narrower. Holding the White Flame saber in both hands, the White Flame God immediately attacked the War Devil and Qianzong. It wasn't difficult for peerless experts to do two things at the same time. As long as they were willing to work hard for a while, they could do it. However, both Qianzong and the War Devil were powerful. The White Flame God couldn't deal with the two of them at the same time. Destroy the formation's nodes. Qianzong and the War Devil burst out with amazing speed. The sword light and the saber light burst out, directly attacking the formation's nodes and the white crystals. To deal with the White Flame God, they had to destroy the formation's nodes one by one. As long as they destroyed a part of the formation, it would be easier to deal with the White Flame God. If it was just Qianzong alone, it would be almost impossible for him to destroy the nodes of the formation. However, with the help of the powerful War Devil, the difficulty was greatly reduced. Shameless, an elder of the Xian Flame Divine Palace shouted angrily and attacked at once. Immediately, the other true saints of the Xian Flame Divine Palace also attacked to stop Qianzong and the War Devil from destroying the formation's nodes. In an instant, it became a chaotic battle. In the Xian Flame Divine Palace, besides the demigod ancestor, the Xian Flame Divine Emperor was the most powerful, followed by the Black Flame Divine Emperor. However, the Black Flame Divine Emperor had already been killed by Qianzong. None of the remaining true saints were a match for Qianzong and the War Devil. They swung their swords. The sword light struck horizontally, the saber light cut horizontally, and the saber light swept horizontally. The other true saints of the Xian Flame Divine Palace attacked, immediately putting more pressure on Qianzong and the War Devil. However, Qianzong's expression didn't change at all. The War Devil was wearing a ghost mask, so no one could see his expression. With one sword, a true saint was immediately split open. The immortal body instantly collapsed and reformed in the distance. The sword light rose again and cut across the sky. It was the Xianxia sword. The sword power was unparalleled and extremely shocking. It cut through everything and cut through all obstacles. The second sword. Boundless Formless Kill. The extremely fast sword broke through the sky with Qianzong's terrifying power and hit one of the formation's nodes. Boundless Formless Kill focused on speed. It wasn't as powerful as the other killing moves, but it was more powerful than the sword moves. Although the nodes of the formation were very sturdy and had many layers of defense, they were still broken through and eventually penetrated. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound. The crystals of the formation's nodes shattered. The black saber in the War Devil's hand slashed through the sky and cut through everything, including one of the nodes. When the nodes were destroyed, the formation started to be affected. The efficiency of absorbing power from the void decreased bit by bit. Xian Flame Divine Emperor was extremely furious. He controlled the White Flame Divine Emperor to attack continuously, but he couldn't do anything to the War Devil and Qianzong. One of them was no match for him, but the two of them together were different. The third node, the fourth node, the fifth node, one node after another was destroyed. The formation's operation became more and more obscure. The power of the White Flame Divine Emperor was also affected. There were 99 nodes in the formation. Under the constant destruction, the true Saint Realm experts of the Xian Flame Divine Palace couldn't stop it. Their strength was far inferior to that of Qianzong and the War Devil. The most they could do was to delay them. However, Qinzong and the War Devil were not ordinary cultivators. Naturally, they weren't affected much. One node after another was destroyed. When more than half of the nodes were destroyed, the entire formation collapsed. It could no longer absorb any power from the void to replenish the White Flame Divine Emperor's consumption. Even the White Flame Divine Emperor didn't seem to be as condensed as before. Xian Flame Divine Emperor didn't dare to release the power of the White Flame Divine Emperor recklessly. The two sabers disappeared. He flipped his palms and grabbed the White Flame Divine Emperor. Compared to the power of the sabers, the White Flame Divine Emperor who was empty-handed was much less threatening. Kill, Qinzong and the War Devil attacked the White Flame Divine Emperor with their sabers and swords. The sabers and swords cooperated well, which greatly increased the threat of the White Flame Divine Emperor. For a moment, the White Flame Divine Emperor was constantly attacked and its power was constantly consumed. Without the support of the formation, Xian Flame Divine Emperor couldn't hold on for long with his own strength. Stall him. Qinzong sent a message to the War Devil. The War Devil understood him immediately. It exploded with an intimidating saber intent. The patterns on the Dark Abyss saber seemed to come alive. They danced like dragons and snakes, bursting with an intimidating aura. Slash, the saber radiance swept across the sky with unparalleled destructive power, destroying everything. The fighting intent was earth-shattering. The War Devil and the saber became one. They turned into a ball of black saber radiance and rushed toward the White Flame Divine Emperor. The War Devil didn't seem to be afraid of death. Its fighting intent was even stronger. Qinzong held his breath and concentrated. Then, he released another attack. 10 times the mixed Yuan heart force was released. Then, he restrained all his power and released it again. Secondary sacrifice spirit kill. The previous attack had clearly threatened Xian Flame Divine Emperor. Now that the War Devil had joined hands, they could make another attack. Kill, a red light pierced through the sky. Then, the Divine Sword arrived. The sword couldn't be dodged or resisted. The White Flame Divine Emperor was hit again. The terrifying red light rushed towards Xian Flame Divine Emperor. The next moment, the White Flame Divine Emperor shook violently and cracked. The saber radiance of the War Devil shrank and then exploded. It turned into a huge saber that was 100 meters long. It was pitch black and slashed down from the sky as if it came from the abyss. The saber essence was supreme and the fighting intent was boundless. The White Flame Divine Emperor was completely defeated. Even Xian Flame Divine Emperor's indestructible body was destroyed. What you gave me today, I'll pay you back tenfold. Xian Flame Divine Emperor gathered again in the distance. He turned into a white flame and flew away at an extremely fast speed. He knew clearly that he was no match for Peerless Sword Saint and the War Devil. Moreover, the formation he had set up was destroyed. The appearance of the War Devil was unexpected. No one had expected that the War Devil would be friends with Peerless Sword Saint. Plus, the War Devil was so powerful that he could be in the top 10 of the Real Chaotic Ranking Board. When two experts in the top 10 of the Real Chaotic Ranking Board joined hands, it was indeed terrifying. Xian Flame Divine Emperor retreated, otherwise, if the battle had continued, Xian Flame Divine Emperor might have been killed. Xian Flame Divine Emperor retreated and escaped. The other true saints from Xian Flame Divine Palace also flew away at top speed. They were afraid that they would be killed by Qinzong. Since we've met today, I'll treat you to a drink, Qinzong said to the War Devil with a smile as he removed the giant god fighting skill and sheathed his sword. The War Devil didn't answer immediately. He looked at Qinzong fixedly. After 10 breaths, he asked, "Do you have good wine?" "I have Era wine," Qinzong said with a smile. In the void outside Tianluo Chaotic City, Peerless Sword Saint and Emperor Xianyan were fighting. In this battle, Peerless Sword Saint displayed superb swordsmanship and great power. The Chaotic City was shocked when the 18th ranked War Demon helped Peerless Sword Saint fight against Emperor Xianyan. The news was sent out by the Tianji sect at the fastest speed. It swept across the void and caused an uproar. The content of the news was very detailed, from the two sides to the unexpected strength of the Peerless Sword Saint, to the formation set up by the Xian Flame Divine Palace, and so on. Then, the War Devil joined forces with the Peerless Sword Saint to fight against the enemy. The other true saints of the Xian Flame Divine Palace also joined the battle. It had to be said that the person in charge of writing this piece of news in the Heaven's Secret Pavilion was indeed a genius. It was simply like writing a short legendary story. He wrote the changes in the story in such a way that it was full of twists and turns, ups and downs, and it was so captivating that one couldn't help but be moved by it. While the Void was shocked by this news, Qianzong had already returned to Yuanzhang Universe City with War Demon. He went back to Taihao Mountain and saw Yun Yanxin first before drinking with War Demon. This wine is from the last era. Qianzong took out a large jar of wine. Qianzong loved to drink. He often stored a lot of good wine in his storage device because Qianzong didn't care if it wasn't good wine. In the last era, Qianzong stored a lot of good wine. However, after being trapped in the small chaotic world for 1,000 years, Qianzong drank from time to time while cultivating. Now, there wasn't much left. Perhaps there were even better wines in this chaos verse, but there were very few left from the previous epic. Moreover, Qianzong and the War Demon were both from the previous epic, which had a special meaning to them. I don't drink normally. War Demon's voice was a little low. But I'm happy today, so I'll drink with you. Not drinking normally didn't mean he wouldn't drink. You give me a familiar feeling. You must be someone I know. Qianzong filled the War Demon's cup with wine and said, but I can't remember who you are right now. This question has been in your mind for a long time, hasn't it? The War Devil asked him back with a smile. Indeed. Qianzong nodded. He raised his glass and drained it. Previously, he had been very confused about the identity of the War Demon. After thinking about it carefully, he couldn't think of anyone who could match the War Demon. However, after various experiences, he had less contact with the War Demon, so Qianzong didn't pursue the matter anymore. Until today, this question had resurfaced. However, he didn't know if he would be able to solve his doubts today. As his thoughts turned, Qianzong suddenly stopped. He saw the War Demon put its hand on the ghost mask and slowly took it off. When the ghost mask was completely taken off, Qianzong was stunned. His eyes widened, and his face was filled with astonishment. Until now, there were very few things that could make Qianzong lose his composure, and this was one of them. It's you. How could it be you? Qianzong was shocked. It's me, the War Demon replied with a slight smile. It gently put the ghost mask aside. Who was it, who could make Qianzong lose his composure like this? The Heavenly God Gong. That's right, the War Demon was the Heavenly God Gong. Qianzong was very shocked. A long, long time ago, in the small world of the Lingwu Holy World, he and the Heavenly God Gong were like old enemies. In the last battle, he was lucky enough to break through and defeat the Heavenly God Gong. That battle was a battle of life and death. He was alive, and the Heavenly God Gong was dead. At that time, he also drifted into the void and embarked on the path of cultivation. As an old enemy, Qianzong wanted to pay respects to the Heavenly God Gong after returning to the Lingwu Holy World. In the end, he found out that the Heavenly God Gong was killed by a sword during the battle. In the process of falling, the Heavenly God Gong's corpse disappeared. No one knew where it went. Qianzong didn't pay much attention to it because he still had a lot of things to do. He didn't expect that he would see the Heavenly God Gong again here. The War Demon was the Heavenly God Gong. This gave Qianzong a great shock. When he first saw the War Demon, Qianzong felt that the War Demon was a little familiar. It should be someone he knew, but he didn't think that it was the Heavenly God Gong. After all, in the battle in the Lingwu Holy World, the Heavenly God Gong was indeed killed by him. As for why the corpse disappeared, that might be another reason. Many questions lingered in Qianzong's mind. The War Demon, which was the Heavenly God Gong, raised his wine cup. There was a slight mocking smile on his face. It seemed that he found Qianzong's shocked expression very interesting. He drank the wine in one gulp and then put down the cup. Back then, Qianzong opened his mouth. However, he only felt that he didn't know how to ask. There were too many thoughts and too many messy thoughts. You want to ask why I disappeared when I died under your sword? And why am I still alive? The Heavenly God Gong asked. Qianzong nodded. He wasn't worried that the Heavenly God Gong would attack him. If the Heavenly God Gong wanted to attack him, he didn't need to help Xianxia during the battle. I used to be the Heavenly God Gong, but now I'm the War Demon. The heavenly god Gong smiled and said, War Demon is my name and also my code name. Chenzong frowned slightly. He seemed to understand, but also seemed to find it hard to understand. Back then, I died in a battle with you. However, because I was the child of the world of the Lingwu holy world, my remnant soul that hadn't completely dissipated after my death fused with the will of the Lingwu holy world. The war demon said unhurriedly, I was taken away by the will of the world, modified, and finally became the master of the world. The master of the world, the master of the Lingwu holy world. At that time, the Lingwu holy world was only a very weak small world. Therefore, as the master of the world, the war demon's strength wasn't strong enough. However, there was a benefit to becoming the master of the Lingwu holy world. It was easier for the war demon to cultivate. At the same time, his improvement would also promote the growth of the Lingwu holy world. In turn, the growth of the Lingwu holy world would also promote the growth of the war demon's potential. It was a process that complemented each other. In the last universe era, the war demon's improvement wasn't very fast. However, when the universe era changed, the Lingwu holy world received great benefits and became much stronger. This caused the war demon's potential to increase explosively. After cultivating diligently, his strength also increased rapidly. That was how he achieved his current strength. After listening to the war demon briefly explain the cause and effect of the matter, Chenzong couldn't help but sigh in amazement. This encounter was really extraordinary. The master of the world. This was equivalent to having an entire world to rely on. This also resolved the doubts Chenzong had for many years. Chenzong didn't feel the slightest bit of jealousy, nor did he feel the slightest bit of envy. Others had their own paths, while he had his own path. As long as he persisted, it would be fine. If it weren't for your sword that year, I wouldn't have had the brilliance of the future. The war demon raised his wine cup and smiled at Chenzong. The current war demon was the heavenly god Gong. However, it wasn't a complete heavenly god Gong. It was a combination of the heavenly god Gong and the will of the Lingwu holy world. Drink to your heart's content, Chenzong and the war demon drank to their heart's content. After drinking, neither of them were drunk. Chenzong also asked the war demon about the Lingwu holy world. He wondered if his father, Qin Jingtang, was still alive after the universe era changed. There was also his elder sister, Qin Shuyun. Previously, Chenzong had also inquired about the Lingwu holy world. Unfortunately, he didn't find it. Even the Heaven's secret sect couldn't find it. This was because the war demon had hidden the Lingwu holy world in the depths of the void. Even if a demigod expert wanted to find it, it wouldn't be that easy. The entire Lingwu holy world was completely sealed. In other words, one couldn't enter or leave. This was also to protect the Lingwu holy world. Even as the master of the world, the war demon couldn't casually enter and exit the Lingwu holy world. Of course, it wasn't impossible, but it was more troublesome. Don't worry, your relatives are all still alive, the war demon said. This made Chenzong extremely excited and happy. They were all still alive, this was a piece of great news. However, I can't take you there now. We can only wait for a while, the war demon said. It'll probably take about 20 years. 20 years? Although Chenzong couldn't wait to see his father and elder sister, he didn't say anything else. The war demon had his own reasons for not taking him there now. Wait, he could only wait. After drinking to his heart's content, the war demon took his leave. He didn't plan to stay on Mount Taihao because Mount Taihao belonged to Chenzong. 20 years later, you can come to the demon extermination weave to find me, the war demon said, then floated away. After watching the war demon leave, Chenzong turned and stepped into Mount Taihao. Today, he was very emotional. First, he saw the dead heavenly god Gong. However, he was now the war demon, not the heavenly god Gong of the past. In addition, he also heard news about the Lingwu holy world, especially news about his father and the others. According to the war demon, the Lingwu holy world was sealed. Thus, the lifespans of the people inside weren't greatly affected by the chaotic universe. In addition, the war demon intentionally protected them, so his father and the others were still alive. This was a debt of gratitude. Without the protection of the will of the Lingwu holy world, his father and the others would have reached the end of their lifespans. Helping me defeat Divine Emperor Xianxia is the second favor, Chenzong said to himself. It was right to distinguish between kindness and hatred. He had to remember these two favors and repay them. Thinking of this, Chenzong thought of Divine Emperor Xianxia. This time, Divine Emperor Xianxia was defeated by him and the war demon. He probably wouldn't let it go and would definitely think of ways to deal with him. My current strength is still not enough, Chenzong said to himself. Improve, he had to continue to improve. Chenzong had gained a lot from the battle with Divine Emperor Xianxia. That kind of fierce battle between life and death allowed him to exert his strength to the extreme. It also constantly unearthed his own potential. Chenzong felt that after he digested this battle, his strength might be able to improve again. As for how much he could improve, he wasn't sure. After all, he had reached the limit of the true divine realm. Every bit of improvement was very difficult and precious. What a pity. If I could comprehend the way to the next realm. Chenzong couldn't help but sigh. Then, he threw this thought away and continued to cultivate. He believed that one day, he would definitely find an opportunity to comprehend the next realm. By then, he would have a clear direction to break through. Once he broke through, he would be equivalent to a demigod. After the war demon left, Taihao Mountain returned to its former tranquility. Chenzong practiced swordsmanship with his incarnation every day to further improve and comprehend the Heart Sutra. Chenzong felt that his next breakthrough lay in the Heart Sutra. If the Heart Sutra could break through to a new realm, his cultivation might improve further and even reach the demigod realm. However, it was too difficult. No matter how hard he tried, he had no clue. Practicing swordsmanship, comprehending, waiting. Time passed slowly. Today, Taihao Mountain was livelier because someone came to visit. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman, Taoist Cho, and Perfected Insect Master arrived at Taihao Mountain one after another. Brother Chan, I'm really sorry. We went into closed-door training after leaving the ancient demon realm. We didn't hear about you until recently. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman was the first to express his regret for not being able to help Chenzong deal with Xianxia Palace Lord. Taoist Cho and Perfected Insect Master did the same, but Chenzong was not dissatisfied. If they had come to help, it would have been a good thing. If not, it didn't matter. Everyone had their own business. Moreover, they had gained something in the giant universe relic in the ancient demon realm. It was normal for them to go into closed-door training after leaving the ancient demon realm. The four of them had gone through life and death together. They cooperated well and could be called friends. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman and the other two were also grateful to Chenzong. Chenzong treated them well. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman and the other two stayed. Taoist Heavenly Talisman, Taoist Cho, and Immortal Bug Controlling were all itinerant cultivators. They were the kind of people who had no ties to the world and could be counted as the most talented among itinerant cultivators. There were no more than 10 itinerant cultivators on the entire Chaos Real ranking, and the three of them accounted for a large portion of the total. The reason they left behind was that they wanted to exchange pointers with Chenzong. This might be one of the reasons, but the other reason they didn't say was that they wanted to help Chenzong guard Taihao Mountain and prevent him from being threatened by the Xian Flame Divine Palace. In this way, Taihao Mountain would have 4 peerless experts on the real chaotic ranking. Even if Divine Emperor Xianxia came back, it would not be easy to deal with Chenzong. Moreover, Chenzong was not stupid enough to leave Taihao Mountain and give Divine Emperor Xianxia a chance. In addition, if Divine Emperor Xianxia wanted to use the previous method to force Chenzong, it would not be so easy. Firstly, Chenzong had ordered the Taihao Mountain to be sealed off for a period of time, and all the disciples had to focus on improving their strength. Secondly, the Immortal Heavenly Talisman and the other 2 peerless experts on the real ranking of Primal Chaos were assisting them. It would not be easy to attack the Taihao Mountain by force, and the price to pay would be huge. No matter how angry Sir God Xianxia was, he didn't take any action. Not long after, there was a piece of news that Sir God Xianxia challenged Sir God Wu. No one had seen that battle. Or rather, even if someone had seen it, there was no news about it. No one knew the outcome of the battle. It was not until the new Real Chaotic ranking was announced that everyone knew that Sir God Xianxia had failed the challenge. That was because Sir God Wu was still ranked first on the real chaotic ranking, and Sir God Xianxia was still ranked 8th on the real chaotic ranking. War Demon was ranked 18th on the real chaotic ranking, and Chenzong was ranked 36th on the real chaotic ranking. However, everyone knew that Chenzong's real strength was definitely not as simple as being ranked 36th on the real chaotic ranking. He was at least in the top 10, and so was War Demon. He also had the fighting capability of being in the top 10 on the real chaotic ranking. That day was not an ordinary day. That was because a little life was born in Taihao Mountain. His cries were loud and clear, and they resounded throughout the Taihao Mountain. Congratulations, Mountain Master, for having a son. An elder of Taihao Mountain chuckled and was very happy. Congratulations, Mountain Master, for having a son. The entire Taihao Mountain was immersed in a sea of joy. Compared to the other people of Taihao Mountain, Chenzong was a little strange. He was different from usual. A little life was in his arms. Chenzong was very nervous and even a little at a loss. He felt that the little life was too small and looked weak. He was worried that he would hurt him if he used a little strength. However, in fact, the little life was not comparable to an ordinary baby. His vitality was extremely strong, comparable to some ordinary cultivators. That's right. Chenzong had named the little guy Chenin. Although he was just a newborn baby, he was not inferior to a cultivator in the Foundation realm at all. All of this was because of his strong bloodline. As he carefully embraced Chenin, Chenzong looked at Chen En's bright jet-black eyes and sensed the pure aura emanated from Chen En's body. For some unknown reason, an indescribable feeling of being moved arose in his heart, and he seemed to have obtained something. If it were any other time, Chenzong would definitely seize this feeling to cultivate in seclusion. However, Chenzong did not pay attention to it now because the current situation was more important. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. In Taihao Mountain, a little baby was running around, causing a lot of chaos. This little baby had delicate features, and his skin was as white as mutton fat jade. He was a little chubby, and at first glance, he looked very cute. However, his pair of black eyes showed how mischievous he was, and how he caused trouble everywhere. In just half a year, Chenin could walk. A month later, he was running around and causing trouble everywhere. He climbed up and down. Aside from sleeping, he was not quiet for a moment. Chenzong and Yunyanqing didn't teach Chenin how to cultivate. It was not that they didn't want to teach him, but that he was too young and there was no need to. Once he started cultivating, he would need to cultivate wholeheartedly. He could no longer play around as he pleased. He was still so young, so of course he had to focus on playing. Moreover, Chenin had inherited Yunyanqing's star-scorching true phoenix bloodline. It was even purer and denser than Yunyanqing's bloodline. However, due to his young age, he could only develop a small part of it. However, as he grew older, the potential of the star-scorching true phoenix bloodline would be continuously developed. Although Chenin was only 1 year old and had never cultivated before, with the power of the star-scorching true phoenix bloodline, he was not inferior to a peak foundation establishment cultivator at all. Of course, Chenin was no match for a true peak foundation establishment cultivator. After all, he had never cultivated before. He caused trouble everywhere until the year he was 3 years old. Chenin, come back and learn the zither. Yunyanqing shouted angrily. Father, why don't you take care of your wife? Chenin looked at Chenzong with a bitter expression. Look at me getting beaten up every day. A small beating every 3 days and a big beating every 10 days. Don't you feel sorry for me? I'm your son, your son. There was nothing he could do. His mother was very fierce and tough. If he didn't listen to her, it was very likely that he would be violently beaten up. However, Chenin was too much of a troublemaker, so getting beaten up was a common occurrence. Son, have you heard of a fighting style? Chenzong asked with a chuckle. What fighting style? Chen En's little face revealed a puzzled expression. Mixed doubles, Chenzong still had a smile on his face, but he said something that made Chen En's expression change greatly. Abusing a child, inhumane. I'm leaving. Chenin scurried away like a rabbit and obediently went to learn the zither. He still hadn't started cultivating. Zong and Yunyanxin both planned to wait until he was a little older before starting cultivating. In addition, Zong also didn't plan to teach Qian his own cultivation method. After all, his own cultivation method was very difficult and required all kinds of opportunities and coincidences. Of course, the One Heart Sutra had to be taught. It would be of great help to cultivation. However, Zong wasn't sure if Zong could master the One Heart Sutra by then. Let nature take its course. At the age of 5, Qian was about to start cultivating. He had the bloodline of the star-burning true phoenix, and what he cultivated was Yunyanxin's cultivation method. It could further enhance the potential of his bloodline and improve his cultivation. Zong and Yunyanxin were both sword cultivators. Qian also learned the sword, starting from the most basic swordsmanship. Tall buildings are built from the ground. If your foundation isn't solid, it's hard to improve. Zong taught Qian how to use the sword. Although it was called a basic swordsmanship, it was summed up by Zong and his avatar countless times. It was an extremely comprehensive and suitable swordsmanship for building one's foundation. It might not be suitable for battle, but it was definitely suitable for building one's foundation. It could be said to be one of the best foundation-building swordsmanship in the chaotic universe. Compared to learning the zither, Qian was much more interested in learning the sword. He held a sword that was suitable for his height, and his little face was full of seriousness. His attitude made Zong very satisfied. Talent was one thing, but whether or not one had a proper attitude was another. If a very talented person didn't have a proper attitude and couldn't be treated seriously, then his talent would be wasted, and his final achievements would be limited. On the other hand, if a person with mediocre talent was extremely serious, his final achievements would usually be great. A talented and serious person would achieve amazing achievements. There was no doubt that Qian's talent was very high, surpassing many people. Zong hoped that he could have a proper attitude and live up to his talent. Qian's current performance made Zong very satisfied. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years had passed. Qian was already an 8-year-old child, yet his height was even taller than an ordinary 10-year-old child. His expression was serious and solemn as he held his sword and practiced. Shockingly, he was practicing the basic sword technique that Zong taught him 3 years ago. In the past 3 years, Zong only taught this basic swordsmanship to Qian. He could only practice other swordsmanship when Qian passed the assessment. This was because this basic swordsmanship that Zong had carefully crafted was extremely superb. Using it to build one's foundation would lay an extremely solid foundation for swordsmanship. No matter what swordsmanship one practiced in the future, it would be twice the result with half the effort. As the saying goes, sharpening a knife won't delay the work of cutting firewood. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years had passed. Qian was still practicing the basic swordsmanship. His cultivation base had unknowingly broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage. A 10-year-old Saint Rudiment stage cultivator, this was the result of Zong and Yunyanxin asking Qian to do his best to suppress it. Otherwise, he would have at least reached the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. The 3 of you, I'll leave Taihao Mountain in your hands for the time being, Zong said to Enlightened Heavenly Talisman and the other 2. Don't worry, we'll guard this place well. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman immediately smiled. They were all rogue cultivators and had been staying here for 10 years. They were used to it and had no plans to leave for the time being. Zong's clone also stayed in Taihao Mountain, but only Enlightened Heavenly Talisman and Yunyanxin knew about the existence of the clone. As for Zong's original body, he set off with Yunyanxin and the 10-year-old Qian to the Demon Slayer Wee's main battle fort to look for the war demon. The appointed time with the war demon had arrived. Inside the space-time temple of the Demon Extermination Wee's main fortress, the space-time teleportation array continued to operate. Strands of light intertwined in all directions, forming rings of various colors. A buzzing sound reverberated in all directions and filled the space-time temple. Immediately, 3 figures materialized in the array. When the array stopped operating, the 3 figures stepped out of the array together. The 3 of them were a boy, a girl, and a boy. The boy had delicate features and a pair of clear and deep eyes. He looked around curiously. This was the first time Qian had left Primordial Astral City. In the past, he had only left Taihao Mountain to stroll around primordial astral city. Every time he went out, Chenzong would secretly follow him to prevent the people of Dazzling Flame Divine Palace from attacking him. This was the first time he had left primordial astral city. As a child, he was naturally very curious. He looked around as if he couldn't get enough of it. However, while Qianan might cause trouble in Taihao Mountain, he wouldn't do so outside. This saved Chenzong and Yunyanxin a lot of trouble. The demon extermination weave's aura was also filled with killing intent. It was similar to the monster slaying weave, but it was different. The monster slaying weave had the demonic aura of the ancient monster clan, while the demon extermination weave had the aura of the ancient demon clan. Chenzong and Yunyanxin were very familiar with this kind of killing intent, but this was the first time Qianan had felt it. His little face turned serious. Qianan, the demon extermination weave is the front line of the human clan and the origin clan's resistance against the ancient demon clan. Chenzong immediately explained to Qianan. Qianan listened carefully. At this moment, the war demon wasn't in the main fortress. It had gone to reinforce a node. You and Qianan stay here. I'm going to see the ancient demon, Chenzong said. Let's go together. Yunyanxin said. First, she had never seen the ancient demon before. Second, she wanted Qianan to see it. No matter what, although she had named the child An and hoped he would be safe, hope was still hope. In this chaotic universe, true peace was hard to come by. Power, only by grasping great power would one be able to control one's own fate and be truly safe. Since that was the case, Qianan was already 10 years old. Even though he was still a child, he couldn't be treated like an ordinary child. Since he was going to walk the path of an expert sooner or later, it was necessary for him to broaden his knowledge now. Now, he still had his parents to protect him, just like how an eagle could protect its young. When he grew up, he would have to go out and temper himself. Chenzong pondered for a moment and then nodded. Compared to the battle with Sir God Xianyan, his strength had improved by at least 30%. This was a very shocking improvement. Yunyanxin's cultivation had also reached the complete True Saint realm. He definitely had the strength to be listed on the real chaotic board. With such strength, it would not be difficult for him to protect Qianan, even if Sir God Xianyan were to take action again. Moreover, this was the demon-slaying weave. With a demigod overseeing it, it was relatively safe. The teleportation array to the main battle fort was different from the teleportation array of the temporal temple. It could only teleport between the main battle fort and the battle fort. Battle fort number 3. The war demon was here. You're here. Seeing Chenzong, the war demon immediately greeted him. When he saw Yunyanxin, he also greeted him. When he saw Qianan, he seemed to be stunned. However, he was wearing a ghost mask, so Chenzong could not see his expression clearly. This is my son, Qianan. Chenzong immediately smiled and said, Shaoan, this is your uncle war demon. Uncle war demon, Qianan immediately greeted him. Oh. Qianan. Shaoan. Hello. The war demon stuttered. It was different from the usual war demon. Chenzong found it funny. Then, a black jade appeared in the war demon's hand. It was about the size of an egg and seemed to be able to absorb all light. This is a black jade I got by chance. Wearing it can nourish your spirit. Take it as a gift for our first meeting. The war demon handed the black jade to Qianan. Qianan did not take it directly. Instead, he first looked at Chenzong and then at Yunyanxin. Take it. Chenzong smiled. When Uncle War Demon has kids in the future, you can give them another gift. Thank you, Uncle War Demon. Qianan took the black jade. It was cold to the touch. He instantly felt refreshed. You're welcome, the War Demon replied. He had a strange feeling in his heart. What did he mean when he had kids in the future? He had never thought about it. After chatting for a while, Chenzong talked about business. He wanted to go back to the Lingwu Holy World to see his father, Chen Jingtang, and his elder sister, Chen Chuyun. That was why he had brought Yunyanxin and Qianan with him. Qianan had never seen his grandfather. Similarly, his grandfather had never seen Qianan. I have to stay here for 3 years. After 3 years, I will depart, said the War Demon. 3 years was not a long time. It would pass quickly. During these 3 years, Zong also stayed here. He even reported his identity to the demon-slaying legion and became a member of the demon-slaying camp. Yanxin did the same. It was more convenient for him to do things. Over the past 3 years, Zong had been teaching Qianan swordsmanship and the Heart Sutra, and he had been cultivating all the time. Yanxin had also been cultivating. Qianan probably inherited Zong's talent. He had mastered the Heart Sutra. Under the Heart Sutra, his efficiency in comprehending sword techniques was higher. His cultivation had also increased to the intermediate Saint Rudiment realm. His foundation was shockingly solid. This time, Zong brought Qianan to reinforce a node. Outside the node, dozens of ancient demons attacked. The ancient demons looked ferocious. Dark scales covered their entire bodies. Their eyes were scarlet. The strength of ancient demons was related to their arms. The more arms they had, the stronger they were. However, ancient demons were different. Their strength was related to the horns on their heads. A single-horned ancient demon was equivalent to the Saint Rudiment realm, a double-horned ancient demon was equivalent to the ordinary True Saint realm, a three-horned ancient demon was equivalent to the peak True Saint realm, and a four-horned ancient demon was equivalent to the real chaotic ranking. It was said that there was a five-horned ancient demon. It was at the same level as the 10-armed ancient demon. In the past, Zong might not pay attention to the five-horned ancient demon because it was a bit of a legend. However, after fighting the 10-armed ancient demon, Zong knew that the five-horned ancient demon existed. It was just that it was rare. Reinforcements, kill. In the end, only a single-horned ancient demon was left. Shaoan, I'll leave it to you, Zong said to Qianan. Yes. The 13-year-old Qianan looked like a 16-year-old boy. He held the sharp sword in his hand tightly. Cold light shot out from his eyes as he stared at the single-horned ancient demon. He took a deep breath. He was very nervous, but he still responded to Zong with strong words. This was Qianan's first time fighting an enemy. In the past, it was just sparring. Sparring and fighting an enemy were two different concepts. When sparring, one would usually hold back a little, more or less. But when facing an enemy, it was different. It was a life-and-death battle. If one did not die, one would die. One could not rely on luck. Otherwise, one might be killed by the enemy. The single-horned ancient demon roared. Its sharp claws slashed across the sky. Demonic chi streaked across the sky and mercilessly attacked Qianan. The impact of the demonic chi made Qianan's body tremble. He held the sword in his hand tightly and slashed across the sky. He was using the basic sword technique. The basic swordsmanship was not good at fighting, and its main function was to build one's foundation. However, it was still better than the other basic swordsmanship in terms of fighting. In terms of cultivation level, the single-horned ancient demon was actually higher than Zong. However, in terms of foundation, it was like a firefly compared to the moon. In the beginning, Qianan was at a disadvantage. He was suppressed by the single-horned ancient demon. Zong watched from the side. He did not intend to intervene unless Qianan was in a life-and-death situation. As the battle continued, Qianan's battle experience gradually increased. He began to turn the tables and fought fiercely with the single-horned ancient demon. Gradually, the single-horned ancient demon was suppressed by Qianan. However, Qianan did not kill it. There were a few times when Qianan could have killed the single-horned ancient demon, but he missed the opportunity. Sword cultivators do not wield swords for decoration. They only wield swords for battle. As a sword cultivator, you must remember that life and death is under the control of the sword. Zong's voice entered Qianan's ears. The sword in your hand is the sword of life and the sword of death. Life and death are under your control. Zong did not force Qianan. There were thousands of types of swords and there were thousands of types of sword cultivators. Not all sword cultivators had to walk the Tao of slaughter, even if the sword was a killing weapon. It would be better for Qianan to find his own path. It would be more beneficial for his future cultivation. Of course, it was still too early for Qianan to find his own path. However, Zong wanted him to know this. After hearing Zong's voice transmission, Qianan fell into deep thought. It seemed like he had comprehended something, but it also seemed like he had gained nothing. The sword pierced through the sky and instantly pierced through the single-horned ancient demon. The blazing star burning true flame turned into sword chi and burned the single-horned ancient demon to death. Chen had fought 3 times, and each time, his opponent was a single-horned ancient demon. He could only deal with single-horned ancient demons. A single-horned ancient demon was equivalent to a Saint Realm expert, while a double-horned ancient demon was equivalent to a true Saint Realm expert. No matter how solid Chen's foundation was, it was impossible for him to deal with a true Saint Realm expert as a Saint Realm expert. Since ancient times, no one had been able to do so. In these 3 years, Chen had grown a lot. He had gradually gotten rid of the immaturity of his youth. 3 years had finally passed, and the War Devil's guarding period had ended. Chen first reported to the main battle fort before leaving with Chenzong and his family. First, he used the Spacetime Temple's Spacetime Teleportation Array to teleport. After teleporting 8 times in total, he arrived at a universe city. Then, he left the universe city and used his high speed to fly through the sky and towards a void city. Chen's speed was not that fast, so he was protected by Chenzong's power. When they arrived at the void city, they did not stop and continued to travel deeper and deeper. Let's go. The war demon was standing in the void. There was no one else around. Immediately after that, the war demon took out its dark abyss-long saber and slashed out silently. It cut open the void, creating a crack that kept going deeper. Let's go. The war devil took the lead and got into the crack. It kept swinging the blade to cut the space and go deeper. Chenzong's power wrapped Chenin and Yunyanxin, and they followed the war devil into the space. When the outer universe shattered, it collided with the middle universe, inner universe, and core universe. Finally, it merged and evolved into a new chaotic universe. In this process of destruction, fusion, and evolution, many things were destroyed and many things were born. The spiritual martial sacred world had avoided a calamity and had even gained a lot of benefits. The entire world had leveled up, and even the war demon, who was the world lord, had gained a lot of benefits. His potential had soared, and that was why he was able to level up to his current level. Otherwise, with the heavenly god Gong's talent, it would be very difficult, almost impossible. The Lingwu sacred world, which gained great benefits, was upgraded. In order to protect the Lingwu sacred world from being disturbed by the outside world and not be discovered and invaded by the outside world, the war demon hid the Lingwu sacred world in the depths of the void. It was very difficult to find and was sealed. Even if someone found it, it would be difficult to enter. Unless it was a demigod master. However, demigod masters could split heaven and earth apart, so a world was not very attractive to them. They went deeper, deeper, and deeper. Finally, they reached the end. In front of them was a layer of pitch-black film, as if it was one with the void. If not for Chenzong's extraordinary senses, he would not have discovered it. The war demon activated his power and resonated with the Lingwu sacred world. Gradually, a crack appeared and slowly spread, forming a door. This door was not big and could only allow one person to pass through at a time. The war demon entered first, followed by Chenzong, then Chenin, and finally Yunyanxin. Rich vital energy of heaven and earth permeated the Lingwu sacred world. Chenzong immediately sensed it. Comparing it to a distant memory, Chenzong was filled with emotions. The Lingwu sacred world of the past was so small compared to the current him. A burst of power was enough to destroy it. It could be said that the upper limit of the power that the Lingwu sacred world of the past could bear was equivalent to the current foundation establishment stage. Now, the Lingwu sacred world of the present could bear the power of a peak true sage, which was extremely shocking. Your father and the others are now on Bewildering Light Island. The war demon smiled. He was the master of the world. After returning to the Lingwu sacred world, he could instantly control the entire world. The war devil could decide where the wind was blowing and where the rain was falling. Here, he was the master. In other words, the war devil was invincible in the Lingwu sacred world. Even the unshakable martial divine lord, who was ranked first on the chaotic real ranking, might not be a match for the war devil in the Lingwu sacred world. Chenzong suddenly came to a realization. If the war devil broke through to the demigod realm, then the Lingwu sacred world would transform as well. It would become a powerful world domain like the ancient demon domain and the ancient demon domain. The war devil would be a demigod ruler, much stronger than the average demigod. Even if they were in other places, they would still be stronger than ordinary demigods. This was clearly the path of the war demon, the path of cultivation. At the very least, he had the backing of a great world. Once he broke through, he would naturally become a demigod sovereign. Who knew how many people would be envious of him? Chenzong wouldn't be envious. Everyone had their own path. The war devil had his own path, and he had his own path as well. Choosing the path, understanding the path, and walking down it unswervingly, the final achievement would be extraordinary. Originally, Bewildering Light Island was under Chenzong's control. However, it wasn't anymore because this world belonged to the war devil. After experiencing the evolution of the universe's destruction and fusion, Chenzong had long lost control of Bewildering Light Island. Then I'll have to trouble you, Chenzong said to the war devil. The war devil nodded and activated its power. In an instant, Chenzong and the other two disappeared and appeared on Bewildering Light Island in the next breath. As soon as they appeared on Bewildering Light Island, Chenzong immediately sensed that there were only two people on the island. The familiar aura, the aura he hadn't felt for a long time, made Chenzong tremble uncontrollably. He was extremely excited. You are. Chen Jingtang looked at the three people who suddenly appeared and couldn't help but stare at them with wide eyes. Then, he couldn't help but become excited. Father, it's me, Chenzong said immediately and knelt in front of Chen Jingtang. Yun Yanqin also brought Chen into Chenzong's side and knelt down together. Chenzong. Chenzong. Chen Jingtang was extremely excited. Tears flowed down his face. How many years had passed? He was still alive, but he always missed his son. He didn't know when he would be able to see him again. So many years had passed. Year after year of waiting, it was so boring. Only that strand of hope had always supported him. Finally, he saw him again. Even if he died now, he would have no regrets. Father, you've met Yanqin before. This is your grandson. Chen and Chenzong stood up and introduced. Shaoan, this is Grandpa. Grandpa. Chen and cat out and called. Good boy, good boy. Chen Jingtang held Chen An's arm and became even more excited. This time, not only did he see his son, but he also saw his grandson. He was satisfied, completely satisfied. A figure flew over and merged with the sword light. She was extremely fast and landed in an instant. When she saw Chenzong, she was stunned. Chenzong also saw her, and a scene from many years ago flashed through his mind. From now on, follow me to practice swordsmanship. That sentence seemed to echo in his ears once again. Sister Yun. Chenzong was full of smiles. That was his elder sister, Chen Chuyun. Chen Jingtang and Chen Chuyun spent most of their time on Bewildering Light Island. When they were bored, they would leave Bewildering Light Island to walk around the outside world and then come back to stay for a while. This cycle repeated. They had the special attention of the war devil and were heavily taken care of by the will of the world. As a result, they could live longer without any accidents. However, their cultivation talent was very ordinary. Their cultivation level was only at the foundation establishment realm in the current chaotic great cosmos, or even at the early or middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. Cultivation was secondary. The most important thing was to be reunited. Happy and excited. The war devil could see this scene, but he didn't understand because in a sense, he was no longer a complete person. He was a fusion of a part of the will of the world and a human. Perhaps I should reconsider my path, the war devil thought. When the family was reunited, they had endless things to talk about. They talked about their experiences and the past, and naturally, they ate and drank. How long will you be staying this time? Chen Jingtang suddenly asked. There was deep anticipation in his old eyes. Dad, I think we'll be staying for a long time this time. Chen Zong smiled and found that there seemed to be a flash of joy in the depths of his father's eyes. Moreover, even if I have something to do and leave, Shaoan will stay here to accompany you. Good, good, good. Chen Jingtang smiled very happily. He had a son and a grandson. When his son went out, his grandson would accompany him. This was the best for an old man. If there was nothing going on in Taihao Mountain, Xianxia didn't plan to leave. He wanted to stay here for a long time to accompany his father. Even if there was something going on in Taihao Mountain, it would be settled by enlightened Heavenly Talisman and the other two first. They were now considered honorary elders of Taihao Mountain and peerless powerhouses on the real chaotic roll. If they really couldn't handle it, they could send their incarnations. However, that would expose the existence of their incarnations. However, if there was really something serious that needed Xianxia to deal with, it didn't matter if their incarnations were exposed. Under normal circumstances, Xianxia didn't need to show up. The current Lingwu sacred world was undisturbed, and the cultivation environment was good. It could accommodate the power of the peak of the true saint realm. Xianxia could stay here with his family and cultivate, comprehend, and teach. Time passed slowly. Everything was peaceful. Another 5 years passed. Xianxia was 18 years old. He was a true youth, no longer a child. At 18 years old, Xianxia's cultivation base had also risen to the peak of the saint realm. This was the result of suppression. Of course, even if there was no suppression, this was the only way. Even if Xianxia was born with an extraordinary bloodline, it wasn't that easy to break through the shackles of the saint realm to the true saint realm. Of course, if he was a descendant of a demigod, it would be easy for him to break through the shackles of the saint realm to the true saint realm. However, there were relatively few descendants of demigods. With his cultivation base at the peak of the saint realm, his foundation was extremely solid. Coupled with the Heart Sutra and his superb swordsmanship, Xianxia's strength in the saint realm could be said to be invincible. When he unleashed the power of his bloodline, he could even contend with the most ordinary true saint realm powerhouses. This was very shocking. The upper limit of the Lingwu sacred world was the peak of the true saint realm. However, there were very few true saint realm powerhouses in the Lingwu sacred world. There were only a dozen or so of them. Moreover, among these dozen or so true saints, the most powerful ones were at the peak of the true saint realm. There were only 2 of them. Such a world was undoubtedly very suitable for a newbie like Xianxia to wander in. In addition, Xianxia had left a few strands of sword qi on Xianxia's body. Once he encountered a life and death crisis, the sword qi would erupt and protect Xianxia, and Xianxia himself would also rush over in an extremely short period of time. It could be said that in the Lingwu sacred world, there were definitely people who could threaten Xianxia, but there was no one who could kill Xianxia. With a decent sword on his back, Xianxia bid farewell to his parents, grandfather, and Aunt Qin Shuyun before leaving Bewildering Light Island and officially embarking on his journey. This was also the first time Xianxia left his parents. "It's okay," Xianxia hugged Yun Yanxin and comforted her. In the beginning, Yun Yanxin was very supportive of Xianxia going out to experience the world. However, when it came to this moment, she was still very reluctant to part with him. Yun Yanxin replied softly. She leaned on Xianxia's body, her eyes slightly red. They continued to cultivate. After another 2 years, Xianxia left Bewildering Light Island with Yun Yanxin and began to travel in the Lingwu sacred world. Both of them were born in the Lingwu sacred world, but they hadn't returned for many years. In the 7 years after they returned, they basically taught Xianxia and accompanied their father. Now, they also planned to properly travel in the Lingwu sacred world and use their eyes to personally witness the changes in the Lingwu sacred world. They wanted to use their eyes to personally witness the changes in the Lingwu sacred world and see how different it was from the past. As for the White Cloud Mountain and other places of the past, they had already changed. Go. Qian Jingtang chuckled. It was a great thing to be able to reunite with his son, daughter-in-law, and grandson. Moreover, they had stayed together for so many years. He was satisfied, perfectly satisfied. Moreover, they were only going out to travel now. It was easier to meet in the Lingwu sacred world than before. End of chapter 3172. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.